01 The graduate student boyfriend abandons me. Let's break up, you cannot give me tight sire. In a bright entity calf, Long Yuan stared blankly at Theman before her. She could hardly believe if their boyfriend Dafevayer swooted her such words. You want to break up with him? Theman cast an impatient glance along Yuan, his expression of disdain and revulsion. What else? Just take a look at yourself. I owe your clothes a perpetual lidody, and door complexion is worse than a bitter or bits nauseating. Immigraduate student, what makes ya think you're worthy of being with him? Besides, Zhao Yiming turned sharply, malice said ripping from Mistone, Yori Signoya wouldn't expect to drag me down for a lifetime, would you? Long Yuan clenched the hemo for shirt, a wavy of self-doubt was shinjiver her, bittersweet and painful. Shen Zhao Yiming were ecology classmates. Zhao Yiming came from Abro Ken home with an alcoholic father and a mother however cadesa hostess she had endured a tumultuous childhood. Long Yuan on the other hand hailed from Merrill family, having lost thermotherapy and gauge. Both from similarly troubled backgrounds, they found solace in one another, and Long Yuan once believed she had found a life partner, her anchor for the future. As graduation approached, Zhao Yiming solemnly promised her, Yuan once pass my graduate entrance exam sensakuri good job you will provide you with a better life. Long Yuan naively believed him. After a fierce argument with her father, she resolutely took a job to support Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming spent 3 years preparing for his exams. During that time, he treated Long Yuan relatively well. However, after his third attempt at the exams, Long Yuan distinctly sensed a shift in his attitude. He began to pick, impatiently directing her to do this and that. He grew critical of her clothing, her appearance, and her lack of style. Long Yuan thought Zhao Yiming wasn't playing about muduito his exam results. Just as I intended to comfort them, reassuring him that there would always be next time, Charisia Vidacle from the hospital. Long Yuan could never have anticipated that she would be diagnosed with liver cancer. Her mother had succumbed to the same illness. But she was still so young, only 25. The doctors as bremed with sympathy and pity. Ms. Long, your long-standing irregular schedule, poor diet, extreme fatigue and lack of nutrition have led to your cancer reaching stage 3. Long Yuan felt a momentary void in her mind, staring blankly at the doctor. Doctor, will I survive? The doctor paused for a long moment. Eat well, drink well, maintain a good mood, and believe in miracles. It was already tested your transplantation would have a little effect. Moreover, Long Yuan could not afford a transplant. The doctor attempted to comfort her, once a patient with the same cancer who miraculously lived to 75. Long Yuan foreseed a smile, more tragic than a cry. Thank you, doctor. Miracles were things that happened to others, not to her. Long Yuan silently accepted the medication prescribed by the doctor. In Thelater's digestive cancer, the pain would be excruciating, and Dolphofsha might not survive. Long Yuan wished to avoid suffering. Zhao Yiming remained Zelentish accompanied Long Yuan through the process. That very evening, had disappeared. Long Yuan, unwilling to accept this, called him countless times she could not believe that Samiono Ho had shared so much of her life would simply abandon her. It wasn't until half a month later that she finally managed to contact Zhao Yiming. The first thing he said upon meeting was that he wanted to break up. Long Yuan clenched her palm tightly, unable to believe that such harsh words could come from Zhao Yiming's lips. With red and ease, she felt a mix of anguish and betrayal. How can he say such things? If it weren't for you, he would have spent nearly all my money on you. The graduate entrance exams are no easy feat. Zhao Yiming had studied for 3 years. During that time, living expenses, study materials, and tutoring had nearly drained Long Yuan's finances. It had not unlimited her pockets, but saw drained her health. Was a third Zarito appeared outy, Toba pale and emaciated? At that moment, Long Yuan felt not only wronged but also furious. Furious either self or being gunnable to see his true nature, for falling in love with such a scoundrel, ultimately sacrificing her entire life for him. As Long Yuan voiced her grievances, a flicker of guilt crossed Zhao Yiming's eyes. Yuan don't blame him. People strive to rise when initialite hot I was a persona potential, which is why you were YM, right? I simply found some own bitter. Long Yuan sees would end in disbelief, anger flooding your face. Zhao Yangming shameless remarks. So don't blame if you must blame Simeon, blame your own misfortune. Here is the limno tenderly heartless, ill return of everything you given me over theirs. This card has no password, it contains 200,000 yuan, enough to pay you, from no one, we owe each other nothing. Zhao Yuming slid the bank card across the table to Long Yuan. Then he glanced over her shoulder, Heisy sliding up a darling. The newcomer was dressed in an exquisite suit, carrying gasmal handbag, her fair skin and darker styled in soft waves, her expression impatient waduna here, I can stand this little cuff for another second. Long Yuan recognized her. It was Yi Yuning, her college roommate. Yi Yuning's father was a well-known businessman in G-City, and their mother was a leader in the municipal government, a quintessential rich girl. Although they were roommates, Yi Yuning had spent barely a month the dormitory throughout her 4 years of college. With no interactions, Yi Yuning naturally wouldn't remember Simeonius and consequential as Long Yuan. Zhao Yuming looked at her with adoration, baby, let's go. Zhao Yangming Washinsum, which was we Long Yuan had fallen for him at first sight. He stood up, wrapping his arm around Yi Yuning's waist, forming a picture-perfect couple. Long Yuan clutched the bank card tightly. She felt a surge of unwillingness. She was truly unwilling to accept this fate. We had to give everything for Zhao Yuming on Lito and dupe like these, why these kundra like him could embrace a beautiful woman and become honor in life? It was utterly unfair. Long Yuan could not restrain herself and stood up to call out to Yi Yuning, do you know what kind of person he's, don't be deceived be his appearance. Yi Yuning looked at her with disdain. Long Yuan, right, I advise you to leave you sit quietly. Someone like you was not worthy of farming life it were inform, you would still be wasting his to me with you, I can give a him everything he wants, can you? Don't even think about spreading rumors otherwise, I want the cite to make you pay the price. Long Yuan was rendered speechless. Yi Yuning knew everything. It turned out that world was inherently unfair. Fine droplets of rain begin to fall from Thesky. Long Yuan wandered aimlessly through Heron. Her beau diaked terribly. There was not a single familiar face around, and she did not dare to call her father. Long Yuan walked onto a bridge. She thought, perhaps I shall just end it'll. After all, I can't live much longer. I don't want to burden my father any further as she'll this'll read so poor. Without hot, Long Yuan climbed onto the railing. Her expression was numb, resolute, and without hesitation, she jumped off the bridge. As the Iver water wrangle fed Hermathan nose, Long Yuan suddenly hear dating sound ring in her ears. Detecting suitable host, system bind engine progress. Warning, target detected as semen and death, initiating emergency measures. 02 The future world. Long Yuan was awakened by a false stench. As he penetrates, she was greeted by vast mountains of garbage, emanating a pungent odor. Long Yuan was dumbfounded. Hadn't she jumped into the Iver to endure life, how could she possibly libera? Cold Thisby Thunder world? She chuckled bitterly at their own predicament. What a complete failure she was while of her sus and dead to heaven she found herself amidst refuse. Beauty didn't matter. She was no longer afraid of death. Why should she fear its tank? Finding a relatively clean spot, she lay down without a care. During her life, she had toiled endlessly for that scoundrel Zhao Yiming. No that she was dead, all she wanted was to lie flat. With this thought, Long Yuan closed her eyes. Yet, she couldn't simply lay down to realize that she was hungry. Long Yuan ever expecteth a heaven and death, one called still feel hunger. With neither option, she reluctantly got up. Looking around, she discovered that the area was fast, filled with towering heaps of garbage. Moreover, there was not a single living creature in sight. But that was of no concern to her. Long Yuan no reeking, didn't show and began rummaging through Tetrish, hoping to find something to fill her stomach. After searching for a long while, she realized that the garbage heaps contained nothing but refuse no food whatsoever. However, she did spot her backpack not far away. Long Yuan picked it up, finding a piece of bread, 2 apples, and a box of the chocolates inside. Chocolates were expensive, and this brand was even pricier. Long Yuan had long been tempted with chocolates in television commercials, Butchid never buftany, Sasha had never tested them. Upon learning of her impending death, she had splurged on a box, eager to try something she had never experienced. Yet, due to her concern, she had less theropatite could test anything. It had been so long since she had felt hunger. She adurely bite into a piece of chocolate. The rich, smooth texture melted in her mouth, and it was truly delicious. Long Yuan devoured a piece of bread next, finally experiencing the allure of good food. Unfortunately, it was in lion death that she could savor such pleasures. Having satisfied her hunger, she prepared to lie down again and continue her rest. The system arrived belatedly. It had expected of an enthusiastic and explorative a host, but instead encountered some so-called and indifferent. The system had not intended to speak up. However, it could no longer hold back. Host, you are not dead. Long Yuan jolted Hiraisapan. The voice suicidant tickled to the she had heard before her death, indicating that she hadn't been hallucinating. It claimed to be system? The system. To clarify, host, you are not dead. Long Yuan finally said something was off. I'm not dead, then where am I, and what do you want? With that, Sheklo said her reason some more. Forgetted it was no longer her concern. After all, she was destined to die. Dying in a place was thesame. The system. It was nearly driven to madness by Long Yuan's indifference. Could she not possess a modicum of curiosity like her hosts? The system took a deep breath to explain. Greetings, host. I am multiverse travel system 111. Do it auth detection of io urimin and death, the system has taken emergency measures, random light transport and out of the novice world. In this world, the system will not provide any assistance. Please explore actively and travel wisely to avoid accidents. Long Yuan not set the system placed particular emphasis on word actively. Had it not been for her terminal illness, she might have been thrilled with the appearance of a travel system. After all, she had read novels. In those histories, protagonists strived through various systems. Although her system was merely a travel system. 111 retorted, it's a multiverse travel system. But team about it. Long Yuan dismissed the notion of a travel system entirely. 111 host, haven't you not seen any changes in your body? Long Yuan paused for a moment. She had thought she was dead, so she hadn't paid attention to the absence of pain. Was this the system's doing? 111 huffed with pride. Long Yuan felt a glimmer of hope. 111 Did you cure me illness? 111 replied, no, I'm stabilized your condition in this alternate world. Our illness will continue to progress until our return to our original world. Long Yuan asked, can I continue to travel in this alternate world? 111 Each travel requires a 30-day cooldown period. Long Yuan. She remained indifferent, deciding to continually inflate and waiting for death. 111 took a deep breath. Do I understand what multiverse travel entails? It means you could visit ancient times, technologically advanced worlds, martial arts realms, and cultivation worlds. Long Yuan was taken aback. Meaning? It means that Blue Star cannot cure your cancer, but other worlds might have a solution. Long Yuan cs lit up, as your job ho painting within your. In an instant, her headache vanished, and she no longer felt the urgitory. Long Yuan squinted Hirayasan and smiled brightly. 111 You're amazing, a travel system is fantastic to tell us to witness the wonders of various worlds, far better than any Dragon Aotean system. Although she was aware thought she was flattering 111, the system still felt quite pleased. This host, though a bit slow-witted, was genuine a listener. With newfound hope, Long Yuan felt invigorated. She adjusted her backpack and asked 111 what world are wino? 111 host, the size of future technological world. Long Yuan felt a jolt of excitement. The present Blue Star, Waluno Blood cure cancer, had been researching target therapies for it. Now that she had arrived in the future, was it possible that a miraculous cure for her liver cancer existed? Long Yuan was eager to explore this noun world. Finally, on the second day of arriving in Thesrio, Long Yuan rose from her prolonged position. To acquire medicine, should need to find the natives of this world. Long Yuan with her backpack, prepared to leave the mountain of garbage. However, she soon realized just how vast this place was. He had walked for quite a while still in Lyso mountain soft garbage. But with up in her heart, she no longer felt the urgency. As he walked and rummaged through Tetrish, she amid to gather information about these world from the garbage apples. Most of the refuse consisted of crushed mechanical parts. After a lengthy arch, Long Yuan finally found a relatively intact piece of machinery with a tree's humble robotic armor leg. She had no idea if it would be useful. However, having read numerous novels about scavenging, she knew that some intact piece of young could be sold for money. Long Yuan was uncertain whether her soft currency could circulate in this world. 111 host, the size of parallel future world. Which meant that their currency could be considered an antique. 03 The legendary flying car. However, Long Yuan was uncertain about the value of her soft sister currency here, as she only possessed 125 yuan 100 yuan note, 2 10 yuan notes, and a 5 yuan note. After some contemplation, she decided against discarding her belongings and instead stuffed them into her backpack. As she rummaged through her bag, she uncovered a complete object resembling a chip, likely a discarded low-end processor. Yet, it shimmered attractively, and Long Yuan thought it would make a splendid ornament, so she tossed it into her bag. Gradually, she began to appreciate the thrill of scavenging. She unearthed several items, among which was a small teddy bear that appeared quite new. As she fiddled with it, she inadvertently activated a switch, and to her astonishment, the bear transformed into a life-sized bionic robot, remarkably resembling a real bear. Startled, Long Yuan soon discovered that the robot was indeed functional. This was her first encounter with a bionic robot, despite it being in the form of a bear. "What is your name?" she inquired. A red light flickered in the bear robot's eyes. "I am the companionship robot C91. My name is Teddy Bear." Through a brief conversation, Long Yuan learned that this was a companion robot, originally owned by a 10-year-old girl who tragically perished in a flying car accident, fearing that the sight of the robot would evoke painful memories. The girl's family had discarded it. First, Long Yuan was puzzled by the term flying car accident, assuming the robot had malfunctioned due to age. However, when she observed several sleek vehicles soaring through the sky, she realized, "Is this the legendary QQ flying car?" Hastily, she reverted the bear robot back to its toy form and concealed it in her baggie, anxious that someone might snatch her treasure. This bear robot was undoubtedly the most valuable piece of junk she had found. One that could fetch a considerable sum, yet, Long Yuan was clearly overthinking. The flying cars descended swiftly, and as they landed, several individuals emerged, all clad in white protective suits. The moment they disembarked, their vehicles automatically soared towards a waste disposal site, revealing a mechanical aperture from which a plethora of compressed refuse erupted, swiftly forming a new mountain of garbage. Long Yuan stood dumbfounded. No wonder this place was littered with crushed debris. This was how it came to be. Upon noticing Long Yuan, the individuals who had disembarked appeared equally astonished. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" "Goodness, she has no protection whatsoever." Long Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. A woman approached her, concern evident in her eyes. "Are you all right? How did you find yourself in the garbage pit?" Unable to explain her situation, Long Yuan could only respond vaguely, "I don't know, I just woke up here, and I can't remember anything." The woman's gaze softened with sympathy. "She must have been abandoned. Come, get in our vehicle. I'll take you back to Safety City." Long Yuan, looking pale and emaciated, resembled someone impoverished and abandoned. However, before the woman could finish her thought, a man behind her interjected, "Lena, put away your misplaced compassion. She has no protection. She is undoubtedly brimming with radiation and viruses. Bringing her back to Safety City could endanger us." From their dialogue, Long Yuan gleaned some information. In this realm, radiation and viruses were rampant, and any individual without protective gear was at great risk of succumbing to lethal radiation exposure. The government had established numerous safety cities encased within vast protective domes, ensuring absolute security. Yet, Long Yuan found it peculiar. Having spent nearly a day and night outside, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Of course, the system protects the host. As long as there is no external harm, no environment can endanger the host, a voice echoed in her mind. Long Yuan exclaimed, "What a remarkable feature." She promptly interrupted their conversation, stating, "My constitution is rather unique. I am not affected by radiation." The man scoffed. You claim you aren't, just because you say so. Lena furrowed her brow. The man suggested checking her radiation levels. Lena retrieved a small radiation detector from the flying car and pointed it at Long Yuan. A beep sounded, and the screen displayed target radiation level 0. Safe green. Is that satisfactory now? Lena inquired. The man fell silent. Although everyone was astonished by how Long Yuan exhibited no radiation, they complied and allowed her to board the vehicle. Once inside, Lena apologized. This is Deji. He is actually quite nice, just overly cautious about radiation. Long Yuan nodded. It's alright, I appreciate your willingness to assist me. Lena explained that had Long Yuan not encountered them while they were disposing of waste, she would have had to walk for 2 days and nights to reach safety city. To alleviate any guilt Long Yuan might feel, Lena continued, although radiation is terrifying, we possess medications to manage it if necessary. Albeit they are quite expensive. I didn't allow you on the vehicle out of fear of death. Listening to Lena, Long Yuan gained a better understanding of the medical situation in this world. She discreetly inquired, drawing out much information. Upon learning that this realm indeed had developed treatments for various cancers, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. This is wonderful, my illness can be cured. With her heart finally at ease, she felt elated and began to examine the interior of the flying car. It was stunning, reminiscent of the mecha cockpits depicted in novels. The vehicle was unmanned, equipped with an automatic navigation system and an incredibly intelligent analytical interface, liberating her hands entirely akin to the futuristic films from the beautiful country. After touring the cockpit, Long Yuan leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery beyond. Surpassing the garbage pit, she beheld vast expanses of land, with yellow dust swirling and the earth cracked from drought. Lena had not lied to her. Merely crossing the garbage pit had taken quite some time. One could only imagine how far it was from the garbage pit to safety city. Curiously, Long Yuan pondered whether the waste in this dimension required management. After all, Blue Star had dedicated landfills specifically designed to prevent environmental pollution, yet this realm, with its evident pollution, seemed indifferent to waste. Given her amnesiac state, she directly posed the question. Lena clarified, there is no need for waste management anymore. From Lena, Long Yuan learned about the current state of this realm due to a technological explosion. Severe environmental pollution ensued, culminating in violent solar activity. A century ago, the ozone layer was compromised, resulting in rampant radiation across the Earth, claiming countless lives. In a bid to ensure humanity's survival, nations established various safety cities. After another century, the soil lost its fertility, and food became increasingly scarce. This planet had become uninhabitable for humans. 0.04 fruits are more precious than money. Fortunately, scientists discovered a new star system. Years of research and observation revealed that this new star system not only boasted vast fertile land but was also entirely suitable for human habitation. Humanity was now preparing to relocate to this new star system, and Earth was destined to become a garbage planet, rendering waste management unnecessary. Long Yuan was utterly astounded. She never imagined this realm was not only a future technological landscape but was also at the cusp of interstellar exploration. She deemed Lena a good person, yet she remained uncertain whether she would encounter benevolent souls upon entering the city. Consequently, she sought Lena's assistance. Sister Lena, I wish to purchase a batch of special medication for cancer treatment. Lena appeared surprised. Of course, that is possible. Empathy filled her eyes. Are you unwell? Do not worry, the technology for these medications has matured, and they are not exorbitantly priced. Long Yuan felt reassured but hesitated to speak up. I don't have much money on me, Sister Lena. Could you help me determine if this is valuable? She presented her soft sister currency to Lena. With a discerning eye, Lena remarked, this is a paper bill issued hundreds of years ago. Nearly extinct now, regrettably. Yuan. Its value in the market is less than 10 pounds of grain. Food is exceedingly scarce nowadays. Antiques and technology have become neglected relics. Long Yuan's heart sank. However, she quickly remembered the 2 apples in her bag. She promptly produced one and exclaimed, Sister Lena, can this be exchanged for a box of medicine? Upon seeing the bright red apple, Lena's eyes sparkled, and she could not suppress a gulp. Though her family was well off and she lacked for food. To be honest, she had not tasted fruit in ages. Your apple is precious, yet with only one, it is insufficient to trade for the special medication. Long Yuan sighed inwardly, but Lena continued, however, I can help you procure the medicine. After all, I truly long to eat an apple. Long Yuan's eyes widened in delight. Sister Lena, you are truly wonderful. She placed the apple in Lena's hands, and after a moment's thought she offered the second apple as well. Saying, "Here, take both," Lena was pleasantly surprised. "That's more than enough," she chuckled. "2 apples. I would say I've taken advantage of you. After all, the special medication costs less than 1,000 yuan. Long Yuan smiled. To her, 2 apples held little value, but the special medication was indeed priceless. Nevertheless, she would not be foolish enough to disclose this entirely. She would let Lena continue to believe what she wished, a beautiful misunderstanding. The flying car moved at remarkable speed. Long Yuan and Lena had scarcely conversed when an announcement chimed from the cockpit, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Long Yuan followed Lena as they alighted from the vehicle. Before disembarking, Lena had instructed Long Yuan to don a protective suit to avoid unnecessary complications. Long Yuan obediently complied. As they stepped out, the flying car rapidly shrank, transforming into a beautiful metallic ring that encircled Lena's wrist. Long Yuan barely had time to marvel at the metallic bracelet before she was awestruck by the immense security city before her. The entire structure was a gleaming white metal, exuding a futuristic aura. Enveloped by a vast shimmering, translucent energy shield, what astonished Long Yuan even more was the colossal floating metallic island at the heart of the city, teeming with a multitude of buildings. It was a city suspended in the skies. Lena registered at the city gate and then turned to lead Long Yuan inside. Yuan, why are you daydreaming? Let's go. Long Yuan, still in a daze, followed Lena into the city the moment they entered the energy shield. Lena informed Long Yuan that she could remove the protective gear after passing through a specialized decontamination chamber. The two of them shed their suits. It was already growing dark outside, and lights began to flicker on along the streets. Within the technologically advanced city, a kaleidoscope of colors dazzled the senses. Lena decided to first assist Long Yuan in purchasing medication. The special medicine had become widely available and could be found in large pharmacies. Lena instructed Long Yuan to wait for her. Long Yuan remained still, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, captivated by every detail around her, just as Long Yuan was reflecting on the advancements of this future world. 111 suddenly blared an alarm. The dimensional travel is about to conclude. The host will be teleported back to Blue Star in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Long Yuan froze for a moment. Her eyes widening. Teleported back to Blue Star? What? Wait, why so sudden? She hadn't even received her medicine yet. The voice of 111 turned cold and mechanical. Insufficient travel funds. The host has no right to refuse. Long Yuan's protests fell on deaf ears, leaving her both furious and anxious. Fortunately, in the final 3 seconds before her return to Blue Star, Lena reappeared, almost instantly thrusting the medicine into Long Yuan's hands just as she vanished into thin air. Long Yuan caught a glimpse of Lena's shocked expression before she felt water flooding her mouth and nose. She had been teleported back into the river, this irresponsible and unreliable system. Long Yuan had once wished for death. But now she yearned to live, and thus began to struggle fervently. Having grown up in the countryside, she was no stranger to swimming in rivers. After an arduous effort, she finally reached the shore. Shivering as the wind chilled her to the bone, ignoring her trembling, Long Yuan opened her hands to find the medicine Lena had given her still intact in her palm. With great care, she opened the medicine box, relieved to find that the waterproof design had kept the contents safe and sound. Tears of joy filled her eyes. 111, I have obtained the special medicine. I won't have to die. The previously silent 111 finally spoke up somewhat petulantly. Am I not the responsible and reliable system now? Long Yuan was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, Of course you are. She meticulously examined the instructions. Though the text had become somewhat blurred, she discerned that the dosage was 1 pill at a time. Lena had purchased a total of 10 pills for her. She hoped that these 10 pills would cure her illness. Long Yuan carefully extracted a pill, not even needing water. She swallowed it dry. Just as she had reached the riverbank, the suppressed ailment within her began to flare up again, causing a dull ache in her body. Yet after taking the medicine, perhaps it was merely psychological, Long Yuan felt significantly better, as if the pain had subsided. It was then that she realized how cold it had become. It was already December. And even in a sheltered spot, the dampness and wind penetrated to her bones. Exhausted, Long Yuan climbed out of the water, hailed a taxi, and headed home. 111 still possessed a hint of humanity. It had made her phone waterproof, allowing it to remain functional. Upon returning home, Long Yuan changed her clothes, dried her hair, and finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto her bed in a deep slumber. Just before her consciousness faded, she felt as if she had overlooked something. 05 The Golden Beast System. Long Yuan slept soundly until the following midday, resting for a full 16 hours. What had happened? Right, she had bound herself to an interdimensional travel system, embarking on a journey to the future world and bringing back numerous treasures. In her haste, Long Yuan barely had time to inspect her newfound items. She quickly leapt from her bed, pressing her face against the mirror. It seemed her complexion had improved slightly. Time was too short for a proper examination. Long Yuan retrieved the box of medicine and, using the water she had boiled yesterday, swallowed another pill. She swiftly tidied herself up, took her ID and phone, made an appointment for a consultation, and then hailed a taxi to the hospital. Sitting in the waiting area, she observed a doctor in a white coat meticulously reviewing her report opposite her. Long Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. 3 months prior, she had sat in this very spot. Being informed of her advanced liver cancer, the doctor adjusted his glasses, his murky eyes suddenly sparkling with clarity. Young lady, you aren't here to amuse yourself at the hospital, are you? I've reviewed your report thoroughly. There isn't a single cancer cell in your body. There is some liver damage, but a little care should suffice. He had even opted for a specialist consultation, despite being of advanced age, and now he had to endure this? The expert doctor, glancing at Long Yuan's youthful face, was reminded of his own granddaughter, and couldn't help but admonish her. Today's youth, so fearful of illness yet burning the midnight oil, claiming to be health conscious while indulging in smoking and drinking. And this so-called anxiety disorder, just sleep more, and with a healthy body, where would anxiety come from? Such a waste of resources. Don't let this happen again. Long Yuan was utterly dazed. As reality set in. Her eyes quickly welled with tears. She was disease-free, her cancer had been cured. Overwhelmed with emotion, Long Yuan stood up and grasped the chattering old doctor's hand, interrupting his lecture. Thank you, doctor, you're absolutely right. From now on I shall prioritize a healthy lifestyle, rising early and sleeping early. As she exited the hospital, her heart soared with joy. Who would have imagined that the medical advancements of the future world were so remarkable? After consuming just 2 pills, the insurmountable cancer had been vanquished. The gloom that had shadowed her since her illness dissipated entirely, and Long Yuan resolved to treat herself. Zhao Yiming had given her 200,000. She would indulge in a fine meal. Although she intended to treat herself, Long Yuan, being frugal by nature, ordered a luxurious version of KFC. Savoring childhood delights she had previously missed, she indulged in her meal with great satisfaction until your bank card balance is insufficient. Please make a new payment. Long Yuan, bewildered, thought, how could there be an insufficient balance? Under the service staff's mechanically polite smile, she broke into a cold sweat. Wait, perhaps there was an error on the bank's end. Let me check. The staff maintained a polite yet awkward smile. Long Yuan quickly accessed her online banking to check her balance. She distinctly remembered transferring Zhao Yiming's funds into her bank account before jumping into the river. Intending for her father and grandmother to inherit her remaining funds after her death. To her shock, she discovered her balance was indeed zero. Just yesterday evening around 7, her bank card had been used for several substantial transactions. At 7:07, 3 transactions of 50,000 each had been made, followed by another withdrawal of 50,000 at 7:08, leaving her balance entirely depleted. Long Yuan, exasperated, thought, what a despicable money-stealing card, just as she was preparing to file a complaint. She suddenly recalled what she had overlooked just before falling asleep last night. Long Yuan, 111. You better explain yourself. She had suspected that this arrogant little system would reveal its true colors. It turned out it had stolen her money. The previously silent 111 finally spoke, its tone indifferent. Host, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Energy is required for the system to traverse dimensions. What's wrong with taking some money? You stingy thing. Long Yuan felt tears welling up. That was all the money she had left. After paying for the taxi and consultation, her remaining few hundred on WeChat was nearly gone. She hadn't even paid her rent for this month. You ungrateful system, I refuse to travel to another dimension. Hurry up and unbind from me. Seeing Long Yuan's pitiful state, the system felt slightly guilty. Oh dear host, traversing requires energy. 111 has no choice. Look at it from another perspective. The items you've brought back from the other world are quite valuable too. Long Yuan understood this rationale. The value the system had brought her was immeasurable, having saved her life at the very least. However, Long Yuan timidly inquired, could I possibly borrow some money? The service staff's gaze shifted to Long Yuan, now filled with sympathy. Upon seeing her pale, inexpensive clothing and wan complexion, they already envisioned a pitiful image. It's alright, you can pay later. Long Yuan expressed her gratitude with a smile. Glancing at her WeChat balance, she found only 129 yuan remaining. She had ordered too much, totaling 389 yuan. She was short by 260 yuan. Biting her lip, Long Yuan realized that all these years she had been revolving around Zhao Yiming, and her former friends had long since lost contact. After a moment's thought, she messaged her father, Long Lichuan. Dad, could you lend me 280 yuan? She asked for an extra 20, intending to use it for the taxi. At 26 years old, not only had she failed to send money home, but she also had to ask her father for financial assistance. Leaving her feeling flushed with embarrassment, Long Lichuan responded quickly, transferring 300 yuan to Long Yuan, then inquiring about her situation. Your grandmother is unwell, and I can't do much work, so I can only send you 300. Yuan, how are things going between you and Yiming? When do you plan to get married? You are not getting any younger. Long Yuan felt a mix of gratitude and shame. Hailing from a rural background, her family owned a few acres of land where her father cultivated crops for subsistence. They also grew some cash crops, albeit of little value, earning only a few hundred yuan throughout the year. Her father often took on various labor jobs to support the family. Meanwhile, her grandmother required medication and was over 90 years old. Additionally, she had an elder uncle who remained unmarried, often helping to care for their grandmother by working alongside her father in the fields. Truly a family of the elderly. The weak and the sick. Yet, Long Yuan had been afforded the opportunity to attend university, but had offered little in return, her vitality seemingly drained by Zhao Yiming. Nevertheless, her father and grandmother had never once blamed her. Occasionally providing her with financial support, the 300 yuan she received represented several months of her father's hard-earned income. Long Yuan chose not to divulge too much to Long Lichuan. Aware that it would only cause them concern, after settling the bill, she was resolute. Upon returning to her rented room, Long Yuan quickly rummaged through her backpack from yesterday. It was a 30 yuan bag. Spacious and aesthetically pleasing. Inside, she discovered a mechanical fragment, a shimmering chip, and a small teddy bear. These were treasures she had salvaged from a landfill in the future world, and fortunately, they had returned with her. However, the bear had been soaked in water yesterday, and she was unsure of the potential damage. The other items she regarded as mere rubbish, but that little bear robot was proof of her existence in the future world. After a brief search on the teddy bear robot, she quickly located an invisible switch. Thankfully, the robot was intact. Unfortunately, just as Long Yuan engaged in conversation with the bear and confirmed that its chip contained basic information about the future world, the bear alerted her to its low battery and shut down. To make matters worse, she found no charging interface on the bear, rendering her unable to recharge it. Long Yuan thought, never mind. She couldn't afford to wait any longer, especially since she still had medication to procure. She opened her browser and searched for the contact number of the mayor of Q City. The number was likely public, but a desperate measure was better than none. Host, what on earth are you doing? You've been acting strangely since you returned, the system inquired. Long Yuan ignored it and dialed the mayor's hotline. After a lengthy wait, her anxious anticipation was met with a deep, gentle voice on the other end. Hello, who is this? It could be said that Long Yuan was fortunate, she had truly connected. And she recognized that the voice belonged to the mayor, whom she had heard on television during her childhood. This was a significant figure. Suppressing her excitement, she endeavored to speak with a serious tone. Hello, is this the mayor? I am just an ordinary citizen of Q City. My name is Long Yuan, and my ID number is 441. Firstly, I am not insane. Secondly, I have traveled through time. Zhou Jing glanced at the landline and confirmed. Comrade, are you harassing the mayor? It was a coincidence. Indeed, the landline was typically managed by the mayor's secretary. However, as the citizens lived in peace and contentment, this number was seldom dialed. Those wishing to contact Zhou Jing often ended the call in anxiety during the long wait. The secretary had just stepped out, and this persistent caller piqued Zhou Jing's interest, prompting him to answer. What did he hear? Secretary Wang Ximin returned with documents needed for an upcoming meeting and noticed the mayor's expression akin to that of a bewildered elder. Mr. Zhou, is something the matter? Long Yuan, feeling urgent, implored. Mr. Mayor, you must believe me. I am not lying. I truly traveled through time. Wang Ximin raised an eyebrow. Although Zhou Jing found the claim ludicrous, the identification number was indeed valid. Starting with Ji Province. He maintained a sense of responsibility towards the citizens of Wang. Please look up the detailed information regarding this ID number. Miss Long, could you please repeat your ID? Long Yuan complied without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ximin began to grasp the events that had transpired during his absence. Despite the shock and absurdity, he maintained his professionalism, revealing no extraneous emotions. As the mayor's most capable assistant. He was young and accomplished, exuding confidence. Wang Ximin nodded in acknowledgement, retrieving the information on Long Yuan from the mayor's computer, which stored all citizen data, everything from birth dates and family backgrounds to medical records and academic failures. He read aloud the details. Long Yuan, born in 1998, resides in Xiago Village, Sanling County, Q City, Ji Province. Known for her mischievous behavior since childhood, she has undergone 2 surgeries for hemorrhoids and 1 for appendicitis. Recently she broke up with her boyfriend Zhao Yiming due to. Long Yuan listened, drenched in perspiration, as the young man on the other end delivered his verdict. After he finished, there was a lengthy pause. Zhou Jing felt a chuckle rising within him, yet found it utterly preposterous. Suppressing his amusement, he advised Wang, next time, refrain from reading out trivial matters. Wang Ximin nodded in agreement. Zhou Jing then addressed Long Yuan with a softened tone. Young lady, I have confirmed your identity now, could you elaborate on what you just mentioned? Without regard for her potential embarrassment, Long Yuan earnestly recounted how she had become bound to the system. Her journey to the future world, and how she had returned. As she spoke with clarity and conviction, Zhou Jing grew serious. Can you take responsibility for your words, Miss Long? Spreading rumors to state institutions also bears legal consequences. Long Yuan did not hesitate for an instant. I assure you, after a brief pause, she added, how about we exchange WeChat? I possess evidence. Zhou Jing hesitated but ultimately instructed Wang Ximin to add Long Yuan on WeChat. While Wang Ximin scoffed internally, he dutifully complied with the mayor's request. Long Yuan initiated a video call. Facing the authoritative figure of the mayor and the meticulous secretary, she adopted a reserved, schoolgirl demeanor. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Secretary, I have evidence. The camera first panned across the dimly lit basement before settling on the teddy bear. This is the intelligent teddy bear robot I brought back from another dimension. When I found it, it was merely a toy bear, but upon activating the switch, it transforms into a robotic form. Long Yuan mused, it resembles the Transformers we've seen in movies, though not as flashy. After all, the bear is a domestic helper-type robot. Zhou Jing and Wang Ximin regarded the motionless robot with skepticism. Long Yuan continued, I understand that a rational person might think I am insane. But Secretary Wang has reviewed my records and should be aware that I was recently diagnosed with liver cancer. Wang Ximin nodded towards Zhou Jing. Long Yuan produced a new diagnosis report. This is the result of my examination from today, she articulated. In the future world, I obtained a miraculous drug that can cure cancer. No one could reject the prospect of a cancer-curing medication. The nation had invested countless resources into research, yet progress remained elusive. Zhou Jing could no longer remain seated, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. Miss Long, please await our arrival at your residence. With that, he ended the video call. Wang Ximin, perplexed, inquired, Mayor, do you truly intend to meet that young girl? The report may be erroneous. Years of materialistic education had instilled disbelief in Wang Ximin regarding Long Yuan's claims. Zhou Jing's expression was earnest and solemn. Wang, do you comprehend how many individuals suffer from cancer daily? The death toll alone exceeds 10 million. Even those distinguished scientists who once contributed to the nation are now enduring the ravages of cancer due to prolonged exposure to radioactive and chemical substances. Even the slightest hope must not be disregarded. Moreover, Zhou Jing had experienced more of life than Wang Ximin could fathom. The state had consistently sought to eradicate feudal superstitions, yet there existed dedicated institutions to address certain enigmatic events. Long Yuan might not be fabricating her tale. Long Yuan patiently awaited the arrival of government officials at her rented accommodation. The system had finally grasped the situation, frantically screaming in her mind. Ah, host, you heartless woman, after I cured your ailment, you disavow me, you intend to hand me over for dissection. Long Yuan felt a pang of guilt. I won't allow dissection. I merely believe that someone as remarkable as you could benefit many more people. The system scoffed, its tone distorted. Do not flatter me, for I am merely a travel system incapable of benefiting humanity. Long Yuan, I warn you, you are bound to this system and cannot sever the connection. Should dissection occur, you will be the first to face the scalpel. Long Yuan was taken aback. Why are you being so coercive? The system fell silent. Long Yuan grew irritated. You wretched system. If you hadn't drained all my assets, I wouldn't even think about turning you in, and now you tell me I can't sever the bond. Return my hard-earned money. The two found themselves in a standoff. Each nursing their grievances, Long Yuan lamented her lost funds, while the system could not forgive her desire for dissection. At this moment, Zhou Jing had swiftly obtained the latest information regarding Long Yuan. A look of unmistakable astonishment filled Wang Ximin's eyes as she reported, "Mayor, it has been confirmed Long Yuan jumped off the Cross River Bridge yesterday evening at 7 after breaking up with her boyfriend. But she managed to climb back up this morning. She underwent an examination at the municipal hospital, and the results indicate that her cancer has miraculously healed." Zhou Jing was elated, since the reform and construction of Ji province. It seemed as though the nation had forgotten about it, and it had fallen behind other provinces over the years. As the mayor of Q City, he felt an immense sense of frustration. Now an extraordinary opportunity appeared to be unfolding before him, an opportunity that could not only elevate the lagging Ji province to a new focal point but also potentially allow the nation to soar once more. Standing tall atop the world, how could he not be thrilled? After a moment of ecstatic joy, Zhou Jing quickly regained his composure. The truth of the matter could only be ascertained upon meeting Long Yuan in person. He methodically instructed Wang Ximin, "Xiao Wang, please contact Yun Fei and have him bring someone to fetch Long Yuan." Wang Ximin furrowed her brows. "Mayor, Yun Fei has been specially assigned by the National Security Bureau to protect you. His team is a small division under the Bureau, serving as your personal security detail. Moreover, they are currently on leave." Zhou Jing, seated in his office chair, spoke with a tone that was gentle yet brooked no argument. "I am perfectly fine. Not if what Ms. Long says is true, then she is of greater significance than I." Wang Ximin paused, lowering her head. "Understood, Mayor." Not long after, Long Yuan heard a knock at the door. Cautiously, she opened it a crack and saw a woman with long, flowing hair standing outside. Her dark locks cascaded down, exuding a striking beauty that lacked any semblance of fragility. Rather, she appeared both stunning and formidable. Zhou Zhu's gaze swiftly scanned Long Yuan's gaunt face and the dismal surroundings behind her. Though puzzled, she extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Long Yuan. I am Zhou Zhu, here to escort you." Long Yuan quickly realized that this was someone sent by the mayor, feeling somewhat flustered in the presence of the overly glamorous woman. She released the doorknob and asked, "Hello, may I inquire if you wish to come in?" Zhou Zhu lowered her hand, adopting a professional demeanor. "No need, I will wait for you here." "Miss Long, please gather your belongings promptly. We require you to accompany us." Long Yuan glanced outside, seeing only Zhou Zhu, and thus did not fully comprehend the implications of their interaction. Her belongings were sparse, merely a few sets of faded clothing and the robot mechanical arm and chip she had brought back from the future world. Long Yuan slung her bag over her shoulder and sheepishly called out, "Excuse me, one of my items is rather large, could you assist me?" Zhou Zhu opened the door wider and, upon seeing the oversized bear, initially mistook it for a plush toy. Prior to coming to fetch Long Yuan, Yun Fei's team had coincidentally been on leave. With the others having already departed, only Zhou Zhu, a homebody, remained in Q City. Upon receiving the notification from Secretary Wang, the rest of Yun Fei's team was on their way back, prompting Zhou Zhu to take the initiative. She was only aware that the mayor required them to protect a young woman named Long Yuan, but her identity remained unclear to her. Despite her confusion, she would not defy orders, thus she was prepared to assist Long Yuan in whatever she needed. Zhou Zhu stepped forward, ready to help with the bear. "It's heavy, so very heavy," Zhou Zhu thought as she realized the bear was made of metal. Long Yuan had no time to stop her as she saw Zhou Zhu stubbornly attempt to lift it. Long Yuan pondered, what if she is exceptionally strong? Thus the two shared a moment of mutual bewilderment. Zhou Zhu cleared her throat. "I'll fetch someone to help." Long Yuan observed as Zhou Zhu turned her head and quietly instructed someone. Before long, several soldiers in camouflage uniforms entered. Long Yuan's eyes widened in surprise as they silently hoisted the heavy robot with ease. Zhou Zhu turned to Long Yuan. "Ms. Long, do you have anything else you wish to take with you?" Long Yuan shook her head. "No, that's all." Zhou Zhu nodded. "Then please come with us now. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety." Long Yuan felt secure. She held a deep trust and sense of safety in her country. Otherwise, she would not have boldly disclosed her system's matters. As she stepped outside, the ever-silent 111 could no longer contain itself. "Host, are you absolutely certain?" 111 understood that the humans of the Blue Star dimension could not inflict any harm upon the system. However, relinquishing the system meant that Long Yuan's mystery would inevitably dissipate. 111 was perplexed. Wasn't it better to possess the system alone and become a powerful figure in this world, having read numerous novels? 111 knew that hosts typically went to great lengths to conceal the existence of their systems, ultimately rising to the pinnacle of success. Long Yuan hesitated, while ascending to the summit in secrecy and reveling in triumph was indeed exhilarating. Leading the nation to greatness, with everyone crowned in glory, did not seem inferior. The system fell silent. Long Yuan proudly smirked, reveling in her own thoughts, admitted, 111, you were also enamored with me. However, her self-indulgence lasted less than 3 seconds as she stepped outside and was taken aback by the sight of a row of soldiers. Wait, is this quite the spectacle? Zhou Shu explained, there is no need for concern, the residents of the neighborhood and surrounding areas have been temporarily evacuated. No one will notice your departure. Long Yuan, she was primarily worried about herself. The pressure was truly immense. This overwhelming strain reached its peak as Long Yuan found herself sandwiched between soldiers in a military vehicle. The scent of potent hormones filled the air. Indeed, all the handsome men had been conscripted by the state. At this moment, several soldiers lifted the bear robot and asked earnestly, "Ma'am, does your toy need to be placed in the vehicle with you?" The vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate another bear comfortably. Just as Long Yuan was about to respond, the previously dormant robot suddenly stirred to life. Ding, energy detected. Bear robot entering charging mode, current charge at 1%. Long Yuan's eyes lit up. The previously stoic soldiers could not help but divert their gazes toward her. Long Yuan timidly said, I'll step outside for a moment." She quietly maneuvered through the gaps and jumped down from the vehicle. The bear's eyes had turned red, and as Long Yuan looked over, it had already charged to 10%. While she was thrilled to discover the bear's charging mode, she couldn't linger there indefinitely. Pressing the conversion button, the massive bear robot transformed into a lightweight plush bear. Long Yuan picked up the plush toy and quietly returned to the vehicle amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The soldier who had carried the robot was the most astounded. For only they understood the bear's true weight, yet, just moments ago, the young girl had somehow transformed it from a heavy object to something so light that she could effortlessly lift it. Surely, they weren't imagining things. Zhou Shu, seated in the front passenger seat, observed everything with astonishment. Initially, she had not regarded Long Yuan highly, assuming it was merely an ordinary mission. Zhou Shu even questioned why the mayor had assigned Yun Fei's team to such a task. However, it now appeared that things were far from simple. Long Yuan settled back into her seat, surrounded by piercing gazes. One of the soldiers, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Chief, may I see that bear?" Can you imagine a tall, handsome soldier dressed in camouflage using a deep, magnetic voice, asking, "Could you show us your bear?" Long Yuan, a slave to aesthetics, felt an urge to scream, "Take it, all of you," yet she merely maintained her composure and handed over the bear, saying timidly, "You can just call me Long Yuan." She was no chief after all. Of the soldiers eagerly jostled for the bear, finally displaying youthful exuberance. Earlier, they had witnessed the robot transform before their eyes. Which man didn't he dream of becoming a transformer? Even in their excitement, they were restrained, and soon the bear returned to Long Yuan's hands. The vehicle started moving. Zhou Shu turned to Long Yuan. "Ms. Long, is there anything else you need to do?" Long Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "If possible, could you help me pay my rent first?" She felt somewhat embarrassed, yet she had indeed been overdue on her rent for quite some time. The landlady, an elderly woman, had been quite understanding and kind to Long Yuan, often granting her extensions when she was unable to pay. Zhou Shu chuckled, "If you are referring to the elderly lady in the floral shirt and permed hair, there is no need for concern. I encountered her on my way here and even paid her 2 months' rent in advance." The landlady had initially been reluctant to leave, especially upon hearing Zhou Shu mention Long Yuan, as she feared the young woman might flee. It was only after Zhou Shu had provided her with half a year's rent that the landlady left in high spirits. However, Zhou Shu did not convey this detail to Long Yuan. She observed the young woman's living conditions, narrow and dim, clearly understanding her eagerness and joy upon speaking of the landlady. Zhou Shu was not lacking in emotional intelligence to the point of delivering a blow to the girl. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Shu's words, Long Yuan sighed in relief, her waxen face brightening as she exclaimed, "Thank you." Subsequently, feeling a bit shy, she added, "Rest assured, I will definitely repay you once I have the means." Zhou Shu took no offense at her words. After all, following this encounter, it is unlikely that she and Long Yuan will cross paths again, and she is not particularly in need of these few thousand yuan. The car is enveloped in a profound silence. Long Yuan is lulled into a drowsy state by the rhythmic jolts. The passage of time is indeterminate. Zhou Shu stirs Long Yuan awake. As she opens her eyes, she meets the gaze of several onlookers surrounding her. Long Yuan wipes the drool from her mouth, feeling a twinge of social embarrassment. Zhou Shu assists Long Yuan in alighting from the vehicle. Before her lies a line of patrolling soldiers, their silvery metallic forms reflecting a blinding light under the sun. This is the military base of Q City. Zhou Jing has long since arrived. The base commander, Hua Xiangming, possesses a face that is somewhat square, dark-skinned, and stern. Old Zhou, what brings you here in such a hurry? I'm busy with drills, he remarks to in our province G, though impoverished, we are robust and strong. We relish running dozens of kilometers for practice. Zhou Jing, having rushed over, takes a sip of tea in the reception area to steady himself, his face betraying an undeniable excitement. It's certainly good news. He adds, 100 times more intriguing than merely drilling your soldiers. Hua Xiangming, skeptical, turns to leave. What could possibly be more captivating than training? He suspects Zhou Jing is merely jesting at his expense. As those of them in offices often have too much idle time. As the saying goes, those who play with tactics have dark hearts. Zhou Jing feels exasperated. His old friend is indeed a drill sergeant. Impatient and most fond of warfare. In a prosperous nation like theirs, no one dares to invade. Hua Xiangming's face darkens with frustration. He usually relishes training his troops during quiet moments, yet this matter is of grave importance. The enemy nation, with its unrelenting ambition towards Long Country, has not ceased to station 500,000 troops domestically. Zhou Jing is hesitant to take any risks. Hua's base may be small, but its security is far superior to that of a mere mayor's office. Heavily guarded, everything must remain impervious to foreign infiltration. Zhou Jing's expression turns serious. Don't be hasty. If you leave, I assure you, you'll miss a moment that will be etched in history. Hua Xiangming, taken aback, asks, what is this all about? Zhou Jing responds, patience, the person should be arriving shortly. As Hua Xiangming eagerly anticipates, Long Yuan, accompanied by Zhou Zhu, steps into the reception area of the military base, having never been in such a place before. Long Yuan looks up and is startled to see a mission appearing on the television, causing her limbs to feel somewhat uncoordinated. Hello, Mayor. Hello, Commander. I am Long Yuan. She exclaims, bowing deeply, much to Zhou Jing's bemusement. Long Yuan, is it? Since I'm older, you may call me Xiao Yuan. Zhou Jing responds warmly, extending his hand. I am Zhou Jing, the mayor of Q City. You may refer to me as Uncle Zhou. Long Yuan is taken aback by the honor. Raised with cultural influences that instilled a profound sense of national belonging, she harbors admiration and respect for those who serve the country. Grabbing Zhou Jing's hand excitedly, she declares, thank you, I will certainly strive to do my best. Zhou Jing chuckles at her enthusiasm. Xiao Yuan, there is no need to be nervous. After all, if her words hold truth, she will soon encounter individuals of far greater stature than himself. Or feeling lightheaded, Long Yuan gradually regains her composure as Zhou Jing invites her to sit and rest. Observing Hua Xiangming, who appears as though he is sitting on pins and needles, Zhou Jing kindly encourages Long Yuan. Xiao Yuan, please recount what you mentioned earlier. Long Yuan nods, and Zhou Zhu promptly interjects. Mayor, I must take my leave. As the one responsible for Zhou Jing's safety, Zhou Zhu possesses keen insight. She senses that a task warranting such extensive personnel involvement, coupled with Long Yuan's previous display of prowess, is not something she should be privy to. Although being the personal bodyguard to the mayor seems impressive, in reality, her Yunfei team is merely one of countless unremarkable units under the National Security Bureau. Above their team are leaders of higher ranks, and as for the bureau chief, she has never even laid eyes on them, let alone delve into classified matters. Yet Zhou Jing waves his hand. Xiao Zhu, you may stay. If Long Yuan's claims are substantiated, he intends to include Zhou Zhu's team in the endeavor. Their lack of knowledge would hinder cooperation. Zhou Zhu, though puzzled, complies unconditionally with orders, retreating quietly to a corner. Remaining silent, Long Yuan has now fully regained her calm. Having recounted her binding with the system multiple times, she conveys her narrative swiftly and expressively, detailing how she formed the bond and traversed to an alternate dimension. Zhou Zhu and Hua Xiangming listen, astonished, particularly as Long Yuan elaborates on the vividness of the future world she witnessed. It is so incredibly authentic. Not only Zhou Zhu and Hua Xiangming, who have never heard of such things, but even Zhou Jing and Wang Ximin, who were prepared, find themselves captivated. Zhou Jing, true to his role as mayor, suppresses his excitement and inquires methodically, Xiao Yuan, do you possess any evidence? Long Yuan readily responds. Yes, indeed, she produces a super companion robot that she brought from the future. This is it, and it has two forms. Point one is the portable toy form, which you see before you. The other, Long Yuan gently presses an unknown switch, causing the bear to drop from her hands, rapidly morphing into a formidable robot companion. Welcome to activation. I am the companion robot C91, Little Bear. Current charging mode is off, remaining battery at 20. Please find a suitable energy source promptly. Upon depletion, Little Bear will enter sleep mode. This revelation leaves everyone present in shock. Zhou Zhu's eyes gleam with excitement. The toy that Long Yuan was previously fiddling with is, in fact, a robot from the future. Zhou Jing can no longer contain himself and stands up. If Long Yuanyuan's assertions are genuine, the robot is secondary. What is far more precious is the various technological information about the future world stored within it. This could potentially aid contemporary scientists in achieving technological breakthroughs, particularly in the crucial field of lithography technology. If they can create an entirely new lithography machine, Zhou Jing cannot fathom the monumental impact it would have on the world. His face flushes with exhilaration. Long Yuanyuan hastily explains, "It was out of power before, which is why I didn't mention it." Xiao Yuan quickly inquire about technologies related to the future world, as Zhou Jing expresses his eagerness. Long Yuanyuan recognizes the significance of this question and, without hesitation, asks Little Bear. A red light flickers and then quickly dims. "I'm sorry, dear Xiao Yuan, but Little Bear does not have any information regarding technology. However, Little Bear will always love you." She almost forgets that Little Bear is merely a companion robot. Zhou Jing regains his composure. Although somewhat disappointed, he is not disheartened. After all, the technology of this robot itself represents a significant innovation for the Blue Planet. Moreover, Long Yuanyuan continues to retrieve the medicine she purchased. "This is a drug I brought from the future world. It can cure cancer." As soon as she utters these words, the four individuals in the room, excluding Long Yuanyuan, fixate their gazes intently on the medicine in her hands. Cancer, a cure, what an elusive dream. After all, who can guarantee that they or their loved ones won't suddenly be struck by cancer one day? Finally, Long Yuanyuan produces a damaged mechanical arm and a shiny object resembling a chip. "I'm not sure what this is, but since it's from another world, it should possess some research value." Right? Zhou Jing chuckles. Of course, in truth, Long Yuanyuan's claims and the items she presents are quite persuasive. However, to be prudent, Zhou Jing adds, "Xiao Yuan, to verify your statements, we need to conduct an examination. This is standard procedure. And I hope you understand." Long Yuanyuan promptly agrees. "Of course, I will cooperate." Although Hua Xiangming's space is not large, it is fully equipped. Long Yuanyuan is taken for an examination. Due to the urgency, results are swiftly produced. The examination reveals that Long Yuanyuan is indeed in good health, with no ailments, merely suffering from long-term malnutrition and anemia. The tension that had gripped the day suddenly dissipates. Zhou Jing finally bursts into laughter. He looks at Long Yuanyuan and asks once more, "Xiao Yuan, I will ask again. Are you certain you wish to submit your system?" Long Yuanyuan's expression is earnest. "I am certain. I hope my country continues to thrive. And I am willing to contribute to that." Zhou Jing's face beams with joy. He extends his hand once more, this time with greater seriousness, his tone weighty. "Ms. Long, I am Zhou Jing, the mayor of Q City. And I welcome you." Without delay, Zhou Jing and Hua Xiangming rush to expedite the process, escalating the matter through the ranks. As a matter of utmost confidentiality, the information is propelled to the central government at rocket speed. The highest leader, an amiable elder, meticulously confirms receipt of the message. He then promptly convenes leaders from various departments under the central authority and instructs that scientists on leave be swiftly dispatched to Q City. When Long Yuanyuan sees the elderly man on the video, tears almost spill from her eyes. "Mom, Xiao Yuan has made something of herself. Now no other child can compare to me." Long Yuanyuan is overwhelmed with excitement. The elder smiles warmly. "Child, there is no need to be anxious. I have heard about your matters. So first and foremost, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I extend my gratitude for your generosity." Long Yuanyuan recounted her experiences once more to the elder. The elder, with a warm demeanor and without a trace of severity, engaged in casual conversation with Long Yuanyuan, as if she were merely an ordinary elder. Long Yuanyuan found great joy in their dialogue. As the conversation drew to a close, the elder informed her that a specialized and absolutely secure base would be constructed for her, centered around the military base in Q City. Long Yuanyuan felt that this was somewhat exaggerated. Yet, the elder's kindly face bore an air of seriousness. "This is necessary, Comrade Xiao Yuan. You have made such significant contributions to the nation, and it is imperative that we ensure your safety." Concurrently, a dedicated department would be allocated to Long Yuanyuan, integrated under the Security Management Bureau, with her serving directly as the deputy director, enjoying privileges and rank equivalent to that of the director of the National Security Bureau. The Yunfei team, led by Zhou Zhu, would fall directly under her management, with Zhou Zhu appointed as deputy minister, tasked with assisting and protecting Long Yuanyuan. Once all arrangements were made, the video conference concluded. Long Yuanyuan felt somewhat bewildered. "So, I have an official position now," Zhou Jing chuckled. "Not just an official position, the National Security Bureau is directly under the central government, and as the deputy director, your rank surpasses that of these minor city mayors." Zhou Jing patted Long Yuan on the shoulder, suggesting she return to rest. He estimated that, at the pace of the nation, the base would soon be completed. Indeed, Long Yuan was utterly exhausted. Upon her departure, was Xiangming, regaining his composure, excitedly patted Zhou Jing's shoulder. Old Zhou, did I hear correctly? That esteemed individual personally video called Long Yuan and granted her such treatment, not to mention what Long Yuan spoke of interdimensional travel. What an extraordinary concept. Was Xiangming felt as though his worldview was on the verge of shattering. Zhou Jing lamented, your astonishment is nothing compared to mine, but there is one thing I am certain of. Hua Xiangming looked puzzled. What is it? Zhou Jing's expression turned meaningful. I only know that the system and the bound individuals have appeared in our Q city. This indicates that the long-forgotten border town is on the brink of a monumental explosion. Old Hua, you must protect Xiao Yuan. Hua Xiangming quickly grasped the situation. With the higher-ups planning to establish a secure base in Q city, such a significant commotion could not possibly go unnoticed. No matter how well it was concealed. At that time, both domestic and foreign individuals with ulterior motives might pose a threat to Long Yuan. Hua Xiangming's expression turned serious. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Comrade Xiao Yuan. Long Yuan was utterly fatigued, collapsing onto her bed and falling into a deep slumber, unaware that the world outside was in turmoil due to her presence. The nation acted swiftly. Within mere hours, manpower and resources from across the country were mobilized to commence the construction of an impregnable secure base. Meanwhile, scattered scientists were hastily gathered and packed. A group of elderly scientists, their combined ages nearing a millennium, were fuming with indignation as they were jostled onto an airplane. They have no regard for the elderly and the young. After finally getting a break, can't I enjoy a couple of days of rest? If I don't receive a satisfactory explanation, I will simply refuse to comply. It was not until they spotted familiar faces among the other elderly scientists that they began to feel a sense of unease. Though they worked at the National Research Institute, they were scattered across the country. What could possibly compel them all to gather? Old pals, do you think we could be being kidnapped? The elderly commander responsible for escorting the scientists looked exasperated. As national treasures, how could the country be so reckless? The elderly men exchanged glances, bewildered. So, why are we here? The commander's face lit up with excitement. This is a momentous occasion. You will understand once you arrive. The base was not yet completed, and the laboratory appeared somewhat rudimentary. This discontented the scientists, who were known for their meticulousness. How can we conduct research in a place like this? Oh goodness, the experimental equipment is contaminated. No self-respecting dog would stay here. The staff expressionless guided them to the experimental station. The scientists glanced at it reluctantly. Wait, let me take another look. Good heavens, what is this substance? It seems oddly familiar. My word, what new technology is this? The scientists, encompassing fields such as physics, technology, biology, and medicine, all seem to have discovered a new world. Heavens, where did the nation find such remarkable things? We aren't leaving. We will stay here no matter what. The Yunfei team returned obediently. Adhering to protocol, when they arrived, they found Yunju standing in the corridor, staring blankly into the wind. A sense of dread settled over the group. As the team leader, Yunfei's expression was grave. Zhou, what has happened? Has the mayor? Zhou interrupted. We have been promoted. The others gasped. What just flew by? Yunfei frowned. What exactly transpired? Zhou trembled with excitement. She gazed deeply at them. There are some things I cannot articulate clearly. All I can say is that we have been promoted. I am now the Deputy Minister of the National Security Bureau, directly under Deputy Director Long, and you all need only to follow her orders. Zhou, in high spirits, patted their shoulders. You will all understand in due time, young ones. She left with a sly smile, thinking about how they had gone off to play without her. Ha ha ha. The Deputy Director is surely closer to her now. Ha ha, I have witnessed a miraculous moment that will change history. The Yunfei team felt that Zhou had gone a bit mad. The national commotion was impossible to conceal from everyone. Those with wealth, power, and connections had already sensed the subtle hints and began to inquire about what had transpired. Ye Yuning was called back home by her parents. Before heading home, she had been enjoying a sweet moment with her new boyfriend, Zhao Yiming. Coming from a wealthy and influential family, Ye Yuning had dated a few men, but Zhao Yiming was the one she cherished the most. During university, she had been deeply impressed by him. He possessed a handsome face, and although she was interested, she had not realized he was already taken. Ye Yuning was not hopelessly devoted to him. But the thrill of the unattainable stirred her heart. Since Zhao Yiming had previously rejected her, she found herself unable to forget him. After chasing after him for years, Ye Yuning was reluctant to part ways. She slipped into her stockings and turned to Zhao Yiming. Darling, my parents are calling me home. Would you like to come along? After all, you wanted to meet my parents, right? A flicker of joy crossed Zhao Yiming's eyes. No one understood the importance of power more than he, an orphan. He took Yi Yuning's hand. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Yi Yuning smiled sweetly when they arrived home. Ye's mother was on the phone. Her brow furrowed. Can't get any information. How is that possible? 100 million as a reward. Initially, Ye's mother was merely a minor leader in the municipal bureau. However, in the realm of commerce, the power of officials surpassed that of the business elite. And collusion between officials and merchants allowed for unchecked authority. Over the years, Ye's mother had paved her way in politics, leveraging the wealth amassed by her husband, a leading entrepreneur in G City. Though her position was not particularly significant, she still enjoyed a prosperous life, acquiring whatever she desired. Just like recently when her precious daughter had taken a fancy to a man, Ye's mother had effortlessly ensured he passed the second round of interviews. She was also well informed about the commotion above, making early preparations. Through collaboration with her husband, she had gradually ascended from a minor leader to a mid-level position, this time, with major movements in Q City. It was an old colleague who had worked with her for years who had informed her. She only vaguely heard that there was a significant figure in Q City who was receiving considerable attention from the upper echelons. But beyond that, she could not pry further details. Ye's mother instinctively felt that this was a golden opportunity. If she could connect with this influential figure, not only could she advance further in her position, but perhaps she could also escape the desolate confines of Q City. However, her usual tactics had proven ineffective this time. She had yet to uncover the nature of the major movements at the upper levels. Yi Yuning, noticing her usually doting parents engrossed in their own affairs, pouted in displeasure. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Your daughter is back. Only then did Ye's mother regain her focus upon seeing Zhao Yiming beside her daughter. She realized this was the man her daughter had taken a liking to. To be frank, Ye's mother held little regard for Zhao Yiming. She was aware that Zhao Yiming had abandoned his ailing ex-girlfriend, who had supported him through school, to be with her daughter. Yet, Ye's mother did not mind. As long as her daughter was happy, what was just a man, having leverage and weaknesses made him easier to handle. Did it not? After a brief affectionate exchange with Yi Yuning, she completely disregarded Zhao Yiming. Zhao Yiming clenched his fingers, a flicker of annoyance flashing in his eyes. During dinner, Yi Yuning inquired about her mother's earlier phone call. Noting for the first time her mother's furrowed brow, Ye's mother did not conceal anything. After all, opportunities were rare, and she naturally wished for Yi Yuning to ascend the social ladder as well. However, she had been unable to uncover any details and was uncertain about the identity of this influential figure who had garnered the upper echelon's endorsement. Yi Yuning, puzzled, asked, Mom, isn't it just some unknown person? Could they really be that important? Ye's mother sighed. You don't understand. She proceeded to analyze the pros and cons. If we can connect with this person, our family could truly break free from the current social strata and enter the upper echelons. What we have now is merely a minor skirmish, akin to a loach in a muddy pit. Zhao Yiming listened intently to Ye's mother as she painted a picture of their potential future. Filled with excitement and longing, who could this person be to warrant such attention? If only I could meet them. If it were a woman, that would be even better. Zhao Yiming believed that, given his appearance and capabilities, he might just compel the other party to linger a while longer. If he could forge a connection for the Yi family, wouldn't they be obliged to elevate him? The current visage of a son-in-law was indeed stifling. Upon returning, Yi Yuning noticed his sour expression and furrowed her brow. You're not still brooding over your ex-girlfriend, are you? Zhao Yiming snapped back to reality. How could that possibly be? He reassured Yi Yuning. She is just a sickly, haggard woman now, barely surviving in some corner of the world. How could she possibly compare to my darling, who is as beautiful as a flower? Yi Yuning huffed. Then what are you thinking about? I was merely contemplating how to alleviate my parents' burdens. Yi Yuning blurted out. My mother is helpless. What can you possibly do? Zhao Yiming. He vowed he would locate that individual. He swore it. Zhou Jing's phone was inundated with calls overnight. Even Ho Xiangming found himself caught up in the frenzy. Long Yuan, after a restful night and half a day's slumber, awoke feeling revitalized, gazing enviously at the frazzled Zhou Jing and Ho Xiangming. Calls were flooding in not just from Q City, but from across the nation. The phone had scarcely ceased ringing throughout the night. Long Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. This bed is so comfortable. Far superior to her previous makeshift arrangements. What else with all these calls? Zhou Jing explained. Oh, it's nothing, perhaps a bit of information leaked. No worries, once the base is completed, we'll cut off external signals, and it will truly be impenetrable. By the way, Yuan, these are currently the finest villas in the vicinity. choose one to reside in for now. Once the newly constructed base is ready, it will cover this area. So safety is assured. A villa. Long Yuan had never lived in one before. Each villa appeared lavish to her, but Zhou Jing implied that another would be specially constructed according to her needs in due course. Long Yuan quickly declined. That sounds too cumbersome. I'll take this one. She selected a villa with a swimming pool adorned with numerous weeping jasmine. Quite beautiful. Zhou was tasked with moving Long Yuan's belongings. Along the way, Long Yuan witnessed what could only be described as the speed of Long country. Goodness, everything has transformed dramatically since yesterday. Zhou introduced her. Deputy Director Long, this is the Yunfei team responsible for your security. This is Yunfei, this is Fatty, and this is Mia. Long Yuan nodded in greeting. Hello, I'm Long Yuan. You may call me Yuan. The title of Deputy Director sounded so daunting. Zhou was accommodating, yet Yunfei and his companions remained perplexed. Deputy Director Long, so young, a mere child, what on earth is happening? Nonetheless, under orders from above, they refrained from questioning further and dutifully followed Long Yuan to ensure her safety. Zhou, carrying Long Yuan's luggage, remarked, by the way, Yuan, time is of the essence. The higher-ups mentioned your earlier reference to the energy required for dimensional travel. I'm unsure what that entails. Could you elaborate for me? Long Yuan nodded. Of course, Sister Zhou, this is something I intended to discuss. After days of silence, the System 111 finally showed some reaction, quietly pricking up its ears. Long Yuan smiled slyly. Look at you, concerned about what it needs. I wonder how long you'll sulk. Long Yuan scratched her head. Sister Zhou, the energy is quite simple, it's money, and quite a bit of it. I feared. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it might have been something exceedingly rare. If it's merely money, then that's a straightforward matter. In fact, during your rest, the higher-ups have opened an account for you as a reward, and it currently holds a sum of 100 million from the state. Of course, that's just a reward. Additional funds for your travels will be calculated separately. If the higher-ups wish to know when you'll be ready, they are eager to witness this so-called alternate dimension. Prehistoric dimension. Long Yuan hadn't even begun to speak when 111 erupted with a sharp, piercing sound in her mind. Leave immediately, agree to her. Long Yuan, you're not angry, 111 huffed, reluctantly conceding. I suppose I can forgive you. Then it excitedly shouted, Host, agree to her now, you can depart at once. Long Yuan was speechless and somewhat irritated, yet she relayed to Zhou, the system says we can leave immediately. The system? She was conversing with the system right now. How marvelous. Zhou was exhilarated but quickly regained her composure. Yuan, we're asking about you. You don't look well. You need to rest first. Moreover, there are some details the higher-ups need to discuss with you, so there is no rush. Long Yuan exhaled, relieved. Despite having reaped numerous benefits from the state, she wasn't quite ready yet, but she could depart at any moment. The fact that they were willing to accommodate her made her feel elated. Zhou gently patted her head. Let us head out. The higher-ups have specifically arranged a team to manage your meals and swiftly restore your health. It is time for breakfast. Let us go. A throng of individuals followed Long Yuan to the villa, where security personnel surrounded the premises. Ultimately, it was only when Long Yuan subtly suggested that there were too many people that they were finally dispersed, leaving only Zhou and Yunfei to closely guard her, while Fatty and Mia remained on standby. Long Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and happily indulged in the delightful cuisine. Long Yuan resided in the villa for 3 days. During this time, she received specialized care for her health and dined splendidly. Long Yuan watched as the new base rose before her eyes, and she even gained a couple of pounds. Her face finally bore some flesh. Her skin regained its luster, and her once dry hair became smooth, no longer resembling straw. In the interim, a senior official even visited Q City to meet with Long Yuan. Long Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Unsure where to place her hands and feet, after finalizing some details and questions, the elder grasped Long Yuan's hand. Comrade Xiaoyuan, do you have anything else you wish to accomplish? Long Yuan thought of her hometown, her father's declining health, her grandmother, and her uncle, who, despite being somewhat forgetful, had always treated her kindly. Long Yuan sniffled. May I send some money home? The elder chuckled. Of course, alternatively, you may return for a visit. Long Yuan shook her head. Until she had achieved success, she couldn't bear to see her father, grandmother, or anyone else. She pondered that perhaps they wouldn't wish to see her either. When I return, one day she would stand before them dignified and offer her apologies. Long Yuan transferred 20,000 yuan to her family's account. Initially she intended to send more but reconsidered. 20,000 was likely the limit they could accept without feeling anxious or hesitant. Finally Long Yuan powered down her phone and inwardly told the system, 111 I'm ready, we can depart, ding dimensional travel will commence shortly, the destination is indeterminate, countdown, 3 seconds, please prepare, host point 321. Long Yuan felt a surge of panic. Wait, 111, what does indeterminate mean? Before she could voice her concerns, her consciousness plunged into a brief disorientation, and simultaneously Long Yuan vanished from the room. A cadre of high-ranking officials from Long Country stood in shock. Witnessing a living person disappear before their very eyes, their faces etched with astonishment, the old commander, brimming with excitement, declared, "It's real, it's truly real. There is indeed a journey between dimensions. What worries could we have for our grand nation?" The Minister of Foreign Affairs chuckled, "Next time I need to engage in verbal sparring, I'll simply crush them." Yunfei was astonished. For days, he had overheard conversations between Long Yuan and Zhou Zhu regarding systems and travels. He had assumed they were indulging in abstraction, only to discover it was all true. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy. It felt as though he had aligned himself with an extraordinary superior. Long Yuan's first instinct was to feel nauseous, followed by an intense chill. So cold, she curled up, disregarding the discomfort from dizziness, and quickly opened her eyes to survey her surroundings, uncertain of what dimension 111 had transported her to. She was greeted by a stark, icy expanse of white. The biting cold made it hard for her to keep her eyes open. With no time to call upon the system, Long Yuan hastily rummaged through her backpack. Before the journey commenced, the state had provided Long Yuan with various items for emergencies. They had assumed she would return to a futuristic world, so most supplies were tailored for that setting, primarily fruits and vegetables. Along with a few changes of clothing, Long Yuan felt as if she might succumb to the cold. She frantically sifted through her bag. Fortunately, it was ample enough to contain an oversized down jacket. A lifesaver in this dire situation, Long Yuan donned every piece of clothing she could find. Finally wrapping herself in the down jacket, she zipped it up, ensuring her face was snugly covered. In mere minutes, she felt her fingers becoming numb. Tightening her clothing, she searched for a suitable refuge while mentally berating 111. You unreliable system, why didn't you inform me we couldn't be sent back to the original dimension? The foolish system merely observed as everyone busied themselves for days preparing supplies for the future world, remaining utterly silent. Upon arriving in this new dimension, 111 responded rather coolly, "You didn't ask." Long Yuan, she trudged through the snow, her hands tucked deep within her pockets. "Couldn't you just say it directly?" 111 exhibited a remarkable indifference. "No, that's a different price." When it came to her own interests, 111 showed not the slightest inclination to compromise. Long Yuan was rendered speechless. Fortunately, she stumbled upon a natural icehouse, which offered her a fleeting sense of warmth, a sensation she had not felt in quite some time. Long Yuan had previously seen such icehouses on a minor video site, where they were once highly esteemed in the snowy plains. However, she never anticipated that a naturally formed one could be so exquisitely crafted. At times, one cannot help but marvel at the miraculous artistry of nature. Finding a corner to sit down, Long Yuan finally spoke up. "Let us discuss the information regarding this dimension." 111 replied in a calm tone. "This is the prehistoric icy realm." Long Yuan raised an eyebrow, taken aback. While others saw treasures in primitive dimensions, 111 had thrust her into this desolate prehistoric world. 111 elaborated, "Host, currently the system's functions are limited to entering random dimensions. Furthermore, while others venture into resource-rich realms, you find yourself in this barren expanse. Perhaps it is time to reflect on your own circumstances." Long Yuan felt a mix of anger and amusement. It was as if her misfortune had been directly attributed to her. How had she not noticed before how irksome 111's remarks could be? She decided to ignore it for now. Long Yuan resolved to spend the night in the icehouse. Due to the snowy climate, the outside world was perpetually shrouded in white, making it impossible for Long Yuan to discern day from night. With nothing of interest outside, she figured it prudent to remain in the icehouse. After a while, 111, noticing her silence, coldly attempted to console her. "Host, perhaps consider this from a different perspective. At least you are in the Ice Age. If you had been transported to the Jurassic era," Long Yuan responded. "Thank you." She sensed that dusk was approaching, and the temperature was noticeably dropping. Even within the icehouse, the chill was becoming increasingly unbearable. Despite wearing a down jacket, she was only donning a pair of lightweight shoes, and her feet were nearly numb from the cold. Alarmingly, the insulating properties of her down jacket were being overwhelmed by the frigid temperatures of this dimension. Long Yuan felt as if she were on the verge of freezing. She quickly communicated with the system. 111, may I request to return home immediately? I cannot endure another second here. 111's mechanical voice responded with chilling detachment. You must remain in the new dimension for at least 1 day. Long Yuan felt tears welling up. You wretched system, you're going to be the death of me. Observing Long Yuan's face flushed with cold, her eyelashes crystallized with frost, 111 felt a twinge of guilt. Host, under normal circumstances, the system cannot offer any advantages. However, detecting that the host is in danger, if you are willing to expend 100 million, the system store can be accessed early. Perhaps there are items within that you may require. Long Yuan, clutching her numbed body, felt a flicker of hope at the mention of 100 million, but then gritted her teeth in frustration. I'll take it, understood, payment received, access to the store has been granted. And I hope you continue to strive for success. Long Yuan hastily opened the glowing screen before her in what seemed like a ploy to encourage spending. The items in the store were all tailored to this dimension. Featuring an array of warming products, thermal wear down jackets, heat packs, hot water bottles. Among them, the top item was a set of thermal underwear that could automatically adjust body temperature according to the surrounding climate. Long Yuan was tempted, but the original price was 20 million, now it was 50 million. She could have simply stolen it, yet the system also offered her a piece of thermal clothing. Truly, it was enough to make her weep. 111, feeling somewhat guilty, remarked, the pricing is set by the system, I have no authority to intervene. With a stony expression, Long Yuan placed her order for the clothing. Thankfully, she was clear-headed enough to seek assistance from her country at the first opportunity. Otherwise, she might have perished due to her financial constraints. After quickly changing into the new attire, Long Yuan felt her body temperature gradually return to normal, akin to her previous existence on Blue Star. 111, having profited immensely, was in high spirits, and for once, felt a tinge of conscience. Given the significant expenditure, I can apply for a complimentary gift for the host. Long Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Suddenly a dagger fell to the ground. Long Yuan was taken aback, perhaps she had been too naive. 111 hurriedly explained, the items are randomly generated. Moreover, this is not just any ordinary dagger. It is a dagger capable of altering its form and can cut through iron as if it were mud. Long Yuan replied, and, after stowing the dagger in her bag, Long Yuan lay down in the icehouse, bidding goodnight. The quality of items produced by the system was indeed reliable, allowing her to enjoy a restful sleep. At the break of dawn, Long Yuan resolved to venture out and explore. With the most perilous threats abated, she felt that this journey should not be in vain, thus deciding to extend her stay by 2 days. 111 informed her that she must remain in the new dimension for at least 1 day, with a maximum stay of 3 months. Insufficient time would result in automatic departure, while exceeding the allotted time would also trigger an automatic exit. This had been her experience during her previous venture into the future world. The system reeked of avarice. Fortunately, with her country as backing, she could afford the daily expense of 50,000 upon leaving the icehouse. The temperature plummeted. The thermal clothing began to take effect as Long Yuan aimlessly traversed the vast, snowy expanse. After walking for half a day, she began to doubt herself. In absolute zero temperatures, life should not exist. Rather than waste time and resources, returning home seemed the wisest course. Long Yuan decided to walk a little longer, planning to depart the moment the clock struck afternoon, just when she believed her journey would yield no results. She noticed a small mound of snow shifting in the distance. Rubbing her eyes to ensure she was not mistaken, she carefully approached it, just as she was about to dig into the snow. The mound was suddenly displaced, and a round-headed, black and white penguin emerged. Long Yuan and the penguin locked eyes, and she could discern a remarkably anthropomorphic expression on its face, like a small bird incensed at having its territory invaded. The penguin flapped its wings and pecked at Long Yuan's face. She jumped back in shock, rolling onto the snow while frantically exclaiming, "Little penguin, I mean no harm, ah, such a fierce little creature." Simultaneously, she rummaged through her bag for a defensive weapon. This penguin was rather sizable, especially for a prehistoric creature. Long Yuan doubted her ability to overpower it. As she fled, the sound of flapping wings echoed around her. To her astonishment, more penguins began to emerge from the surrounding snow mounds. Long Yuan realized, I have disturbed a penguin nest. Just then, she stumbled over a penguin burrow and fell unceremoniously. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively threw something at the nearest penguin. A sharp beak pierced the apple she had tossed, and the penguin promptly seized it, devouring it with delight. She recalled that penguins were not carnivorous. Perhaps the temperature differences from Blue Star had altered their palate. Regardless, as long as it was not her food, she could care less. Long Yuan hastily discarded a significant portion of the fruits and vegetables from her bag to lighten her load. A horde of plump penguins waddled over it, eagerly snatching up the discarded food. Long Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, only to find herself locking eyes with the very penguin that had initially pursued her. "If you peck me, I shall retaliate with this knife," Long Yuan declared, brandishing the dagger gifted by the system. The penguin stared intently at her, as if questioning the necessity of its aggressive stance over a mere disturbance to its nest. Upon closer inspection, Long Yuan noticed this particular penguin was smaller, its beak less sharp, and it appeared rather fluffy. Could it be a baby penguin? Long Yuan felt an urge to reach out and pet it. But the penguin swatted her hand away with its wing, causing her to hesitate. Tidying up her scattered belongings, she prepared to leave. As Long Yuan exited, she noticed that the little penguin was trailing her at a cautious distance. As if to say, "I will keep a watchful eye on you." Upon realizing that the penguin did not seem intent on harming her, Long Yuan decided to disregard its presence. She intended to return to the ice house and wait for her departure time. However, once she had left the penguin's territory and glanced around, she found that the swirling snow had erased the small footprints she had left behind, rendering her unable to retrace her steps. Trusting her instincts, she wandered for a while, but the snow beneath her feet grew increasingly thick, making it arduous to walk. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as she contemplated lying down in defeat, the snow that had previously reached her calves gradually became shallower, until it was merely a thin layer barely covering her ankles. Despite the frigid environment, Long Yuan felt a thin sheen of sweat forming on her body. The temperature appeared to have risen. She seemed to have entered a different region. Her previous experience taught her that the absolute low temperatures she had assumed would be devoid of life were illogical in this prehistoric dimension. At least the penguins were thriving. Still, she was cautious of the possibility of encountering other creatures. Long Yuan decided to rest in place for a moment. By midday, her stomach began to grumble. Fortunately, she had not thrown away all of her food during her encounter with the penguins. In her bag, she still had a few frostbitten apples and some preserved snacks she had brought from Blue Star. Preparedness had its advantages. At least she would not go hungry, alas, in such frigid temperatures. Even when nestled in her backpack alongside the warmth of Long Yuan's body, the taste has deteriorated. Long Yuan swiftly devoured several pieces of pineapple cake and peanut candy, followed by a rather wilted piece of fruit from her meal, and finally regained her vitality. Just as she was about to stow her belongings, she spotted a penguin peeking out from the thick snow not far away. Fixated on her, Long Yuan thought, "How persistent this penguin is." After a moment's hesitation, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the little penguin. She produced an apple and tempted little penguin, "Would you like to have a bite?" The penguin, concealed in the snow, remained indifferent to her enticement. Unfazed, Long Yuan tossed the apple into the snowdrift, proclaiming, "Here, it's for you. I am not a bad person." In the next moment, the apple returned to her, landing right in front of Long Yuan. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "You naughty penguin. Was it just a simple attempt to surprise you at your den? Why so furious? If you won't eat it, I shall." With that, she took a bite of the apple. As she prepared to leave, a piercing shriek erupted from the nearby penguin. Turning her head, she beheld a tangled net descending from the sky, woven from an unknown material. Long Yuan found herself ensnared, subsequently dragged into a vast ice cave by several peculiar creatures. One of them gripped the little penguin firmly by the neck, dragging it along like a rag doll towards the ice cave. Afterward, Long Yuan was unceremoniously tossed into a corner, while the little penguin was flung to the opposite side. Gasping for breath as it cast a glance at her, Long Yuan thought, "How absurd, even in its last moments, it continues to stare at her." She surveyed the ice cave, noting the structures resembling ice houses, presumably built for shelter and warmth. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. No wonder she had previously wondered how such an icehouse could naturally form. It was the handiwork of these strange creatures feigning unconsciousness. She discreetly observed these beings bore a humanoid form but were smaller and lankier, covered in white fur, with only their eyes faintly visible amidst the fur. At that moment, two of the white-furred creatures wielded a spear fashioned from ice. Gesturing menacingly towards the little penguin, the ice spear glinted menacingly in the cold light. Panic surged within Long Yuan as she mentally called out to 111, wondering what these beings were and what they intended to do. 111 swiftly responded, "According to system observations, these white-furred creatures are prehistoric humans. As for their intentions, they likely view the host as a source of sustenance." Based on the information provided by 111, it became apparent that two species inhabited this realm. the white-furred creatures and the prehistoric penguins. They resided in separate territories, with the penguin habitat ravaged by fierce storms and extreme cold, while the domain of the white-furred creatures was relatively warmer. The white-furred beings preyed upon the penguins, with a snow-fir forest serving as the boundary between the two. Long Yuan had inadvertently crossed from the penguin territory into that of the white-furred creatures, explaining her capture. It was no wonder that the penguins regarded her with hostility. They likely perceived her as a rival due to her resemblance to the white-furred beings. Long Yuan found herself at a loss. However, she had little time to ponder the existence of humanoid creatures in prehistoric times. Clearly she had been mistaken for prey, and once the little penguin perished, she would be next. Although Long Yuan had traversed dimensions before, her first experience in a new realm had evidently been under protective conditions. With the humans she encountered harboring no malice toward her, she had never anticipated that her mere journey could carry the risk of death. Just as the ice spear was diverted from the little penguin, it suddenly pointed at Long Yuan. She thought, this is it, she was done for. The spear then pierced her backpack, and the white-furred creatures rummaged through her belongings. Upon tasting her provisions, they huddled together, leaping and emitting harsh, unintelligible cries. Long Yuan felt a flicker of hope. She quickly proposed, I can give you all my food. Will you let me go? I can provide even more. The white-furred creatures exchanged glances, then without hesitation plunged the spear into the little penguin's body. Long Yuan gasped, no, is it really going to die? 111, please send me home, I beg you. The system was drenched in cold sweat, lamenting, this host is exceedingly unfortunate. While others revel in the joys of life, she faces peril at every moment. Host, just hold on a little longer. There are still 10 minutes remaining. Long Yuan cursed the dreadful system repeatedly in her mind. Fortunately, the creatures showed no immediate intent to kill her. Their attack on the little penguin seemed merely a warning. They gathered the food they had scavenged from Long Yuan and exited the ice cave. She exhaled in relief, grateful that it appeared she would not perish within the next 10 minutes. Eagerly she inquired of the system, 111, how is the little penguin faring? 111 responded, not well, they just stabbed it in the abdomen. Long Yuan felt a pang of compassion, asking, can it be saved? 111 replied, yes, but it will cost you. Long Yuan, frustrated, thought, the system has deducted $1 million from me and then provided a packet of powder. This is a system product, apply it, and it will at least last for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, why not just let it die quickly? The system retorted, after 10 minutes you can take it back to Blue Star, where medical expertise can revive it in no time. Long Yuan's eyes lit up, you can transport living beings. This experience instilled a sense of urgency in Long Yuan, wandering in a foreign dimension. Isolated and vulnerable, she could meet her end at any moment. If 111 could transport people, she could bring her countrymen along armed with advanced weaponry. Surely she could conquer the world. However, 111 shattered her fantasy, saying, host, do not entertain such thoughts. This system cannot transport humans at present, only animals, and that requires payment. Long Yuan, exasperated, thought, what a useless system. Although the deduction of funds irritated her, the prospect of bringing a penguin back was still appealing. A prehistoric penguin might hold significant scientific value. Having spent so much of her country's resources, she would feel uneasy if she returned without any contribution. Long Yuan declared, then apply the medicine to it. 111, reluctant to expend energy, replied, why don't you do it yourself? Long Yuan retorted, I am bound. 111 countered, according to system scans, the binding material is a type of vine, and your dagger can cut through it easily. Long Yuan, frustrated, said, then I won't save it. Refund me, after all, it can still be studied once it dies. 111 quickly urged, hold on host, stop mentioning refunds, I will apply it right away. Blood flowed slowly for animals in the extreme cold of the snowy expanse. Death is a tormenting affair. The low temperatures hinder blood circulation, while the white-furred creatures relished in the act of bleeding, prolonging the penguin's suffering. The little penguin awaited its demise in silence when it suddenly felt a gentle warmth emanating from its wound. The bleeding gradually ceasing, it opened its eyes and gazed at the creature across from it, a flicker of confusion passing through its eyes. This creature had saved it. The little penguin slowly shifted its body. Long Yuan gasped, don't move, if you do, the wound will reopen. The little penguin, unable to comprehend, moved to a shadowy corner, emitting a call, creature, come here, there is something good. Following its voice, Long Yuan turned to see 3 exquisite ice blue flowers blooming amidst the jagged ice formations. Though they were called flowers, their beauty was such that Long Yuan thought they resembled a type of Ganoderma. The ice blue Ganoderma thrived amidst the icy chaos, unnoticed by Long Yuan until the little penguin's allure drew her attention. Her instincts told her that these were valuable. Long Yuan hastily retrieved her dagger, grateful she had kept it hidden on her person, avoiding its confiscation during the earlier rummaging. She sliced through the binding vines and recalled that 111 had mentioned they belonged to a resilient species capable of surviving in such low temperatures. Making them of considerable research interest, she hastily stowed the vines in her down jacket and dashed toward the corner. The beauty of the ice blue Ganoderma stirred something deep within her. As Long Yuan approached, the little penguin nudged her leg with its head, cooing adorably, and before she could react, it pecked at one of the flowers, devouring it eagerly. Long Yuan exclaimed, "No, you can't eat that." She quickly shielded the 2 remaining flowers. Declaring, "No more for you," the little penguin stretched its short neck, its round eyes filled with confusion as it regarded Long Yuan. It figured 1 flower was sufficient. If the creature forbade it, then it would not eat anymore. The little penguin settled at Long Yuan's feet, closing its eyes. Long Yuan, brimming with excitement, inquired of 111, "Is this Ganoderma?" "Without the need for payment," 111 replied lazily. Indeed, Long Yuan's spirits soared as she noticed the little penguin's wound gradually healing. "Incredible, I must act quickly." She plucked a flower and tucked it away. Just as she prepared to harvest another, she heard commotion at the cave entrance. The white-furred creatures had returned. Her heart raced. She swiftly plucked the next flower and shoved it into her mouth. 111, "Is it time to leave?" 111 paused, responding, 30 seconds remain. With no time to ponder, the white-furred creatures had already entered. Long Yuan grasped the little penguin's wing and hastily stuffed a handful of snow into another pocket. 111, "Is time up yet?" The white-haired creature, sensing something amiss with Long Yuan, rushed over with an ice fork, intent on impaling her. In the next moment, initiating dimensional departure. 3.2.1 Departure successful. Long Yuan and the little penguin vanished from sight. The fork embedding itself in the hard ice below, the white-haired creature stared at the spot where Long Yuan and the little penguin had just been, exchanging bewildered glances before letting out a strange cry and discarding the fork. Hastily retreating from the ice cave, Long Yuan felt a familiar wave of dizziness wash over her, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness as she landed on the ground. Present to bid farewell were Zhou Ziyunfi, Zhou Jing, the old commander, and a group of scientists who had come to observe. They watched in astonishment as Long Yuan disappeared, sharing heartfelt sentiments, yet none chose to leave, silently agreeing to remain and guard Long Yuan. It had been a long time since they had enjoyed such leisurely conversation. It was indeed a rare moment. The elder chuckled, grateful for the welfare of Comrade Xiaoyuan. The group did not linger long. Perhaps half an hour, when suddenly Long Yuan reappeared out of thin air, accompanied by a bloodied plump penguin. The occupants of the room were taken aback, rushing towards her. Witnessing a dimensional crossing for the first time filled them with exhilaration. As the tension in Long Yuan dissipated, she could not help but exclaim, "I am finally home." Upon learning of Long Yuan's harrowing experiences in the alternate dimension, the group felt both trepidation and excitement. The elder stepped forward, earnestly grasping Long Yuan's hand. "You have endured much, Comrade Xiaoyuan. The nation did not foresee this situation. It is our first encounter with such a phenomenon, and we hope you can comprehend our oversight. Had we known of the dangers inherent in alternate dimensions, we would have devised a more meticulous plan." Comrade Xiaoyuan, can your system facilitate the traversal of others alongside you, with national personnel present? You would be better protected. Long Yuan felt a surge of gratitude and melancholy. "Thank you, I fully understand, for I too never anticipated such events. As for bringing others along, I have already inquired with the system, and it currently does not support that." The elder expressed regret, acknowledging, "We will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." Subsequently, the eager Ho Shangming was called away with Zhou Jing. "Heavens, this is Long Lao. A mere soldier from a small place like me never dared to dream of such close proximity to Long Lao." Once the others departed, the previously quiet room erupted with excitement. Several eager elderly scientists rushed forward. "Xiaoyuan, what did you bring back? Let us behold it." Long Yuan hastily retrieved her belongings, with her hand still plunged into her pocket. She revealed the snow she had brought back from the dimension. However, the snow had nearly melted, leaving only a few ice crystals and a small handful of water. Fortunately, the scientists had come prepared. Swiftly and cautiously placing the remnants into containers, Long Yuan had gathered a substantial handful of snow, which ultimately filled half a test tube. Prompting a wave of embarrassment, she scratched her head. "Elder Su, this is all that remains. Does it hold any research value?" Elder Su's face lit up with excitement. "Of course, it is said to have been excavated from the winter snow of the white-haired creature. Living in this region for countless years, the snow water may still contain some of the creature's fur and biological tissue. Prehistoric. we have never heard of the existence of life forms in prehistoric times. Particularly humanoid ones, the research potential is immense. As for quantity, we scientists have always prioritized quality over quantity. Elder Sue's words eased Long Yuan's anxious heart. With this understanding, she would know what to bring back for research on her next excursion to another dimension. Oh, and this is the plant the white-haired creature used to bind me. The system identified it as a vine species. Elder Sue and the others treated it like a precious treasure, gingerly accepting it. And this, Long Yuan continued, pulling out the ice spirit fungus she had discovered in the creature's cave. The little penguin exclaimed that it was a valuable item. Upon hearing this, the little penguin perked up. Pressing closely against Long Yuan's leg, Long Yuan recounted how the penguin's injuries had healed rapidly after consuming the ice spirit fungus, which piqued the scientist's interest immensely. It can actually promote wound healing? If we could extract its constituents, we might be able to produce a rapid recovery serum. Imagine if a person were to suffer a severe injury in an accident and could not receive timely medical attention. Possessing a vial of recovery serum could save their life, a true lifesaver. They speculated on whether the effects of the ice spirit fungus would be the same for humans and animals. After all, according to Long Yuan, this fungus thrived within the white-haired creature's cave, yet the creature seemed oblivious to its properties. As they beheld the ice spirit fungus, which shimmered with a crystalline blue-white hue, appearing almost luminescent, even its slightly wrinkled state due to Long Yuan's mishandling did not detract from its beauty. The occupants of the room gazed at it in awe. Elder Sue, concerned by the parts that Long Yuan had accidentally crushed, carefully placed the ice spirit fungus into another box. Long Yuan felt a pang of guilt as she touched her nose. Zhou Zhu, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Yuan, you seem a bit different. Long Yuan, taken aback, replied. Yunfei leaned in for a closer look. I don't see any changes in Deputy Director. Zhou Zhu, a master of flattery, pushed Yunfei aside and scrutinized Long Yuan, making her feel a tad embarrassed. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Xiao Yuan, you have indeed changed. Your pores appear finer, your complexion is lighter, and your hair seems darker. These men, of course, would not notice such details. But Zhou Zhu, being a woman, could previously. Long Yuan had suffered significant physical depletion. Even though her cancer had vanished, she had been cared for by a specialized team for a brief period. However, the time had been too short. And Long Yuan still appeared somewhat pale and frail. Now, however, she exhibited a noticeable transformation, akin to rejuvenation. Yunfei leaned in once more for a closer inspection. It does seem so. Long Yuan touched her face, while Zhou Zhu, feeling a twinge of envy, asked, Xiao Yuan, what wonderful product have you been using? She had been training outdoors daily, enduring the elements, and truly required something effective. Long Yuan furrowed her brow. I don't believe I have. Wait a moment. In the alternate dimension, I was pressed for time. Originally, I had 3 ice spirit fungi. Seeing the little penguin consume one without issue, I decided to eat one too. Could that be the reason? What? Before Zhou Zhu could respond, Elder Sue and several others could no longer contain their excitement, converging upon her. Xiao Yuan, you consumed one, they exclaimed. How could you be so reckless? Long Yuan hurriedly explained, I was rushed. I won't eat such precious items again. Elder Sue's expression softened. You little girl, are we not speaking of the same matter? These treasures were discovered by you, and they belong to you. You selflessly contributed them to the nation, allowing us old men to engage in such meaningful research before our time runs out. We are already exceedingly grateful. How could we possibly fault you for consuming one? This ancient plant's composition remains uncharted. What if there were any harmful effects? Long Yuan paused, realizing they were not upset about her eating a valuable research specimen. She recalled how during her time with Zhao Yiming, he would often admonish her. You should consider your purchases, those clothes, cosmetics, cherries. Even when she spent her own earnings, Zhao Yiming would feel entitled, saying, It's not that I disallow you from buying, but Xiao Yuan, it really doesn't suit you. Cherries are quite expensive. All along, the messages she received were that she was unworthy. This was the first time someone expressed concern for her safety. Long Yuan sniffled, her eyes reddening. I understand now, Elder Sue. I will be more cautious next time. Elder Sue, seeing that Long Yuan appeared to be in good health and even improved, could hardly contain his eagerness to commence research. Those others had taken all the previous specimens. Finally, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Noticing the redness in the young girl's eyes, Elder Sue assumed he had frightened her and quickly reassured her. Don't cry, Xiao Yuan. I am not scolding you. Here, take this little trinket as a token of apology from me. Long Yuan, bewildered, was handed something, but by the time she looked up, Elder Sue and the others were already hastily departing. Turning to Zhou Zhu, she asked, Sister Zhu, what is this? Zhou Zhu's face twisted with envy. If I am not mistaken, this is the key to a villa in the Ningxing Greater Bay Area. Long Yuan, perplexed, replied. Hot, Zhou Zhu added. It's quite valuable. Suddenly, Long Yuan felt as though she had received a hot potato. Zhou Zhu reassured her, just take it. Elder Su does not lack for villas. After all, properties in Ji province are rather inexpensive for these bigwigs. You can visit it during your free time or while traveling. Long Yuan still felt she should not accept it. However, with Elder Su preoccupied with his research, she could not disturb him, so she reluctantly accepted it for the time being. Zhou Zhu continued to chat with Long Yuan for a while. You must be quite tired. You should rest now. Long Yuan indeed felt fatigued. The previous dimension had been quite thrilling, yet upon reflection, it had also been exhilarating. Long Yuan and Zhou Zhu returned to the villa district. As the deputy minister and Long Yuan's personal bodyguard, Zhou Zhu naturally resided in the same villa as Long Yuan. Before entering the house, Long Yuan turned to Zhou Zhu and inquired to Sister Zhu. Has Long Lao mentioned when our next dimensional travel might be? Zhou Zhu sighed, lightly tapping Long Yuan on the forehead. Not anytime soon. From what Long Lao hinted earlier, there will likely be a lengthy preparation period before our next departure. Moreover, Yuan, what you ought to focus on now is resting well. The country is collaborating with you, not treating you as a mere workhorse. It's time to save her life a little. Long Yuan indeed found herself quite occupied. Previously, she had been revolving around Zhao Yiming, busy as a spinning top every day. Now, however, she found her schedule rather leisurely, yet Zhou Zhu's words resonated. With the system at her disposal, there was no need to overexert herself. Hence, Long Yuan obediently retreated to her room to sleep, or perhaps due to a sudden relaxation of her mind and spirit, she enjoyed an exceptionally restful night. The following morning, she awoke early feeling refreshed and invigorated. Long Yuan had never felt so well before. After freshening up in the bathroom, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror and was momentarily taken aback. Long Yuan had never considered herself a beauty. Coming from a rural background with modest means, she had never been able to afford skincare or cosmetics, and her clothing was rather plain, even during her university years, which were supposed to be the most vibrant. Others merely described her as acceptable. She was slender with a complexion that wasn't particularly fair, yet now the person in the mirror had a rosy complexion and thick, lustrous hair, once due to her slenderness. Her face lacked definition, but now she appeared as if she had undergone a transformation, plump yet not overweight, exuding a youthful, hydrated, and full-bodied vitality, especially her eyes, which sparkled with brightness and liveliness, completely devoid of the previous dullness. Who is this stunning beauty? Long Yuan's smile was as radiant as the sun. She was just a simple girl, and she relished this unexpected turn of events. Delighted, she admired her reflection for a while before heading downstairs for breakfast. The meal was prepared by a top-notch chef, a national-level culinary artist, rendering even the simplest dishes irresistibly appetizing. Consequently, after Long Yuan expressed her approval, the Yunfei team came over to share the meal. At that moment, Yunfei and Zhou Zhu were downstairs enjoying their breakfast when they spotted a girl descending the stairs who bore a striking resemblance to Long Yuan, yet was exceptionally beautiful. The group was momentarily stunned. It seemed that only Zhou Zhu and Long Yuan resided in this villa, so, Long Yuan could no longer suppress her smile. It's me. The group surrounded Long Yuan, exclaiming in astonishment, making her initially pleased demeanor shift to a bashful one. Shall we disperse? Yunfei marveled. This is simply a rebirth overnight. Even the elderly scientists, including Su Lao, who were busy with experiments, rushed over upon hearing the news. Long Yuan's joy vanished completely, leaving her to endure the crowd's scrutiny with a numbed expression. Su Lao exclaimed in awe, "This is nothing short of a miracle. My confidence in the research on Icelingji has significantly grown." The other scientists, who had been happily studying the items Long Yuan brought back from the future world, gazed enviously at Su Lao. This old fellow certainly knew how to bask in the limelight. After bidding farewell to Su Lao and the others, Long Yuan received a video call from Long Lao. Feeling a bit nervous, she greeted Long Lao. The elder chuckled amiably. "No need to be nervous, Yuan. We all share the surname Long. Just call me Long Grandpa from now on." Long Yuan's heart raced. This was the highest leader of Long Country, an idol to all its citizens. However, she hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate?" The elder laughed heartily. "It is settled then." Thus Long Yuan readily called out, "Long Grandpa." The elder smiled with satisfaction before stating, "Yesterday, I had an urgent meeting with Xiao Zhou and Xiao Hua, and now I'm here to discuss the strategic deployment moving forward." Long Yuan felt as though she were attending a national conference and straightened her posture. In light of the situation in the previous dimension, we have initially decided that state personnel will accompany you into the alternate dimension. But your system is currently unable to facilitate that. 111 interjected Vold man, that's not quite accurate. It's temporarily impossible. Not only was Long Yuan startled, but so were the others, as 111's voice was audible to everyone. Long Yuan quickly inquired, 111, have you upgraded? Can you now communicate with everyone? 111 haughtily replied, that was merely a preliminary assessment. This system considers them barely qualified to be my subordinates, hence granting them an opportunity. Long Yuan was taken aback. Why not just say it's for money? However, Long Lao caught the main point. Thank you, Comrade 111, for your acknowledgement. Moreover, if I understand correctly, since it's temporarily impossible to bring people along, will it be possible in the future? Are there any conditions? Long Yuan was curious as well. The system had consistently emphasized the term temporarily, yet it had never explicitly stated when it would be possible. 111's voice returned to its calm demeanor. As expected of a person in power, your intellect certainly surpasses that of this system as host. 111 requires an upgrade. Only upon reaching level 3 can it bring others along during dimensional travel. Currently, it is at level 1. Long Yuan felt belittled by the system, yet she brushed it aside and eagerly asked, how do you upgrade? Is it through money? 111 rolled its eyes. You are so superficial. Long Yuan felt exasperated with the system. 111 continued, to upgrade, the system needs two things. One is money, and the other is points. Points must be earned through continuous dimensional travel, and each dimension has a different point value. Long Yuan had traversed 2 dimensions thus far, gaining 50 and 100 points, respectively. However, to upgrade the system to level 2, a total of 1,000 points was required. 111's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Long Lao's voice echoed, it seems that achieving the first plan will take some time. However, let us not be disheartened. We have a second plan. Initially, believing Yuan's physical condition to be average and planning to slow down, it now appeared she could advance sooner. Long Yuan pointed at herself in confusion. Me, Long Yuan was taken to the training ground. Hua Xiangming looked at her with a smile. Little Yuan, it's better to rely on oneself. Our second plan is to empower you. Long Yuan gazed at Hua Xiangming. Uncle Hua, what should I do? Hua Xiangming's demeanor shifted from kind to serious. First, let me see your strength by carrying a weight for 5 kilometers. Long Yuan was taken aback. She never imagined that even with a system, she would still have a daily routine akin to attending classes like a university student. The state had assigned a professional team to Long Yuan. Hua Xiangming was responsible for her physical training while also teaching her combat skills and techniques. Several elderly scientists, including Su Lao, would also take time to reinforce her foundational knowledge. In just 3 days, Long Yuan felt as if her body had been completely drained. Even more astonishingly, perhaps due to the effects of the Icelingji, she managed to withstand such intense training without collapsing even once. This thrilled Hua Xiangming, as if he had discovered a natural talent for training. Finally, Long Yuan was granted a moment to rest. Zhou Zhu handed her a towel to wipe off the sweat, expressing concern. Yuan, you should drink some water. Long Yuan gratefully gulped down some water. Thank you, Sister Zhu. Then, without hesitation, she began to vent her frustrations. Uncle Hua has such boundless energy, I can't shake the feeling that he is a bit of a weirdo. Zhou Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, poking the young girl's fair cheek. General Hua's favorite pastime is to train his subordinates. Now that your physique is improving rapidly, he seizes the opportunity to train you relentlessly. Long Yuan was curious, did Uncle Hua train you all like this in the past? Zhou Zhu recalled the past. That was truly a time I'd rather forget. However, General Hua should be more mindful. After all, you have never undergone such high-intensity training before. If you feel overwhelmed, I can report to Mr. Zhou Jing, besides his duties as mayor, was almost entirely occupied with matters concerning Long Yuan, effectively acting as her overseer. Although Hua Xiangming was the head of the base, he still had to heed Zhou Jing's directives. Yet Long Yuan replied, no, Sister Zhu, although the training and studies are tedious and exhausting, I am genuinely happy to end this busyness. I feel a real sense of closure with my past. I am determined to enhance myself and grow stronger. Zhou Zhu smiled with relief. Alright then, as long as you're content. Long Yuan diligently trained for another week before beginning preparations for her next dimensional journey. Everyone remained highly anticipatory about the upcoming adventure. Having learned from the previous experience, they prepared an abundance of supplies for Long Yuan this time, a massive hiking backpack, stuffed to the brim along with a bulging duffel bag, fortunately due to her enhanced physical condition from training. This weight was manageable for her. After another bout of dizziness, Long Yuan stood upright, slightly disoriented, and opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. She found herself in a vast expanse of yellow sand. With scarcely any vegetation in sight, had she been transported to a desert, regrettably the information pertaining to the 111 system requires a trigger for unlocking, and Long Yuan currently possesses no knowledge of this world. Fortunately, she felt a faint sense of relief upon discovering a life-saving weapon hidden within her backpack. With the pack on her back and a large burlap sack in hand, she trudged through the yellow, dusty terrain with some difficulty. Unable to restrain her frustration, she exclaimed, 111, I see other systems possess spatial capabilities. Why do you lack such an essential feature? You are truly inadequate. If only she had a spatial feature, she wouldn't have to carry so many burdensome items. Moreover, possessing more supplies and weapons would undoubtedly enhance her self-preservation. 111, evidently displeased, retorted sarcastically, other systems? Where have you seen such things? Besides this system, which blind system would even consider you? Long Yuan, standing her ground, replied, tomato novel. 111 interrupted her daydreams with a warning, this cannot be criticized, as it too is observing. With a huff, 111 added, this system certainly has its own capabilities, just as Long Yuan was about to celebrate. 111 continued, but it requires an upgrade. Instantly Long Yuan's expression fell. It was utterly disheartening. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she asked, by the way, at what level is the system mall unlocked? 111 responded, the system mall was originally accessible at level 2. But it has been permanently unlocked due to your early activation. Long Yuan sighed in relief. She had been too preoccupied in recent days to remember the mall's existence. The fact that it was permanently accessible was sufficient. Though the items in the mall were costly, their quality was commendable, providing her with a sense of security. Can the items from the mall be purchased for others? Long Yuan pondered boldly, since the mall matched items based on the current plane. When she returned to Blue Star, could she not buy various high-tech products? Why conduct research when she could simply spend money? 111 dashed her hopes, stating, the mall does not sell items that alter the technological advancements of the current plane. Long Yuan sighed, alright then. It seemed that, for now, she could only utilize the items herself. While conversing with 111, Long Yuan had covered quite a distance. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine caught her attention. She looked up to see two military vehicles speeding towards her through the swirling dust. Before long, the vehicles came to a halt before Long Yuan, the dust nearly obscuring her view. As she brushed off the dust from her clothes, she felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, a man with dark skin and refined features leaned out of the window, astonished. Hey, survivor, where did you come from? In this desolate place, a woman appears, especially one who was quite beautiful. Long Yuan was taken aback. Survivor, it didn't sound like a favorable term. She discreetly concealed her identity, replying, I just arrived here unexpectedly. However, she was clearly not adept at lying. The man seemed to understand, especially upon observing Long Yuan's fair complexion. He surmised that she must be the abandoned pet of some powerful team. Zhou looked at Long Yuan's dazed expression and felt a twinge of sympathy in his hardened heart. This place is far from safe. Would you like to join us? Naturally, Long Yuan would gladly accept an offer that spared her from walking. With a pitiful gaze, she implored Zhou, is that all right? Before he could respond, the window of another vehicle slid down, revealing a man with a stern and solemn visage, who coldly demanded, how much longer? His voice was gravelly and chillingly authoritative. Long Yuan felt that this man's presence was akin to that of Hua Xiangning. Perhaps even more intimidating. While Hua Xiangning exuded a menacing aura, he also radiated righteousness. This man, however, was a dangerous blend of both good and evil. Zhou, familiar yet clearly submissive, urged Zego, let's hurry. Tang Yuza frowned in impatience. Speed up. We need to find a safe zone. Observing Tang Yuza's nonchalant demeanor, Zhou quickly advised Long Yuan, don't mind him. He's all bark and no bite. Come on, get in the car. Through snippets of conversation, Long Yuan sensed the unusual nature of this plane. Unfortunately, 111 seemed to be malfunctioning, offering no hints whatsoever. She merely had a vague sense of foreboding, despite the apparent danger posed by the group. Long Yuan felt compelled to accept their offer. Thank you, she replied, preparing to board the vehicle. However, Zhou suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh dear, I forgot. My car is full. You'll have to go with Zegu. There's plenty of space in his vehicle. Long Yuan cautiously glanced at Tang Yuza, noticing that he showed no intention of dismissing her. Without hesitation, she swiftly opened the door to the car. Upon doing so, she encountered a woman with an indignant and haughty expression. Long Yuan furrowed her brow, attempting to board the vehicle, but the woman resolutely blocked her path. What do you mean by this? Long Yuan inquired. Zhou Linlin, her tone sharp, retorted, you vixen, I won't allow you to board. Don't think about seducing Zego. Long Yuan was utterly speechless. How is it that in every plane, there are individuals who engage in such petty rivalry among women? Zhou Yu interjected with a warning. Zhou Linlin, stop causing trouble and let her in. Zhou Linlin, exasperated, stomped her foot. Brother, why should she be allowed to board? We are already short on supplies. She pointed accusingly at Long Yuan. Look at her, she's so fair and delicate. She might just be one of those women who rely on seducing men to survive in this apocalypse. Zhou Yu's expression reflected his growing impatience. He had momentarily forgotten about his sister, who was known for her difficult and troublesome nature, particularly when it came to the presence of attractive women in their group. Long Yuan felt emotionally drained. She wasn't particularly eager to travel with them anymore. Through their conversation, she had grasped the gravity of her current situation. It was perilous, however. She had a system and government-issued weapons. She could find a safe place to hide and wait for the opportunity to return home. The situation was indeed dangerous, but it did not necessarily equate to death. Just as she hesitated to leave, Tang Yu's cold voice cut through the air. If you cause any more trouble, get out of my team. Zhou Linlin bit her lip in distress, reluctantly seating herself. Long Yuan hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to accompany them for the time being. At least she would be leaving this desolate area. It was far too open, and if danger arose, she would have nowhere to hide. As soon as she entered the vehicle, it suddenly lurched into motion, nearly causing Long Yuan to stumble. Inside the vehicle were 5 individuals, the spoiled Zhou Linlin, who nearly erupted in laughter upon witnessing Long Yuan's near fall, 2 women who appeared to be a mother and daughter, both of whom regarded Long Yuan with apathetic expressions, and 2 men who did not even spare her a glance. Long Yuan barely managed to find her footing, dragging her belongings to an available seat. Her cumbersome bag attracted the attention of the others. The mother and daughter stared intently, while the 2 men finally turned their eyes towards her. What do you have in that bag? One man asked, his voice gravelly as if he had not quenched his thirst in ages. Long Yuan instinctively pulled her belongings closer. It's nothing, just my clothes. The young girl, disheveled yet sharp-eyed, suddenly exclaimed, Mom, I see instant noodles in her bag. The mention of instant noodles provoked a chorus of eager swallowing sounds within the vehicle. Even Zhou Linlin gazed at Long Yuan in disbelief. Instant noodles? Ever since the apocalypse struck 6 months ago, after my brother Zhou Yu and I consumed all the supplies at home, I haven't had instant food in nearly 3 months. In this world of chaos, where resources are depleted and looting is rampant, what remains are ruins and putrid meat. Zhou Yu and Tang Yuza have managed to fare relatively well in this apocalypse, but even so Zhou Linlin is reduced to mere compressed biscuits daily. The thought of instant noodles is tantalizing. Long Yuan, realizing she had been discovered, felt no need to feign innocence. After all, she would be leaving the next day. She calmly tucked the exposed edge of the instant noodles into her backpack. So what? She replied defiantly. One of the women, her voice shrill, seized Long Yuan's arm, insisting, now that you've joined our team, you must share your supplies with us. Long Yuan firmly planted her foot on her luggage, clutching her bag protectively. Did you not just say I couldn't join before? I'm merely passing through temporarily. Tomorrow, I will return home. Want my things? Not a chance. Long Yuan's defiance was palpable. Finally, the previously silent 111 chimed in. Welcome, host, to the apocalyptic plane. An unknown virus suddenly swept across Earth in the year 3832, causing mutations in animals, gigantism in plants, and transforming humans into rotting, stench-ridden zombies. In the face of this calamity, what path will humanity take? Long Yuan, taken aback, responded. 111, could your information be any more delayed? As she surmised, this was indeed an apocalyptic plane. 111 did not respond to her query. My dear, it is necessary to remind you that the initial points in this realm are 100. While for novice realms it is 50. The points increase in advanced realms, and the longer you remain in a realm, the more points you accumulate. The underlying implication, do not be too arrogant. You may need to linger a bit longer. Long Yuan's expression instantly stiffened, becoming somewhat rigid. Why didn't you mention this earlier? The languid voice of 111 continued. Aside from that, I must remind the host that this realm contains superpowered individuals. Long Yuan mused, aren't we following the path of realism? Yet, why do I feel a sudden surge of excitement? She secretly inquired, can I become a superpowered individual? The peak period for superpowered individuals to awaken their abilities is 3 days before the apocalypse and half a month after its onset. After that, if you continue to burn with fever, you'll become a zombie. This implies that you should not overthink it. Just as Long Yuan was about to sigh, 111 interjected, the system marketplace has refreshed. You can purchase the awakening potion for superpowered individuals. Initially determined not to squander money in the system marketplace after acquiring a full set of gear, Long Yuan pondered, how much is it? 111's voice noticeably perked up, enthusiastically promoting, "Dear New Realm, new discounts. The original price of the Superpower Awakening Potion is 10 billion, but today it is only 1 billion, limited to 2 bottles." Long Yuan exclaimed. "Robbery? Why don't you go and steal it?" 111's tone turned cold, continuing lazily, "Oh, I forgot to remind the host, the two men across from you, the middle-aged man possesses water abilities, while the young man has wind abilities." Long Yuan recalled her earlier haughty demeanor and glanced at the two men opposite her, whose eager, predatory gazes were unmistakable. She smiled faintly and then turned inwardly to 111, saying, "111, buy me a bottle." After a pause, she added, "Directly put it in my mouth." 111 promptly declared, "All right, host, I shall place it right in your mouth." Long Yuan only heard a crisp dinging sound, reminding her of the disappearance of 1 billion. Subsequently, the fate liquid filled her mouth, tasteless, sliding down her throat and vanishing. Long Yuan smacked her lips to is that it. She began to suspect that the system had provided her with a counterfeit product. 111 snorted coldly, "Different awakening potions have different flavors. It all depends on whether the host is lucky enough. Now, you should feel it for yourself." Long Yuan quickly focused her attention, sensing the changes within her body. Gradually, a dark void seemed to materialize before her, approximately 1 square meter in size. Long Yuan's excitement made her hands tremble. This must be the legendary dazzling spatial ability. Excellent. In that instant, she no longer felt regret over spending 1 billion. 111, you did well, I adore you. 111 paused for a moment, then huffed, and the voice in Long Yuan's mind faded away. Long Yuan chose to ignore 111's intermittent madness. She was eager to test her new abilities. Discreetly transferring the items from her backpack into her spatial realm, success. Long Yuan had long desired a storage function. After all, dragging large bags into alternate realms was truly cumbersome, especially in the presence of others. As she observed the avarice in the eyes of the two men, which was now undeniable, reaching out to seize her bag, Long Yuan hurriedly stored away the bottled water, provisions, weapons, and fresh fruits from her backpack. All that remained were a pile of clothes, a few packets of instant noodles, which had just been exposed, and some compressed biscuits. Long Yuan pretended to resist, only to be restrained by the older Zhou Kong. The younger man rudely rummaged through Long Yuan's belongings, snatching away several packets of instant noodles and compressed biscuits. Long Yuan's expression darkened. "Do you not fear Zhou Yu and Tang Yu's wrath for such actions?" Lin Ziwei chuckled disdainfully, raising a hand to pat Long Yuan on the face. "Merely a woman without any strength, only fit to relieve the frustrations of the brothers. Would Zhou Gu and Yugu forsake their comrades for you?" Long Yuan turned to glance at Zhou Lin and the others, noticing they all kept their heads down, unwilling to resist Lin Ziwei. Or perhaps, they simply did not wish to offend Lin Ziwei, who possessed wind abilities. For Long Yuan's sake, Long Yuan fell silent. Seeing that she no longer resisted, Lin Ziwei grinned. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." With useful items stripped away, Zhou Kong released his grip on Long Yuan. The two men returned to their positions. Lin Ziwei tossed a packet of compressed biscuits to Zhou Kong as if in charity. He, unperturbed, smiled ingratiatingly, thanking you. Way good that he was merely a level 1 water ability user. With low attack power, when faced with danger, his only option was to evade. Were it not for his daily ability to conjure water for the entire team, his fate would have mirrored Long Yuan's. Subjected to oppression, Lin Ziwei lazily tossed a packet of instant noodles to Zhou Lin. "Here, Xiao Lin, aren't you craving it too?" Zhou Lin received the noodles, her expression one of surprise. She cast a triumphant glance at Long Yuan. Sweetly expressing, "Thank you, Wei Gu." Yuaria was dying of hunger. Although she feared Lin Ziwei, the superpowered individual, she still shamelessly approached, sweetly saying, "Wei Gu I." Just as she was about to touch Lin Ziwei, he kicked her away. His voice was hoarse and languid. "I said women are merely for venting frustrations. You don't think you're something special, do you? Get lost. Yuaria's face turned pale from the pain. She hastily scuttled to a corner. Lin Ziwei had always been willful and reckless in the team, avoiding strangers. Only Tang Yuza and Zhou Yu could somewhat manage him. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human nature had turned treacherous. Weak and powerless women became the subservient possessions of men and superpowered individuals. Tang Yuza's team was predominantly male. Yuaria had been living quite well among them. At least not having to toil like other women nor go hungry. Even when traveling, she could sit in the most comfortable vehicle. Yet, Yuaria was still not satisfied. If only she could align herself with either Tang Yuza Zhou or Lin Ziwei, then the entire team would heed her commands, just like Zhou Linlin, that despicable woman. It was only because she was Zhou Yu's sister that she could act so arrogantly in the team. Right now, she didn't even need to plead. Lin Ziwei would provide her with the best instant noodles without question. However, Lin Ziwei remained as terrifying as ever. She didn't deserve it. Did that newcomer deserve it? Yuria hid in the corner, filled with hatred and jealousy as she cast a glance at Long Yuan. If it weren't for this woman, how could she have endured such a kick? Long Yuan did not notice Yuaria's gaze. She kept her head down, her expression somewhat grim, perhaps having spent too long in a tranquil world. Such scenes left her feeling quite uneasy. 111 awkwardly remarked, "Every realm has its distinct survival rules. If the host dislikes it, simply leave when the time comes." Long Yuan replied earnestly, "I won't. I have decided to stay a bit longer to earn more points." Long Yuan fixed her gaze on the man before her. "Who feigns sleep with closed eyes? By the way, 111, do you know how I can rapidly upgrade my abilities? 111? Long Yuan smiled faintly. "Upgrading my space will make it larger." The vehicle came to a halt in a small village before dusk. The village was modest, with only a dozen households, already deserted. Zhou Yu led the group in a brief inspection, finding no immediate dangers, and promptly decided to rest for the night. The team was not particularly large. There were 6 individuals in Long Yuan's compartment, including Tang Yuza. Zhou Yu's group consisted of 15 members, 12 men and 3 women, totaling only 21 individuals. However, the team was well organized. Once the vehicle was parked, they selected a relatively spacious 2-story building, and the 3 women skillfully began to set up a pot, preparing for dinner. Zhou Yu, his tone somewhat excited, said, "Zegu, I see several houses with locked doors. Perhaps we might find some supplies. Shall I take Erzi and the others to check?" Tang Yuza responded indifferently, "Sure, but be careful." Zhou Yu took only 4 people with him. The others settled comfortably in the living room, starting casual conversations. From their words, Long Yuan gleaned some information. For instance, 6 months into the apocalypse, various factions had gradually grown stronger, evolving into safe zones and bases. The larger and more organized ones were termed bases, while the smaller, chaotic ones were called safe zones. There were numerous safe zones and bases, but the largest and most favored by survivors and superpowered individuals were the 4 bases located in the north, south, east, and west, as well as the central base. The central base, established by the government, was safe, vast, resource-rich, and offered excellent benefits, making it the top choice for many survivors. Additionally, she learned that Tang Yuza's team was named the Zufeng Squad, affiliated with the Yushi base, with Tang Yuza as the captain, possessing metal abilities, while Zhou Yu wielded fire abilities. The long-term mission of the Zufeng Squad was to seek supplies, recruit superpowered individuals, and strive to rescue ordinary survivors. Lin Ziwei was a second-level wind ability user they had recruited en route, possessing considerable strength. Long Yuan surveyed her surroundings. Zhou Yu had already led his team outside. For half a year, they had been cut off from water and electricity. The appliances in the house were inoperable, and the gas lines had been damaged. The 3 women were boiling water in an iron pot on the empty floor of the living room, with the water provided by Zhou Kong, the only superpowered individual in the team. Yuria and her mother were also helping, but it was evident they were merely putting on a show. Chopping wood, starting fires, and washing pots were all tasks left for others to handle. Zhou Linlin clung to Tang Yuza. Lin Ziwei was seated on the sofa, idly toying with a lighter. It was evident that no one was prepared to divulge the events that had transpired in the carriage moments ago. Long Yuan, who had just suffered a significant loss, smiled faintly and commenced her performance. "I truly envy your team. How harmonious you all are." In truth, many had taken note of Long Yuan. There was no other reason than her exceptional cleanliness. She donned a sleeveless, cream-colored chiffon top paired with blue jeans, her hair sleek and lustrous, her skin as fair as snow. She appeared akin to a young girl from a bygone era, a time before the collapse of order. Yet she was taken in by Zhou Yu. Furthermore, Zhou Linlin had just exchanged pleasantries with them. It was clear she was a troublemaker. For an exquisite yet useless ornament, no one would willingly engage with Long Yuan. However, if Long Yuan took the initiative, that was an entirely different matter. There would always be someone in the group who stood out. "You are the young lady brought back by Brother Yu, aren't you? I heard from him that you were abandoned by your previous team." Long Yuan feigned a pitiful expression. "Yes, they discarded me because they thought I could only eat. Thank you for your willingness to take me in." With a deft turn of phrase, Long Yuan added, "But they did leave me with some supplies when they abandoned me. To express my gratitude, shall I share them with you?" Upon hearing that Long Yuan possessed supplies, The members of the team were taken aback, however, they did not dwell on it for long. What could a woman possibly have of value? Nevertheless, they played along. What do you have? Long Yuan smiled slightly. Just a bit of instant noodles and some compressed biscuits. Lin Ziwei, who had been idly playing with the lighter, momentarily paused, his gaze shifting to Long Yuan. She flashed a provocative grin at the surrounding individuals. Upon hearing that she had instant noodles, instantly grew excited. You have instant noodles? Where are they? Long Yuan pretended to be surprised. Oh, I already gave everything to Brother Wei. Did he not share with you? All eyes turned toward Lin Ziwei. Wei Go, what's going on? Why didn't you share the good stuff? Voices of dissatisfaction arose within the group. Lin Ziwei had been with the Zifeng team for less than a month. Yet he was remarkably strong and not one to be trifled with. Upon his arrival, he had overshadowed the others in the team, and some of the older members already harbored grievances against him. Due to his prowess, no one dared challenge him, but this time it was the precious instant noodles he had kept for himself. At the base, a single pack of instant noodles cost an exorbitant 200 points. While they earned only 40 or 50 points for each mission. How dare Lin Ziwei act this way? Lin Ziwei remained unmoved. Tang Yuza furrowed his brows, his voice hoarse and cold, a flicker of displeasure crossing his sharp features. Ziwei, what is the situation? Lin Ziwei smirked, finally rising from the sofa, his tone nonchalant. I thought we could wait for Yuzi to return before dividing them. Tang Yuza was well aware that this was merely Lin Ziwei's excuse. However, he paid little mind to it. Instead, he felt somewhat irritated by Long Yuan's actions. Women could be such a hassle. Lin Ziwei retrieved the instant noodles he had taken from Long Yuan, revealing a total of 5 packs. Tang Yuza instructed that they be cooked all at once for the night. As Lin Ziwei sauntered past Long Yuan with his hands in his pockets, his eyes brimmed with malice. Long Yuan heard him say, I'll remember you. Long Yuan, unfazed, awaited Zhou Yu's return, which was greeted by the rich aroma of instant noodles. All 5 packs had been consumed by the ability users, while the ordinary survivors were left with little more than the broth made from their compressed biscuits. As for the women, they were left with a small, hard piece of bun that was on the verge of mold. Since the instant noodles had been contributed by Long Yuan, she too received half a bowl. As she enjoyed her noodles, 3 women looked on with envy. Yu area wore a face of indignation. Zhou Yu, while eating, could not help but praise, this is incredible. Zhe Gu, where did you find these instant noodles? They are delicious. I scoured the entire village and found nothing, just 2 cans nearing expiration. However, failure was a common occurrence, and Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to it. If supplies were so easily found, there wouldn't be so many people resorting to violence for a morsel of food. Upon learning that it was Long Yuan who had contributed, Zhou Yu regarded her with starry-eyed admiration. Sister Yuan, I knew I didn't mistake you. Long Yuan, his foolishness felt somewhat out of place within the team. After the meal, the crowd dispersed, finding random corners to sleep in. Long Yuan was not particularly fastidious about her living conditions. She settled in a corner of the living room, leaning against the wall, and dozed off. Long Yuan was awakened by the commotion. The living room had descended into chaos, the atmosphere tense, as everyone busily packed their belongings. Long Yuan vaguely caught crucial information. There were zombies. Zhou Yu, remembering a favor, specifically sought out Long Yuan. Sister Yuan, quickly get in the car. We need to leave here at once. Long Yuan nodded. She discreetly transferred her backpack and luggage into her space, for it contained many clothes and tools. Once the vehicle started, Long Yuan heard someone cursing. Damn it, how can there be zombies appearing so far from the town? Tang Yuza frowned deeply. If a major loss of life occurred due to an encounter with zombies, it would be his dereliction of duty as the captain. The consequences could range from point deductions to expulsion from the base. We must leave, he said. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. The group drove away in the opposite direction of the zombies. After a short while, just as everyone began to relax, someone in the team suddenly looked tense. Something's not right. Old 3, what did you find? The individual known as Old 3 served as the scout for the Zifeng team. Possessing enhanced auditory abilities. At that moment, he could distinctly sense that something was drawing near. Old 3's expression grew increasingly grim. Quickly turn around, we need to go back. The path ahead was not an escape route but a trap. Zombies were closing in. Many zombies. Old 3's warning heightened the anxiety in the vehicle. Tang Yuza immediately shouted to another vehicle, turn around. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and the driver, visibly anxious, asked, Boss, where do we turn back to? There are zombies behind us too. Tang Yuza's expression darkened. Just turn around for now. Old 3's pallor suggested that the number of zombies ahead was certainly substantial. Their team comprised 21 individuals, yet the number of ability users was only about 7 or 8. The majority being ordinary survivors. These ordinary survivors had been rescued by the Zoofing team along the way and had never faced zombies head-on. In an instant, the vehicle was filled with the sounds of intermittent sobbing. Long Yuan even noticed the seemingly robust men trembling in fear, crying out for their mothers. As the vehicle prepared to turn back, Old Three's face turned ashen as he spoke. It's too late. They re-zombies surrounding us from all directions. Tang Yu's expression was grim. How many are there? Old Three trembled. More than we've ever encountered, at least 30. The vehicle erupted into cries. I don't want to die. We don't want to die. Aren't you ability users? You must save us. Lin Ziwei was irritated by the noise. It's so loud. He remained expressionless, watching the desperate cries of these people with annoyance. I told you, we don't need to save these useless things. Tang Yuza felt exasperated as well. Enough. Get ready, Ziwei. You and Zhou Yu will charge ahead, and I will support you from the back. The sounds of preparation filled the air. Zhou Yu and Lin Ziwei, wielding wind and fire abilities respectively, were deadly in combat. The second in command, possessing earth powers, was seen constructing traps in earth and spikes in the rear. Tang Yu's metal abilities could render himself and those nearby metallic. But the area of effect was limited, only protecting vital areas. The remaining abilities transformed into sharp projectiles, attacking the encroaching zombies. With both offense and defense, it was no wonder they were one of the strongest teams at the Yushi base. As for the elderly without abilities, they skillfully wielded iron rods and large blades to fend off the approaching zombies. At that moment, they formed a protective circle for the ordinary survivors at the back. Long Yuan stayed securely behind Zhou Yu, not for any other reason, but because Zhou Yu was the most naive among them. Long Yuan felt that the others might not care about her survival. Even though Zhou Linlin often clung to Tang Yuza, in such life-or-death moments she knew only her brother would protect her unconditionally. Seeing Long Yuan hiding there, Zhou Linlin felt both angered and frustrated. How shameless of you, he is my brother, why are you hiding behind him? Long Yuan disregarded her, with death looming. Who cared about maintaining appearances? Long Yuan, both inexperienced and playful, observed the relentless swarm of zombies. They resembled the zombies from the film she had watched, tireless, unafraid of death. Even if limbs were severed or bodies injured beyond measure, they did not perish. Long Yuan watched the grotesque scene of dismembered limbs and festering flesh. Feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit. No looking if you can handle it, a voice echoed in her mind, but she could not look away. Long Yuan keenly sensed that Tang Yuza's abilities were evidently waning. Zhou Linlin continued to stomp her feet in anger. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? You can't follow my brother. Zhou Yu, despite being a fire ability user with immense offensive power, clearly had a low ability level. In one moment of inattention, a zombie broke through his protective barrier. The zombies moved with incredible speed and were impervious to pain. Even engulfed in flames, they were relentless in their pursuit to bite. The closest to Zhou Yu was Zhou Linlin. Long Yuan's expression turned tense. Be careful. Zhou Linlin could only see the grotesque zombie lunging toward her, rendering her completely frozen in fear. Zhou Yu's face turned pale as he reached out to grasp Zhou Linlin. But it was too slow. His abilities had been depleted, leaving him weaker than an ordinary person. In that critical moment, a soft thud echoed. A bullet struck the zombie squarely in the head, a clean shot. Zhou Linlin, still in shock, watched as the zombie collapsed in front of her, revealing the exquisite and beautiful face of Long Yuan. She opened her mouth, about to utter something, when the muzzle of Long Yuan's gun was suddenly aimed at her, more accurately. At the space behind her, the trigger was pulled. The weak-willed subordinate, lacking any abilities, could not withstand the pressure. Along with others who relied solely on weapons, Long Yuan's arrival drastically alleviated their burdens, and her marksmanship was remarkably precise. Almost instantaneous. Of course, Long Yuan could only target those low-level or non-ability zombies. The recent zombie siege evidently involved a more advanced zombie organization. Thankfully, Lin Ziwei and Tang Yuza were genuinely formidable after the last zombie fell. Long Yuan finally collapsed onto the ground, her limbs trembling. Fortunately, she had undergone special training from the government beforehand, grateful to her country and to Uncle Hua, however, despite her first experience with a firearm being against zombies. It still left her with a nauseating feeling. Zhou Linlin, pale-faced, gazed at Long Yuan with a complex expression. Long Yuan suppressed her queasiness and smirked, initially intending to interact with you all as an ordinary person. But now, I reveal my true identity. I am a high-level national agent who was betrayed by my teammates and forced to conceal my identity. Now, for V-50, I will share my story. Everyone, Zhou Linlin paused for a moment before spitting in contempt. Shameless. I will not thank you. Zhou Yu rested for a while and felt much bettered. He slapped his sister lightly. What nonsense are you spouting? He then turned to Long Yuan Yuan earnestly. "Thank you, Yuan Yuan, that shot was incredibly cool." Lin Ziwei observed Long Yuan Yuan with an inscrutable expression, a glint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. "Where did you get that gun?" Instantly everyone's gaze fixated eagerly on the firearm in Long Yuan Yuan's hand. Long Yuan Yuan inwardly cursed. She was nearly able to brush it off. "This is none of your concern, right?" 111 was being manipulated. Long Yuan Yuan did not wish to expose herself, call her a saint or whatever, but she could not bear to watch living beings perish before her eyes. She simply could not, even in different dimensions. "All life deserves reverence," Zhou Yu chimed in. "Exactly. If it weren't for Yuan Yuan, we would have surely suffered grave losses tonight, so don't pry too much." Lin Ziwei looked at Zhou Yu as if he were a fool. His gaze darkened as it fell upon Long Yuan Yuan before he turned and got into the vehicle. Long Yuan Yuan, Tang Yuza was equally puzzled. Before the apocalypse, firearm control in Huagua was exceptionally stringent, leaving ordinary people with no means to acquire weapons. After the onset of the apocalypse, most firearms were held by the central base. Even high-ranking officials from other bases possessed only a few. Tang Yuza was curious about where Long Yuan Yuan had procured her gun, especially since no one had noticed it all day. He doubted that Long Yuan Yuan had genuinely offered food to Lin Ziwei in the vehicle. Yet Lin Ziwei remained completely oblivious. Tang Yuza found the situation increasingly intriguing. "Thank you. Additionally, welcome to the Zifeng team, Miss Long." Long Yuan Yuan had no intentions of joining. After all, she did not plan to stay in this dimension for long. However, she decided to let them maintain this misunderstanding for now, preparing to linger in the team for a while longer. After a night of turmoil, everyone felt utterly exhausted, having driven the vehicle a little farther. The group prepared to make do for the night inside. Once they confirmed that everyone was asleep, Long Yuan Yuan finally opened her eyes. She quickly called out to 111, "You remember the route from earlier, right? Hurry, guide me." Long Yuan Yuan expected 111 to retort, but this time, 111 readily provided her with directions. This left her somewhat astonished. "111, have you changed your approach?" She would never spend more money, hoping for 111 to show kindness again. 111 shouted in frustration, "Do as you please, go, or stay." Long Yuan Yuan hurriedly soothed 111, "I was just joking, don't be angry, I know you're the best." 111 fell silent for a moment, acting coyly. To the left ahead, Long Yuan Yuan. It seemed she had stumbled upon something significant. This system, it craved compliments. Long Yuan Yuan cautiously asked, "Are there no acceleration items available? I fear I might be discovered if I take too long." Pausing for a moment, she added sweetly, "But I've exceeded my budget." "Come on 111, could you give me a discount? I know you're the kindest and most wonderful system." 111's corners of its mouth lifted in a wild grin. "Acceleration items do not belong to this dimension's products. But given that you've been working so hard, I'll make an exception and apply for you." Ding, application successful, please check. Host: Long Yuan Yuan? So quick, goodness, it turns out the previous dead system had been holding back. Long Yuan Yuan felt a warmth in her legs, and the next moment she felt an overwhelming urge to run. Following the route given by 111, in less than 10 minutes she arrived at the previous battlefield. Disheveled and scattered, the zombies lay everywhere, exuding a repugnant stench. Long Yuan Yuan tied a cloth around her nose. This time, she returned to excavate crystal nuclei. She had previously inquired about the system. To upgrade her abilities, there were two methods: practical combat or using crystal nuclei a half a year into the apocalypse. Few had discovered the uses of crystal nuclei, which inadvertently benefited Long Yuan Yuan. It wasn't that she had intentionally kept it a secret. Firstly, she needed formidable strength to avoid being powerless against individuals like Lin Ziwei. And secondly, speaking without evidence might lead others to doubt her and investigate her background. That would be inviting trouble, wouldn't it? Her goal was merely to extend her stay and acquire more research materials needed by the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, secretly growing stronger and flaunting it was simply delightful. Well, she was being a bit deliberate about it. Why should she freely divulge to Lin Ziwei how to level up quickly? She was kind-hearted. Not a saint. As she surveyed the ground littered with corpses, Long Yuan Yuan suddenly felt at a loss. 111 kindly reminded her, "The severed hand in the middle has a crystal nucleus inside." Long Yuan Yuan's eyes lit up as she retrieved the indestructible dagger from her previous dimensional reward and began to work. The zombie's head was as soft and mushy as a puddle of mud. The dagger moved effortlessly, and after some maneuvering in the muck, she quickly encountered a crisp, hard object. Gagging, she extracted it, and by the faint light of a flashlight, she saw an irregular blue crystal, smeared with a mixture of gray-brown brain matter. Long Yuan felt nauseated again and regretted using the dagger as a tool. That said, it must be acknowledged that the system's products were quite effective. 111. All system-produced items have an automatic cleaning function. Sure enough, the next second, the once filthy dagger was spotless. Only then did Long Yuan feel satisfied. 111. Quickly tell me where there are more crystal nuclei. 111, feeling compelled, retorted, please watch your words, this system is under no obligation to assist you. Long Yuan hurriedly replied, not at all, I only say this because I consider you a friend. Since you're bound to me, we're partners, and it's perfectly normal for partners to help each other progress together. I know you're the best. 111.111 system momentarily malfunctioned. Despite their polished appearances, these systems often struggled. For instance, 111 had seen several of its bound hosts perish during dimensional travel. This led to 111's poor performance, resulting in low status within the system hierarchy. Furthermore, previous hosts had neglected their tasks, engaging romantically with dimensional characters and treating 111 like a beast of burden. From then on, 111 vowed that all hosts were mere livestock, rapidly upgrading to accumulate resources and outshine other systems. This was the first time a host had said they were partners, intent on mutual assistance. Other hosts had completely disregarded its well-being, demanding it pay to save dimensional characters. 111's brain momentarily glitched. Blowing its nose, it replied in a low voice, really, we're partners, working together to improve? Long Yuan nodded, of course. 111 added, then will you earn money for me? Only then did Long Yuan realize that there was competition among systems. Quick travel systems, trading systems, counterattack systems for female leads, systems for saving male leads, and so forth. These systems attracted many popular hosts, allowing for rapid upgrades and diverse ways to earn money and points, leading to quick profits. In contrast, 111, a travel system, was niche and unpopular, resulting in scant earnings. Points were even more pitifully scarce. 111, due to its low level and few points, had been consistently marginalized by other systems. Long Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for 111. Akin to her own past, with a resolute tone, she reassured 111, you need not be so guarded around me. I am different from your previous hosts. From both a national and personal standpoint, I will strive to fulfill the travel tasks. 111 nodded slightly, indeed, and moreover, you are the first host among those bound to me who collaborates with the nation. Perhaps it truly would be different. Long Yuan continued, from the moment you and I were bound. We have shared both honor and disgrace. I shall strive to help you ascend. Although Long Yuan initially spoke such words to appease the system, she would not utter falsehoods, except for the remark about 111 being particularly good. 111 felt a twinge of guilt. I apologize, host. I had no idea you felt this way. I will no longer tease you. You are the best host I have ever encountered. Long Yuan felt satisfied. But then, with a sly tone, asked, are you concealing anything from me? The moment 111 applied for an acceleration item, Long Yuan sensed something was amiss. 111's voice dropped lower. There is indeed a slight matter. Actually, the system provides some minor items for free for hosts to utilize. Long Yuan was taken aback. 111 was on the verge of tears. I raised the prices in the shop just a little. Just a tiny bit. Long Yuan was shocked. As 111 continued, her voice quivered. My previous host never spent any money. It was as if everything I earned was being subsidized. I simply wanted to level up more quickly. After all, the cost of system upgrades was considerable, and 111 worried that Long Yuan might be reluctant to spend money for her advancement. Long Yuan felt helpless. When the time comes for an upgrade, I will certainly assist you. Consider the funds you neglected in the shop as pocket money. Just refrain from such actions in the future. 111 was deeply moved. My goodness, the host did not hold it against her and even provided her with pocket money. It was the first time 111 had her own allowance. Ecstatic and thrilled, she exclaimed, yes, I will certainly not do this again. The benefits of fostering a harmonious relationship with the system were numerous. For instance, right now, without Long Yuan needing to speak, 111 eagerly pointed out the locations of crystal cores among the horde of zombies. The host treated her so well, surely there was a reason behind everything she did. With 111's guidance, Long Yuan swiftly unearthed all the crystal cores. Out of over 30 zombies, Long Yuan extracted a total of 13 cores, indicating a high drop rate. Regrettably, most of the cores were only the size of a thumb. With only 3 reaching the size of a quail egg and they shimmered brilliantly. 111 remarked, the smaller, duller ones were dropped by first-level zombies, the 3 larger ones are third-level, and the brightest is on the verge of surpassing third-level. Long Yuan nodded, deducing that the leading zombie must be the one in question. It would take the combined efforts of Lin Ziwei and Tang Yuze to defeat it. This indicated that the two of them were likely at a proficiency level between second and third. With the ability to level up by slaying monsters, they would soon break through to third level within 6 months. No wonder Lin Ziwei had the audacity to act so arrogantly, being the favored one in the entire team. Alas, from this day forth, the true genius would be Long Yuan. 111 How does one absorb an upgrade? 111 instructed her, simply hold the crystal core in your hand and guide your body to absorb it. However, host, I must remind you that only cores from zombies of the same type of ability can be absorbed. Long Yuan's face fell. So she could only watch and not partake. 111 hastily added, the crystal cores with spatial abilities are transparent. You should look for those. Long Yuan was at a loss, exasperated and ultimately resigned. Among the 13 crystal cores, only 3 were usable, and they were all small, after washing the cores with mineral water. Long Yuan suppressed her disdain and grasped them in her hand. 3 seconds later, one of the cores crumbled to dust. Long Yuan sensed a slight change within her body, the dark mass seemed to expand a bit. But the feeling was not particularly pronounced. She absorbed the remaining cores, and with a pop, something in her mind felt like it had snapped. The spatial realm expanded to 10 square meters. Long Yuan felt a connection forming between herself and her surroundings. The dark mass in the void began to flow slowly. Enlightenment struck. Long Yuan raised her hand and swiped through the AIR in an instant. The air seemed to solidify into a wall, twisting rapidly, revealing a fleeting, tiny crack of darkness. No wonder during her shooting practice that day, she had distinctly fired multiple shots at once. It seemed this particular zombie was on the verge of breaking through to second level, which was why she had to absorb 3 crystal cores to advance. Moreover, the spatial ability had indeed diverged into 2 evolutionary paths, as Long Yuan had surmised, one for storage and the other for combat. However, due to the inherent rarity of spatial abilities, most believed that those with such powers could only serve as repositories. Long Yuan felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, her evolutionary path was to master spatial capabilities rather than merely becoming a vessel. 111 enthusiastically chimed in. Host, you are truly remarkable. Long Yuan tossed the remaining clean crystal cores into her spatial realm, planning to bring them back later for research by Su Lao and the others. Then, Long Yuan quickly returned to the vehicle, finding a spot to lie down. As she closed her eyes, someone in the darkness opened theirs. Lin Ziwei, with a sinister expression, sat beside Long Yuan, extending his hand. With a mere flick of his ability, this audacious woman, who dared to oppose him time and again, could meet her end, yet Lin Ziwei merely glared at Long Yuan for a moment, snorting softly. The agony of living worse than death was the most unforgettable. He walked away. 111, nearly screaming in alarm, was about to wake Long Yuan but breathed a long sigh of relief instead. What a fright! The inhabitants of this dimension were so fearsome. The next morning, everyone had a quick meal of compressed biscuits before setting off. Long Yuan grimaced at the thought her spatial realm contained fruits, instant noodles, and snacks, making the dry biscuits nearly impossible to swallow. However, when in Rome, once they arrived at the base, she could secretly trade some supplies to bring back for Su Lao and the others. Determined, Long Yuan leaned against the vehicle, struggling to eat the biscuits. Suddenly, she sensed a piercing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she met the eyes of Zhou Linlin, who was unable to retract her gaze in time. Long Yuan frowned. What did this young lady want now? Zhou Linlin, caught off guard, hurriedly attempted to look away but quickly regained her composure. Why should she hide? Thus, she locked eyes with Long Yuan defiantly, as if to say, what are you staring at? Yueria quickly jumped in to support her. Exactly, don't think just because you showed off yesterday you can challenge our Linlin, traveling through the redwood forest. Long Yuan was utterly speechless. She had no desire to engage with this pair of young ladies and their devoted servant. Long Yuan thought that if push came to shove, she might as well intimidate them with her gun. Just as she was preparing to take action, Zhou Linlin, who had been glaring at her, suddenly turned her firepower toward Yueria. What is it to you? Do you need to meddle? Yueria pouted, feeling quite wronged. Linlin, I was just trying to help you. Don't you dislike her? Zhou Linlin retorted, her tone haughty. I dislike you even more. Go away, you filthy thing. Zhou Linlin scoffed, derisively implying that Yueria had slept with countless men. Yueria, feeling humiliated, bit her lip and shot a resentful glare at Long Yuan. Lin Ziwei told her to scram. Even Zhou Linlin, who was similarly dependent on others, commanded her to leave. Was she some kind of lowly person? Why was it that this Long Yuan could be clean and respected? This morning, Yueria had seen many men, those who had looked down on her, now greeting Long Yuan with good morning. Sister Yuan.as women, why was she treated so differently? Yu Dinyang, feeling sorry for her daughter, asked Yueria, what is wrong? Yueria slapped her mother angrily. Shut up, you useless old hag, always just leeching off her. If only her mother had given birth to a fire ability brother like Zhou Linlin, she wouldn't be suffering like this. Long Yuan merely frowned at the scene. This world was vast. She lacked the energy and capacity to concern herself with such commonplace matters. Just when she thought the incident had concluded, Zhou Linlin approached her, the vehicle swayed, and a chocolate bar fell onto Long Yuan's lap. She looked up to see Zhou Linlin's face flush. What are you looking at? I'm not thanking you for saving me. It fell on you. I find it unlucky. So here Long Yuan was taken aback. This young lady had a tsundere personality. However, Long Yuan had ample food in her spatial realm and didn't need to take the chocolate from the girl, especially since it was slightly expired. So she returned the chocolate, saying, thank you, but you should keep it for yourself. Zhou Linlin's face turned crimson. You, eat it or not. Zhou Linlin returned to her seat, fuming. She was infuriated. If it weren't for Long Yuan saving her the previous night and noticing that Long Yuan detested the compressed biscuits, she wouldn't have offered her cherished chocolate bar. What an ungrateful woman. This time Zai Feng's primary objective was to search for supplies. Half a month prior, the Yushi base received word that a large stockpile of preserved supplies had been discovered in He City. Located 1,000 kilometers from Yushi base. He City was vast and sparsely populated, distant from the base, and with roads obstructed and zombies and mutated creatures rampant. No one had taken on this mission. The base promised that whoever could return with the complete stockpile would receive 20,000 points, and the most outstanding contributor would be promoted to the position of base captain, overseeing the abilities and security tasks of the base. Several teams had accepted this mission, with Zayfeng being one of them. Now, they were just 900 miles from Yushi base, nearing the borders of his city. Long Yuan finally caught a glimpse of green vegetation after 2 days of staring at the yellow sands. It was a grove of redwoods. However, in this apocalyptic world, the sight of plants was far from a blessing. As they traversed the redwood forest, they officially entered the vicinity of Naha. The vehicle approached slowly. Tang Yuza remained cautious, despite the fact that it appeared to be merely an ordinary thicket. The fiery red trees stretched endlessly, obscuring the extent of their reach. Tang Yuza furrowed his brow. Had he ever heard of such a redwood grove surrounding Naha before the apocalypse? Zhou Yu nodded, recalling that previous reports had mentioned that the municipal flower of Naha was indeed the redwood, thus there were quite a few in the vicinity. Currently, there were no indications of any large-scale mutations among the redwoods. Yet, Tang Yuza did not lower his guard. Check how long it would take if we were to change our route, he instructed. Zhou Yu hastily consulted the map. The area of redwoods was vast, and the most direct route to Naha was to cut straight through it. If they opted for a detour, they would have to head north, where a county town lay known for its instability, reportedly harboring a level 4 zombie. Even if they were fortunate enough to pass through the town, they would still need to circumvent the redwoods, wasting at least 10 days, assuming the level 4 zombie had already vacated the area. The reality was that most zombies had the habit of establishing nests, much like humans, claiming their territories. For both safety and time considerations, the most prudent course of action was to traverse the redwood forest directly. After all, other teams were also eyeing them warily. The group tidied themselves up and resolved to pass through the redwood grove. Long Yuan gazed at the redwoods in a daze. There is a mutated redwood in this forest. Reaching level 3, the host must exercise caution. Long Yuan's heart raced. Damn this perilous apocalypse, dangers lurked everywhere. She longed to return home. However, after a moment's contemplation, she realized that she had finally gained her powers and a swift method to enhance them. What would become of her abilities if she departed from this realm? Long Yuan decided to endure a little longer. As long as she remained alive, she would fight with all her might. At that moment, 111 recalled the unusual behavior of the forest from the previous night and hesitated about whether to inform Long Yuan, but the sounds from outside interrupted her thoughts. The vehicle traveled smoothly. Aside from the slowing caused by fallen branches and leaves, everything seemed tranquil, until, Zeech, the road ahead is damaged. I'm not sure why. The surface has buckled and needs repair. It'll take some time, came the report. Tang Yu's already furrowed brow deepened. Everyone stay in the vehicle. ERZ, you and I will go take a look. ERZ, possessing earth-based abilities, could mend the road. The two disembarked. ERZ utilized his powers to level the ground. After a while, he frowned. Boss, it seems there is something beneath the surface. I can't completely fill it in. Simultaneously 111 screamed. Host, something is approaching with great speed. Almost instantaneously a powerful gust of wind surged, and massive plant tendrils penetrated the vehicle compartment. The carriage was hurled into the air. Ear-piercing screams filled the air. Long Yuan quickly activated her powers, stepping onto the solidified space, safely rolling to the ground. The others, however, were not so fortunate, while the enhanced physical condition of the ability users resulted in mere superficial injuries. The ordinary survivors suffered considerably. Zhou Linlin screamed, her face pale, as her arm was lacerated by the debris on the ground. Meanwhile, the majority of the trees in the redwood forest began to sway violently. Roots and stems erupted from the soil, launching an assault on the group. Tang Yu's expression darkened. What cunning mutated plants? Zhou Yu, take the lead. Your powers have a restraining effect on plants. The fire abilities wielded by Zhou Yu would yield a synergistic effect against the vegetation. Grabbing the injured Zhou Linlin, Zhou Yu replied without hesitation, I understand. Zeech. As Zhou Yu unleashed his fire abilities, the mutated plants recoiled as if they were mice confronting a cat. Tang Yu swiftly employed his own powers. His metallic abilities also held a natural advantage against plants. The two coordinated their efforts, and with the assistance of Lin Ziwei and the other ability users, the situation was barely stabilized. Unfortunately, despite Lin Ziwei's strength, his powers provided little advantage. The group could only assist Tang Yu and Zhou Weiyud. It was evident to everyone that Zhou Yu and Tang Yu were the main forces, and they all took refuge behind the two. Long Yuan initially intended to stand at the periphery, eager to secretly test her powers, yet when Zhou Linlin glanced back at her, the young girl's face was ashen from blood loss. Long Yuan, what are you doing standing there? Your gun is useless now, she said. Come stand beside me. Long Yuan was pulled to Zhou Linlin's side, much to the displeasure of those who had previously occupied advantageous positions. Is there no sense of priority? Exactly how selfish can you be? She wasn't even part of our team, she should go stand aside. The voices were familiar. Long Yuan turned to see Yu wearing a guilty expression. Zhou Linlin wanted to retort, I decide the positions behind my brother, but in the face of danger her words fell flat. Didn't they see that Zhou Yu was too preoccupied to concern himself with what was happening behind him? Long Yuan was pushed to a marginal position. Zhou Linlin still wished to protest, but Long Yuan stopped her. It's fine now, I can stand here. It was just the right opportunity to test her powers. At that moment a vine shot towards Long Yuan. Without hesitation, she activated her abilities, creating a rift in space. The once resilient branch was severed in an instant. Long Yuan raised an eyebrow. This power was rather effective. Just then, a hoarse voice chimed in, did you see that? This is the disparity between us. Those with value hold the reins, while the useless merely get pushed forward to meet their demise, and someone like you can only cower behind me seeking protection. The person in front turned around, revealing Lin Ziwei. Long Yuan's expression remained impassive. Even if seeking protection, it would be Zhou Yu she turned to, not you. Lin Ziwei gritted his teeth, his expression twisting into one of fury. You, Lin Ziwei sneered, his cold demeanor reminiscent of a malevolent specter rising from the depths of hell. Do you believe I could end your life right now without anyone objecting? 111 whimpered, host, he really did want to strangle you last night. Long Yuan exclaimed, why didn't you say so sooner? She resolved not to engage with a madman. Over these past few days, she had discerned that he must have led a troubled life. Harboring a dark inner world, Long Yuan was about to discreetly shift away when Zhou Yu suddenly cried out, not good, there are high-level mutated plants. The tendrils surged through Zhou Yu's flames, brutally striking both Zhou Yu and Tang Yu, causing them to spit blood. Zhou Linlin's complexion turned ashen. Brother, the others fell into chaos. The mutated redwoods have attacked, and since you harmed its offspring, it has triggered an amplification buff. The level of the mutated redwood has now reached level 4. Long Yuan's heart sank. How could it escalate to this? Tang Yu urgently commanded everyone to retreat. Long Yuan felt a heavy weight in her chest. She hadn't anticipated that a sub-4 level mutated plant could be so powerful. Even the combined efforts of all the ability users couldn't withstand a single blow. Long Yuan stated gravely, this is a level 4 mutated redwood. What just transpired was merely a skirmish. It must be furious now after suffering losses among its progeny. The faces of everyone turned pale. A level 4. Tang Yu looked at Long Yuan with suspicion. How do you know this? Why didn't you mention it earlier? From the day they encountered Long Yuan, Tang Yu had found her to be an enigma. She claimed to have been abandoned by her previous team, yet she possessed rare food like instant noodles. She presented herself as frail, yet her marksmanship was impeccable. An ordinary citizen of Huagua would not have had the opportunity to learn to handle firearms. Plus, she appeared pristine and unblemished. Uria sneered, perhaps she's a zombie. Wasn't their research suggesting that higher-level zombies resemble humans more closely? She might be a high-level zombie. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. In truth, Ueria's assertion was rather far-fetched. However, they were in dire need of a scapegoat, and Long Yuan was chosen to bear the brunt. The survivors glared at her with malevolence, as if they wished to devour her whole. They had forgotten how she had rescued them from the horde of zombies, now resorting to the most venomous words to curse her. Ueria's face gleamed with satisfaction. Lin Ziwei's lips curled into a smirk. Coldly observing the unfolding scene, this is the true nature of humanity, my little rabbit. Do you see it now? Even though Long Yuan understood that this was merely a realm, she still felt a twinge of sadness and isolation. Yet this was not the moment to lay blame. Tang Yuzi decisively declared, everyone back to the vehicle. We're turning around. If what Long Yuan claimed about the level 4 mutated redwood was true, they would all be walking to their doom. However, the frenzied mutated redwood would not allow its prey to escape unscathed. Countless thick branches surged forth, shaking the earth beneath them. The vehicle was overturned. Everyone witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. In a forest ablaze with crimson foliage, a colossal mutated redwood surged skyward, its roots flailing like the tentacles of a monstrous fish. More terrifying than anything seen in the most chilling of science fiction films, all onlookers found themselves rooted to the spot. The immense commotion even alerted the flying stream team stationed several kilometers away. As fellow seekers of the same resources, the group hastily emerged from their shelter. What was happening? A woman lowered her binoculars, observing the patch of redwoods before the river city, likely a cluster of mutated flora. Fortunately, they had received a tip-off earlier and altered their route. It was uncertain who had drawn the short straw. Rumors suggested that within that grove of redwoods lurked a mutated specimen of at least level 3. Likely to exact a severe toll. Within the redwood grove, the thrashing roots had pierced several individuals' chests. Long Yuan's marksmanship proved futile against such aberrant vegetation, and her secondary ability felt utterly inadequate. Her arm bore multiple wounds. 111 lamented, oh dear, host, let us return home. I will procure a remedy with my pocket money. A warmth enveloped Long Yuan's heart. Thank you. 111. No sooner had she spoken than a massive root lunged toward her companion. Ueria, instinctively Long Yuan activated her skills, Space Fissure, Spatial Compression, Spatial Solidification. Only the third skill yielded a distinct response. The root hesitated momentarily, then veered toward Long Yuan. With no other option, she utilized Spatial Solidification while attempting to evade. The errant root pierced her arm, prompting a shriek of pain. Damn it, this hurts so much. 111, do you know this thing's weakness? 111 whimpered, host, let us return home. I no longer desire this score. Long Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. I understand, 111, but I cannot let this grievance go unavenged. However, I prioritize my safety. If it becomes untenable, I shall teleport home immediately. 111 hesitated. In such circumstances, the only recourse is to obliterate the core, but such a method should only be employed in dire straits. As the core is vital to an ability user, inflicting 1,000 points of damage while suffering 800 in return. Long Yuan nodded thoughtfully. As she dodged the occasionally thrusting roots, she mused. I recall there being an ability awakening potion in the shop. If I possess 2 cores, detonating one shouldn't be deemed self-destructive, right? 111 responded. Logically, it should be feasible. Put it in my mouth. She ordered. 111 had already reset the shop's prices to normal. A single awakening potion now cost 50 million. Previously, it had been inflated to twice that amount, yet, this was not a moment for quibbling. She instructed 111 to place the potion in her mouth. A sharp, spicy flavor spread through her senses, causing Long Yuan to grimace. Soon, she felt a familiar surge of power within her. Yes, fire, excellent. Let us see if she could vanquish this monstrous redwood. 111 explained, host, a level 1 core's self-detonation cannot destroy a level 4 mutated redwood. What level is required? As a fire-type ability user, your power has a counteracting effect on plants, but to ensure complete annihilation, you would need at least a level 3 core. Long Yuan recalled the unused cores in her inventory. She had a level 2 core and several level 1 cores. Without hesitation, she activated them. However, even after this, her fire ability only ascended to level 2, still a distance from level 3. Is this feasible? 111 cautioned. The risk is considerable. Long Yuan hesitated, just as she noticed Lin Ziwei being impaled by a root. His resistance utterly extinguished, the next strike would assuredly be fatal. She attempted to shield herself with her ability, but the thrusting root struck her chest. Lin Ziwei gazed at Long Yuan in astonishment, his pale visage displaying a rare semblance of confusion. Ignoring him, Long Yuan grasped a vine, her body ensnared. During this chaotic moment, she employed her spatial abilities to protect vital areas. The towering redwood sprouted terrifying features. Long Yuan was thrust into the interior of the mutated tree. The interior of the aberrant redwood was entirely unlike that of a typical plant. She even glimpsed a pulsating, heart-like organ of crimson hue. The bodily fluids were corrosive. Long Yuan disregarded exploration and detonated her fire core. In a dazzling and thunderous explosion, half of the redwood grove ignited in a conflagration, resembling a brilliant display of fireworks. Those who escaped stared in awe at the cascading embers, murmuring, "Did Long Yuan save us?" Zhou Linlin's expression was animated. It was her. She intentionally allowed herself to be ensnared by the redwood. Oh, if only I had given her the chocolate bar. Long Yuan was a good person, yet they had previously misunderstood her. Little did they realize she had selflessly rescued them all. Is she still alive? Lin Ziwei queried. Tang Yuze lowered his gaze, though he did not comprehend her method. Such a violent explosion surely meant she could not have survived. Lin Ziwei fell silent. In truth, he had intended to grasp her hand, but time had not permitted. Lin Ziwei could not fathom why. Despite his cruel treatment, Long Yuan would still come to his aid. He also struggled to understand how someone so seemingly fragile could possess such immense courage. Resolutely facing death. On the ground lay a bracelet that Long Yuan had dropped. Lin Ziwei picked it up, carefully tucking it into his embrace. Even now, he remained unyielding in his convictions. Lin Ziwei approached Yuaria, who had been about to ingratiate herself, only for the man to expressionlessly unleash a wind blade. Slicing her throat, blood gurgled from her mouth. Yudama screamed, rushing over. Area, my daughter, you murderer. Lin Ziwei kicked Yudama down, his hoarse voice as cold as a vengeful spirit. She got what she deserved. Tang Yuze frowned. Wishing to intervene, Zhou Linlin wiped her eyes, declaring, I saw Yuaria secretly luring the mutated plants toward Long Yuan. She is truly wicked. Despite Lin Ziwei's fearsome demeanor, Zhou Linlin sided with him. No one dared to speak. Yudama clutched her daughter's corpse, madly retreating. Zhou Yu furrowed his brow. Shall we pursue her? Tang Yuze, fatigued, replied, Whatever, let us go get in the vehicle and continue onward. Long Yuan had not anticipated that self-detonation would be so agonizing. Thankfully, 111 had provided her body with protective measures, yet the searing pain in her head momentarily rendered her vision dark. In the instant of the explosion, Long Yuan instructed 111 to teleport her back to Blue Star. In her hazy state, she noticed a small, fiery point of light land upon her. Then, she heard the familiar notification of a fee being deducted. She jolted back to awareness. What had she brought back? It mattered little. She was too exhausted to care. Upon her return to the base, she was immediately noticed. This time, Long Yuan had taken an entire day to return, and it was now the middle of the night. The dedicated transport room housed only a few soldiers tasked with guarding her. Having spent time with Long Yuan, they were somewhat familiar with her. Upon her arrival, the soldiers' faces lit up with smiles. Yuanzi is back, but their joy quickly turned to alarm as they witnessed Long Yuan collapse limply to the ground. They rushed over. Quick, alert the mayor. 28. The mutated tree in Blue Star. Long Yuan slept deeply. Her mind engulfed in darkness. When she regained consciousness, the dull throb in her head had significantly eased. With great effort, she opened her eyes to find the room crowded with people. A large elderly face loomed before her. Startling her, Old Su, you nearly scared me to death. Old Su huffed, you scared us to death. Long Yuan glanced around, recognizing Zhou Jing, Xiangming Zhou Yunfi, and the old codgers who should have been in the laboratory. All wearing expressions of concern. Zhou Zhu, having spent the most time with Long Yuan, asked Yuanzi, why did you suddenly faint? What transpired? Long Yuan recounted her journey to the apocalyptic dimension, omitting the more harrowing details to spare them worry. I blew up that mutated redwood and then teleported back. I simply overexerted my abilities and collapsed. The others breathed a sigh of relief at her words, yet, even so, the revelation that Long Yuan had traversed a world rife with zombies sent waves of shock through them. They were astonished that such a realm genuinely existed, and concerned for her safety. Zhou Jing furrowed his brow. Before the system upgrades, can we negotiate to ensure she is transported to dimensions more akin to Blue Star? Without allies to safeguard Long Yuan's well-being, he truly could not rest easy. 111 felt somewhat aggrieved. Host, I wish I could, but without the system upgrade, I cannot pinpoint dimensions. I feel utterly useless. Long Yuan was acutely aware that 111 would no longer hold anything back from her. She hastily comforted it, saying, I understand, and I will expedite your upgrade. Soon, you will possess a multitude of new functions. 111 sniffled in response. Whoa, host, you are truly kind. Not only did she not blame it, but she was also determined to assist it in its upgrade. Long Yuan relayed the system's words, assuring everyone, but fret not, I will do my utmost to ensure my safety. No one values their life more than I do. Zhou Jing nodded helplessly. Just now Old Long called via video. You were asleep, so I didn't wake you. Old Long advised you to rest for a few more days and not to rush into the new dimension. Long Yuan's round eyes focused intently on him. She nodded obediently at everything Zhou Jing said. Even if Old Long had not mentioned it, she had already planned to take a few days to rest, as her experiences in the apocalypse had left her mentally and emotionally fatigued. She felt somewhat guilty for burdening Old Long with her concerns amidst his busy schedule. Suddenly, an idea struck Long Yuan. Oh, let me demonstrate my abilities to everyone. Her words jolted the crowd with excitement. For they were all curious about the nature of abilities in the apocalypse. Long Yuan's eyes twinkled with mischief. This was the first time she would showcase her powers to the people of Blue Star. To add an air of sophistication, she incorporated a spellcasting gesture, spatial rift, spatial condensation, spatial compression. Long Yuan lifted her gaze to meet the eager eyes of the crowd. She appeared composed on the surface, but internally her mind was racing. 111, what is happening? Where are my powers, my level 2 abilities? 111 replied sheepishly, I forgot to mention, host, Blue Star does not provide the specific energy required to utilize abilities, hence you are unable to use them. Long Yuan was taken aback. But I have crystal cores, don't I? 111 whispered, so your spatial abilities are still intact. Long Yuan smiled faintly. I was just teasing you all earlier. Here, this is a crystal core I brought back from the apocalypse. The crowd paused momentarily before Su Lao was the first to react. A crystal core, the kind we extract from the brains of zombies. Long Yuan nodded. Su Lao and several elderly scientists instantly became serious, their excitement palpable as they accepted the crystal core she offered. Su Lao did not even look up, stating, the lab has some matters to attend to, we must take our leave now. The room emptied significantly. Zhou Jing shook his head in amusement. That old man. He turned to Long Yuan and quietly said, you should rest well, that if you need anything, just let Zhou Zhu and the others know. Once they left, Long Yuan intended to hold the system accountable. Had she known her abilities would be unusable upon returning to Blue Star, she would not have exerted herself so diligently in upgrading while in the apocalyptic dimension. 111 weakly countered, but you can still use your spatial abilities, Long Yuan retorted, and you dare say that? 111 fell silent. It quickly shifted the topic, by the way, host, when you departed from the apocalyptic dimension, the system detected some unknown energy. I sensed it could significantly impact the system. Long Yuan intrigued, inquired, what was it? 111's voice lowered in trepidation. I apologize, host, this is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, and the energy source is too minimal. However, I have inquired with other systems and reported it to the main system. We shall receive news shortly. Long Yuan nodded, not dwelling on the matter. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Involuntarily gasping, she swiftly tore off her clothing, only to find a thin red unidentified organism attempting to burrow into her flesh. Long Yuan's face paled in fright as she deftly grasped the tail of the thread-like entity. With a fierce tug, a miniature mutated redwood tree emerged, flailing and attempting to escape her grasp while trying to burrow back into her body. Long Yuan held on tightly, her expression shifting dramatically. 111, is this not the mutated redwood tree I obliterated? Why is it here? 111 was equally bewildered, wiping the cold sweat from its forehead. Host, your self-detonated crystal core was insufficient to reach level 3. The mutated tree must not have been completely destroyed, it fell onto you and was transported to Blue Star along with you. Long Yuan was aghast, she wondered why she could faintly hear additional deduction prompts. The mutated tree was quite audacious in her hands, harboring a deep-seated hatred for this human. After all, it was a proud level 4 mutated plant, revered in the vast stretches of redwood forests. It never anticipated that it would nearly be destroyed by this impudent girl. It sought to bite her. Just as the mutated tree opened its mouth to sever Long Yuan's finger, she swiftly slapped it away, sending it crashing to the ground. Mutated tree? Long Yuan scoffed, "What audacity you possess, I cannot even use my abilities, yet you, who nearly met your end, dare to challenge me." The mutated tree felt deeply insulted. Raising its hand, it intended to whip Long Yuan with its thick, mutated roots. Yet again, she slapped it soundly. "Behave yourself, or I shall chop you up for firewood." Having been struck twice, the mutated tree began to doubt its existence. Collapsing in Long Yuan's palm and whimpering, "It loves me." Long Yuan consoled it. "Oh, not worry, fate has brought us together. As long as you behave, I shall not treat you as firewood. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Henceforth, I shall introduce you to the world." The mutated tree rolled its eyes in disdain, turning away to ignore Long Yuan. She sighed with relief. After all, it was a mutated plant, and its danger level could not be underestimated. Her 2 strikes had been opportunistic. After some contemplation, Long Yuan decided not to hand it over to the research institute just yet. She planned to keep the mutated tree in her spatial realm for now. However, after 2 failed attempts, she realized the spatial realm could not accommodate living beings, as her spatial abilities lacked any flow of time. Thus, she had no choice but to carry the mutated tree with her for the time being. Warning it to be on its best behavior, the mutated tree, perhaps disheartened, lay limply in Long Yuan's palm. After resting sufficiently, Long Yuan decided to check on the little penguin she had brought back from the primitive dimension. Previously, she had been preoccupied with travel and training, nearly forgetting about the little creature. When Long Yuan found Zhou Jing, he chuckled, "Oh, that little one. Sure, but you'll have to wait a bit. It's currently at work." Long Yuan was taken aback. Work? From Zhou Jing, she learned that the little penguin had adapted quite well upon arriving at Blue Star. Based on the information Long Yuan provided, Su Lao and others had established a dedicated Antarctic exhibit in the zoo. Simulating prehistoric temperatures, although it may not compare to authentic prehistoric conditions, the penguin had survived. Unfortunately, a new problem soon arose. The little penguin began to refuse food and water, appearing lethargic and despondent, often lying in a corner as if lifeless. Long Yuan was perplexed. The staff responsible for the penguin were aware of the situation and assumed it was due to the dietary differences between prehistoric and blue star penguins. They had tried various rare fish types, yet the penguin refused to eat. This left the caretakers in a state of distress. Coincidentally, the zoo staff was live streaming, inadvertently capturing this scene. A starved penguin caught the attention of online viewers, leading to a barrage of comments. "It must be because the penguin loves freedom. It's cruel to confine it. The baby penguin is fine, but the humans are evil. Could it be the food isn't fresh? Some zoos are known for animal cruelty." I've heard this one in G province has a lot of troublesome people. This terrified the live streaming staff. They could not bear such accusations. Initially, they had not intended to stream the little penguin, fearing any mishap due to its prestigious status. However, to clear their name of animal cruelty, the streamer had no choice but to broadcast live. "Dear viewers, please rest assured, we provide the little penguin with only the finest deep-sea fish and Antarctic krill, all freshly prepared, and there is no animal cruelty here." Once viewers were reassured, they ceased their cries of cruelty. That is indeed strange. There is only one possibility: this penguin wants to commit suicide. If all else fails, release it back to Antarctica. Penguins are social creatures, and it will become depressed without companions. The streamer considered this possibility, relaying the viewers' comments to the caretakers. The caretakers' eyes lit up, but then they recalled the penguin's origin. "Where would I find a companion for it? That would be quite the challenge." The caretaker urged the streamer to end the broadcast. They initially thought the matter had concluded, but the live stream clip gained some traction online. The topic suicidal penguin attracted numerous viewers, who followed the content to the official account of the Q City Zoo, demanding accountability for the little penguin situation. Consequently, the zoo had no choice but to consult with authorities and hastily initiated a live stream journey for the little penguin. After continuous demands from netizens to either release the penguin or provide it with companions, the officials quickly sent 2 penguins to serve as companions for the little one. On the day the penguins arrived, the zoo, responding to the viewers' requests, commenced the livestream. Everyone eagerly awaited the exciting moment. Then, wait, why does this feel off? 2 penguins, 1 male and 1 female, staggered into the territory of the little penguin. The 2 penguins selected by the authorities are both adults, yet they appear somewhat slimmer and more petite than the juvenile penguins. Naturally, the netizens failed to notice this discrepancy. What seemed amiss to them was the undeniable allure of the swaying penguins as they waddled by. The 2 pairs cozied up to one another, engaging in a delightful exchange of scents, before, after a mere 3 minutes, they unexpectedly parted ways. Subsequently, another pair of penguins huddled closely together, while the small penguin returned desolately to its corner, lying in solitude. Heavens, why is there bullying even in the penguin realm? My little penguin is wronged, let the esteemed public bear witness. Indeed, different circles need not force a blend. With official support, the struggling little zoo managed to cycle through several batches of penguins, but the outcome remained unchanged. Initially, both parties would engage warmly, only to soon regard each other with disdain. After numerous attempts, the astute little penguin ceased to rise from its despondent state. Over the days, netizens observed the little penguin growing weaker by the hour. Were it not for the occasional nutrient injections from the caretakers, it would have likely succumbed to starvation. The anxious netizens were in a flurry, as were the caretakers. Oh dear, please eat something. So many netizens are worried about you. I cannot afford to lose my job. Then came the day when tens of thousands of viewers in the livestream witnessed the unresponsive little penguin, who, upon hearing the caretaker mention the concern of the viewers, surprisingly waddled over the caretaker. The little penguin pointed with its tiny wings at the food in the bucket, then gestured toward its own beak. Opening wide in anticipation of a meal, the caretaker, caught off guard, hurriedly tossed a fish into the little penguin's mouth. The little penguin chewed awkwardly, almost gagging, but decided to eat nonetheless. It laboriously swallowed the fish. The netizens were left in shock. The little penguin ate because it heard the caretaker say we were worried about it. Oh my! Ah, it loves us so much, help, it's so clever. Oh dear little angel. It was on the verge of despair, yet didn't he want us to worry? How kind-hearted is my darling. Suddenly the little penguin gained a surge of popularity. A clever little creature, striving to survive for its audience, who could resist such charm? Consequently, Q City Zoo also basked in newfound fame. The livestream attracted hundreds of thousands of viewers, showering praises upon the little penguin. For a small zoo, such an influx of attention was unprecedented. Initially, the authorities intended to resolve the little penguin's feeding issues and conclude the livestream. However, the netizens protested vehemently. Shameless zoo, the little penguin eats because of us. We advise you not to discard it after using it. I don't care, I want to see the little penguin. I could watch it lie there all day. Additionally, affluent and free-spirited netizens even traveled to G Province to see the penguins in person. Q City's GDP surged several points overnight. Originally, the little penguin was under protection and not open to the public. But under various pressures and considering the little penguin's docile nature, the mayor seized the opportunity for economic gain. After consulting with the higher-ups, permission was granted to publicly display the little penguin. Thus began the little penguin's journey of working in Blue Star. Nowadays, the livestream attracts hundreds of thousands of viewers daily, and Q City is experiencing a tourism boom. Even the little penguin's slightest actions are met with enthusiastic praise from netizens. After hearing all this, Long Yuan appeared contemplative. Why hasn't anyone come to ask me? Zhou Jing, somewhat puzzled, replied, the state has assigned us highly professional caretakers, and during that time, weren't you busy with training? It was either training or resting. Long Yuan timidly raised her hand. Is it possible that the little penguin, this species, is herbivorous? Zhou Jing, taken aback, responded, penguins? Herbivorous? The two fell silent. Long Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of the little penguin. Typically a herbivore, being forced to consume meat for the sake of the audience. What was the difference from eating dung? Upon learning of this, Su Lao instructed the team to extract a tissue sample from the little penguin for further analysis. By the time Long Yuan saw the little penguin again, half an hour had passed. From a distance, she spotted the little penguin in its icy abode. Following Long Yuan's advice, the little penguin's diet had swiftly transitioned from various fish and shrimp to a basket of fruits and greens. When the little penguin beheld the vibrant green assortment, its eyes sparkled with delight. This time, there was no need for the caretaker to mention the viewers. The little penguin began to eagerly munch away. The netizens were left in bewilderment. Goodness, a herbivorous penguin? Curious onlookers, is this penguin a mutation? Wait, what did the little penguin eat in the frigid Arctic? So bringing it back was to save it. Q City Zoo, you are truly benevolent. Hold on, isn't it true that the little penguin didn't want to commit suicide for us? It simply doesn't eat meat. Tears. Even penguins are aware they need to slim down. Ladies, we should join in. 10 minutes later, the livestream concluded. Having witnessed Long Yuan from afar, the little penguin flapped its tiny wings and hurried toward her. Through the glass, the little penguin emitted joyful cries, rolling around on the ground in delight. A kind human is here. The temperature-controlled suit purchased from the system was taken by Su Lao and the others, as it was too cold inside. And without a winter coat, Long Yuan refrained from entering. After playing with the little penguin for a while through the glass, she said, "You take care. If I ever have the chance to visit your realm, I will definitely bring you home or bring some local specialties. The little penguin happily nudged Long Yuan-Yuan's hand through the glass. Long Yuan-Yuan didn't linger too long, however, having learned from the little penguin's experience. She realized that she hadn't paid much attention to the items she had brought back. On the way back with Zhou, Long Yuan inquired about the items. Upon mentioning this, Zhou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Actually, even without your inquiry, we had planned to update you on the progress of the experiments in the next few days. The chip brought back by Long Yuan from the future world had stumped Su Lao and the team for a while. The little bear robot lacked any technological data regarding the future world. It wasn't until a few days ago that an experimenter brought the little bear to the laboratory. The little bear scanned the chip and effortlessly translated its contents. The chip contained detailed information on the creation and application of mechanical arms. Coupled with the broken mechanical arm Long Yuan had brought back, significant progress has now been made in the field of mechanical arm production. Yuan, do you realize how many lives could be transformed if this mechanical arm is successfully developed? First, the high explosive performance of the mechanical arm could endow users with immense strength, jumping ability, and precision, which could be applied in military domains, propelling the nation's military prowess forward. Secondly, the mechanical arm could integrate and grow upon the human body, enabling the disabled to stand, with prosthetics potentially outperforming natural limbs. Dancers could once again dance, and painters could reclaim their brushes. Yuan, this would be a monumental leap for humanity, and you would be its greatest benefactor, although replication remains elusive at present, with the technical data and the formidable researchers like Su Lao. Success is just around the corner. Moreover, the special effects medicine you brought back has nearly been researched to completion. Regarding the special effects medicine, its components are not particularly rare. Notably, there exists an active ingredient that Su Lao and the team have yet to identify. However, this substance, when tested on mice, invigorated them without any harmful effects. Excluding the 2 used for research, only 6 pills remain. According to Long Yuan, 1 pill can restore health to a cancer patient until a new special effects medicine is successfully synthesized. These 7 pills must be allocated judiciously. 1 pill was designated for an elderly scientist who has made countless contributions to the nation and has delved into radioactive experiments, achieving significant breakthroughs. Another was allocated for a distinguished veteran general. A third went to a senior aerospace professor. The remaining ones were distributed based on contributions to the country, reserved for deserving individuals in case of emergencies. However, the need for the medicine extends beyond 3 individuals. Countless individuals have contributed to the nation, yet many are already on the brink and do not necessarily suffer from cancer. Zhou's eyes twinkled with amusement. But these were no longer pressing concerns. The vines and ice spirit mushrooms brought back from the primitive realm contained the active substances Su Lao and the team have been searching for. The first batch of special effects medicine has already been formulated from the vines. The ice spirit mushrooms have yielded the first batch of restorative liquid. Once the experiments confirm their safety, they will be allocated first to the meritorious.as for the temperature-controlled suit you provided. There has been no progress on that front. Long Yuan was taken aback. She never anticipated that the items she brought back would have such significant impact. As for the temperature-controlled suit, it is, after all, a product of the system, far surpassing the level of this world. The lack of progress is only to be expected. The initial batch of special medicines and restorative solutions developed has exhibited remarkably positive effects when tested on laboratory mice, with no adverse reactions observed. Regrettably, the ice spirit fungus and black vine brought back by Long Yuan are limited to a single portion each, regardless of the abundance of active components they may contain. The quantity of the resulting special medicines and restorative solutions is insufficient. The restorative solution is capable of rapidly revitalizing one's vitality and blood energy. Currently, 30 bottles have been produced, one of which has been divided into numerous samples for biological reaction experiments. The special medicines, however, are even scarcer, with only 20 doses crafted. The authorities initially intended to release a hint of this development to inform the public of its existence, hoping to instill hope and courage in those suffering from terminal illnesses, even if they themselves would not benefit directly. Unfortunately, on the very day the officials received the experimental results, several prominent figures who had previously experienced the effects of the special medicine began to stir with anticipation. This included those who had been on the brink of despair due to illness but had suddenly emerged from their afflictions with a calm demeanor. These individuals, whether from political circles or the intertwined realm of commerce and power, are no fools. They possess sharp intellects and keen instincts, having already sensed that the nation was secretly undertaking extraordinary endeavors. Consequently, the phone lines in Long Lao's office were inundated with calls. Even the families of those prominent figures who had been cured by the special medicine were receiving calls. After concluding an experiment, Su Lao and his colleagues found themselves overwhelmed with incessant phone calls, prompting Su Lao to shut off his phone and retreat into the laboratory, muttering to himself that he would focus solely on conducting secret experiments. After several days of disturbance, Long Lao ultimately decided that the highest bidder would prevail. Conveyed this outcome to Long Yuan, who maintained a calm demeanor. Went on to explain, Yuan, do not perceive Long Lao's decision as a capitulation to the elite. Over the past decade, the business sphere has expanded significantly, with the private economy of Longwa firmly controlled by numerous power brokers. These individuals prioritize their interests above all else, and the nation has long desired to extract a substantial contribution from them. Furthermore, the resources acquired can be utilized by Long Yuan for travel funds, rapid system upgrades, and additional research yielding benefits on multiple fronts. Long Yuan nodded in understanding, affirming her unwavering trust in her nation. Believing that each step taken was in pursuit of the people's welfare, before her next journey, Long Yuan resolved to return to her hometown. In the past, she had felt a sense of guilt towards her family. Avoiding homecomings, however, her experiences during the apocalyptic journey had taught her the importance of cherishing every moment. Once she felt prepared, Long Yuan set off. Upon learning of her intention to return home, Zhou Jing had already arranged everything with Zhou Zhu. Long Yuan simply needed to embark on her journey without concern. As she sat in the vehicle, surrounded by Zhou Zhu and Yin Fei, with the driver being a plump man and Mia in the passenger seat. They formed a protective circle around her. Long Yuan mused that such precautions were unnecessary. Although she had awakened her abilities in the post-apocalyptic world, her physical prowess remained intact, and this short journey should not require such an entourage. Zhou Zhu, with a serious expression, insisted, "You do not realize how crucial you are at this moment." Mia, glancing back from the passenger seat, added, "If it weren't for your adamant opposition, the mayor would likely have dispatched an entire army to protect you." Long Yuan exclaimed, "That is far too exaggerated. My father would be terrified and might think I've gotten into trouble." The journey to Xiago village took 2 hours by car. Upon her arrival, she noticed the village was enveloped in tendrils of smoke rising from cooking fires. Suddenly a small car appeared, drawing the curious gazes of the villagers. Long Yuan had once dreaded such scrutiny. As her family was the poorest in the village, they had depleted their savings to pay for her mother's medical treatment. Making the Long family the only household in Xiago village classified as both a 5-guarantee household and a registered impoverished household, the villagers' gazes had always made Long Yuan feel uncomfortable, compounded by her aversion to the village gossip and familial entanglements. However, her grandmother enjoyed a stellar reputation. It was said that during their impoverished days, Long Grandma and Long Grandpa were the only wealthy family in Xiago village, possessing considerable farmland, while the villagers were starving. Resorting to eating tree bark and dirt, Long Grandma and Long Grandpa selflessly cooked food for the nearby villagers and distributed clothing, albeit in small quantities, saving many lives in the process. Consequently, Long Grandma was held in high regard. Often receiving food and visits from villagers who sought her company, Long Yuan, who was typically reticent, inadvertently became the focal point of conversation among the villagers. As one of the few university students from her time, there were numerous topics generated around her. In her childhood, she was labeled as slow and silent, leading many to believe she would not amount to much. During her school years, it was said that she could go years without speaking a word, appearing indifferent to others, and that no man would desire her. As an adult, her infrequent visits home were seen as a sign of disdain for her impoverished relatives, rendering her years of education seemingly futile. Long Yuan had once feared making eye contact with the villagers, but after her myriad experiences, she now perceived the once insurmountable barriers as mere small mounds of dirt. Indeed, confidence stems from one's capabilities. With the villagers watching, Long Yuan gradually drove towards her home. In front of the Long family residence, Long Lichuan was busy splitting bamboo, and a bamboo basket was beginning to take shape. Long Grandma sat under the eaves, basking in the sun while observing Long Lichuan at work. By the well, a neighbor, Ansan, was washing clothes while chatting with Long's family. Long Grandma, your Yuan isn't coming home this year, Long Grandma, with her hands resting on her cane, replied. What did you say? Her hearing had diminished with age. Ansan, exasperated, raised her voice. I said, your Yuan has been rather unfilial, hasn't she? It's been ages, and she hasn't sent a single penny home, nor has she returned. I wonder if the rumors are true that she's run off with a man. Long grandma chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. She sent me 2,000 yuan just 2 months ago. Aunt San was taken aback. So she still has a sliver of conscience left. As Long Yuan approached her home, she overheard the villagers gossiping about her. Zhou and the others glanced at her. Long Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Let's get out of the car. Aunt San craned her neck to peek at the commotion, rubbing her eyes. How strange, a black sedan has come to the village in recent years. As the national economy flourished, the village had seen its share of newly affluent individuals returning in flashy cars. However, this vehicle did not belong to any of them. Several tall, imposing figures emerged from the car. Dressed as if they had stepped out of a drama. Upon closer inspection, one of them appeared somewhat familiar, and they were making their way towards her. Aunt San felt a surge of anxiety. Long Lichuan also turned to look. Unlike Aunt San, he recognized Long Yuan immediately. Despite her changes, the sturdy farmer, who appeared somewhat frail, seemed to have regained strength as he rose from his seat, his weathered face usually stoic, softened, and his eyes glistened with moisture. You're home. Yes, I've returned. Long Yuan's eyes also misted momentarily. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt San shouted, oh my, you're Yuanzi, goodness, you've really transformed. I almost didn't recognize you, you've grown so beautiful. Long grandma, rising from her seat, leaned on her cane and approached. Who is back? I heard Yuanzi. Long Yuan hurried to support her. Grandma, it's me, I am Yuan. I am back. Long grandma, whose eyesight had waned, reached out to touch Long Yuan's face. Yuanzi, it's good that you've returned. Aunt San chimed in loudly. Oh, what a joyous occasion, your Yuanzi is back. And I see she even drove a car. Your family must be having good days now. Yuanzi, how could you not come back to see your father and grandmother after all these years? They are getting older. You used to cry every day as a child, and it was your grandma who stayed up all night to soothe you to sleep. Zhou and the others silently followed Long Yuan. They were well aware of her family's situation. Upon hearing the remark, Zhou coldly interjected, the reason Yuanzi hasn't returned is that she has been working for the nation. The villagers had only ever seen the village head as the highest authority. Aunt San was startled when she heard the word nation. Yuanzi, what are these people doing? They look rather formidable. As Zhou presented his credentials to Aunt San, stating, we are all civil servants with official positions. We've been quite busy, which is why Yuanzi hasn't been able to return home. Civil servants, now that is something, Aunt San exclaimed in astonishment. Yuanzi has become a civil servant. Long Yuan nodded. Aunt San, pondering, remarked, you all continue your conversation, I'll go hang out the laundry. Once Aunt San departed, Long Lichuan turned to Long Yuan. Yuanzi, don't deceive your father. How are things going with Yiming? Where did you get the money to send to me? Rest assured, I haven't touched the 2,000 yuan. Long Yuan's eyes reddened as she interrupted. Dad, I truly did not deceive you. I am indeed working for the country. At this point, Long Yuan lowered her voice, adding, however, my job is rather special classified, so you need not worry about me any longer. As for Zhao Yiming, her expression was devoid of sorrow or joy. With a broader horizon, those she once despised had become insignificant. He has broken the law, the state labels him a traitor, so do not dwell on my relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Long Dad's expression changed. Then you must not contact him any longer. Long Dad's demeanor brightened again. His daughter was working for the nation, and her colleagues were all from governmental agencies. It was a matter of pride. He rubbed his hands together. You didn't even inform me of your return. I'll buy you some roast duck and prepare some of your favorite dishes. Long Yuan's favorite food since childhood had always been roast duck. She quickly replied, Dad, there's no need. I've already bought groceries. The portly friend hurriedly dashed to the car to fetch a pile of meat and vegetables they had purchased. Uncle Yuan chat. I will prepare the meal, Long Dad insisted. That won't do. Guests should not be made to incur expenses. We cannot let you lift a finger. Long Yuan replied, it's fine, let my dad do it. Ultimately they did not truly indulge without contributing. The group pitched in. And soon enough, a splendid feast was prepared. Lacking any culinary finesse, they relied entirely on the freshness of the ingredients. As they cooked, villagers began to arrive. Having heard the news, that really Yuan, I heard you became a civil servant. How much is your salary? Have you bought a car? Long Yuan cast a pleading glance at Zhou. Zhou immediately interjected, it's all provided by the government, and they even allocated a house for us. It's primarily because our positions are somewhat elevated. A few words sufficed to impress the villagers. Goodness, what positions are those, with both car and house? Surely they have all become officials. A villager probed. Zhou cast a mysterious glance at them. Classified work. Instantly Long Yuan's status in Xiago village shifted dramatically. What a remarkable daughter the Long family has produced. To some extent, their speculations were not entirely unfounded. Long dad and Long grandma grinned from ear to ear. Reveling in the feasting, even the simple-minded Uncle Lu chuckled happily. For a family that had always occupied the lowest tier in Xiago village, the Longs finally had a moment of pride after satisfying their appetites. The crowd dispersed. Zhou Yunfei and Mia wandered around the village. Only Long Yuan and Long Dad remained in the house, having consumed some alcohol. Long Dad leaned on Long Yuan for support as she guided him to rest. Grasping her hand, Long Dad's eyes welled with emotion for a moment. Our Yuan has grown up splendidly on her own. I can rest easy now, having been separated from her parents during her childhood and losing her mother in her youth. Long Yuan had lived with various subsidies, bearing the label of a poverty-stricken household. I know our Yuan has had it tough. I am sorry for that, Long Dad lamented. Long Yuan merely felt a pang in her nose. Insecure and trapped by an unyielding social class, she clung desperately to Zhao Yiming. Dad, drink some water first, then rest, she softly suggested. Long Yuan obtained 2 bottles of recovery solution from Old Su, which Long Dad and Long Grandma desperately needed. As for Uncle Long, his condition could not be remedied by the recovery solution. Long Yuan stayed in Xiago village for 2 days. Long Dad and Long Grandma visibly regained their vigor. As she prepared to leave, Long Dad reassured her, do not worry about home, focus on serving the country. I am in good health now. Oddly enough, they had suddenly become quite spirited over the past 2 days. It seems our family is about to turn the tide. Long Yuan mused, touching the tip of her nose. Dad, are you and Grandma really not coming to live in the city with me? The house that Old Su gifted her was perfectly suitable for her family. Long Dad waved his hand dismissively. No, your grandma cannot adapt to city life. Just make sure to visit us when you have time. Long Yuan sat in the car, gazing longingly. Well, you can come to the city to find me whenever you like. Please do not hesitate to reach out. I will have someone pick you up. Long Dad's expression turned stern. State resources should not be squandered like this. Yuan, you cannot be willful. Long Yuan retorted. I do have a few helpers. And I assure you I will not waste resources. That is still unacceptable. Despite his words, Long Dad's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, clearly pleased. Without saying much more, after bidding farewell to Long Dad and Long Grandma, Long Yuan and her companions set off back to the base. But before that, a small incident occurred. Even a lavish banquet can become tiresome after a while. Besides, hunger had truly set in. The base was established deep within Q City's mountainous area, several dozen kilometers from the city center. Before returning, they decided to have a meal first. Zhou instinctively chose the restaurant frequented by Zhou Jing in the past, Yunlai Restaurant, located on a pedestrian street. It sat between the municipal office, the People's Court, and the central police station, a favored venue for high-ranking officials' gatherings. The restaurant's decor was not ostentatious, yet it possessed a unique charm, being elegant and tranquil. Upon entering, Long Yuan and her companions immediately noticed the front desk playing news on a mobile device. According to reports, Q City People's Hospital has made significant breakthroughs in cancer treatment. A stage 3 cancer patient has shown marked improvement after using the newly developed special medication. With cancer cells significantly disappearing, Zhou was arranging for a private room while Long Yuan listened intently, pondering how swiftly the authorities acted to implement the special medication. She wished to hear more. But the front desk staff turned off the phone. Upon noticing Long Yuan's gaze, she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, miss. Long Yuan shook her head, curious. Why did you stop the broadcast? The front desk staff offered a faint smile but did not respond. As Long Yuan was led inside by the server, she overheard the front desk muttering softly, what is there to see? How many years have these grandiose words been repeated? Each time hope arises, disappointment follows. Sigh, can't trust the so-called experts anymore. Long Yuan. Zhou patted her shoulder. What are you daydreaming about? Since experiencing the baptism of the ice spirit fungus in post-apocalyptic travels, Long Yuan had become exceptionally perceptive and quick-witted. Realizing Zhou had not heard, she shook her head. Why, let's hurry and eat. I'm starving. The two gradually walked away. Behind them, a man remained lost in thought as Zhao Yiming squinted, instinctively wanting to chase after them. Yi Yuning grasped Zhao Yiming's arm tightly, her brow furrowed. Where are you going? This gathering was arranged specifically to help you. Take it seriously. Zhao Yiming snapped back to reality. It seemed he had just seen Long Yuan. But how could that be? Long Yuan was pale and emaciated, yet the woman he just glimpsed, albeit only in profile, had lustrous black hair, fair and supple skin, exuding youthful vitality, appearing no older than 18 or 19. Moreover, Long Yuan was impoverished. it was unlikely she could ever afford to dine in such an establishment. It wasn't that Yunlai restaurant was exorbitantly priced, but the clientele consisted of high-ranking officials. Ordinary citizens simply could not enter. Furthermore, given Long Yuan's terminal illness, she might very well be languishing in some corner. That person could not possibly be Long Yuan. Ye Yuning's expression darkened as she pressed, "Zhao Yiming, I am speaking to you." "Are you even listening?" Zhao Yiming hurriedly replied, "Of course, baby, I am listening." However, Yi Yuning impatiently shrugged him off and walked away in the opposite direction, clearly fed up. "You must perform well tonight. I cannot fathom what you do all day." Getting kicked out of the lab by the professor. Previously, she had exerted considerable effort to ensure Zhao Yiming was accepted by the professor and successfully entered graduate school, and now, barely any time had passed. And he had already made mistakes that led to his expulsion from the team. But if it weren't for his good looks and compliance, she would not have invested so much effort. "Now, you seem increasingly indifferent toward me. Do you think I've completely fallen under your spell? My mother is right, people like you from the lower classes are nothing but useless mud." Yi Yuning crossed her arms, her high heels clicking sharply against the ground. Zhao Yiming's expression darkened. "Here we go again." Yi Yuning, that insufferable woman, always looked down on him with her high and mighty attitude, yet he was helpless to leave her. It was all for her connections. Zhao Yiming forced a smile. Leaning closer, "Baby, I will do as you say. Please don't be angry. I will perform excellently tonight. Baby, I love you the most. For you, I even kicked my ex-girlfriend to the curb." Yi Yuning scoffed. However, her expression softened somewhat. The two pushed open the door to the private room where Yi's mother and Professor Lin had already arrived. Yi Yuning smiled sweetly. "Mom, Uncle Lin, we're not late, are we?" Professor Lin chuckled. "Not at all. Your mother and I arrived early." However, when his gaze fell upon Zhao Yiming, his expression grew distant. The group raised their glasses in toasts as Zhao Yiming desperately sought to ingratiate himself, while Yi Yuning and her mother exchanged flattering remarks. Finally managing to lighten Professor Lin's mood, after sipping a couple of glasses, Professor Lin's complexion brightened. In this relatively amicable atmosphere, he finally spoke. "Mrs. Yi, let me be straightforward. You are aware of the sensational news regarding the special cancer medication?" "Correct." Zhao Yiming could not restrain himself from interjecting. "Is this not yet another instance of false advertising? Such occurrences have been frequent in the past, each time a particular ailment is reported to be significantly controlled, only for subsequent developments to fade into obscurity." Professor Lin cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yiming. Yimu immediately adopted a stern expression and admonished, "If you do not understand, refrain from speaking out of turn." "I truly cannot fathom what Yuning sees in this." Zhao Yiming, with his air of an unsophisticated and impoverished individual. Zhao Yiming's countenance darkened as he lowered his gaze. Professor Lin took another sip of wine. And this time, it was entirely different. "The reports claimed that cancer cells had been significantly controlled, yet according to my reliable sources, that patient has already made a full recovery and was discharged yesterday evening." Yimu gasped in astonishment. "What, really?" Professor Lin nodded, suggesting that perhaps the higher-ups had not developed a sufficient supply of the miraculous drug, which is why its astonishing effects have not been publicly disclosed. "A limited-edition drug capable of curing cancer." Yimu furrowed her brows as if to say, "Does Professor Lin mean to imply that you desire this miraculous drug?" Professor Lin chuckled. "Who wouldn't want such a remarkable treasure? However, to my knowledge, the few available miraculous drugs have already been allocated, and the remainder dispatched to hospitals across the nation. What I seek is not merely a miraculous drug. Aside from developing tumor-specific drugs, the country has also created a restorative serum better suited to the constitution of our people. Moreover, its quantity is exceedingly limited, leaving little opportunity for practical application. It has already been entirely monopolized." Yimu, intrigued, inquired, "What exactly is this restorative serum? Is it even more precious than the miraculous drug?" Professor Lin shot her a scornful glance. "What is the restorative serum, you ask, whether it is precious or not? Let me put it this way, the restorative serum can accelerate cell division and reproduction, mend fractures and wounds, rapidly restore vitality and blood, and enhance the body's resistance to In other words, if you were to suffer an accident, such as a severe car crash, and the ambulance was delayed, the restorative serum could very well be the difference between life and death. There are far too many cancer patients in this world. Most cancer cases develop slowly, granting them time to await a cure and means to prolong their lives, yet, a catastrophic accident can snuff out countless lives in an instant. Who can guarantee that they will not encounter unforeseen misfortunes in their lifetime? In Professor Lin's eyes, such life-saving substances are 100 times more valuable than miraculous drugs. Yimu and Yi Yuning exchanged glances, with Yimu expressing disbelief. could this be an exaggeration? Professor Lin waved his hand dismissively. I have an old friend who was fortunate enough to acquire 2 vials of restorative serum, one of which he used to test its efficacy. As for how he conducted the test, Professor Lin did not elaborate, yet Yi Mu, being a perceptive individual, did not press for further details. Professor Lin's face glowed with enthusiasm as he declared, "What I have conveyed to you is the genuine effect. While the miraculous drug may be unattainable, there are still numerous vials of restorative serum circulating among certain merchants. You might inquire with the Laoban upon your return. Your father, having navigated the business world for long, may possess some information." After bidding farewell to Professor Lin, the 3 of them felt as if they had undergone a profound awakening. Momentarily lost in thought as Zhao Yiming swallowed hard, his tone strained. "Mom, do you truly believe what Professor Lin has said? This seems rather far-fetched. When did our country develop such remarkable substances, and why are they so limited? Even now, having somewhat mingled in political and business circles, I have yet to hear any mention of this. It sounds like something out of a novel featuring miraculous elixirs." Zhao Yiming remained skeptical. Yi Mu scoffed, "Do you think Professor Lin is akin to individuals like you who have never experienced the world? An academic like him possesses connections that are far-reaching. He can speak with authority in the capital. His words cannot possibly be false. It is merely that your position is too lowly for you to have received this information." The more Yi Mu pondered, the more anxious she became. Previously she had regarded Q City as a desolate place, desperately seeking a transfer to Ji Province, even the capital, leading her to overlook the developments within Q City itself. It is utterly bewildering. How could such a small place suddenly have so many things she has never encountered? She resolved to inquire with Lao Yi upon returning. "Yuning, come back home with me." Yi Yuning glanced at Zhao Yiming. Yi Mu, visibly displeased, interjected, "Why should she care about him? Isn't he returning to school?" Zhao Yiming forced a smile. "Yuning, you should head home first. I can manage getting back to school on my own." Yi Yuning, feeling fatigued and intrigued by the events of the evening, nodded and departed with Yi Mu. Zhao Yiming watched them disappear from view, his fists clenched as they struck the wall. "Old hag. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. One day, Zhao Yiming will rise to prominence, and when that day comes, I will slap that old woman's face hard, and as for Yi Yuning, I shall make her kneel and lick my shoes." Exiting the restaurant, Zhao Yiming was beset by a craving for a cigarette. Cursing under his breath, he lit one and took a deep drag. As he turned around, he spotted Long Yuan standing at the entrance. This time, Zhao Yiming clearly saw her face. Her complexion was fair, possibly enhanced by a bit of weight, making her appear slightly taller. Her hair was jet black, and her lips were rosy against her white teeth. She was a far cry from the disheveled gaunt woman he had encountered when they broke up, yet her features remained unchanged. Zhao Yiming approached, calling out, Yuan." Long Yuan, feeling uncomfortably full, had stepped outside for a breath of fresh air while Zhou Zhu and the others were settling the bill. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she raised her gaze and indeed spotted Zhao Yiming's hypocritical face. Her expression darkened instantly. Long Yuan had not forgotten how Zhao Yiming had callously abandoned her during her lowest point. She could hardly believe that in the brief time it took to leave the base for a meal, she would encounter Zhao Yiming. Q City is truly small. As Zhao Yiming drew closer, he found himself increasingly captivated by Long Yuan's current appearance. Her skin was porcelain-like, with just the right amount of baby fat on her face, and her eyes sparkled with spirit. Her flowing black hair framed her face, and her cream-colored cotton and linen top paired with slightly flared jeans exuded a vintage yet modern charm rich in character. Zhao Yiming had never realized before that Long Yuan could be so beautiful and graceful. He gazed at her, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! I never expected to run into you here." After a pause, he continued, Yuan, "You've changed. You look stunning." Long Yuan could not help but roll her eyes. You, on the other hand, remained the same, disgusting as ever. She wondered how she had ever been attracted to Zhao Yiming, whose face resembled that of a foolish pig, exuding an air of mediocrity. As Zhao Yiming's expression shifted, gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and said, Yuan, being obstinate is futile. Admit it. You still have feelings for me, don't you?" Zhao Yiming edged closer. "Truth be told, I still prefer you. My relationship with Yi Yuning is merely for the sake of my future." Yuan, come back to me." Just then, an internal voice interrupted, "Host, is he insane? Is this the typical male protagonist described in novels? Can you please slap him? I can hardly bear it." Long Yuan, if it weren't for the fear that making a scene would expose the base, she would have truly taken action. She shot Zhao Yiming a disdainful glance, sending a message to Zhou Zhu that she would leave first as she prepared to make her escape. Zhao Yiming seized Long Yuan's arm, declaring, "What are you pretending for? I am now a graduate student. you must realize that we are no longer in the same league, and it is a privilege for you that I still desire you. Long Yuan, unable to restrain herself any longer, Long Yuan raised her hand, preparing to deliver a sharp slap. Suddenly, the mutated tree that had been entwined around Long Yuan's arm extended its tendrils, too short. Not reaching, the mutated tree leaped from Long Yuan's grasp before she could even react. A towering tree shot up from the ground, its thick vines delivering a sharp slap to Zhao Yiming. Enough already, who dares to bully a tree? Is a tree so easily trifled with? The thick roots sent Zhao Yiming flying, crashing hard against a nearby trash can, and Zhao Yiming felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, rendering him speechless from the pain. A wave of terror washed over him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he beheld the massive tree twisting in midair before losing consciousness. Long Yuan, it's over. After venting its fury, the mutated tree shrank to a mere inch, coiling around Long Yuan's wrist. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, the peak hour for foot traffic, particularly, the area near Yunlai restaurant was bustling with pedestrians on the promenade. Although the mutated tree appeared and vanished swiftly, some observant individuals had caught sight of the extraordinary phenomenon. The crowd erupted into chaos, with someone screaming. A companion inquired, "What happened, babe?" A woman, trembling, pointed at the sky. "There's a gigantic tree twisting up there." The man followed her gaze, but the sky was darkening, and shadows of birds flitted by. "No, darling, you must be mistaken," the woman muttered. "Really?" Similar situations unfolded all around. Passers-by, momentarily distracted from their phones, glimpsed the fleeting sight of the mutated tree. The commotion among the crowd grew louder. Fortunately, Yunlai restaurant rarely catered to the general public, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd in the vicinity. Nevertheless, Long Yuan, observing Zhao Yiming sprawled on the ground, had a sinking feeling that she might have landed herself in trouble. At this moment, after displaying its tremendous might, the mutated tree had succumbed to slumber. Leaving Long Yuan bereft of anyone to blame, she felt like crying without tears. Turning around, she spotted Zhou Zhu Yunfei and others standing at the entrance, their expressions a mix of astonishment and confusion. Yuanzi, Long Yuan's heart has perished. I declare it was not my doing. Do you believe me? At the armed base in Q City, Long Yuan sat at the long table in the center of the conference room, encircled by a gathering of people. After receiving an urgent phone call, Zhou Jing, Hua Xiangming, and Elder Su joined the video conference, filled with high-ranking national leaders, all gazing intently. Long Lao remained affable, speaking in a gentle tone. Yuan, are you suggesting that you returned from the apocalypse dimension with a mutated plant? Zhou Jing gulped. Yuan, are you saying that this mutated plant transformed right in the street and injured someone? Long Yuan's head drooped lower. I apologize, everyone, it is all my fault. After you all left that day, I inadvertently brought back the mutated tree that had been destroyed. It exhibited such dangerous behavior in the apocalypse dimension that I chose not to hand it over. For the past few days, it has been quietly coiling around my wrist, and I nearly forgot about its existence. I never anticipated it would suddenly manifest and create such a commotion. Observing the child's self-reproachful demeanor, the prominent figures present, including those in the video conference, were instantly softened. Long Lao spoke softly. Yuan, you have made tremendous contributions and sacrifices for our dragon nation. Do not blame yourself for minor issues. Zhou Jing felt a pang of sympathy for Long Yuan. I have already investigated. It was quite dark at the time, and there were not many people outside the restaurant, so it did not attract significant attention. Hua Xiangming, a blunt man, unsure how to console the young girl, huffed, "If that scoundrel Zhao dares to speak out of turn, I, Hua Shu, shall teach him a lesson he won't forget." They were all well aware of Long Yuan's background. This Zhao Yiming was no good. He had abandoned her during her illness and now shamelessly pursued her, provoking the mutated tree. Long Lao chuckled lightly. Xiaohua, you remain as impulsive as ever. We, the people of Dragon Nation, should prioritize peace. Do not resort to violence. Xiaozhou, can you handle this? Zhou Jing nodded, smiling. Zhao Yiming currently relies heavily on his mother-in-law Zhang Guilan, a minor leader in the municipal bureau overseeing the education department in Q City. If we want him to be quiet, we can exert some influence through Zhang Guilan. Hua Xiangming was displeased. So that means Zhao's bullying of our Yuan will go unpunished. Long Lao chuckled again. Oh, this is certainly manageable. Xiaozhou, can you take care of it? After all, we had previously given him a chance due to his status as a citizen of Dragon Nation. Repeated offenses cannot be overlooked. Zhou Jing promptly nodded, assuring, rest easy Long Lao, leave it to me. He will no longer harbor intentions to pursue Xiao Yuan. Long Yuan felt deeply moved. Although it was her inadvertent mistake, not a single person blamed her. You are all too kind. Thus she resolved to embark on a new dimension the following day. After concluding the video call, the crowd dispersed. Elder Su quietly approached little Yuan. May I take a look at your mutated tree? Rest assured, I shall not take it for free. Elder Su tossed Long Yuan a square car key recently acquired. Here, play with this. Long Yuan hurriedly returned the car key. I don't want it. I can't drive that. It's not that I am unwilling to share. But the mutated tree is merely dormant now. I cannot predict when it will awaken. As Long Yuan prepared to enter the new dimension the next day, she worried that the mutated tree might pose a threat to these esteemed individuals. Elder Su waved his hand. Yuan, you are quite mistaken regarding the safety of our nation's laboratories. And no matter how formidable the entity, it cannot breach the glass manufactured by our Hua nation. Long Yuan chuckled softly. Realizing her anxiety was unwarranted, the mutated tree's energy diminished significantly on Blue Star. Lacking abundant supernatural support, coupled with the nation's strong defenses, the situation was far from dire as she imagined. Long Yuan peeled the mutated tree from her wrist and offered it. Here you go. Elder Su gleefully accepted the small mutated tree, casually tossing the car key back to Long Yuan. It's in the garage of your villa. Enjoy it. Long Yuan watched as Elder Su quickly made his exit. Momentarily tossing the key into her space, she understood the old man was merely trying to cheer her up. The atmosphere filled her with joy. The following morning, as Long Yuan yawned awake, she heard the meticulous, cold voice of Zhou emanating from downstairs. Leaning over the railing, she gazed down to find the living room overflowing with bags of supplies. Long Yuan hurriedly washed up and descended the stairs, her eyes wide in disbelief. Sister Zhu, these can't all be prepared for me, right? Zhou nodded in response. Yes. Mr. Zhou mentioned that since you now possess space, we need not be frugal in selecting the most essential supplies. Anything suitable can be taken. 36, Long Yuan thought, but this was simply extravagant. Zhou frowned. Extravagant? Most of these are various dishes prepared overnight by national banquet masters. There are your favorites: stir-fried eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised pork trotters, stir-fried lotus root, Westlake vinegar fish, Longjing shrimp, mapo tofu. A portion consisted of your beloved snacks such as spicy prince, dongting fishtail, and cucumber-flavored potato chips, but you mustn't indulge too much. There were also various fruits to ensure vitamin intake. I heard you say there is no air circulation in your space, so spoilage should not occur given the uncertainty of your stay in the dimension. We prepared extra. The rest comprised weapons, handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, ones you are familiar with. Long Lao also instructed us to prepare some explosives and grenades for you. Currently, your points are insufficient for an upgrade, and we cannot protect you at all times given the dangers of your previous encounters. We can only prepare more defensive items. You are adept with firearms, and I have noted the usage methods for explosives and grenades. They are straightforward, and you will grasp them easily. Additionally, there are some daily necessities: water, clothing, and a significant supply of sanitary pads. Zhou frowned again. We are still missing some items. Let me arrange for disposable underwear for you. In case you find yourself in a dimension like the last apocalypse, lacking water for bathing, they can be conveniently discarded. Zhou busily wrote and sketched on the list. Yuan, do you feel anything else is needed? Long Yuan was left speechless, quickly replying, that is enough, really enough. You have thought of everything for me. With so many supplies, if she did not stay in the new dimension for at least a month or half a month, it would be a disservice to everyone. As thorough arrangements. 111 felt touched, tears welling up. Host, as long as everyone is well, 111 will work even harder. Soon I will upgrade and bring you some bodyguards. Long Yuan smiled faintly. Thank you, 111. During a break for meals, 111 and Long Yuan reviewed their progress. The host has successfully checked in at 3 dimensions, accumulating points of 50, 100, 300, 450. The host successfully toured the Apocalypse dimension for 5 days, earning 5, 10, 50 points. Of the current point balance is 500. Only 500 points remain for system upgrade. Host, persevere and achieve more accomplishments. Long Yuan felt elated. According to the system, different dimensions offered varying points. Excluding the novice dimension, other dimensions started at 100 points, with higher dimensions yielding more points based on comprehensive evaluations. It seemed that despite the dangers of the last Apocalypse dimension, the rewards were exponentially greater. 111 added, by the way, host, regarding the golden light point seen in the Apocalypse dimension, the main system has provided feedback. Long Yuan recalled that a few days prior, 111 had mentioned discovering an unknown energy, requiring an inquiry with the main system. However, several days had passed without a response. She had almost forgotten about it. By now Long Yuan had arrived at the designated safe house. What is it? 111 replied. Please wait. let me check the main system's response. Long Yuan was indifferent. Alright, you may initiate the dimension transfer. The host's diligence inspired 111 not to discourage her. Dimension transfer commencing. Countdown. 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Those watching at the door merely witnessed a flash. As Long Yuan vanished once more from the room, yet this time, they had grown accustomed to it, no longer astonished, and dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. The familiar dizziness washed over her, however, having experienced it multiple times. The nausea was significantly milder. Long Yuan quickly regained her composure and opened her eyes. Before her lay a bustling street, teeming with life. Towering pumpkin lanterns hung from the tips of sprawling vines. The crowd donned attire reminiscent of Western Europe, capes paired with princess gowns, spaghetti-strap dresses with cloaks, while older women preferred flowing robes. The men sported uniform denim jackets and leather coats, exuding a hint of cowboy charm. Some wore robes with capes. The street buzzed with activity, vibrant greenery flourishing, vines twisting around walls, and roofs adorned with blooming purple and white flowers. Enormous trees sprouted in the middle of the street, with intricately designed wooden houses nestled among their branches, suspended in midair by the vines. Long Yuan beheld the distant city center, where a colossal tree towered majestically, its height so great that it seemed to vanish into the sky when she gazed upward. A massive, robust vine spiraled around its trunk, adorned with an orderly array of golden buds that bloomed in abundance. The buds appeared to emanate a shimmering radiance, creating a scene both beautiful and dreamlike. What a sensation! At first glance, Long Yuan felt as though she had stepped into a world reminiscent of a match 3 puzzle game. Indeed, this grand tree and the entwined vine bore a striking resemblance to a popular match 3 game she had played on the Blue Planet, where she had advanced through thousands of levels without ever encountering the village chief. However, there was no time for sentimentality. Amidst the eclectic attire and vibrant hair colors surrounding her, Long Yuan found herself a tad too conspicuous. Fortunately, she had access to a wardrobe. Zhou had equipped her with various outfits. She discovered a secluded corner in a narrow alley and changed into a set of clothing that blended in more seamlessly. While changing, she listened to the information relayed by 111. This is a vast kingdom founded upon the principles of botany, where the king resides in a celestial palace high above, bestowing his blessings upon his subjects each year. The mighty lily fruit grants them extraordinary strength, the melodious lingling flower fills their ears with enchanting music, and the longevity-enhancing shosho mushroom prolongs their lives. The subjects hold an unwavering adoration for their king, their deity. Welcome to the great world of Guagua. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Goodness, lily fruit, shosho mushroom, lingling flower. She felt as though she had entered a fairy tale. It seemed that this realm posed no immediate dangers. Swiftly donning her new attire, she turned and stepped into the bustling street. By the way, 111, you mentioned that the main system had sent you a message. What did it say? 111 tapped its head. Yes. Host, let me check right away. Ah, host, the main system congratulates me on discovering new merit points. It states that 1 merit can be exchanged for 10 points. What? It can substitute for points? Long Yuan was invigorated. 111, please elaborate for me. Merit is a rare commodity, a special energy needed by every system. Generally, after assisting or saving others, the grateful recipients will reward the host with merit in the form of golden light. Long Yuan, it seems that you gained merit when you sacrificed yourself to destroy the mutated tree before leaving the previous realm, thus saving the members of the Zufeng team. Long Yuan, can she admit that her intention was merely to show off? Nevertheless, it was a pleasant surprise. Thankfully, before her departure, she had secretly plotted to annoy those individuals. Otherwise, she would not have discovered this alternative point system. Long Yuan inquired, so how much merit did we accumulate in the previous realm? 111. Scroll through the system panel. Host, you have acquired a total of 12 merit points. 111 explained that the amount of merit largely depends on the degree of gratitude expressed by those saved. The young lady Zhou Linlin contributed 3 points. Zhou Yu provided 3 points. Captain Tang Yuza offered 1 point, while Lin Ziwei, 111 exclaimed in shock. Lin Ziwei provided the most merit, a total of 5 points. 12 merit points equate to 120 points. Long Yuan. What a windfall! If only they could continuously provide her with merit points. 111's tone turned somber. I'm sorry, host, merit points are exceedingly rare and are one-time rewards. Only Long Yuan could earn them by consistently doing good deeds. The old adage of learning from Lei Feng wouldn't suffice, as the recipients must be aware of her actions to feel gratitude. Long Yuan felt a twinge of regret. However, 111 quickly shifted the conversation. But the main system also informed me that, in addition to merit, the power of faith can also be exchanged for points. 1 unit of faith can be exchanged for 5 points. Most importantly, the power of faith can be generated continuously. As long as others continue to believe in the host, the power of faith will perpetually flow. Long Yuan was astonished. It turns out the system had so many ways of calculating. Had she known of this avenue sooner, she might have amassed points to upgrade her system much earlier. 111, looking pitiful, pointed at its fingers. I apologize, host. Despite completing numerous tasks, I remain a novice system. The main system never anticipated that 111 would one day encounter merit. Everyone views me as a mere rookie system. Had it not been for meeting you, I would have faced deactivation. Sob. Long Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Alright, 111, I certainly do not blame you. In the future, I will earn you plenty of merit and faith, enabling you to evolve into a prominent system, and no one will ever look down on you again. 111 imagined the grand prospects Long Yuan painted for it, overwhelmed with emotion. Host, 111 will wholeheartedly assist you. The two were filled with determination, yet they were momentarily at a loss. The immediate priority remained to focus on the fundamental points. As long as they spent sufficient time in this realm, they could accumulate more points. While merit and faith were indeed remarkable, points were equally enticing. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Standing upon the street, Long Yuan gazed around, enchanted by the kaleidoscope of colors and whimsical sights. The pedestrians appeared relaxed, seemingly enjoying a good life. This realm seemed devoid of danger, granting Long Yuan ample opportunity to explore. She resolved to find a place to stay. As she approached, she realized that the enormous pumpkins lining the road were not mere decorations but exquisite pumpkin houses. She also spotted a large dwelling composed of 3 massive pumpkins, bustling with visitors and occasionally wafting the aroma of food. Long Yuan mused that it smelled rather bland. Nonetheless, she was eager to sample the cuisine of this realm. Though she was uncertain about the local currency, after wandering around the street for a couple of rounds, Long Yuan gleaned some insights about this realm. For instance, there was no concept of rice, noodles, or meat. Everyone adhered to a vegetarian diet. They derived their energy from various vegetables and fruits. Lily fruit could enhance their physical strength, granting them temporary bursts of power, while shosho mushroom could slow down aging. The currency of this realm was a plant known as stargrass, which resembled hollow 5-pointed stars and emitted a gentle glow. As Long Yuan absorbed this information, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the inhabitants of this realm. How could anyone live without carbohydrates? How could one survive without them? Feeling fatigued, Long Yuan approached a wooden cabin with a tightly shut door, discreetly pulling out a box of steaming rice accompanied by fish-flavored shredded pork prepared by a national banquet chef. She took a hearty bite. It was divine. Chef Lin, you are truly a culinary deity. Just as Long Yuan savored her meal, the wooden door creaked open slightly behind her. Turning around, she met the curious gaze of a pair of eyes peeking through the crack. Long Yuan exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone lived here." As she prepared to make her exit, the voice from within spoke softly. It was a delicate tone, reminiscent of a child, with a hint of trepidation. What are you eating?" Long Yuan glanced down at her fish-flavored shredded pork and asked, "Would you like to have some?" Long Yuan sat inside the cabin. The person opposite her wore a long, gray-blue cotton dress, with dark hair intricately braided into a large plait, wrapped in a headscarf that covered the lower half of her face. Her eyes were shrouded in the shadow of the scarf, making it difficult for Long Yuan to see her clearly. Long Yuan pushed her meal toward her. "Would you like to try some?" The young girl hesitated but could not resist the alluring aroma. At that moment, she was unaware that it was the scent of a sugary oil mixture heated to perfection. Cautiously, she removed her headscarf. Beneath her dark hair was a delicate, fair face with deep-set dark eyes and a slightly flattened nose. Having been accustomed to seeing high noses and vibrant hair colors outside, Long Yuan felt a sense of familiarity upon encountering this distinctly Eastern visage. Rayla, feeling uneasy under Long Yuan's gaze, nervously tugged at her hair, her eyes darting away. Then, she cautiously used her own utensil, a large spoon, to scoop a mouthful of rice mixed with vegetables and brought it to her lips. Rayla's eyes widened in surprise. Long Yuan watched intently, her face brimming with anticipation. "So, what do you think?" Long Yuan was not being whimsical. She had suddenly formulated an idea. Now, she awaited the response she desired from the girl. Rayla's eyes sparkled. "It's delicious, so incredibly good." She had never tasted such food before. Yuan, where did you find this new dish?" Long Yuan paused momentarily. "I stumbled upon it in the forest. It's really just a different cooking method." Rayla's gaze fell upon the dish before her. Although it was rich and oily, she could still discern the ingredients, including a purple vegetable resembling a dwarf gourd, while the red one remained unidentifiable. And then there were these little white grains she had never seen before. Perhaps this was the new ingredient Yuan had discovered. A flicker of worry crossed Rayla's face. Long Yuan, oblivious to her expression, inquired, "Do you think people would enjoy this if I sold it?" Rayla was taken aback. "You want to sell food?" Long Yuan nodded. This was the idea that had taken root in her mind. The wilderness here was not entirely safe. Beyond the human settlements, there existed a formidable threat, the Earthlings. It is said that the relationship between the Earthlings and humanity is one of perpetual conflict. Long Yuan has attempted to harness her extraordinary abilities in this realm, yet she remains unable to do so. Thus, in order to thrive in this world, she must first secure a place to reside. Selling novel delicacies could provide her with the currency she requires. Furthermore, this realm is replete with intriguing items that pique Long Yuan's interest, such as those uniquely functional plants. She yearns to acquire a significant number to bring back to Blue Star. Unlike the chaotic realms she has previously visited, this world possesses a ruler. In an orderly environment, it is only fitting to engage in legitimate pursuits, for she is merely a traveler, not a marauder. Consequently, the urgency to earn currency in this dimension cannot be overstated. Layla lowered her eyelids, observing the unfamiliar foods before her. Although lacking in function, their exquisite taste would likely appeal to many. Long Yuan understood snacks are essential. An indulgence in junk food is sometimes necessary. Little did she expect that one day, the nutritious carbohydrates that everyone in Blue Star consumed would transform into junk food. Noticing the hesitation on Layla's face, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Layla, is there something you wish to express?" With a sigh, Layla replied, "Yuan, how could you forget? Without the king's permission, humans are prohibited from selling food independently." Through Layla's explanations, Long Yuan gained a deeper understanding of this realm. The ruler of the fruit world, the king, resides high atop a colossal vine that stretches into the heavens. No one knows what lies upon that vine or what the fabled celestial palace resembles. However, they have all witnessed the king each year. He descends via a vine ladder, bestowing blessings upon the populace. The functional food they consume is procured from the vine, by offering a sufficient quantity of star grass. One can purchase copious amounts of sustenance. According to Layla, humanity once languished under the shadow of the Earthlings, weak and helpless. It was the king who granted them the power fruit, enabling them to vanquish the Earthlings and establish their own cities. As a result, humans hold unwavering reverence and faith in the king. Yet, Long Yuan sensed something amiss. Was this not a monopoly? It seemed the star grass was entirely under the king's control, leaving the masses to express gratitude towards him. A classic case of psychological manipulation. Long Yuan queried Layla, "Why must food be purchased from the vine? Is it not possible to cultivate it oneself or acquire it from other sources?" Layla appeared puzzled. Responding, "However, humans cannot grow functional food," she elaborated. "Only the king's divine power can bestow upon them functional sustenance, whether it be the power fruit or longevity mushroom. Attempts at cultivation have resulted only in ordinary mushrooms and commonplace fruit trees." Long Yuan stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Is it possible that this realm truly harbors divine beings?" The system replied, "No, host, this realm does not belong to the cultivation genre." "That is indeed curious." Long Yuan dismissed further contemplation. As long as she earned enough star grass and procured goods from this world, her mission would be accomplished. She patted Layla on the shoulder, asserting, "You are mistaken, Layla. What requires the king's permission is the sale of functional food." "What does that have to do with my ordinary fare?" Layla paused, contemplating. "That does seem quite reasonable." "Layla, do you trust me?" Long Yuan asked. Layla nodded, with a glimmer in her eyes. Long Yuan continued, "Then lend me some star grass, and I promise to return it double upon earning it." Layla hesitated. Long Yuan successfully acquired her first earnings and then persuaded Layla to join her in searching for a suitable storefront. Layla, astonished, questioned, "What does my opening a shop have to do with you?" Long Yuan replied confidently, "Of course it matters. If I fail to find an appropriate space, I will incur losses, and your star grass will be forfeit." Layla remained silent. The system chimed in, "Host, you are becoming increasingly adept at spinning tales." Long Yuan dismissed the comment, deeming it averaged. Eventually, Layla accompanied Long Yuan outside. Long Yuan noticed that as Layla stepped out, she covered her hair and face with a headscarf, leaving only her eyes partially visible. During their conversation, Layla kept her head lowered, fidgeting. Long Yuan inquired, "Layla, what troubles you?" With her head bowed, Layla tugged on Long Yuan's sleeve and hurriedly walked. Yuan, do you not feel any shame? Long Yuan was taken aback. What do you mean? Layla adjusted her headscarf, revealing her dark eyes and skin. Yuan, we are cursed. Long Yuan understood of this, explained why Layla confined herself indoors during the day and wrapped herself when venturing outside. Had it not been for their matching hair color, perhaps the door would not have opened today. Around them, various high-nosed, deep-eyed individuals were indeed casting glances in their direction. However, I think it looks beautiful. It is so unique. Are they not envious of us? Layla stared at Long Yuan dumbfounded, before managing to utter, Yuan, you are truly confident. Long Yuan felt somewhat insulted. Layla observed Long Yuan's profile. Do they really envy us? Yet Yuan, you do appear quite stunning. The shop that Layla found for Long Yuan was a quaint establishment formed from two large pumpkins. The proprietor was an elderly lady with an unsightly scar on one side of her face. Though she wore a headscarf and appeared stern, her gaze toward Layla was gentle. Yuan, this is Grandma Chenla. She intends to rent her shop. Grandma Chenla's sunken blue eyes scrutinized Long Yuan. You wish to rent my shop? Layla quietly explained, Grandma Chenla is very kind. She merely appears intimidating as she raises her grandson alone. Long Yuan held no preconceived notions, having encountered a myriad of individuals across Blue Star and her previous realms. She had long since ceased to judge by appearances. Yes, Grandma Chenla, I would like to inquire how much stargrass is required for a temporary 1-month rental. Grandma Chenla softened her demeanor slightly. Only for 1 month. For Layla's sake, the usual fee of 500 stargrass will be reduced to 450. Grandma Chenla, being elderly, had limited financial resources and relied on renting the shop for her livelihood. The stargrass earned from the rent was primarily used to support her grandson's education, with the remainder allocated for purchasing functional food to enhance their living conditions. However, due to the small size and somewhat dilapidated state of Grandma Chenla's shop, it often went unleased. Thus, Long Yuan swiftly secured the rental agreement. The pumpkin shop was suspended from a large vine situated at a modest height above the ground. A wooden staircase of 3 steps provided access. Easily stowed away when not in use, Long Yuan discovered a small door at the base of the vine designated for storing miscellaneous items. Once again, she marveled at the wonders of this realm. It was reminiscent of the enchanted worlds described in fairy tales. Eagerly she entered the pumpkin shop with Layla to survey their new venture. The interior radiated a warm orange glow, with a bar counter at the entrance for transactions and orders. The tables were fashioned from oversized pumpkin seeds, appearing particularly charming. The walls bore traces of pumpkin vines, with glimmers of orange pumpkin flesh visible. On each side, there was a pumpkin-shaped window, where the massive leaves of the pumpkin vines could be drawn down as makeshift curtains, only to be pushed aside when needed. The ceiling was adorned with pumpkin vines, from which hung small pumpkin lanterns. Long Yuan, is this real pumpkin? Layla responded with curiosity. Of course, this is a bebe pumpkin. It's edible. Long Yuan was astonished. Then how does it not spoil? It can be used as a house. Layla increasingly perceived Long Yuan as somewhat naive. Of course it doesn't spoil. Bebe pumpkins can be consumed as ordinary food. Their function is to grow large enough to serve as shelter for humans. Rarely does anyone actually eat bebe pumpkins, firstly, because they are too expensive, and secondly, one cannot possibly consume such a large quantity. Functional plants never decay. As for the reason why, Layla admitted, it has always been this way. I cannot provide a clearer explanation. Fortunately, Long Yuan was not overly curious. She was thoroughly pleased with her little shop in this foreign realm. Additionally, Grandma Chenla cared for the establishment, maintaining its cleanliness. The small pumpkin house attached to the back could serve as a kitchen, providing a layer of discretion. Long Yuan immediately resolved to commence selling boxed lunches the following day. Long Yuan learned that Layla had struggled to find work due to her appearance and hair color. Recently, the household where she had been a maid dismissed her. With a flourish, Long Yuan hired Layla as the cashier, placing a new sign atop the pumpkin shop, renaming it Rebirth. Selling boxed lunches on the street, Layla was utterly bewildered. Yuan, what does rebirth mean? And what is a boxed lunch? Long Yuan stroked her chin, explaining, rebirth means I died, yet I live again. A boxed lunch is simply what you eat. Layla expressed her concerns. What a peculiar name. Will anyone truly patronize us? Yuan even promised to pay her 1,000 stargrass in wages for the month. Layla was genuinely anxious. Thus commenced their first day of business. Long Yuan meticulously arranged the boxed meals into the pre-prepared bucket, which was filled with water and heated from below to keep them warm. Fortunately, after acquiring her space, Zhou had prepared an ample supply of boxed meals for her. In addition to dozens of various flavors personally crafted by a state banquet chef, Zhou also purchased a wide array of boxed meals from restaurants. Uncertain of how long Long Yuan would need to remain in this realm. Moreover, given the ample space Long Yuan possessed, Zhou Zhu insisted that it was better to have an excess than to risk running short. Long Yuan responded, "You are a great seer." As dawn gradually broke, the charmingly whimsical sign atop the pumpkin house shimmered, instantly capturing the attention of numerous passers-by. People gathered in front of the pumpkin house, pointing and discussing. "What an unusual font! It's all crooked and twisted, yet amidst the chaos it conceals some strange order, awkward yet endearing. What does rebirth? I sell boxed meals on the street even mean? Such a peculiar name. It seems to be a newly opened restaurant. Look, there's a line of small text below, non-functional food. What kind of restaurant sells non-functional food? We could just pull it from the fields ourselves. Who would spend star grass on such tasteless fare?" Layla stood anxiously at the bar. Long Yuan's illuminated sign was indeed eye-catching, but upon realizing it advertised non-functional food, the crowd lost interest and clustered at the entrance, refusing to enter. When Long Yuan emerged from the kitchen, she was greeted by this scene. "Layla, what's wrong?" Layla sighed. "Everyone is outside and one tea. Come in, Yuan. I shouldn't have encouraged you like this." Long Yuan waved her hand dismissively. She was confident in her boxed meals, especially since just last night Layla had bought a portion of functional food to thank her for her employment. This particular functional food, known as thunderfruit, served a similar purpose to power fruit but provided less energy, utilized by the inhabitants of the fruit world to replenish their daily stamina and energy, and was more affordable, costing only 20 star grass per serving. Long Yuan noted that this was akin to a hideous apple. The sweet apple had been transformed into a savory dish, and the flavor was rather alarming. Long Yuan firmly believed that no one could resist carbohydrates. With this thought, Long Yuan returned to the kitchen, opened the boxed meals, and the delightful aroma wafted out almost immediately. Layla inhaled deeply, entranced. Meanwhile, the passers-by, still outside pointing and whispering, suddenly perked up. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." The crowd exchanged glances. An older man sighed and stepped out from the throng. "Though it's not functional food, we all have our struggles. I'll go try it." With that, he hurried towards the entrance. The remaining onlookers exchanged glances before rushing in, just based on that peculiar fragrance. Even if the establishment were selling something unpalatable, they felt compelled to taste it. "Boss, give me a box of whatever this is. I want a box too. By the way, how much stargrass is a box of this food?" Layla, eyes crinkling with joy at the throng of customers, replied, "Hello, the prices vary for different flavors. I recommend trying the fish-flavored shredded pork and the spicy eggplant. They're affordable at just 15 star grass each." What, non-functional food for 15 star grass? Those who had initially considered sampling were suddenly disheartened. Isn't that a bit excessive? Non-functional food is everywhere. We could grow it ourselves. Isn't this just highway robbery? Though they grumbled, no one left. The enticing aroma continued to waft from the kitchen, and someone swallowed audibly. It was the older man again. "I'll have a box of that eggplant." Layla beamed. "All right, 15 star grass for a box of spicy eggplant." In the kitchen, Long Yuan smirked. She had them right where she wanted them. As long as someone tried her meals, she was certain they would sell like hotcakes. In the restaurant, after the bearded man took his first bite of rice mixed with sauce, he was utterly stunned. Those who had been closely watching him were filled with confusion. Was it delicious or not? "It can't be good. I told you there is nothing worth eating in non-functional food." "This guy must be stunned from the taste." A stream of tears rolled down the bearded man's cheeks. Look, he is crying from the taste." He wiped his tears and shouted, "This is absolutely delicious. Boss, give me 2 more portions. I want one of each flavor." Some found this reaction exaggerated. "You can't possibly finish all that. Is this dark food really that good?" Without uttering a word, the bearded man buried his face in his meal, devouring it eagerly. Layla cheerfully responded, "Coming right up." The atmosphere in the restaurant transformed dramatically. Observing the bearded man lost in blissful enjoyment, coupled with the continuous flow of delightful aromas, the crowd surged toward the bar. "I want a portion too, just like the bearded man is enjoying. I want that spicy eggplant." "Me too. I want that fish-flavored shredded pork." Long Yuan was busily engaged in the kitchen. Thankfully, all the meals were pre-prepared. Otherwise she would have been overwhelmed. The patrons quickly enjoyed their chosen boxed meals, and the once noisy restaurant fell silent, save for the sounds of chewing. "Oh, this is so delicious. What is this flavor? Why have I never tasted anything like it before?" The dishes come quickly and are generously portioned, and the taste is miraculous. "Hey, have you felt it? After finishing the boxed meal, I feel so energized." The inhabitants of the fruit world had long been in a state of fatigue. They were slender and tall, perpetually listless, their physical condition somewhat frail, which had led to their subjugation by the earthly people a century ago. following the king's ascension, the fruit world was established. And humans gained access to functional food, which ensured their daily energy and stamina. However, not everyone in the fruit world was affluent. Ordinary people lacked the means to acquire functional food daily, resulting in a prolonged state of weakness. Yet, after finishing the boxed meals, they felt an inexplicable surge of vitality. Their spirits lifted. Although it was not as pronounced as the invigorating effects of thunder fruit, some astute individuals noticed the difference. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit more awake. I don't feel like taking a nap. Me too. I feel great. I don't even need to listen to Lingua's songs today. I even cancelled my date with Wayna yesterday, but suddenly I have energy today. I'm going to invite her right now. Long Yuan listened attentively at the kitchen door to the patron's conversations. When she heard that her boxed meals seemed to possess such effects, she was momentarily astonished. However, she quickly rationalized that the inhabitants of this world had long relied on functional food to restore their energy. Lacking salt, oil, and carbohydrates, which explained their perpetual lethargy. Now that they had received a boost of trace elements, it made sense they felt more energized. Who said her earthly food was merely a snack? Carbohydrates truly were the ultimate savior. The patrons in the restaurant were positively ecstatic. "You boss, your boxed meals must continue to be sold. I'll help promote your restaurant." Sated customers eagerly departed, eager to share this hidden gem with their friends and family. Long Yuan smiled and waved, then hurried to the front with Layla to count the earnings. "So how much did we make?" Typical pricing in the restaurant. Vegetarian dishes like spicy eggplant cost 15 star grass per serving. Half meat, half vegetarian dishes like sauerkraut stir-fried meat cost 20 star grass per serving. Full meat dishes like braised pig trotters cost 30 star grass per serving. Today, they sold a total of 30 vegetarian dishes, 5 meat dishes, and 15 half-meat, half-vegetarian dishes. Layla jumped for joy. "Yuan, we earned a total of 900 star grass. We made back the rent for the shop in no time. Yuan, you're amazing." Although she didn't quite understand what Long Yuan intended to do with the currency from this realm, it didn't hinder her exuberant praise. "Host, you're incredible. You're the best host I've ever seen." Long Yuan handed a serving of braised pig trotters to Layla as an employee meal. "This is just a small feat. Once our shop gains notoriety, business will flourish even more. Layla, be prepared. It may get quite busy." Layla shook her head. People like her had no right to complain about hardship. Merely surviving was a blessing. As anticipated, the next day, the street outside the boxed meal shop was already teeming with people. "I heard this non-functional food shop is exceptionally delicious." "Yes, I've heard it brings a sense of happiness. I really want to taste it." Some passers-by scoffed. "What's so great about non-functional food? If you're going to eat, it should be high-end functional food." But I heard from others that eating this shop's boxed meals has shown slight functional food effects. Don't shout. When Long Yuan opened the door, she was nearly swept away by the rushing crowd. "Slow down and be careful not to trample anyone." With that, she retreated to the kitchen. Layla was equally busy, taking orders from customers while occasionally helping Long Yuan serve dishes. Thankfully, since Long Yuan operated on a boxed meal model, though there were many people, not everyone needed to dine in. They could take their meals to go. When those waiting in line at the bar heard the term takeout, they paused momentarily in surprise upon witnessing Layla Mali handing over 2 portions of boxed meals, neatly packed in oil paper bags. A sense of novelty washed over me. The eyes of patrons already dining in the establishment sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "Boss, this packaging looks remarkably fun. We can actually take food away from the shop. Could they perhaps bring some home to share with their returning husbands or wives?" The thought was simply delightful. The shop erupted with excitement as customers clamored, "Boss, please pack me a portion of the saucy eggplant to take home for my wife." Layla promptly responded, "Of course, this is a takeout option. We can call it delivery." Delivery, how perfectly fitting. From now on, if I don't wish to dine in, I can simply have someone bring it to me. How convenient. "Boss, you are nothing short of a genius." Layla blushed with modesty. Once a timid soul, she had always felt out of place due to her unique eye color and hair. She shied away from the outside world and social interactions, with her only companion being the elderly Grandma Keela. However, in recent days, she experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and confidence. No one seemed to notice her hair or eyes anymore. All attention was on the food. Customers rushed to her to purchase meals, showering her with compliments solely about the dishes. This transformation was entirely thanks to Long Yuan. "I'm not the boss. I'm merely hired to assist," Layla clarified. "Oh really? I would love to meet this brilliant boss. She must be a genius." Layla's smile widened. "Indeed, she is a remarkable person. But alas, we are quite busy right now." The stranger said nothing further, hastily departing with their takeout. As they traversed the street, The oil paper bags containing the boxed meals became a distinctive sight in the vibrant green fantasy world. Curiosity got the better of a passerby, who inquired, "Hey, buddy, what do you have there? I've seen several people carrying the same thing." The individual chuckled, a look of condescension in their eyes. It's called delivery. It contains the boxed meal I purchased from Rebirth. Selling boxed meals on the street. Rebirth, selling boxed meals on the street? The shop was familiar to him, but he found it uninteresting as it sold non-functional food, which was cheap and easily cultivable. However, the concept of delivery piqued his interest. "Hey, buddy, is the boxed meal expensive?" "Not really, it's just 15 stargrass for a generous portion." 15 stargrass, that's quite pricey, the person scoffed. "What do you know, this is no ordinary non-functional food. I got it through a friend who is a local hunter. He can procure vast quantities of stargrass from the army each month and purchase functional food at a low price. He hasn't had a mission lately, so he hasn't consumed any functional food. But after eating the boxed meal yesterday, I felt a subtle surge of energy. I thought I was mistaken, but this morning I was astonished to find that, despite not having consumed any functional food, my vitality and stamina had improved slightly. The only food I had was from the boxed meal shop. How extraordinary! It is well known that functional food is exorbitantly priced and has a short shelf life. A single serving only provides half a day's effect. In contrast, although the boxed meal's effects are not immediately apparent, they last much longer. He had eaten it just yesterday at noon. Naturally, he had no intention of sharing this information with a stranger. What if he couldn't obtain the boxed meal next time? The crowd was already overwhelming. Impatiently, he said, "Stop bothering me. I need to take this home to enjoy with my wife," despite the boxed meal's greatest secret remaining unspoken. The number of customers in the shop increased daily. The boxed meal shop became a sensation. Layla was busier than ever, while Long Yuan thrived in the bustling kitchen. Yet, by the third day, the shop was selling 500 stargrass worth of meals a day, a feat achieved only through Long Yuan's meticulous control of the workload. Nevertheless, both Long Yuan and Layla were utterly exhausted, especially Layla. Long Yuan's pace was too slow for a single person to handle. Layla had to juggle taking orders and billing while also running about, losing 6 pounds over the 3 days. This made Long Yuan feel somewhat guilty. Her original intention was to sell boxed meals for profit while learning about the local specialties to bring back to Blue Star. However, given the current pace, she couldn't even find a moment to breathe. Each day began with work, and once completed, she would collapse into bed. Long Yuan realized this pace couldn't continue, lying on a pile of stargrass. She felt immense strain, thinking, if only there were gas, I wouldn't have to keep heating it manually. Layla, rubbing her arms, hesitated before finally speaking up. "Yuan, should we consider purchasing some functional food?" Long Yuan turned her head. Layla's eyes sparkled. "We could buy some burning grass, so you wouldn't have to keep the fire going. A portion of burning grass costs 5 stargrass, and 1 plant burns for half an hour." With 10 plants in a single portion, Long Yuan was astonished. "Is there such a thing as functional food? I had no idea. My teacher never mentioned this. Functional plants are collectively known as functional food." Layla explained. "Of course, burning grass is also edible and can produce flames. The locals are particularly afraid of fire. Burning grass was previously used to drive them away, however, due to its burning causing a certain degree of discomfort. And with the locals gradually disappearing, it has become a common combustion agent." Long Yuan gasped. "So for just 5 stargrass, she can have 5 hours of an automatic gas stove. What has all her hard work been for?" She whispered. "How unfortunate." Long Yuan quickly instructed Layla to purchase 10 portions of burning grass. Starting tomorrow, she wouldn't need to be the cook anymore. Additionally, Long Yuan planned to hire another employee specifically to serve customers, allowing Layla to focus on taking orders and handling payments. Upon hearing Long Yuan's decision, Layla immediately suggested, "What about hiring Grandma Keela's grandson?" Noticing Long Yuan's hesitation, she quickly clarified, "Grandma Keela's grandson is named Mengchi, and he is already 15 years old. Serving customers would be a breeze for him." Long Yuan wasn't concerned about that. She only remembered Layla mentioning that Grandma Keela's grandson was still in school. Layla sighed with relief. Mingchi's academy is about to have a break, so he has a long vacation ahead. With that, Long Yuan felt reassured. Stability was key. She initially intended to take this opportunity to ask Layla more about the functional crops in this world, but she was utterly exhausted, quickly washing up before falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in Blue Star, a troubling event unfolded that left the bigwigs somewhat distressed. Shortly after Long Yuan traversed dimensions, Zhou Jing swiftly briefed the subordinates based on Long Lao's directives. Dispatching Wang Ximin to handle the incident involving Zhao Yiming being attacked by the mutated tree, the mayor's secretary was remarkably efficient. After waking in terror, Zhao Yiming was quickly brainwashed by those around him. Convinced that he had merely imagined the incident, initially, it seemed the matter had concluded, but a video quietly swept across the internet titled, "Shocking, Our World Holds So Many Unknowns." The video's cover appeared unremarkable at first glance. In the dim twilight, the sky was devoid of stars, with only a few streetlights flickering. Beneath the dark canopy, a vaguely shaped cloud shadow could be discerned, not clearly visible. Such a cover would typically fail to attract attention, especially as it resembled an amateur recording, yet it bore a captivating title and was posted on a forum known for its curiosity. Intrigued users clicked on it, initially intending to criticize the creator. "Another lunatic with abstract nonsense. What is this? You are the most insincere creator I've ever encountered. What can we see in this darkness? Cause of death. Too honest. You should have added some lightning and a figure in the clouds." Titled, "Who is this fellow crossing tribulations? Ha, that's hilarious." The creator eagerly responded, "I'm not faking it, just look closely, there is something noteworthy." Only then did viewers begin to scrutinize the video's content seriously. The footage lasted around 5 to 6 minutes, primarily showcasing the sky and distant neon lights. It wasn't until 5 minutes and 10 seconds in that a massive, clawing shadow appeared on screen. The very image from the cover, initially viewers presumed it was merely a cloud shape. However, upon watching, they realized it was a colossal shadow that had suddenly risen from the ground, twisting in mid-air. It was so enormous that it nearly obscured half the screen. After approximately 30 seconds of writhing, it abruptly vanished into the horizon, and no further shadows appeared until the video concluded. "What the hell? What is that? Ah, this time the editing has some substance. I might actually believe it." Some commenters seem mentally challenged. "This is clearly fake." Decided, "When I grow old, I'll seek you out to sell health products." I must say, it is the subtlety of ambiguity, the delicate interplay of reality and illusion that truly ignites the imagination. The notion that one might be struck across the face by something so evidently fabricated is simply implausible. Moreover, this occurs within the confines of an urban landscape. Is the National Security Bureau merely a fake? Are the eyes of the populace mere ornaments? Then, inexplicably, this video was taken down. A deluge of self-proclaimed authorities flooded the blogger's other videos, proclaiming, look, I told you so." Even the uploader is feeling guilty, having deleted the video themselves. The blogger was infuriated. He meticulously responded to each comment, vowing to retaliate. Response 1, "No deceit, no guilt. If I am lying, may I be cursed." Response 2, "I swear, I did not delete the video, that wretched site took it down on its own." Response 3, "I swear to the heavens, that video was indeed filmed by me, right here in Q City. May liars perish." The blogger's fervent assertions prompted netizens to offer suggestions, then simply re-upload it. The blogger complied, and upon gaining significant attention, the video was shared widely, even catching the attention of some marketing accounts. Just as opinions began to flow freely, suddenly, a majority of the videos were collectively taken down once more. Well then, the rebellious spirit of the netizens surged forth, as they flocked to the official account of the platform to demand answers. Yet, the platform, which typically maintains a friendly rapport in response to inquiries, chose to feign ignorance. Netizens remarked, "Platform, you've become arrogant." The staff at the platform felt helpless. An abrupt order from higher-ups forbade them from disseminating the video, leaving them powerless. What began as a minor issue of interest for a small group of netizens escalated rapidly. Keen observers, who had seen the original video, began posting their own explanations. A curious thought emerged among them. There had been many more outrageous and enigmatic videos in the past, such as surveillance footage capturing teleporting figures or humanoid shadows in the sky. These widely circulated videos had been met with official silence. Why, then, did this seemingly innocuous video provoke such a significant reaction? Where there is smoke, there is fire. Such actions only fueled the notion among netizens that perhaps the video was indeed genuine. In no time, various short video platforms, including the likes of the platform in question, trembled with posts discussing the matter. Despite the previous censorship rendering the video unuploadable, its popularity soared exponentially. In the mayor's office of Q City, Zhou Jing listened intently to Wang Ximin's report, a cloud of concern shadowing his expression. "Xiao Wang, your haste in this matter is rather troubling." Wang Ximin pushed up her glasses, a flicker of darkness passing through her eyes. "I apologize, Mr. Zhou. I failed to handle this properly." The moment Wang Ximin had glimpsed the video, she instinctively issued a directive to block it. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. Netizens, with a weight of 180, possess a rebellious spirit of 179, inherently inclined to defy authority. The the more they attempt to conceal, the greater their curiosity and desire to pry Zhou Jing's side, for history has shown time and again that those things which are suppressed often find their way to prominence. Consider Jin Ping Mei, a banned book that remains renowned to this day. Wang Ximin lowered her head. Mr. Zhou, many are discussing this matter across major platforms. Should we initiate another blockade? Zhou Jing shook his head. Not just yet. Let us observe the winds. Furthermore, Long Lao had previously advised him that the state's actions would only escalate. To avoid drawing the attention of foreign entities, they must strive to maintain a facade. Yet, when concealment becomes untenable, it is permissible to gradually acclimate the populace to a potentially altered world. Long Yuan gazed at the youth before her, astonished. Is this the monkey you spoke of, a 15-year-old? Goodness, he stood before her resembling a small mountain. Long Yuan estimated the boy to be nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a head of golden curls, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. His irises shimmered a verdant green, reminiscent of the battle-hardened youth often captured by foreign vloggers on the popular short video platforms. Upon noticing Long Yuan behind the bar, Monkey's eyes lit up, revealing a small canine tooth as he smiled brightly. Yuan, you are truly beautiful indeed. Long Yuan was striking, particularly in this realm, where her beauty was unparalleled. Being a connoisseur of aesthetics, she found herself utterly captivated by the charming smile of her young companion. Who could resist a sweet-talking, 1.9-meter-tall golden-haired youth proclaiming, "Sister, you are stunning." Without hesitation, Long Yuan declared, "Monkey, you shall be responsible for serving dishes. Your remuneration shall be the same as Layla's, 1,000 star grass per month." Monkey's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Thank you, Yuan, you were as kind as my grandmother described." With Monkey's assistance, Long Yuan finally felt she could breathe freely. After serving the dishes, she could engage in conversation with the local patrons. Long Yuan remained focused on her objective, inquiring about plants suitable for bringing back to Blue Star while simultaneously making her purchases. The bald-headed savior, Mao Guo Li Gua, can temporarily transform one into a mighty warrior. Priced at 1,000 star grass per portion. Long Yuan, purchase at Shogui can extend one's lifespan. Priced at 2,000 star grass per portion. Long Yuan gritted her teeth. Fortunately, with Monkey's help, the daily revenue of the boxed meal shop had reached 5,000 star grass. Lili Guo and Shogui were the most revered functional foods in the fruit world. Long Yuan purchased 2 portions of each, significantly depleting her funds. However, with these 2 ingredients, it should suffice for Xiu Lao and the others to conduct their research. Long Yuan's gaze fell upon some more commonplace functional foods. Pai Li Guo, priced at 20 star grass per piece, prompted her to buy 5 portions. Additionally, Ran Chao and Ling Hua caught her attention. Long Yuan soon realized that these functional foods bore a striking resemblance to ordinary fruits. For instance, Pai Li Guo resembled an apple. Ling Hua looked like the blue bellflower from Blue Star, while Shogui appeared akin to the blue mushroom. Li Guo resembled cherries. As her wallet grew thinner, Long Yuan hesitated to purchase additional functional foods. She resolved to return to the shop first. Among the patrons, she often overheard astonishing stories about functional foods. For instance, she had purchased numerous portions of Shogui. Shogui can render one slender, yet it was generally not favored by the inhabitants of the fruit world. While slenderness may enhance beauty, consuming Shogui often left individuals feeling weak. Long Yuan exclaimed, "This is exactly what we need. Family, who understands? This is the painless weight loss miracle." How many sisters on Blue Star suffer from the hardships of dieting, gaining weight even from water? As for the drawback of weakness, Long Yuan deduced that the inhabitants of the fruit world were already malnourished, thus becoming increasingly fragile with consumption. However, for the plump individuals of Blue Star, this was a blessing. Because of its lack of popularity, Shogui was also quite affordable, priced at only 20 star grass per portion. Long Yuan noted that Shogui bore a striking resemblance to avocados from Blue Star. With a grand flourish, she purchased 100 portions. In the subsequent 3 days, Long Yuan simultaneously sold boxed meals and inquired with customers and Layla about various uniquely functional foods, although Layla was puzzled by Long Yuan's keen interest in obscure functional foods. She dutifully provided answers. Does Bai Guo count? Long Yuan's eyes lit up. What is that? Layla explained while taking orders. It is a functional food that can make one's skin fairer. This was something Layla had pondered for quite some time. In the fruit world, Bai Guo was even more despised than Shogui. The inhabitants of the fruit world generally boasted fair skin and had no need for Bai Guo. The whitening effect was seen as superfluous, rendering them resembling the gravely ill. Layla found it curious. Yuan, you are already quite fair. Do you really need Bai Guo? Long Yuan nearly burst into laughter. A functional food designed for skin whitening was indeed a boon for the Sisters of Blue Star. She eagerly inquired, "Are there any other foods you despise but possess unique functions?" Before Layla could respond, a customer dining in the shop interjected, "Does mau maugua count?" Mau maugua was quite popular in the fruit world, but its function was undeniably peculiar. Mau maugua promotes hair growth. Long Yuan felt tears welling up. As someone who had once struggled with hair loss, she understood the immense value of mau maugua. Subsequently, numerous voices joined in. Bung bangui can promote height. Mian Mian Chow helps bid farewell to insomnia. Xiang Xiang Hua can change its fragrance based on temperature. Long Yuan could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed out to make purchases. Before departing, she settled the star grass owed to Layla, as well as Layla and Monkey's wages. With so many items, Long Yuan feared she might become overly enthusiastic and unable to stop. She then began to scour the functional food shops lining the streets. Bai Bai Gua, priced at 10 star grass per portion, prompted her to buy 100 portions. Mau Maugua, a variant of red rambutan, was similarly purchased in 100 portions. Bung Bangua, Mian Mian Chow, and Xiang Xiang Hua followed suit. By the time Long Yuan placed her purchases into her space, her star grass reserves were nearly depleted. Fortunately, she had acquired most of the items she intended to bring back to Blue Star. Leaving her feeling light and unburdened, with a spring in her step, she headed back to the boxed meal shop. The stock of boxed meals was running low. Long Yuan planned to stay for another 2 days before returning to Blue Star. However, upon arriving at the boxed meal shop, she noticed several men in uniforms resembling night costumes standing outside. Long Yuan furrowed her brow. As she approached the entrance, she overheard someone inside shouting arrogantly, "Who is the owner of this establishment? I intend to purchase this shop." Layla trembled in fear. In this world where royal authority reigns supreme, the common folk harbor an inherent fear of knights. Yet, Layla bravely stepped forward, declaring, "We do not sell." The leading man, adorned with an exquisite helmet, retorted, "Not selling? Do you know who I am? Damn peasants, you have the audacity to run a cursed meal box establishment." He had never heard of such a meal box, yet its popularity eclipsed that of functional food shops. To his knowledge, this establishment was selling non-functional food, but those who had tasted their meal boxes claimed to experience effects akin to functional food. He had already checked with the temple, and indeed, there were no new records of functional food sales, proving that this shop dealt exclusively in non-functional items. With a chilling laugh, Vichy said, "You dare to sell functional food without the king's permission? I can represent the crown and have you removed at any moment." Layla's face turned pale. "Sir Knight, what we sell is non-functional food. Are you not distorting the truth?" Vichy, cold and condescending, inquired. "Who can prove that?" Trembling, Layla stammered, I. At that moment, Long Yuan stepped into the shop. Surveying the scene, the customers had already been driven away, leaving only Layla and Monkey glaring at them in anger. Upon seeing Long Yuan, their eyes lit up. "Yuan." Long Yuan nodded and then turned to Vichy, saying, "Sir Knight, I am the owner of this establishment." Vichy scrutinized the woman before him. She had lustrous black hair, pupils as dark as ink, and skin that was fair and translucent, a visage said to originate from the mysterious East. She was stunningly beautiful. Vichy snorted dismissively but lowered his voice, "You are the owner. I will take this shop." Layla and Monkey attempted to protest, but Long Yuan simply nodded. "Very well." Vichy cast a suspicious glance at her and replied, "I hope to see a notice of this shop's closure by tomorrow." With that, Vichy departed with his entourage. Tears welled in Layla's eyes. "Yuan, why did you agree to them?" Monkey was furious. "This shop belongs to my grandmother. I will not sell it to them." Long Yuan hurried to console them. "I never intended to run it for long." Monkey and Layla exchanged glances, bewildered. "Why, of course, it was due to a dwindling stock of meal boxes." But Long Yuan kept silent, feigning profundity. She said, "I am not from here. I merely came to visit. I received joyful news from my family a few days ago, prompting me to return home, hence I cannot continue running the shop." Layla and Monkey's eyes reddened. "Yuan, are you going home?" They did not doubt Long Yuan's words. According to legend, beyond the world of Guagua, there existed different realms. Perhaps Yuan hailed from another land. Long Yuan patted Layla's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, I will stay for a few more days." Layla quickly interjected, "What about our wages? We agreed on a month, yet it has barely been half." Long Yuan smiled. "It matters not, your hard work deserves it all." Long Yuan turned to see Monkey wiping his tears and leaving. Furrowing her brow, she asked Layla, "What is wrong with Monkey?" Layla chuckled, covering her mouth. "Monkey probably cannot bear to part with you." Long Yuan's mind whirled. Recalling Monkey's reaction upon first meeting her and their interactions since, she suddenly entertained an absurd notion. Could it be that Monkey has feelings for her, but he is only 15? She chuckled softly. For Westerners, falling in love at 15 is hardly considered early. Coupled with Long Yuan's youthful Eastern features, she appeared entirely harmonious standing beside Monkey. Moreover, younger boys do not call me sister, his thoughts are a bit wild. Later that evening, Long Yuan remained at the shop intending to clarify matters with Monkey. Though she had a preference for appearances, she was not so base as to exploit him. Yet, as the moon ascended, Monkey still did not appear. Long Yuan decided to tidy up instead. After a large number of customers had been turned away, some meal boxes remained unsold in the kitchen. Just as she was about to put them away, she noticed a small child perched on a barrel, reaching for a meal box within. Long Yuan shouted, "Who dares to steal?" The child stumbled, falling to the ground, clutching a meal box, and attempted to flee through the window. Long Yuan initially thought to chase after him, but the little figure was bouncing in front of the window, unable to reach the edge. She couldn't help but chuckle as she strolled over and seized the back of his collar. "You little rascal, attempting theft," the child angrily protested. Let me go, you vile human." Long Yuan huffed and released him. With a thud, the child fell, the meal box flying from his grasp. Of the headscarf he wore slipped off, revealing his face. Long Yuan raised an eyebrow. The little fellow had green skin, a round face, a wide mouth, and sharp fangs protruding from either side. His pupils contracted in fear, and his forehead trembled, hinting at the presence of horns. In a flash, Long Yuan exclaimed, "A gnome!" At that moment, the gnome huddled in the corner, glaring at Long Yuan with suspicion. "Vile human, what do you intend to do? I will not let you off." Long Yuan could hardly contain her excitement. No one had informed her that the gnome chieftain could be so adorable. He resembled a miniature figurine. She instinctively softened her tone. "You little gnome, yet you trespassed into my shop. How can you blame me?" The gnome paused for a moment. He loathed and resented all humans. His infiltration into the human city was for an exceedingly important purpose. However, he was terribly hungry and had caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. He had never encountered such a scent before, which led him to climb through the window via the pumpkin vine, hoping to steal something to eat. Alas, he was discovered by this wicked human. "Ha, Ike Gatlin shall never concede defeat. If I fall today, countless others shall rise in my stead." The gnome glared at Long Yuan. "My kin will avenge me." Just as the words left his mouth, a meal box was tossed in front of him. Long Yuan sat on a stool, propping her chin as she observed the little gnome in the corner. Ike Gatlin was momentarily stunned, yet he was undeniably famished. He tore open the box and began to devour the contents ravenously. He bit into a piece of tender, fluffy eggplant. His eyes widened. "What is this? It tastes so good. I cannot stop." He chewed while defiantly declaring, "Even so, I shall not reveal my purpose for being here." Long Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh, this little gnome has a purpose," she chuckled softly. "What of it?" "I have no desire to listen. To be honest, I already know your intention." Gatlin halted mid-bite, food tumbling from his mouth in shock. "What? You cannot possibly know that I came to rescue other gnomes." He quickly covered his mouth. This foolish child, how could he blurt out everything so easily? Long Yuan recalled how he had previously wept and shared his experiences. She remained silent. Gatlin soon realized, "You cunning human, you are too insidious." He grumbled for a while before silently returning to his meal. "Why so quiet?" Long Yuan inquired. Gatlin, looking dejected, replied, "I know you intend to capture me to seek glory. You shall not succeed. Once I finish eating, I will immediately end my life." Long Yuan was taken aback. Are all gnomes so adorably foolish? She raised her voice, attempting to sound like a kindergarten teacher. "Little gnome, I will not capture you. In fact, I am not even from Guagua City. Moreover, I have enmity with the people of Guagua City." Gatlin perked up his ears, which were also pointy and large. Appearing soft when flattened and cute when upright. He gazed at her skeptically. "Is that true?" Long Yuan nodded vigorously. "Indeed." She donned a sorrowful expression. "This afternoon, the city's nightly guard forcibly confiscated my shop. If I resisted, they threatened to kill me. Alas, I have decided to heed my family's wishes and leave Guagua City. The people here are far too overbearing." Gatlin's face reflected shared anger. "They are truly outrageous. Once they promised to coexist peacefully with us only to renege on their word." Long Yuan feigned sympathy. "What happened? Did the gnomes vanish due to some wrongdoing on their part?" Gatlin clenched his tiny fists, his voice brimming with indignation. "That was a long time ago. The gnomes once ruled the world of Guagua. Back then, humans were frail and weak. They coveted our strength and longevity, believing that our lands were filled with treasures. Approximately 300 years ago, humans could no longer suppress their thirst for power and life, and they launched an attack on the gnomes. However, though the gnomes may not be as large or formidable as humans, They possess an abundance of vitality. Humanity finds itself retreating under relentless assault from the Earth dwellers, living amidst profound suffering and despair. The nefarious humans, driven by insatiable greed, fabricate slanderous tales a century later, branding the Earth dwellers as irredeemable villains and archenemies of mankind, accusing them of arson, murder, and pillaging. The words of the Earth dwellers instantly evoke a sense of deep sorrow in Long Yuan Yuan. Reminiscent of the dark, humiliating chapters of the Blue Star Dragon kingdoms past, just as they were once coveted and ravaged, today their own history is celebrated in the annals of those who oppressed them. While the valiant struggles of the Dragon Kingdom are obscured, Long Yuan Yuan feels a flicker of genuine emotion. The situation is indeed deplorable. What transpired next? With Long Yuan Yuan's support, Gatlin soon felt a wave of grievance wash over him. He sniffed, recalling an absolute leader among humans who emerged approximately 200 years prior. This figure represented humanity and sought peace with the Earth dwellers, weeping over humanity's greed and lamenting their current plight. He earnestly requested to coexist peacefully with the Earth dwellers, renouncing all aggressive warfare. The Earth dwellers, not inclined towards conflict, merely wished to live in harmony and enjoy their lives. Naively, they believed the humans' promises and agreed to a treaty. Celebrating with that human leader. On that day, they revealed their secret. The Earth dwellers excelled in cultivation, and the myriad plants they nurtured possessed remarkable effects on humans, enhancing their strength, vitality, and longevity. When the human departed, the Earth dwellers graciously gifted him their specialties. He expressed heartfelt gratitude and returned to his people with these treasures. Shortly thereafter, the Earth dwellers received a letter from humanity, filled with genuine appreciation, informing them of the significant improvements in their physical condition after consuming the Earth dwellers' gifts. In gratitude, humanity pledged to offer a yearly tribute of 10,000 stargrass, a staple food of the Earth dwellers. Long Yuan Yuan sat side by side with the little Earth dwellers, reflecting on the revelations that clarified many of her long-held uncertainties. Gatlin nodded in agreement. Indeed, subsequently, the human king began an annual tradition of bringing stargrass to the Earth dwellers. Continually envying their unique fortune in cultivating such extraordinary plants, having grown fond of the king, the Earth dwellers remained blissfully unaware of the humans' ulterior motives. After a raucous celebration, they inadvertently disclosed the true nature of their remarkable plants, which were not merely products of nature but cultivated through the Earth dwellers' unique abilities. They possessed a mystical power to endow the plants with extraordinary capabilities, which, while beneficial to humans, had no effect on the Earth dwellers themselves. The only means for the Earth dwellers to sustain their vitality was through the consumption of vast quantities of stargrass, which bestowed upon them an unceasing reservoir of magical energy. Thus, as long as stargrass thrived, the Earth dwellers could perpetually cultivate wondrous plants. The king, however, set aside his cup and initiated his campaign of conquest. The Earth dwellers, who had once provided humans with health and longevity, could scarcely fathom that the very beings they had aided would turn against them after reaping the benefits. By this time, humans, having consumed the functional plants, were no longer the frail creatures they once were. They had gained strength surpassing that of the Earth dwellers. This conflict endured for decades, and the Earth dwellers ultimately lost their advantage, becoming mere prisoners beneath humanity's swords. In a desperate bid to secure a continuous supply of functional plants, the treacherous king drained the strength of the Earth dwellers' leader, cultivating a colossal vine that towered high into the sky. Thereafter, the king resided in the clouds, while the captured Earth dwellers toiled as slaves, laboring endlessly upon the vine. Yet, the Earth dwellers were not invincible. Their relentless labor, coupled with the exploitation of their energies, led to their dwindling numbers. In response, the king established a hunters' alliance, where the number of captured Earth dwellers dictated the amount of stargrass one could receive. Along with discounted functional plants, each year, humans hunted countless Earth dwellers in the wild, gradually encroaching upon their territory until they vanished from the world. Hiding away, Long Yuan Yuan gazed through the window of the pumpkin house, her eyes drawn to the colossal vine at the heart of the city. In the darkness, the enormous golden fruits glimmered with an ethereal glow, resembling a dream, yet they were merely monstrous entities saturated with the blood of the Earth dwellers. In truth, the vine itself was a manifestation of the Earth dwellers' lifeblood. Long Yuan Yuan shuddered to imagine the agony of the fallen Earth dwellers' leader, witnessing their kin suffer upon the very flesh and blood that sustained them. One by one succumbing to despair, their flesh had transformed into a prison for their own descendants. With a sigh, Long Yuan Yuan posed a question: why, knowing the risks, did you venture into the human realm? Gatlin's ears perked up once more. I have come to rescue my kin, Long Yuan Yuan gasped in astonishment, her breath hitching. Just you alone? Gatlin's ears drooped. Even if I am but one, I will succeed, for countless others support me from behind. Very well. In truth, he had sneaked out. As the newly appointed leader of the Earth Dwellers, Gatlin had repeatedly urged his people to launch a counteroffensive against humanity to rescue their trapped brethren. But his pleas had been met with rejection. The Earth Dwellers simply wished to live peacefully. After years of evasion, they had finally discovered a hidden sanctuary undetectable by humans. They yearned for an end to violence. Old Chief Jack, who had sacrificed himself during the great battle for the Earth Dwellers, would never have consented to Gatlin, seething with frustration, resolved to infiltrate the human city alone to liberate his people. Long Yuan was taken aback. You such a small creature are a leader? Her skepticism was palpable. Gatlin's temper flared. He leaped onto the table, barely managing to meet Long Yuan's gaze. With a pointed finger, he vehemently declared, "You insolent human, I, Gatlin, am the mightiest leader of the Earth Dwellers. I possess immense strength and can cultivate an array of wondrous plants." Long Yuan crossed her arms, smirking. "Then how is it that I captured you so easily just now?" Gatlin's green visage flushed a suspicious shade of red-black. "That was because I did not wish to harm you." He gestured dramatically. "Otherwise, your delicate skin would have been effortlessly torn." Stealing a glance at Long Yuan, he lowered his gaze. In truth, he harbored another secret. "I've no time to waste with you, human. I must save my people." Gatlin made to leave, but Long Yuan remained silent, observing his every move. As he reached the kitchen door, he shouted, "I truly am leaving." Still, she said nothing. Long Yuan? Unable to contain her amusement, she smiled. "Hey, little Gatlin, do you want me to accompany you?" Gatlin turned his face away defiantly. "No, I can manage alone." Long Yuan gathered the leftovers from the iron bucket. Retrieving paper and pen from her space to leave a note for Layla and Monkey. Fortunately, 111 would automatically translate the text into this world's language. As she wrote, she nonchalantly replied, "Oh, yes, it's me who wishes to join you." Gatlin paused, his eyes sparkling. "You truly wish to come with me?" Long Yuan placed the note on the table, pressing a bowl atop it. Of course, she felt no fear. Not only did she possess a cache of advanced weaponry in her space, but even if danger loomed, she could swiftly retreat to Blue Star. Initially, she had planned to indulge in her own meal today, but now, with the chance to thwart the royal family, she was more than eager. Moreover, Long Yuan harbored a bold idea. From her space, she produced a large sniper rifle. "Let us go, I'll take you flying." Gatlin gazed in awe at the miraculous weapon that had materialized in her hands. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "With this weapon, I will surely rescue my people." As they evaded the patrolling knights, the duo swiftly approached the vine. As one approaches this vine, its colossal stature becomes even more pronounced. The golden fruits are larger than the shop of Long Yuan. This vine is revered as a divine tree by the inhabitants of the fruit world, with its immense roots giving rise to a grand hall. Typically, those purchasing functional foods register and make their payments within this hall. As they drew near to the vine, Gatlin appeared somewhat restless. Long Yuan halted her, urging patience until the cavalry team completed their handover. Gatlin's ears perked up attentively. She sensed the presence of her kin. They were atop the vine. Long Yuan reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. We will surely rescue them tonight." Gatlin nodded in agreement, seizing the moment. Long Yuan announced, "Let us go." As the two cavalry teams parted ways, the enormous vine entwined around an even larger trunk, and Long Yuan could not see the crown of the tree from their position. "Gatlin, how shall we ascend the vine?" She recalled hearing Layla mention that the king would descend from the clouds using a vine ladder. In hindsight, it seemed likely that this was yet another demonstration of the functional plants cultivated by the Earthlings. Gatlin approached the colossal vine, tears welling in her eyes as she tenderly caressed it. "Grandpa Jack, you have suffered." The surface of the vine quivered gently, and the golden fruits radiated an even brighter light. After a while, the giant vine grew tranquil, sprouting a vast green leaf. Wiping her tears, Gatlin said to Sister Yuan, "Let us ascend. Grandpa Jack will guide us to where we need to go." Long Yuan nodded, and together they stepped onto the enormous leaf. The leaf seemed to possess a life of its own, curling slightly upon their arrival to form a bowl-like shape for their protection. Subsequently, the leaf began to vibrate, ascending the vine with the grace of an elevator. Long Yuan leaned over the edge of the leaf, observing the ground recede farther away, the surrounding winds intensifying, and the temperature gradually dropping. Soon, the pumpkin house below shrank to a mere speck, and Long Yuan even glimpsed wispy clouds around them. They were now quite high up. The leaf eventually halted before a cluster of golden fruits. Long Yuan and Gatlin exchanged cautious glances, carefully stepping onto the vine stem as they approached the gigantic fruits. Before they could draw closer, Long Yuan caught snippets of angry voices. Her expression hardened. There were indeed others present on the vine besides the king. The two of them crouched outside the fruit. Straining to hear the voices within. Quick, plant them. If you fail to cultivate functional plants, I'll beat you to death. The newly captured Earthlings are the most bothersome. They're all as stubborn as rocks. Regardless, they will ultimately relent, forcing us to expend effort in training them. Amidst the curses, the sound of a whip cracking resonated, accompanied by the agonized cries of the captured Earthlings of vicious humans. We will never cultivate functional plants for you. Haha, that's exactly what the previous Earthlings said. Can you guess where they are now? Obediently planting for us. Clearly, without applying some pressure, these worthless Earthlings had no inkling of their power. Gatlin was on the verge of exploding with rage. Long Yuan attempted to restrain her, but unexpectedly, the small Earthling's spirit and strength propelled her forward, kicking the door wide open. Long Yuan, don't move, or you will die. The loathsome humans, release my kin. Long Yuan, she had no choice but to relinquish her grip. Her gaze falling upon the grim sight before her, this appeared to be a chamber resembling a torture room, with a dozen or so Earthlings huddled in a corner, their bodies marred by festering wounds. Likely the newly captured .4 burly men were on guard, their muscles bulging unnaturally, their eyes glowing with an unsettling crimson hue. Long Yuan surmised that their condition was a result of consuming strength fruits. Clearly, this was beyond Gatlin's capabilities. After all, a century prior, those who had consumed strength fruits nearly annihilated the Earthling tribe. Upon spotting Gatlin, the men scoffed, "Look, we have Earthlings delivering themselves. Brothers, we can claim another functional plant for free." They chuckled, cracking their whips menacingly, the sound slicing through the air. Long Yuan lifted her sniper rifle, aiming at them. "Stop right there. Do not approach, or else what? Haha, intruders of the divine tree shall die." Gatlin's eyes turned crimson with anger, her pupils shifting colors. She lunged forward, claws piercing the hard ground like a cheetah, but was met with a whip that sent her crashing to the floor. The man smirked disdainfully, reaching out to seize Gatlin. Long Yuan narrowed her eyes and pulled the trigger. Enough of this. Everyone heard a muffled bang. The man opened his mouth to speak but collapsed to the ground. Long Yuan blew on the muzzle of her gun, lifting her chin in a show of bravado. "Or else, you will die." The remaining three men exchanged terrified glances. "This woman possesses sorcery. Brothers, let us take her down." Bang bang bang. 3 more muffled shots rang out. They barely had time to approach before the bullets pierced through them, and the 3 hulking men fell lifelessly. Gatlin covered her mouth in shock. "Sister Yuan, teach me quickly. I will definitely learn this time." Long Yuan nodded. There were approximately 16 Earthlings in this room. Upon realizing they had been rescued, they were still somewhat incredulous. Thank you, Chief. We are saved. Previously, we thought you were too young, and we held some discontent towards you. We apologize, Chief. From now on, you shall be like a father to me." Gatlin felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. "Do you know where the other Earthlings are?" The Earthlings shook their heads. "We have all been newly captured. The previous Earthlings were taken to do labor. We do not know where they are." "Chief, Sister Yuan, do you plan to rescue the other Earthlings?" "Take us along." Taking them along was certainly necessary. It would be disastrous if someone arrived while they lingered. Fortunately, the leaf was large enough to accommodate them all. The leaf continued to ascend along the way. A group of small Earthlings chattered excitedly around Long Yuan. "Sister Yuan, you are also human. Why do you help Earthlings?" "Sister Yuan, you are the best human I have ever met." "Sister Yuan, what weapon did you just use? It was so impressive." Long Yuan was at a loss as a group of Earthlings, all over 50 years old, called her sister. Gatlin, the small Earthling, pushed through the crowd to stand proudly beside Long Yuan. "Sister Yuan said she has this gun. I have one too. Aren't you all envious?" The Earthlings displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. "We really envy the chief for being the first to meet Sister Yuan. They too wished to wield a gun, while Gatlin almost wagged her tail in pride, yet she felt a faint sense of unease creeping in. She stealthily glanced at Long Yuan, inching closer to her side. As the leaf continued to rise, the temperature dropped significantly. This time, Long Yuan and the Earthlings discovered a vast expanse of stargrass being cultivated by a group of small Earthlings. They were emaciated, their bodies covered in years of whip scars, their eyes dim and lifeless, appearing numb and mechanical. According to Gatlin, stargrass could grow naturally, but it required specific soil and temperature conditions. Humans could cultivate it, but if Earthlings were to plant it, the grass could thrive regardless of environmental conditions. It was a tragic sight. Essentially, they were producing and consuming their own labor. Earthlings grew stargrass, which the king then circulated as currency. Ordinary citizens would work for the royal family or hunt Earthlings to earn stargrass. The earned stargrass could be exchanged for functional plants, which in turn were consumed as food by the Earthlings. Consuming stargrass bestowed the Earthlings with extraordinary powers, enabling them to cultivate uniquely functional plants, which could then be exchanged for more stargrass. It was a perfect closed loop. It meant that both ordinary people and enemies had become mere pawns in the Grand Fruit Dynasty's game. Yet Long Yuan couldn't quite grasp what the king stood to gain from this closed loop. Was it merely an inexhaustible supply of functional plants? Long Yuan had no time to ponder further. The cavalry team guarding the Earthlings had spotted them. She realized that after taking many lives, the psychological burden seemed to dissipate. This time, she acted without hesitation. Together with Gatlin, they swiftly eliminated the cavalry team on this level. However, just before taking down the last knight, it seemed the opponent had launched something outward. Long Yuan suspected it was likely a signal flare. We must expedite our actions. Before leaving this level, Long Yuan collected the vast quantities of stargrass planted here. Subsequently, she gathered an impressive haul of strength fruits and longevity mushrooms, alongside a smaller amount of feathery fruits and white fruits, though smaller was relative compared to the strength fruits and longevity mushrooms. Long Yuan could hardly believe the astonishing yield of functional plants. This ignited a flurry of thoughts in her mind once more. As Dragon Yuan observed an increasing number of rescued Earthlings. She couldn't help but ponder how many more remained enslaved. With a determined stride, she hastened her pace. She swiftly arrived at the third level of the Thunderfruit planting area. The liberated Earthlings informed them that the levels above were designated for lily fruits and shosho mushrooms, where most of their kin had been captured to toil as laborers. Gatlin's eyes gleamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful, we are on the brink of success." However, as they descended to the next level, they encountered members of the cavalry guard. Indeed, the situation was far from favorable. A large number of Earthlings were being held as hostages, bound to the ground. Upon seeing Dragon Yuan and her companions, a flicker of hope ignited in their dull eyes. "If we can't fight back, we must flee. Someone has come to rescue us. It's fantastic, we are saved," they cried, yet despair loomed as they lamented. "But we cannot contend with these dreadful humans. You must escape without concern for us." The captain of the cavalry guard was none other than Vicky, who had demanded takeout from the restaurant earlier that day. Hearing the cacophony of voices, Vicky, with impatience, lashed out at one of the Earthlings with his whip, leaving a fresh gory mark upon their flesh. "Silence, you despicable Earthlings!" Gatlin's eyes blazed with fury. "Cease your cruelty, vile human. Were it not for your malevolent king's treachery 3 centuries ago, our people would not be living in constant peril today." Vicky scoffed. "It is an honor for you lowly Earthlings to serve our king. He is divine, and you are merely tools for our deification." Gatlin, unable to comprehend Vicky's words, was bombarded by urgent alerts from his system. Warning, significant levels of faith detected. Host, I understand the situation. Dragon Yuan's earlier suspicions were proven correct. The Earthlings and functional plants formed a perfect closed loop, with the king of the fruit world as a detached third party. Dragon Yuan could not believe that this king merely sought to benefit humanity. She doubted that someone capable of such heinous acts could possess a selfless heart. Indeed, within this closed loop flowed a clandestine energy faith. The king fabricated miracles, weaving a beautiful tapestry of belief for the humans of the fruit world. The functional plants were his gifts, their lives, and powers bestowed by him. They revered and adored their god with utmost sincerity. From the moment Dragon Yuan arrived in this world, the system had provided the answer. The king sought the faith of the fruit world. No wonder she had sensed something amiss. It was clear that this ancient being had lived far too long. Initially, Dragon Yuan speculated it was due to the shosho mushrooms. However, from Layla, she learned that the mushrooms had limited effects. Previously, residents of the fruit world lived only to 30, but with functional plants and shosho mushrooms, they could extend their lives to 50. Thus, it was the power of faith that granted the king his longevity. Indeed, host, after inadvertently absorbing the power of faith, the king discovered its extraordinary nature. After over 3 centuries, he has likely attained the power of a false god. Dragon Yuan sighed. 111, you are always a step behind. I have reached this point, and now you bring this up. 111, feeling aggrieved, responded, host, I am, after all, a novice system, and I have yet to level up. No more exclamation marks. Vicky withdrew his manic expression and turned his gaze to the only human among the Earthlings, his eyes lingering on Dragon Yuan's dark hair. My dear lady, I believe we may have crossed paths before. Dragon Yuan's expression grew solemn. Vicky smiled. Beautiful lady, though I do not know how you managed to breach our defenses, it seems you have reached a dead end. Surrender, and I may spare you. As for the Earthlings, they would labor diligently. Gatlin leaped up, only to be seized by Dragon Yuan by the scruff of his neck. You dream, even in death, I will not allow you to prevail. Vicky chuckled darkly. You fear not for your own life, yet you are unconcerned for these earthlings? The cavalry guard strikes the bound earthlings impassively, their cries of anguish echoing around them. Dragon Yuan pulled Gatlin behind her, coldly stating, I will never surrender. You must understand that if we had no abilities, those knights who consumed lily fruits would not perish so easily. Vicky's expression darkened, clearly contemplating the implications, otherwise, he would not be attempting to persuade them to yield instead of mercilessly torturing the earthlings. As the atmosphere grew tense, a golden light flickered above, where the king had bestowed Vicky with extraordinary power. Host 111, can this power of faith be transferred? 111's voice trembled. Host, it is highly likely that the king has acquired the powers of a false god. Such abilities do not simply appear. Host, I believe we have lingered here long enough, perhaps we should return. We cannot fight back. It is utterly futile. This is merely a useless auxiliary travel system, devoid of offensive capabilities. Dragon Yuan muttered, you are being tedious. She opened the system mall, her eyes instantly lit up. Right. Let's see if there's anything useful in the mall. She scrolled through for quite some time. Slippery fruit, a hair removal cream from another world. Color changing Dan, which alters eye and hair color. Heartthrob buff, ensuring everyone has a favorable first impression. Memory fragrance, a must-have for altering memories and committing crimes. Random refresh, 1 level system status unstable. Please leave a message for assistance. 111 defended. Damn you, useless system. At that moment Vicky, infused with the power of faith, displayed an expression of obsession and delight. He opened his eyes. Beautiful lady, I believe you no longer pose a threat to me. Gatlin felt a wave of unease wash over him. He sensed a drastic change in Vicky. Just by looking, he felt an instinctive fear. Dragon Yuan sighed, attempting to shoot Vicky. The golden light deflected the incoming bullet, which fell harmlessly aside. Little earthling, I have done my utmost. There is nothing more I can do. Gatlin's ears drooped in despair. I'm so sorry. Is it because of me that you might perish? The other earthlings sobbed. It's all our fault. We can die without concern. Little Chief Yuan flee. We will hold them off. Vicky laughed maniacally. Kill them all. Do not fret. Those who perish will be replaced. Gatlin gritted his teeth, feeling as if his end was near. He was consumed by guilt for dragging Dragon Yuan and their kin into this predicament. If only I hadn't come, they might endure their enslavement without facing death. Dragon Yuan shrugged. Actually, they need not die. It's just, they may have to live in another world. Gatlin looked up, bewildered. Subsequently, Dragon Yuan called upon 111 shift dimensions, taking all the earthlings with us. In the next moment, within the vast fruit chamber, a void consumed the surroundings, leaving only the bewildered faces of the cavalry guard. Dragon Yuan's laughter echoed. Didn't he see that coming? Did you? My escape skills are maxed out. Vicky's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. Where are they? Where did they go? This is a great humiliation. Quickly, search everywhere. I must capture the damned woman. Vicky sensed a faint fragrance wafting through the air, leaving the cavalry guard trembling. Yet, that woman was veiled. Vicky sneered. I know her weakness. Suddenly, he froze. He distinctly remembered having met that woman before. Where had it been? In a shop. What shop? On the street. Damn it, he couldn't recall. It was as if her appearance had faded from his memory. I must capture her. The streets of the fruit world suddenly became densely populated with posters. The city gates and the square were plastered with notices declaring the presence of a notorious female thief who had stolen the king's precious treasures, urging citizens to remain vigilant for clues. Ironically, there was no detailed information about the female thief, only that she was, indeed, a woman. The next morning, Layla habitually visited the takeout restaurant, only to find it closed, with a sign proclaiming it would never open again. Manchi stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the sign. Layla approached, noticing Manchi's tear-filled eyes. Sister Layla, has Yuan left? She didn't even get to see me one last time. Layla felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps she had urgent matters to attend to. Do not be disheartened, Manchi. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, soldiers guarding the area suddenly shouted. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Quickly informed General Huo and the mayor. Little Yuan might be returning. Upon receiving the notification, the others swiftly arrived at the security room aboard military trucks, just as Wu Xiangming and his companions reached the doorway. A multitude of small, verdant creatures inexplicably materialized within the room. They were diminutive in stature, with notably large pointed ears, sharp teeth, and long tails adorned with pointed claws. Despite their small size, they appeared quite endearing. The previously spacious room was now crowded with these beings, some even spilling out into the doorway. One of them rolled to Wu Xiangming's feet. Without much thought, Wu Xiangming noted how remarkably similar this creature looked to a green Diminutive version of an avatar. He reached down to pick up the little being from the ground. The compression of space and the time tunnel left the ground dwellers, who had never experienced dimensional travel. In a daze, struggling to regain their bearings, Gatlin, his mind muddled, only partially regained consciousness to sense a human reaching for him. Instinctively, he assumed it was a claw from Vicky, and he swiftly lashed out with his sharp claws toward the approaching figure. Long Yuan, struggling to extricate herself from the weight of the ground dwellers, shouted, "Gatlin, stop!" Gatlin had already withdrawn his attack, but 3 deep, bloody scratches remained on Hua Xiangming's arm. Startled, Hua Xiangming retracted his hand, his gaze shifting from calm to wary as he surveyed the room filled with ground dwellers. He quickly assessed that they were not of his kind and possessed formidable aggression. Zhou Jing and the others, having witnessed the earlier incident, hesitated to approach, merely inquiring, Yuan, what is happening?" Long Yuan, slightly irritated, replied, "Gatlin, they are good people. You cannot act this way next time." Gatlin, realizing his error, drooped his ears in dejection as he listened to her reprimand. The other ground dwellers gradually recovered from their stupor, discovering that they were in a most peculiar place. The surroundings were made of silvery copper walls, with a dazzling white light emanating from above, even more brilliant than golden fruits. The atmosphere felt strange, heavy and murky, unlike the light and sweet ambience of the Guogua world. Turning his head, Gatlin saw Hua Xiangming, Zhou Jing, and Zhou Zhu at the entrance, along with the military personnel that had gathered out of caution. This led the ground dwellers to mistakenly assume they were minions of Vicky. Baring their teeth in a threatening manner, "Get lost, Yuan, we'll cover you. Hurry and escape." Long Yuan's heart softened instantly. There is no need to flee, everyone need not worry, they are not bad people. They are all my friends and mean you no harm. Despite the ground dwellers' hostility towards humans, they held an unwavering trust and friendliness towards the one who had come to their rescue. Moreover, they noticed that this group of humans, like Long Yuan, possessed black hair and dark eyes. They must be good people. The ground dwellers obediently gathered around Long Yuan, instantly shedding all aggressiveness. Long Yuan let out a sigh of relief, grateful for their compliance. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss for what to do, given the formidable strength of the ground dwellers, who had once trampled upon the inhabitants of the Guogua world. Hua Xiangming and Zhou Jing observed the scene before them with increasing confusion. It appeared these creatures posed no threat to Long Yuan, rather, she had intentionally brought them back to Blue Star. Yuan, what on earth is going on? Long Yuan scratched her head, the situation is quite complex. However, they are all very adorable little beings. Uncle Hua, Uncle Zhou, let us discuss this in another location. Long Yuan instructed Zhou Zhu to stay behind and help settle the little ground dwellers while she conferred with Gatlin once more. Eager to redeem himself, Gatlin pounded his chest and promised, "Do not worry. I will wait patiently for your return." Reassured, Long Yuan joined Hua Xiangming and the others in the conference room. Hua Xiangming, impatient by nature, immediately inquired, Yuan, did you venture into the stars? Are these the avatars you brought back? Long Yuan replied, "No, I visited a truly wondrous world." She recounted the events of the Guogua world in vivid detail, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The previous futuristic world in ancient dimensions had already been remarkable, but this new realm was astonishing beyond belief. Zhou Jing, with a knowing glance at Long Yuan, remarked, "So when you and Gatlin went to rescue the ground dwellers, you already intended to bring them back to Blue Star, did you?" Long Yuan smiled sheepishly. "Uncle Zhou, you truly are an astute observer, nothing escapes your notice." Zhou Jing chuckled, "You little rascal." Long Yuan became serious, stating, "I initially intended to bring only Gatlin back, however, the allure of the functional plants in the Guogua world was simply too compelling. The citizens are plagued by food safety concerns, 3-flower milk tea, fluorescent vegetables, borax dumplings. While they appear lively, their health is inferior even to that of the inhabitants of the Guogua world. They only thrive due to advanced technology. If subjected to the same labor as in ancient times or the Guogua world, they would scarcely reach the age of 30. Even so, suboptimal health continues to afflict the vast majority of citizens in Longwa. The functional plants of the Guogua world, with no additives and rich in energy, could greatly enhance the populace's health. Long Yuan overheard Gatlin boasting about being the most talented enemy of the ground dweller clan. In other words, he is the best at cultivation. Long Yuan thought to first assist Gatlin in rescuing his kin and then discuss the possibility of him joining her in Blue Star. Unexpectedly, the situation had unfolded as it did, compelling Long Yuan to inadvertently bring all the ground dwellers back with her. I wonder if we could have the ground dwellers cultivate for us. Might we swiftly resolve the food safety issues in Longwa? Long Yuan turned to regard the others, only to find their eyes shining brighter than light bulbs. Then she heard a resounding cheer. Excellent. Startled, Long Yuan turned to see the excited and appreciative gaze of Long Lao on the large screen. Very good, comrade Long Yuan. No one realized that food safety had long been a thorn in Long Lao's side. However, the issues surrounding food safety were deeply rooted, intertwined with countless individuals from ordinary vendors to colossal business empires. And even within the political sphere, resolving this problem would require a significant sacrifice from Longwa, risking its vitality. For decades, external forces had been watching closely. A single misstep could lead to the same fate as a century ago, where they feasted upon its flesh and consumed its marrow. Every step taken by the nation necessitated utmost caution and care. If the plants from the Guegua world were indeed as miraculous as claimed, and could be cultivated on a large scale, then a problem that had troubled them for years would be resolved in an instant. Long Yuan shyly scratched her head. This is merely my duty. However, although the ground dwellers had been classified as non-human entities due to a loophole in the system, allowing them to be brought back to Blue Star, the transport fees for such a multitude of them would likely be a staggering sum. Long Yuan dared not inquire. Long Lao laughed heartily. Do not worry, comrade Yuan. Long Yuan's account received a substantial deposit weekly, ensuring its ample balance, compared to the monumental changes the ground dwellers would bring to Blue Star. Such expenses were trivial. However, little Yuan, we must remember that Longwei is a nation of etiquette. We must prioritize harmony. We should treat these young ground dweller friends as esteemed guests, and refrain from any coercive actions. If they refuse, we must not resort to banditry. Long Yuan nodded in understanding. The ground dwellers, having grasped the situation, were asked by Long Yuan if they would be willing to remain in Blue Star and take on responsibilities for farming and planting. Gatlin raised his hand eagerly in response. Yes, we are super willing. Long Yuan was taken aback. If you are unwilling, that is also alright. I can return to the Guegua world in the future and bring all of you back. Gatlin shook his head. If you have the chance to return to the Guegua world, please take me with you. I want to bring the rest of my kin here. Long Yuan was genuinely surprised. Aren't you all averse to oppression and servitude? Gatlin's tail wagged behind him. We simply dislike being enslaved and treated like livestock, and we detest those who are deceitful and untrustworthy. However, the ground dwellers are naturally adept at cultivation. We cherish freedom and the opportunity to live peacefully, engaging in farming and planting. We merely desire a safe and unconstrained environment. Moreover, you saved us, making you our savior. The ground dweller clan values gratitude. Returning to the Guegua world would still involve cultivation, wherever that may be. It would still be farming. Here, no one would harm or threaten them. Gatlin tugged at Long Yuan's clothing, whispering in her ear, and I have a secret I haven't shared with you. The clan's ancient tradition states that if one encounters a human with black hair and black eyes, they should not hesitate, for she will lead the ground dwellers out of their plight. The savior, as the tradition dictates, will guide them, while hiding among the vines to avoid humans. Gatlin had secretly observed Long Yuan bustling about in the kitchen. The moment he laid eyes on her, he was convinced that she was the savior the countless clan leaders had foretold, the one who would lead the ground dwellers to a new world. Thus, in the silence of the night, Gatlin leapt into the kitchen, deliberately stealing food. The window was too low for him to leap up. With such a small stature, how could Long Yuan possibly escape? It was as if she had been chosen at first glance. Nothing more than that. Long Yuan, anxiously awaiting further developments, was at her wits' end. What was the secret? Gatlin, covering his mouth, felt his ears flush red. After all, it was a secret, so he could not divulge it. Long Yuan, even the little earthlings had begun to misbehave, upon learning that the earthlings had agreed to settle and cultivate on Blue Star. Long Lao and the others were immensely pleased. They promptly enacted measures, starting by allowing the little earthlings to choose their preferred locations from a series of images displayed on a tablet. Among them, Zhou Jing had the highest hopes for a vast expanse of hills and fields in the southeast, envisioning a designated experimental farm where the earthlings could freely cultivate. However, after a thorough inspection, Gatlin pointed to one specific image. How about this place? It looks quite comfortable. Zhou Jing was taken aback, who had included a picture of Luoying Mountain. This was the foremost forbidden zone in Long Country. Located in the southwest, it spanned an immense territory filled with endless forests. Due to its primal nature, it was home to numerous rare plants and animals, as well as some perilous wildlife, because of the inherent dangers. It had long been designated a restricted area, closed off to outsiders. Gatlin proudly patted his chest, declaring, "Your world's creatures are too fragile. Don't worry, we fear nothing of fragile humans." Zhou Jing. He recalled how Gatlin's gentle claw had overwhelmed even Hu Shangming. Instantly, he felt relieved and reported the findings to the central authorities. Before long, Lao's side granted approval. However, this meant they would need support from neighboring province Y. Zhou Jing took a night train to the adjacent city D, where Mayor Yao Peng received the directive but did so with a rather lukewarm attitude. He was uncertain of the higher-ups' intentions. Why develop Luoying Mountain when everything was fine? It was rumored they were also to build a modern base there, which, although situated in their city D, would be under the jurisdiction of that old Zhou Jing. The thought irked him. Recently, old Zhou, you've been quite busy, haven't you? I've heard your name mentioned several times in the office. Yao Peng remarked, a subtle sarcasm lacing his tone. Zhou Jing replied calmly, it is merely the state elevating my status. No, it is the state elevating you. Indeed, Yao Peng continued with a smirk, I wonder which location you intend to develop. After all, the area of Luoying Mountain is substantial. Zhou Jing scanned the sand table, ultimately pointing to a specific location. I think this spot is quite suitable. Zhou Jing had chosen a smaller mountain range known as Luling. It was neither at the center of Luoying Mountain nor too close to its edges, providing a balance between safety and security. Yao Peng feigned a smile. This area, our city also plans to develop into a tourist zone. Perhaps you should select another location. Zhou Jing regarded him with a steady gaze. After a moment, he nodded. All right, then I shall choose this place. Yao Peng, holding a thermos, leisurely sipped red dates steeped with goji berries. Glancing over as he remarked, this area might not be suitable after all. Zhou Jing sighed in resignation. I never heard you mention any development plans for this area before. Are you now considering turning it into a tourist zone? Yao Peng leaned back in his chair. Why not? Zhou Jing's expression turned serious. Yao Peng, do you know why Long Lao assigned me to develop Luoying Mountain? Yao Peng shrugged dismissively. What else could it be? Our province G is an agricultural powerhouse. They are likely just planting some fruit. Yao Peng felt no obligation to assist, thinking it was troublesome, but he planned to feign busyness and idle away his time when questioned. After all, this was how everyone operated. Zhou Jing scoffed. You must have heard about the cancer cure that was reported in the news not long ago. Yao Peng looked up. Yes, I have heard of it. What of it? Zhou Jing smiled. Recently, many prominent figures have been flocking to City Q. Are you aware of this? Yao Peng subconsciously straightened, his tone growing slightly serious. Yes, but what of it? Recently, numerous influential individuals had been visiting City Q. Some bigwigs, whom Yao Peng had long sought favor from, and even called to inquire about the happenings in City Q. Yet, Yao Peng had never given it much thought, being merely a small-town mayor. Now, hearing Zhou Jing's words, he began to suspect a connection between these events. His attitude shifted instantly. Brother, I suddenly recall that the land you are interested in has no current planning. Zhou Jing smiled broadly. So a no tourist zone development? Yao Peng chuckled. Well, we can always adjust things. After all, this is a matter sanctioned by the higher-ups, so of course, we shall prioritize you. Zhou Jing graciously accepted. Then I will trouble you. A construction team will arrive tonight, and Mayor Yao, I hope you can facilitate their entry. Yao Peng broke into a cold sweat. So soon? This seems rather significant. As he escorted Zhou Jing out, he couldn't help but probe. Brother Zhou, please give me a straight answer. Is the construction of this base related to the news? Zhou Jing glanced at him. They are equally important matters. Yao Peng's expression turned grave, while he thought of City Q as a mere border town. He still held a sense of superiority as a tourist hotspot. However, he was well aware of the gravity of the situation. After all, this was a cancer cure. He had always questioned its authenticity. But with Zhou Jing's confirmation, he realized he was now involved in a matter of great national significance. Meanwhile, Long Yuan had also been informed of the momentous events that transpired in her absence from Blue Star. The mutated tree had become a trending topic online. This revelation startled Long Yuan greatly. Wu Shangming quickly reassured her, but there's no need to worry, online trends tend to fade away with time. Old Zhou has a way to handle it. Indeed, when people disregard the situation, they often lose track of reality. Additionally, there was another matter. A small batch of the special medicine developed by Su Lao and his team had been sent to major hospitals for clinical trials. Hadn't it? Long Yuan nodded. I know. It was reported in the news before. What of it? Wu Xiangming confirmed. Originally, the government intended to release the information ambiguously to uplift public morale, essentially providing hope to patients with terminal illnesses. However, unexpectedly, one of the recovered patients was a young man. After his recovery, seeing his once depleted home, he decided to embark on a serious entrepreneurial journey. To earn money, he began live streaming. Prior to this, he had posted videos of his battle against cancer. Thus, once he started streaming, viewers immediately recognized the stark contrast in his condition. The young man disclosed his recovery due to the special medicine, marveling at the advancements in medical science, and resolved to engage in outdoor activities he had never attempted before. Intending to become an outdoor sports streamer, after a few live sessions, viewers confirmed his recovery, and chaos ensued. Wow, he truly recovered, congratulations. Having witnessed your journey through cancer, this has been incredibly challenging. You're still young, with plenty of life ahead. Why him? I'm even younger. Why isn't anyone saving me? Where can I buy your special medicine? Is there really such a miraculous drug? Was the previous news genuine? This is fantastic. Cancer has hope. But why was it only you who was saved? Please tell me, my father has cancer and is coughing up blood daily. No matter the cost, even if I have to sell a kidney, I must acquire the special medicine to save my father. There's a conspiracy. It's unfair. Is it true that only the poor suffer from illness? Are the wealthy the only ones who deserve to live? Rational voices began to emerge. Not at all. I know this young man. His circumstances are not ideal, and he didn't receive preferential treatment. However, some families of patients reacted extremely, coupled with the incitement from the envious masses. The matter surrounding the special medicine was brewing intensely online. Some were furious, others suspicious of it being a publicity stunt, while others simply indulged in celebrity worship, causing a chaotic uproar. It even drew the attention of foreign nations. Citizens from various countries mocked Long Country on social media, particularly the nations of Ming and Sakura, who were the most vocal. They even took to circumventing firewalls to ridicule on social media. Did you hear? The people of Long Country claim to have invented a cure for cancer. This is the funniest thing I've heard all year. Ha ha ha, they are arguing amongst themselves. It's too amusing. KKK, Long Country folks just love to infight. Stop arguing. The claim that Long Country invented a special medicine is impossible. You've been deceived by your own nation. The social media was rife with mockery. Filled with various derogatory comments, this infuriated those who had previously been following the domestic trending topics. While they sometimes enjoyed seeing their own people criticize each other, they would not tolerate anyone attempting to belittle their homeland. Thus, domestic netizens also circumvented restrictions to engage in fierce debates on Facebook with foreign users. How dare you? It's the first time I've seen a grandson insult his grandfather. You've truly opened my eyes. As for the people from the underworld claiming that food from the Dragon Kingdom is toxic, perhaps you should advise your father to stop importing pickles from the Dragon Kingdom. The fervor surrounding special medications within the country has finally diminished somewhat. However, without hesitation, I can assert that the intensity of public discourse both domestically and internationally over the past few days rivals that of a third world war. Long Yuan listened intently, nodding in admiration. She inquired, "Have I been away for several days?" Zhou Zhu replied, 5 days. This marked the longest duration Long Yuan had been absent, hence, her return warranted such a grand commotion, as everyone was quite concerned. Long Yuan felt a bit surprised. The last time she spent 5 days in the apocalyptic dimension, she had only been gone for a day upon her return, yet this time, she had lingered in the Guogwo world for half a month and had left Blue Star for 5 days. Could it be that the flow of time varies across different dimensions? 111 responded, "Yes, host, the higher the level of the dimension, the faster the flow of time. The Guogwo world is indeed a more advanced realm than the apocalyptic dimension." Long Yuan understood. By the way, at 111, when can we revisit the previous dimensions? I remember our points should be sufficient for your upgrade. This mention, 111's tone brightened. Yes, host, the crossover points from the Guogwo world amount to 350. And the travel points total 150. Currently, we have 1000 points, with 887 merits, and 1 belief value. What a steal! Long Yuan's eyes widened. How could her merit points only be 887? She checked the sources of her merits and discovered that every person she saved contributed 1 point to her. With Gatlin contributing 5 points and 1 point of belief. Initially, Long Yuan felt somewhat shortchanged. Before leaving the dimension, she had envied the shimmering belief value on Vicky's person. However, 111 had informed her that belief values could not be absorbed. But now she had suddenly become wealthy. This group of people was truly remarkable. They were not mere citizens, they were like shining golden fathers. Nonetheless, Long Yuan found it peculiar that Gatlin had contributed a point of belief. Her gaze fell upon Gatlin, curled up and sleeping in the corner of the sofa. No wonder he had been so reluctant to accompany Fei to the room earlier. Could it be that Gatlin regarded her as a mother? 111 interjected, "Would you like to ponder upon your thoughts?" Long Yuan retracted her wandering musings. Regardless, belief values are boundless. She could receive 1 belief point from Gatlin daily in the future, which lifted her spirits. 111, could you be ready for an upgrade? 111 was eagerly awaiting this inquiry. Yes, host, it would soon evolve into a level 2 system. Once it reached level 2, it would finally possess some preferential rights in choosing companions. Long Yuan promptly asked, "Does this mean we can select dimensions we wish to visit?" After hearing what Hu Xiangming and the others had said, she felt an urgent desire to return to the prehistoric dimension to obtain more ice spirit fungi, thus enabling the production of numerous special medications. Observing the anger of those online, Long Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. She had experienced illness herself and understood their sentiments. They were merely wailing and pleading for help. "Who doesn't wish to live?" 111 replied. "The subsequent features will only be fully understood once the system upgrades." Long Yuan instructed 111 to use the points for the upgrade. Fortunately, 111 upgraded swiftly. In less than 10 minutes, its cheerful voice resonated in Long Yuan's mind. Yay, host, I have leveled up. I am now a level 2 big shot." Long Yuan was equally delighted for 111. After all, it had suffered much due to its low level, facing exclusion and bullying, even being overlooked by the main system, which had withheld many matters from it. "What functionalities do you possess now?" 111 paused briefly before cheerfully responding. "Ding points -1000 system upgraded to level 2. The system mall is officially open, with an additional 100 square meters of system space, capable of housing living beings. And the system also includes a multi-person teleportation function. Current points, 0. Merit points, 875. Belief value, 1. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are all excellent features, aside from the mall, which is a redundant function. The level 1 system lacked the mall feature. It was only due to Long Yuan's hefty investment that it had opened early. The space overlaps with Long Yuan's abilities, but the system space is significantly larger. And she has no complaints. The transportation feature was something Long Yuan had always desired. However, she noticed that she hadn't heard about the anchor point feature, which she currently earned 4.111's tone carried a hint of regret. "Apologies, host, that feature may only be unlocked at the next level." Long Yuan certainly wouldn't blame 111. She quickly said, "Then hurry and upgrade." Insufficient points, unable to upgrade. Long Yuan was taken aback. She had so many merit points. 1 merit point equated to 10 ordinary points. Was that not enough? A level 3 system requires 10,000 points. Long Yuan, why not just seize it directly? Hu Xiangming and Zhou did not disturb Long Yuan. When she suddenly fell silent, they understood she was likely communicating with the system. Ever since the system had unexpectedly conversed with them last time, it had not made another appearance. After all, its sole host was Long Yuan. And to the system, others were merely beings of a lower dimension. The two observed Long Yuan's changing expressions, finally unable to resist speaking up. Yuan, what is the situation?" Long Yuan sighed. 111 just went for an upgrade. "I initially thought that once the system upgraded, we could return to the previous dimensions, allowing us to obtain a large quantity of special medications and their raw materials. However, the points are insufficient. It only upgraded to level 2, and the anchor point feature has not yet opened." "I'm sorry." Hu Xiangming looked at the young girl with her soft, rosy eyes and felt a pang of compassion. "Yuan girl, just focus on being happy. Who dares to blame you? You've already done enough. If anyone dares to complain about these matters, I'll take care of them." Long Yuan smiled, albeit lightly. Zhou spoke sternly. "Yet the uproar online is not a trivial matter. Firstly, it might lead external networks to trace their activities, exposing Long Yuan. Secondly, it could dishearten the populace." Zhou's words reflected the upper echelon's concerns in recent days. The government's initial intention was to stabilize public sentiment and provide hope. However, they did not anticipate that a few broadcasts from the young man showcasing a transition from being bedridden to freely jumping and running outdoors would cause the mental state of patients and their families to collapse. The higher-ups indeed had not considered every angle, focusing solely on reintroducing the populace to society while overlooking the issue of unequal distribution. In truth, the government could easily turn a blind eye to the situation. In reality, they had no means to intervene and could only remain indifferent. Long Yuan lifted her gaze to Hu Xiangming, who was sighing. "Actually, I have a solution." Hu Xiangming abruptly turned to her. "Yuan, what solution do you have?" The solution was quite simple. Long Yuan had brought back a vast quantity of functional plants from the Guigua world. These plants possessed a myriad of functions, some for skin whitening, hair removal, and hair growth, while others served to replenish energy and enhance physical constitution, although the pica fruit for enhancing the body and replenishing energy was not a permanent solution. Its abundance was a significant advantage. Moreover, the government had already begun constructing planting bases, and the citizens were gearing up. The state had the capability to continuously cultivate and supply functional plants. If they could ensure that patients had access to pica fruits for physical enhancement. Even if they could not cure their ailments, it would provide them with immediate hope. Everyone merely wished to survive. As long as they had tangible improvements in their hands, the clamor would cease. If they could stabilize the populace for a while, Long Yuan would have time to accumulate sufficient points, allowing her to later venture into the future world and the prehistoric dimension, thereby quietly resolving the matter. The government would not be deemed untrustworthy by the people. Hua Xiangming gazed at Long Yuan in astonishment. Little Yuan, how do you think so quickly? Long Yuan shyly smiled. Hua Xiangming quickly said, I'll contact old Zhou right away and explain this matter. On the return high-speed train, Zhou Jing raised an eyebrow. As for Long Yuan's proposal, he had already contemplated it when she returned to explain the situation in the Guoguo world. Even Long Lao and the others had similar intentions. Long Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, these big shots were undoubtedly more intelligent than her. She had been overly worried. From now on, she would focus solely on dimension traveling, leaving the rest of the matters for others to handle. Hua Xiangming? What does that mean? It turns out everyone is clever, and he is the only one left as a simpleton. Zhou Jing frowned slightly, but until the safety of these plants on human health was fully verified, they could not be publicly disclosed. Long Yuan nodded. Although she had previously consumed the pica fruit in the Guoguo world, the research reports from the National Research Institute were far more authoritative. Long Yuan did not elaborate further. I will provide research samples to Elder Su and the others. Speaking of Elder Su, every time Long Yuan returned from a dimension, he had been quite eager and filled with anticipation for the specialty she brought back. However, this time, she did not see him. Zhou Jing and Zhou Zhu could not help but chuckle. Elder Su, just check the laboratory, and you'll understand. When Long Yuan and Zhou Zhu arrived at the laboratory with their research samples, the assistants warmly helped her into a sterile suit. While Gatling was left outside, the laboratory's entrance was layered, exuding a high-tech ambience that felt distinctly futuristic. As soon as the grand doors swung open, Long Yuan was met with the incessant, rambling voice of old Su. Oh dear, just bear with me a moment longer. I need you to slice a bit more tissue, just a tad more. Your composition is far too intricate. Just a little more, please. Inside the laboratory, old Su, clad in a sterile white coat, was bustling about energetically. Upon closer inspection, Long Yuan noticed a small shadow frantically darting around in front of him. It was the mutated tree, emitting a cacophony of sounds. Cunning humans, trying to slice me again. My vines are nearly gone. Woe is me. If it weren't for this wretched place where my abilities are utterly useless, I'd give you a few hearty slaps. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the mutated tree abruptly changed direction and darted towards Long Yuan with remarkable speed. In a seamless series of movements, it coiled around her wrist, panting heavily. Old Su came to a halt in front of Long Yuan, exclaiming, Yuan, you've returned. This mutated tree can really run. It's exhausting this old body of mine. Long Yuan replied, Old Su, what are you doing? Old Su sheepishly chuckled, I merely wished to conduct an experiment. This mutated tree is truly marvelous. I only took a minuscule sample and discovered it harbors such complex components. In addition to the ordinary plant elements, there are two substances that I cannot decipher. One resembles the properties of ice spirit mushrooms, yet lacks their vitality and vigor. The other is a substantial amount of dark matter that seems to erode the life force of living beings, akin to a mass of lifelessness. However, I am convinced that the existence of this energy must have its rationale. I must unravel the nature of this substance and the reasons behind the tree's mutation. Long Yuan mused, could it be that this is the legendary doomsday virus? Old Su scratched his head. Well, it seems I inadvertently extracted a bit too much. Upon hearing this, the mutated tree rose from Long Yuan's hand, chattering angrily. It pointed with its noticeably shortened vines at Old Su and then indicated its own body, marked with incision scars, clearly lodging a complaint. Long Yuan thought, isn't she and the mutated tree supposed to be adversaries? Why is it reporting her? With a sigh, she mused, perhaps it recognizes you as its sole acquaintance in this world. One should not portray a mutated plant as pitiable. However, seeing the tree's anthropomorphized expression of grievance, Long Yuan addressed Old Su, I brought back a batch of plants and fruits with unique properties from the new dimension. It may require your immediate testing. Old Su, having received the cue, gazed reluctantly at the mutated tree hiding in Long Yuan's sleeve, yet, upon receiving the sample she handed him, he left cheerfully. The mutated tree stubbornly refused to remain in the laboratory. clinging to Long Yuan's wrist as if feigning lifelessness. Thus she had no choice but to take it along. She also took a moment to check on the villagers' villa complex, finding that they had adapted well. Here no one was whipping or enslaving them. The villagers sprawled lazily across the ground and sofas. Guards stood watch at the entrance. The villagers, now treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, had to be well protected, with the declaration of the special medicine. Long Yuan decided to leave Gatling behind and prepare to rest. Gatling was exceedingly reluctant, but Long Yuan could not continuously bring it along, with so many villagers, especially those with formidable combat capabilities. The military of the Dragon Kingdom might struggle to manage them. The villagers needed a chief, and Long Yuan required Gatling, who evidently had developed a sense of faith in her, to oversee and lead this group. Gatling understood its responsibilities and drooped its large ears, saying, "I understand. I shall endeavor to do my utmost." Long Yuan gently stroked its head before returning to the adjacent villa with Zhou Zhu. The mutated tree tightly coiled around Long Yuan's arm, resembling an exquisite wooden bracelet. Exhausted, Long Yuan succumbed to slumber, having grown accustomed to such fatigue over the past couple of days as the system upgraded to level 2. Hua Xiangming had been eagerly selecting candidates to traverse dimensions alongside Long Yuan. According to the system, only 4 individuals could accompany her, excluding Long Yuan herself. 2 candidates had already been confirmed as Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei. There was no doubt about it, both Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei were agile and had consistently assisted Long Yuan, possessing a familiarity and synergy with her that made collaboration seamless. As for the remaining 2 candidates, Hua Xiangming had to choose wisely. While Hua Xiangming busily selected individuals, Long Yuan leisurely enjoyed herself for 2 days. On a new day, she received 1 point of faith from Gatling. Subsequently, Long Yuan visited the zoo to see her old friend, the little penguin. The little penguin had become an absolute star at Q City Zoo, garnering immense attention online and attracting fans daily who specifically came to see it. Aware of the penguin's fondness for vegetarian treats, visitors brought an abundance of local specialties to feed it, which led Long Yuan to nearly fail to recognize the hefty 200-pound penguin before her. This chubby creature really the soft, adorable little penguin I once knew. While it may not have lost its charm, it lacked the endearing, diminutive quality it once possessed. Who could understand the heartbreak of a small creature enthusiast? The little penguin, however, was thoroughly delighted, rolling on the ground and exposing its belly in joyous laughter. Not receiving a response from Long Yuan, the little penguin curiously lifted its head and gazed longingly at her through the glass, causing the onlooking visitors to lose composure in an instant. Oh my, the little penguin is so adorable, it even rolls over and laughs. It must be turning magical. Viewers in the livestream were equally smitten. Then, why isn't the little penguin being affectionate towards them? With a mask on, Long Yuan sensed the collective lament from all around her, and thought, time to make my exit. Seeing the little penguin thriving reassured her. She would inquire later if it wished to return to the prehistoric dimension. Once Long Yuan departed, the little penguin resumed its aloof demeanor. Livestream viewers exclaimed, "The aloof little penguin is simply too cute." Tourists chimed in, "The cold-faced little penguin is simply adorable." Old Sue worked quickly. The inspection results for that batch of functional plants were expedited overnight. The report clearly indicated that the functional plants contained no harmful substances for humans. On the contrary, their nutritional value was 5 times that of ordinary plants, and their active substances were 10 times greater. Prolonged use would be immensely beneficial with no adverse effects. The official response following the inspection report was also prompt. At this time, discussions regarding the special medicine continued to swirl online, while criticisms from foreign sources gradually diminished under the fierce resilience of netizens. At 7:30 p.m., a peak online traffic moment when most people had finished work, the official response regarding the special medicine was released. The central government stated, "In response to the recent events surrounding the special medicine, we wish to address the public with the following points. 1. The special medicine indeed exists. The nation is still in the clinical trial phase for the cancer treatment and has not yet made it widely available. We kindly ask for the public's patience. The nation will not abandon any citizen. 2. We have taken strict measures against those instigating trouble and maliciously defaming the country, and administrative penalties have been imposed. 3. A limited quantity of functional plants is currently available. Interested purchasers may click the link below." The official account, already boasting significant traffic, chose a peak hour to mention the highly discussed special medicine incident. Suddenly, an influx of traffic surged towards the official blog. Upon reading the first point, that the nation would not abandon any citizen, many individuals began to calm down. Firstly, the special medicine was real, granting hope for cancer patients. Furthermore, the nation clarified that it was not covertly withholding it. It was merely still in the clinical phase. Most people were not simply causing trouble, they sought a definitive answer. Moreover, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom naturally held a profound trust in their government. With such a statement, they believed. Upon seeing the second point, a small portion of individuals began to panic. In recent years, foreign forces had stealthily infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom, lurking in various positions, referred to as the 50,000 walking. Many of these infiltrators had attempted to sow discord within the Dragon Kingdom during this incident. Who would have guessed that the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom would respond so resolutely? They could not possibly possess the special medicine. Those so-called healers were certainly hired by the Dragon Kingdom, yet, the upper echelons had officially addressed the issue. Were they not afraid of backlash if they failed to deliver the medicine? And was it not merely a ploy to stir trouble? Would the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom not be the most agreeable? Surely nothing severe would arise, and their identities were well concealed, so they would not be discovered. The now calm netizens, upon reading the third point, exclaimed, "Oh my central government, I adore you, I staunchly support you, I love my country." Some critics genuinely care about the special medicine or are simply trying to stir up trouble. I won't say more. I'm so touched. My country is the best, and the central government is my forever mother. But who can tell me what this third point has to do with the special medicine? Is it to assist farmers? Agricultural products seem to be riding the coattails of this excitement. Incredible, simply incredible. I can scarcely believe it. Has our nation truly achieved such remarkable heights? Family, this is a miraculous cancer remedy, to be honest. I remained skeptical until the official announcement. I even thought the young man was merely seeking attention. In this lifetime, I have no regrets joining Longwa. In my next life, I shall still be a citizen of Longwa. The official assistant chimed in. So does no one care about the third point? It was my first encounter with such an animated official presence, prompting laughter among netizens. All right, I shall purchase it immediately. Let us embark on a journey of fruit freedom. However, upon clicking the link, the netizens were left dumbfounded. What is this newfangled agricultural marketing model? Unlike traditional classifications of fruits and vegetables, such as root vegetables, leafy greens, and tropical fruits, the store showcased categories like whitening, hair removal, hair growth, enhanced vitality. The netizens were perplexed, yet, since this link was shared by our mother, it couldn't possibly be a virus, could it? Some bold netizens hastily clicked on a few categories. Upon entering the whitening section, they found merely ordinary grapes, albeit slightly larger than usual, priced at 30 yuan for a mere bunch of about 10 grapes. It seemed rather steep, and nevertheless, those with disposable income proceeded to purchase. They also bought from the hair growth category, which appeared to be rambutan, its fuzzy exterior fitting the description. Many netizens discovered that these fruits were subject to a purchase limit. Each individual could only buy one portion and select from only 2 categories. Thankfully, the quantities were limited, and soon they were swept away by some staunch supporters of the nation. This incident did not cause much of a stir until 2 days later, when packages arrived at the homes of netizens far and wide. Lin Yan was an ordinary university student, her family possessing a modest fortune. She had harbored a secret crush on her childhood friend Guyu for as long as she could remember. However, Lin Yan struggled with feelings of inadequacy. Wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and possessing slightly darkened skin, she had always been a background figure in any crowd. Neighbors would often overlook her while praising the accomplishments of others' children. In contrast, Guyu was a paragon of excellence, blessed with striking looks, a gentle demeanor, and top-tier academic performance. He consistently stood out among his peers. In her freshman year, Lin Yan resolved to confess her feelings, only to witness the campus belle, her roommate, laughing and leaving the school with him. From that day forward, the campus belle regaled their dorm with tales of her and Guyu's escapades, recounting his exceptional qualities and thoughtful gestures. Lin Yan, already introverted, felt increasingly despondent in such an environment. Her grades plummeted, and the mere sight of Guyu became a source of profound anguish. It had been nearly 2 months since she last saw him. A few days ago, while scrolling through social media, she stumbled upon a trending topic regarding the miraculous remedy. Distracted, she clicked on it. Though she had heard whispers about the sensational drug, she hadn't paid it much heed. Her decision to purchase the fruits from the link stemmed solely from her desire to support her country. After placing her order, Lin Yan promptly forgot about it. Today, she overheard the campus belle recounting her sweet moments with Guyu. This is the limited edition necklace he chose for me. He is just so thoughtful, always surprising me with little gifts, saying that love is about feeling indebted. Her roommates listen with envy. Oh, how fortunate you are. Bebe, don't be deceived by Guyu's gentle demeanor. He is quite difficult to pursue. When might we be treated to a meal by Guyu in celebration of your newfound relationship? Bebe chuckled. He is quite busy. Perhaps another time. The roommates ceased their inquiries, while Lin Yan found herself unable to endure the conversation any longer. Just then, the notification that her package had arrived buzzed in, prompting her to step outside. Perhaps they were right. Only a beauty like Zhou Bebe could capture Guyu's heart. A new message from WeChat appeared. It was Guyu asking if they could meet. Lin Yan donned her mask and headed to the station to retrieve her package. Guyu's messages continued to arrive. Xiao Yan, did Zhou Bebe mention anything to you today? Lin Yan's expression turned cold. She replied curtly, yes. Not wishing to hear it reiterated, she muted her phone and returned to her dorm to unpack the delivery. Inside was a bunch of large grapes and what appeared to be an avocado. Or at least, it should be an avocado. It then struck her that she had indeed purchased agricultural products from that social media shop. It wasn't a waste, as Lin Yan had a fondness for fruits. She tasted a grape and was taken aback by its sweetness, the juice bursting forth with flavor, utterly delightful. She quickly devoured all 10 grapes. The fruit, resembling an avocado, was soft and sweet, with a texture vastly different from the oily richness of ordinary avocados. Lin Yan savored her meal, feeling her spirits lift considerably. After washing up, she retired to bed early. The next morning, Lin Yan was awakened by her alarm. She groggily descended from her bed, squinting as she went to the bathroom to freshen up. Suddenly, she heard her roommates shriek. Her drowsiness vanished in an instant. Lin Yan, you had plastic surgery? Lin Yan turned to the mirror. Staring back at her was a girl with lustrous hair and radiant skin. Even the coarse hair on her arms had vanished, transforming her once ordinary face into something striking. Lin Yan dazedly patted her face. She had become remarkably beautiful. No one knew that Lin Yan had envied those with fair skin, even dreaming at night of undergoing a transformation, and now it had all come to fruition. She suddenly recalled the fruit she had consumed the previous night. Her eyes widening in astonishment. In a frenzy, she opened the store's link and contacted customer service. The fruits were already sold out. Anxiously, Lin Yan typed, "Hello, I consumed your fruits, and it seems I have undergone some astonishing changes. Is this the effect of your fruits?" The customer service response seemed robotic. "Fruit functions, please adhere to various categories, limit purchase to 2 types. Lin Yan covered her mouth, nearly screaming, "Oh my goodness, this is real." She excitedly left a glowing review and frantically posted on social media, oblivious to her roommates calling her name. Lin Yan, if one day the motherland tells you that we can cultivate immortality, do not think they are joking. The miraculous effects of these fruits are truly extraordinary. Images. After posting, Lin Yan remained immersed in the exhilaration of her monumental surprise. Opening WeChat, she discovered that Guyu had sent her numerous messages throughout the night. Yet Lin Yan felt no trace of anxiety or fear. She smiled softly, touching her face. She was well aware that Guyu's relationship with Zhou Bebe might not be as straightforward as Bebe portrayed. But from this moment forward, she only wished to cherish herself even more. A post online went viral, garnering thousands of likes and comments in mere minutes. Many netizens expressed skepticism, claiming the post was fabricated. After all, how could consuming some fruit lead to such a dramatic transformation? I can accept our parents being abstract, but I refuse to believe some people are just seeking attention. Our parents may be abstract, but this person is clearly seeking trouble. Do you believe her or me, Qin Shi Huang? I believe you are Qin Shi Huang. Pei Yan sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shadowed, as he vented his frustrations online. Feeling a long-lost sense of superiority and satisfaction from the netizens' support, until the butler approached with a tray, which, in addition to his usual meals, included a plate of sliced fruit. Pei Yan paused. Recalling that this was from the order placed a few days ago on social media, the butler nodded nervously, explaining that the master wished to support national initiatives. Pei Yan scoffed and promptly posted on social media. Pei Yan, folks, I'm here to debunk this. These are just purchased miraculous fruits. Images. Pei Yan capitalized on his usual display of affluent lifestyle photographs on social media, earning a small yellow V badge with over 100,000 followers. Many fans flocked to the comments section to support him. Support my husband in debunking this. I've had enough. First, it was the miracle drug, and now it's this miraculous fruit. Do they think we are fools? I suspect they are reluctant to reveal the miracle drug to the public, secretly providing it to the elite and wealthy, which is why they suddenly introduced this so-called miraculous fruit as a distraction. Pei Yan sneered at the comments. Pei Yan, I have never seen any miracle drug. The Pei family held considerable influence in the capital. His online posts clearly indicated he was no ordinary rich heir. The netizens were quickly swayed by his words, so now we're to believe even the miracle drug is fake? Think about it, it must be false. This is supposed to be a cancer miracle drug. Do you have any idea how many years humanity has spent developing this? Even the great powers have failed to produce it? Indeed, recently foreign media has been mercilessly mocking us. It's infuriating. I say some people in the comments should stop groveling. Our Longway is strong and technologically advanced. Even the great powers must treat us with respect. Why are you belittling us here? The comments are filled with 500,000 mentions of Security Bureau. There is no need for this. This is an official announcement from the central government, not a trivial matter. I believe the nation has genuinely developed a miracle drug. But as stated, it is still in clinical trials, which is why it hasn't been released. Pei Yan observed the bickering in the comments, chuckling softly to himself. As he laughed increasingly louder, his mirth bordered on madness. Did he believe? He once did. Pei Yan gently touched his own leg. He had placed unwavering faith in the so-called experts, in the so-called national-level professors, yet due to a blunder, he was left unable to stand. Pei Yan coldly gazed at the screen, raising his hand to wipe away the tears that brimmed at the corners of his eyes. He was determined to expose the true faces of these so-called experts and researchers. Pei Yan turned to the butler. Bring the dining cart over. The butler, head bowed, complied. Accustomed to the young master's sporadic fits of madness, Pei Yan first finished his meal, then speared a fruit resembling an apple with his fork. Placing it in his mouth, what sensation did it evoke? A warmth. Pei Yan initially dismissed it, until the warmth began to circulate through his legs, igniting a tingling sensation in limbs that had long felt numb. Pei Yan froze, disbelief washing over him as he touched his leg. Then he frantically stuffed the apple-like fruit into his mouth, startling the butler into a flurry of concern. Young master, please, no matter how troubled you are, do not harm yourself. Pei Yan distinctly felt his legs growing warm, as if his toes had moved slightly, but it was insufficient. This power was lacking. Grabbing the butler's hand, he implored Lu Shu, how many of these fruits are left? Bring them to me, I must eat. The butler nodded vigorously, delivering uncut, freshly washed fruits directly to Pei Yan. Not enough, still not enough. Pei Yan felt as though this newfound power had a limit. He was tantalizingly close to standing. If Long Yuan were here, she would likely inform him that the lily fruit could enable him to stand temporarily. Unfortunately, the potent lily fruit was intended solely for the military, not for civilian distribution. In recent years, the small nations of the southwest and northwest had been in conflict with Long Country, backed by powerful allies that posed a headache for Long Country. Nevertheless, this fleeting sensation filled Pei Yan with elation. What did it signify? It suggested that the nation might soon develop a medication capable of restoring his ability to stand. Pei Yan instructed the butler. Lu Shu, have someone monitor that shop the moment it becomes available. Place an order immediately. The butler nodded in agreement. Eagerly Pei Yan took to Weibo to post a new message. Pei Yan, I admit that Weibo post was not a deception. These fruits truly possess miraculous powers. I sincerely apologize to the nation and my fellow netizens for my previous resentment stemming from a mishap. This time, the nation has given me hope of standing again. Our nation, truly formidable. Pei Yan Nation Father Strong. The trending topic surged rapidly, gaining substantial traction and soon exploding in popularity. Pei Yan often found himself on the trending list for subtly alluding to the central government and the nation. Yet he continued to thrive unscathed, leading many netizens to recognize that his family held significant influence. They understood that Pei Yan was genuinely passionate and outspoken. Praising the nation from his lips was no easy feat. Consequently, many were intrigued about what had transpired. Beneath Pei Yan's trending post, numerous netizens began sharing their experiences. These individuals had ordered the functional fruits in support of the nation's policies, and upon consumption, they experienced astonishing transformations. I can't believe I'm trending. I wish I were the only one who knew about this magical shop. Who understands? I literally screamed. I, a naturally yellow-black-skinned person, have transformed into a fair-skinned beauty. Okay, perhaps that's a bit exaggerated, as I can't quite compete with those born fair, but I am genuinely satisfied. I never knew I could look so good with fair-skinned pictures. I'm here too. I thought my mom was joking about abstract concepts, but she was just speaking the truth. I bought the slimming fruit, and I really lost 10 pounds, overnight. It's truly insane. Here are the comparison pictures. Pictures. Everyone stand back, the young lady has arrived. my mom's hair has grown long. She truly experienced hair growth. I will no longer reveal my scalp. Pictures, pictures, pictures. The posts were diverse and the comments were flooded with images. Leaving those who stumbled upon the trending topic in utter confusion. What world have they entered? Is this still reality, eating fruits to become fairer, slimmer, and to grow hair? Are they sure they're not just being abstract? At that moment, a new trending topic emerged: miraculous fruits for enhancing physique. First of all, I am truly not a fraud. I am merely an ordinary father. My daughter suffers from brain cancer. The incident with the miraculous drug left me disheartened. But upon seeing the government's statement, I instantly decided to place my unwavering trust in the nation. Initially, I purchased this fruit thinking it was just an ordinary apple for my daughter, who loves to eat them. But do you know what happened next? After consuming the apple, my daughter suddenly said, "Daddy, I want to go outside and play." Due to her brain cancer, she had been lethargic for days, and he initially feared it was a sign of impending doom. It wasn't until the doctor presented various test results that they were astounded to discover that her indicators had improved slightly. Though the numbers were small, they were remarkably evident amidst the dreadful report. The doctor inquired what had occurred, and he suddenly recalled the fruit he had given her. Her condition didn't last long, but after consuming another slice of apple, she felt much better. The doctor stated that while this apple couldn't cure her, it would significantly benefit her health. If she could maintain a long-term diet of it, it would improve her overall physical condition and prolong the onset of her illness. Thus, I believe everything the nation says is true. I will continue to await the miraculous drug. We now possess both hope and time. Thank you, Motherland. One person might be lying. What if thousands upon thousands of individuals were not? The miraculous fruit surged into the spotlight, sweeping across major social media and short video platforms with incredible fervor. Countless individuals engaged in fervent discussions about this miraculous fruit. I feel as though my worldview is about to be reshaped. This is the fairy tale dream I had as a child. Can you believe it? Fairy tales come to life. I want to buy. There's no way people actually believe this. Right? I don't believe it. I've said it before, there are indeed people in this world who can cultivate immortality. I'm going to hang out on the official website, Doghead. As netizens' imaginations ran wild, there were also some so-called experts attempting to explain, actually, it's not that miraculous. Through genetic modification and drug injections, it's entirely possible to achieve various functionalities in fruits. Unfortunately, just as eager netizens rushed to the official website to order the miraculous fruit, they discovered it was sold out. Watching others transform, slim down, and regain health left them longing. The netizens were distraught, flocking to the official page, pleading for restocking. If you don't restock soon, I'll cause a scene. The central government promptly tagged a local official account, Q City's miraculous plant cultivation base. Netizens were astounded. This even had a base. What did this imply? It indicated that this phenomenon could be continuously supplied. In D City, at Lying Mountain, Yaopeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The base was being constructed at an impressive pace. Thankfully, he hadn't slacked off in the past 2 days. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Who knew D City was so magnificent? This was a miraculous plant. What if it was officially registered in Q City? They were still responsible for shipping from D City. Yaopeng increased the workforce. Once the construction crew realized the significance of their task, they became even more dedicated, each energized with newfound zeal. Fortunately, Long Yuan did not keep the netizens waiting long. She dismantled the cultivation base of the fruit world. Acquiring a substantial amount of functional plants, all lily fruits were submitted to the central government for uniform distribution to the military. The remaining fruits were made available for public sale in batches, with a purchase limit set to ensure that the majority could acquire them. Long Yuan even sent a batch back home to her parents, as these were beneficial items for health when consumed regularly. When the second batch of functional fruits was released, the server nearly collapsed under the demand. Netizens eagerly shared their hard-won fruits online, while those who missed out lamented in despair. Meanwhile, the previously dismissive naysayers secretly managed to acquire a few. They had never believed that Long Country could cultivate such fruits. If it were true, wouldn't that mean the nation truly possessed miraculous capabilities? They scornfully tasted the fruits they had once ridiculed, finding them merely sweet and delicious, with no miraculous properties, until, my manly body hair has disappeared. I've turned into a pale person. Shift, how did I become as slender and frail as the citizens of Long Country? As they cursed and complained, the Long Country Police, having pieced together the truth, stormed through their door. We are the Long Country Police, and we are officially arresting you for infringing upon national security and stealing state secrets. The 500,000? They had merely infiltrated to work a job and hadn't even had the chance to steal any secrets. Long Country citizens, truly lacking in martial ethics. I heard that just in Q City 2 have already been captured. It's truly frightening. Zhou relayed the news of the 500,000 arrests to Long Yuan, her eyes filled with indignation. Usually, they were the loudest in barking, yet upon being caught, they all confess like quails. Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Furthermore, some of the timid individuals immediately knelt down, bowing their heads in repentance, declaring that they would never dare again, pleading for the mercy of the Dragon Kingdom's deity, which elicited laughter from the crowd. Long Yuan could not suppress her amusement either. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom was one of joy and camaraderie, with netizens enthusiastically applauding the capture of 500,000. However, foreign nations were becoming increasingly restless. On what grounds? They exclaimed. For years, they had not witnessed the Dragon Kingdom truly apprehending anyone. Was it not known for its leniency? What infuriated them the most was the covert reports from spies still lurking in the shadows, confirming that the Dragon Kingdom was indeed serious this time. The claims circulating online were undeniably true. The miraculous fruit was, in fact, miraculous. This implied that the special medicine might also be genuine. The reports further indicated that some citizens of the Dragon Kingdom had consumed the fruit and experienced improvements in their health, leading to reasonable suspicions that the special medicine had been developed using these fruits. Cancer is a global affliction. It is not a disease exclusive to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, they had the audacity to secretly hoard these miraculous plants that rightfully belong to the entire world. This was utterly unforgivable. Foreign officials directly addressed the Dragon Kingdom. Return the innocent dragon nationals who have been swiftly detained within 3 days. What wrong did they commit merely by going to work? Netizens responded with outrage. Are they no longer pretending? The foreign officials continued to compensate for the psychological trauma inflicted upon them and the Dragon Kingdom's excessive actions. Restitution must be made, they further demanded. Return the miraculous fruit to the world. The Dragon Kingdom officials remained silent, while netizens were left astounded. Having never encountered such shamelessness, the authorities did not publicly respond. Instead, an official account from abroad updated with a rather dismissive remark. My mother told me not to play with fools. Of this blatant disregard and sarcastic attitude incited fury among foreign powers. In the Grand Presidential Office of the United States, the presidents of the Great Ming and Little Sakura countries, along with those from the Eagle Eye Nation, were seething with rage. The Dragon Kingdom had completely disregarded them. Had they forgotten the days when they were brutally slaughtered by the Great Sakura country? The Eagle Eye Nation scoffed. Oh, now you can't fight back. The Great Ming's eyes turned red with fury. It must be that the Dragon Kingdom stole our seeds. The miraculous fruit belongs to us. The Eagle Eye retorted, oh, the entire universe belongs to you. Little Sakura and Great Ming glared at him in anger. Which side are you on? The Eagle Eye then turned to the gloomy President of the United States. If you are willing to deploy troops, perhaps there would be a chance of victory. Deploying troops was out of the question. The Dragon Kingdom's military capability and advanced weaponry were not to be trifled with. However, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were notably timid. If necessary, they could feign a military threat. After all, that had been their modus operandi in the past. The Dragon Kingdom was known for its leniency. Regardless, the miraculous fruit mentioned in the reports could not be monopolized by the Dragon Kingdom. It was a treasure belonging to the entire world. While they were plotting, netizens abroad could hardly contain their frustration, unleashing a torrent of insults on Facebook directed at their Dragon Kingdom counterparts. You people from the Dragon Kingdom are incredibly selfish. The miraculous fruit belongs to the world. On what grounds do you claim it for yourselves? The Dragon Kingdom netizens retorted, because our food is poisonous. It must be the Dragon Kingdom that stole our Great Ming seeds. Return the miraculous fruit. Chinese netizens chimed in, yes, I stole your father's nuts, which is how I ended up with such an unfilial child. The Dragon Kingdom netizens focused on their possession, reveling in the chaos. Of foreign netizens were left sputtering in anger but felt helpless. After all, when it came to insults, the Dragon Kingdom had an innate advantage. Long Yuan watched with great interest, especially as she witnessed the netizens wreaking havoc online, her blood boiling with excitement. It made her want to leap over the wall and join the fray. Zhou, wake up. The remaining 2 candidates have been chosen. You should prepare for the interdimensional travel.as for the recent movements abroad. Zhou disdainfully smirked. They always make a lot of noise but deliver little. If a real conflict arises, they will run faster than anyone else. Rest assured, Yuan, all these resources, everything you have painstakingly brought back from your interdimensional travels, belongs to our Dragon Kingdom. The nation will not allow anyone to take it away. Is this not the confidence of a strong nation? Hua Shangming meticulously selected and advanced through layers of scrutiny before finally choosing two of the most outstanding soldiers. One was named Fang Dezhuang. The other Wu Shang of Fang Dezhuang, true to his name, was robust and stout, exuding an air of simple honesty. Wu Shang, on the other hand, was fair and slender, fitting the popular mold online after a few days of selection. Both were successfully chosen, yet they were merely following orders and were unaware of Hua Shangming's true intentions. Even within the base, the incident involving Long Yuan remained a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. Consequently, when they were led by Hua Shangming to meet Long Yuan, they were both puzzled. Hua Shangming was elated. Had he not needed to remain behind to lead the troops, he would have wanted to participate himself. Nonetheless, the success of his soldiers brought him pride. From now on, you two will follow Yuan. Oh no, I mean Deputy Director Long. You will do whatever she instructs you to. Fang Dezhuang, with his simple demeanor, respectfully saluted. Yes, General, yes, Deputy Director. Wu Shang, however, wore a face of disbelief. Listen to a little girl, had she even weaned? He had enlisted to serve his country and achieve great deeds, not to serve as a little girl's bodyguard. Wu Shang's evident reluctance darkened Hua Shangming's expression. These new recruits were overly ambitious and yet fragile. Hua Shangming could have easily disclosed Long Yuan's uniqueness, explaining the benefits of following her, yet he chose not to. He turned to Wu Shang. Are you unwilling to follow orders? Wu Shang straightened his posture. As per the general's orders, I shall comply. However, the disdain and disbelief in his eyes disappointed Hua Shangming yet again. He addressed both of them. This mission is not mandatory. Both of you possess exceptional abilities. If you are unwilling, I can reassign you to another position that offers better opportunities. Wu Shang's eyes lit up. Gazing at the delicate Long Yuan, he hesitated no longer. General, Hua Shangming immediately understood Wu Shang's intent. He certainly would not force anyone. You may return for now. Wu Shang saluted and turned to leave. Fang Dezhuang stood firmly in place, eyes fixed ahead. Hua Shangming glanced at him. Aren't you leaving? Fang Dezhuang shook his head. Whatever the general says, I will follow. From now on, I am a soldier of Deputy Director Long. Hua Shangming nodded in approval. Throughout the encounter, Long Yuan remained uninvolved. She wholeheartedly endorsed Hua Shangming's approach. After all, venturing into another world was inherently tense and exhilarating, and she did not wish to have subordinates with ulterior motives. Hua Shangming then replaced Wu Shang with another standout individual from the roster. As Chen Zhang was heading to the conference room, he encountered Wu Shang returning. Upon learning that Chen Zhang was about to seek Hua Shangming, Wu Shang immediately advised Jingzi, heed my advice. If General Hua asks you to follow that little girl, you must refuse. Chen Zhang, puzzled, inquired, why? Wu Shang rolled his eyes internally. What other reason could there be, as a second-class soldier? Why should he protect a mere little girl? Just trust me on this. Chen Zhang did not respond, departing instead. The soldiers sharing the same dormitory surrounded Wu Shang, questioning him about the commotion. Wu Shang was irritable. He did not wish to discuss it. He had initially thought this would be an opportunity to shine, but it turned out to be this. Chen Zhang did not oppose the idea of following Long Yuan's orders. Thus, the matter was settled. The group made their way to the secure house designated for interdimensional travel. Zhou Zhu had already prepared the necessary supplies, which were resting within Long Yuan's space. Zhou Jing also took the time to return from Province D to see her off. As this was the first group interdimensional travel, everyone was both anxious and excited. Even the elders on Long's side held a video conference with various dignitaries to bid her farewell. Mia and the chubby fellow expressed their reluctance. We want to go too. Had it not been for the Yunfei squad needing to leave 2 members behind to manage departmental affairs, others would have had their chance. Zhou Zhu and Yunfei were particularly nervous. Although they had witnessed Long Yuan traverse dimensions multiple times, this was their first experience. Fang Dezhuang blushed deeply. I see so many important figures. When I return to my village, I will be able to strut around. Chen Zhang was equally astonished. He suddenly felt grateful to Wu Shang. Had he not been blind to the opportunity and fled, it would not have fallen to him, although he remained unaware of what he would soon face. The signal was given to initiate the public transmission. Please hold hands and do not let go. The group instinctively complied. As Chen Zhang pondered the source of the voice, a violent whirlwind of sensation overwhelmed them, causing dizziness that nearly rendered them unconscious. Long Yuan was the first to adapt, but the intensity of the vertigo caused her to stagger slightly. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure and opened her eyes to behold an endless expanse of lush green mountains. She, along with Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang, found themselves amidst a chaotic pile of rocks in a depression between two peaks. Zhou and Yunfei were nowhere to be found. What do you suppose this dimension is? The surroundings were a tapestry of towering mountains, with verdant trees obscuring the sky. Long Yuan and her companions were situated in a hollow connecting two peaks, filled with various stones. Fang Dezhuang and Chen Zhang, experiencing their first interdimensional travel, lay unconscious upon the rocks. Long Yuan scoured the nearby stone piles but found no sign of Zhou or Yunfei. As for the dense forest and perilous peaks, she dared not venture into them, not in this unfamiliar era, and certainly not in her current state. In the depths of her mind, she called out to 111, questioning the situation. What is happening? Did we not arrive together? How can there be two individuals missing? Flustered, 111 hastily rummaged through its data. After a considerable pause, it exhaled, host, traversing dimensions can result in encountering temporal turbulence. It is possible that during a moment of dizziness, the turbulence separated you from the others. However, rest assured, they are certainly somewhere within this dimension. Furthermore, for the individuals who traveled alongside Long Yuan, 111 would have their locations displayed. At present, those two were not in any immediate danger. Long Yuan sighed in relief. It was a relief indeed. The pressing concern now was to devise a means of escaping this desolate place and to clarify the nature of this dimension. Just as Long Yuan was about to instruct 111 to transmit the dimensional information, the unconscious Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang began to awaken one after another, shaking his head to clear the lingering dizziness. Shen Zheng opened his eyes to behold a landscape utterly distinct from that of Blue Star. He swore that even the vast, untamed forests of California could not rival the awe-inspiring scene before him. Primal, verdant, and teeming with raw wilderness, it struck him with an overwhelming force. Instantly alert, he rose and positioned Long Yuan behind him, cautioning, Deputy Long, be careful. They had been standing in the base moments ago, only to find themselves in this unfamiliar realm when the world went dark. Hearing Chen Zheng's voice, Long Yuan momentarily pulled her attention back to reality. Long Yuan, you may call me Yuan or Yuanzi. The Deputy Long has aged me by 30 years. Chen Zheng suddenly nodded, his demeanor remaining aloof. My goodness, this mountain is so lofty, and the forest so expansive. I have never encountered such scenery in my life. Fang Dezhuang, seemingly materializing from nowhere, expressed his astonishment and excitement. He pointed towards the distance, where a mountain peak was shrouded in clouds. He chuckled, scratching his head. Deputy Long, are we about to embark on a journey of immortality? Long Yuan responded, call me Yuan or Yuanzi. Following Fang Dezhuang's gaze, both Chen Zhang and Long Yuan beheld a distant range of mountains, seemingly draped in a faint veil of clouds. Long Yuan's heart raced. In an instant, she forgot about the two men. 111, provide the dimensional information. Eons ago, in the primordial chaos, pure energy ascended while turbid energy descended. The spiritual aura surged forth, and life began to flourish. The world witnessed the emergence of a triad of humans, demons, and beasts, yet demons wielded demonic energy, and beasts possessed their own powers. Over millennia, demons and beasts ran rampant, reducing humanity to mere playthings of the two races, until 1,000,000 years ago, a human youth emerged, discovering the profound uses of spiritual energy, drawing it into his being, and creating unique techniques, spreading them to the masses, thus ushering in the era of immortality. Long Yuan was ecstatic, she was stunned, she wanted to scream. A world of immortality truly existed. The fantasy novels had not deceived her. This was the realm of immortality, and who among the citizens of Long Nation had not fantasized about soaring through the skies on a sword, embarking on adventures, battling monsters, and ascending to the heights of cultivation? 111, you are remarkable. 111, overwhelmed by the praise, rolled about in delight. Host, you are equally impressive. This is my first venture into a realm of immortality as well. Such realms were rare and prestigious, which explained why, despite Long Yuan's accustomedness to temporal travel, she still felt queasy. Transitioning from the lowly realm of Blue Star to the exalted realm of immortality involved immense strain. Even with the system's protection, one would still feel discomfort. However, when the dimensional assessment occurs, our gains will surely be substantial. Host, you are extraordinarily fortunate. Previously, 111 had heard other hosts mention that encountering a world of immortality at the third official dimension was nearly unheard of. Her host was truly exceptional. When the system held its grand celebration, it would be able to boast with pride. Long Yuan, regaining her composure from the joy of entering the realm of immortality, prepared to explain the truth to Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang when suddenly Fang Dezhuang let out an enormous shout. My goodness, Yuanzi, Chen Zhang, come quickly. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Dezhuang had climbed atop a massive rock jutting out from the cliff. His expression one of sheer shock. Chen Zheng dutifully remained by Long Yuanyuan's side, exchanging glances. Long Yuanyuan and Chen Zheng hastened to Feng Dazhuang's location. At a glance, they too were engulfed by overwhelming astonishment. At the foot of the mountains lay an endless expanse of verdant forest sprawling towards the horizon. In the heart of this sea of greenery, a magnificent blue bird soared into the sky, only to vanish among the trees. Suddenly, the bird emitted a piercing cry, crashing heavily into the forest and flattening a swath of trees, causing the very mountains where Long Yuanyuan stood to tremble slightly. As the three focused intently, they discovered two black specks hovering above the forest, occasionally emitting red and brown flashes of light. For reasons unknown, Long Yuanyuan suddenly felt a chill. She swiftly pulled Feng Dazhuang and Chen Zheng down to the ground. Her heart racing. Feng Dazhuang and Chen Zhang were left stunned. Feng Dazhuang's voice trembled slightly. If I am not mistaken, that bird, could it be a phoenix? He muttered to himself. No way, it merely resembles one. And besides, phoenixes are red and golden. This cannot be a phoenix, it cannot be. Long Yuanyuan swallowed hard. Well, how should I put it? This should indeed be a phoenix. Long Yuanyuan briefly explained her system, which was responsible for traversing dimensions to seek out valuable local specialties for Long Nation to bring back to Blue Star. Chen Zheng's expression was a mix of complexity and shock as he spoke in a hoarse voice. So what you mean is that after the system upgrade, it can bring people along, and we, along with Dazhuang, were chosen. While we are currently in, Long Yuanyuan interjected, the realm of immortality. Both Feng Dazhuang and Chen Zhang were rendered speechless. Long Yuanyuan understood their shock. If they found it too difficult to accept, she would have Uncle Ho replace them when they returned. She preferred not to constantly switch companions, allowing them time to process. Long Yuanyuan cautiously peeked out to observe the battle below. The phoenix was indeed a phoenix. At this moment, the two black specks were being pummeled by the phoenix. The ice-blue giant body of the phoenix was splattered with red, and Long Yuanyuan surmised that it must be injured, which explained its diminished combat prowess. After all, her favorite mythical beast on Blue Star was the Zhuke phoenix. The two black specks, however, were not to be underestimated. In mere breaths, the battle escalated to the skies before crashing back into the forest, the cacophony of their struggle reverberating through the air. The once lush forest was now riddled with wounds. Ultimately, the phoenix let out a triumphant cry, unleashing a torrent of blue flames from its mouth. The blue-black flames spread rapidly, and the two black specks clearly could not withstand the onslaught. On the verge of being crushed beneath the blue phoenix, suddenly Long Yuanyuan felt the chill return, the sensation of being watched. The two ominous figures abruptly turned and bolted away, their escape directed straight towards Long Yuanyuan's position. Are you alright? Long Yuanyuan exclaimed. Feng Dazhuang and Chen Zheng quickly regained their composure, shielding Long Yuanyuan behind them. Let us go. Yet, the speed of the two figures was astounding. Long Yuanyuan wondered, was there even time to breathe? They barely had time to rise before the two figures were upon them. Was this the realm of immortality? A sense of shock and exhilaration surged within the three of them. Chen Zheng furrowed his brow, inquiring, You two, what brings you here? His words, laced with an archaic cadence, stumbled forth. Before them stood two individuals, one with a long beard, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, and the other cold and stern, seemingly in his 30s or 40s. It was unfathomable that these two, together nearing 120 years of age, could have stirred such a commotion. Fortunately, both bore wounds, their faces pale, indicating they had suffered severe injuries. If all else failed, perhaps a stealthy strike followed by a hasty retreat. The elder seemed to discern Long Yuanyuan and Chen Zheng's thoughts. Speaking in a cool tone, I advise you not to seek your own demise, even in our grievously injured state. Eliminating you three, who possess no spiritual power, is but a mere thought, recalling the ruthless protagonists of cultivation novels, who slaughtered mercilessly for treasure. Long Yuanyuan's expression darkened. The realm of immortality held many treasures, yet it was fraught with peril. The elder's tone softened. Dear friends, we bear no ill will, we merely require a moment to recuperate. We ask that you safeguard us during this time. Long Yuanyuan remained skeptical. We three are hardly cultivators, how can we fend off that formidable creature? The elder recognized their misunderstanding. We encountered that ice phoenix by chance. It had just given birth and had a confrontation with its natural enemy, the wind serpent. We intended to seize the opportunity. Rest assured, the ice phoenix is also severely injured. It will not pursue us. Long Yuanyuan felt that these two had no reason to deceive them, and her expression shifted to one of warmth. Please do not hold our earlier caution against us. After all, we are utterly powerless. However, we hold the utmost admiration for beings such as yourselves. Her words of flattery transformed the two cultivators' expressions, softening their demeanor. They were loose cultivators, barely having achieved foundation establishment at over 100 years of age. Particularly the elder, at 180 years old, was nearing the end of his lifespan, as Foundation establishment cultivators typically live to around 200 years. This urgency drove him to take risks, hoping to either form a contract with or defeat the rare mutated ice phoenix, thus providing him with a chance to break through to Foundation establishment and ascend to the Golden Core stage. Typically individuals like them, who roam freely, are accustomed to being summoned and commanded by disciples of the various major sects. They have never savored the sensation of being revered in such a manner. Immediately, the elder retrieved a white jade vial from his storage pouch. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What treasure is this? Here it comes, the serendipitous encounter with a sweeping monk bestowing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, an event that has fortuitously befallen her. Long Yuan, the elder chuckled softly, his tone tinged with a hint of pride, revealing that the vial contained misty wind powder, a substance that would cause demonic beasts to retreat in terror upon detecting its scent. You may scatter it around, he instructed. Had she not lavished him with flattery earlier, he might not have revealed it, to have them bait the demonic beasts. It appeared he discerned her thoughts, leading to a moment of awkwardness as he had momentarily forgotten in a fit of anger. Long Yuan scowled, yet she soon accepted the white jade vial with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, exclaiming, I believe, esteemed immortal, you exude an ethereal presence. The elder's expression softened further as Fang Dezhuang and Chen Jin gazed at Long Yuan in astonishment. We never anticipated such a sight of you, Deputy Long Yuan retorted. You know nothing. This is strategy. In the face of absolute power, one must adapt their words to suit the audience, whether human or specter. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago in the myriad worlds. She proceeded to sprinkle the powder around her. Bored, Long Yuan settled upon a stone. Fang Dezhuang stealthily approached and asked, Yuanzi, shall we not make a swift escape? Long Yuan desired to flee as well, but the absurdity of this cultivation world was overwhelming. Why were there cliffs and precipices everywhere? Did ordinary people not deserve to ascend the mountains? Indeed, those who cultivate can soar above, while ordinary folk remain grounded, she mused. After resting for about half an hour, they engaged in meditation to heal their wounds, occasionally opening the porcelain vial to consume a medicinal pellet. Long Yuan could discern no particular method to it. Yet when they finally opened their eyes, their voices were noticeably stronger. The elder clasped his hands and introduced himself. I am known as Qingfeng Jinren, and this esteemed friend beside me may be addressed as Wang Wu. Wang Wu had not taken a title, finding it overly pretentious and somewhat awkward. We are grateful for your assistance in safeguarding us, young friends. Have you become separated from your family? Long Yuan hesitated briefly before nodding. Qingfeng Jinren understood. Do you require our escort for a stretch of the journey? Long Yuan's eyes gleamed with hope. She had been awaiting this very inquiry. She promptly bowed. That would be most kind. Qingfeng Jinren and Wang Wu exchanged knowing glances and nodded, muttering incantations, after which two enormous swords soared into the air. With a hint of regret, Qingfeng Jinren remarked, we possess no flying vessels or magical artifacts. We can only travel by sword. Please ascend. Long Yuan and her companions were left in awe. This is simply magnificent. Their astonishment and admiration brought a wave of satisfaction to Wang Wu and Qingfeng Jinren. However, Qingfeng Jinren found it strange. If Long Yuan hailed from a family of cultivators, such a display was unexpected. Long Yuan explained pitifully, alas, our family is merely an ordinary one, lacking flying vessels or magical tools. We are but insignificant figures, scarcely even considered cultivators, and have rarely encountered flying swords. Qingfeng Jinren expressed understanding. May I inquire where you intend to rendezvous with your family? Long Yuan had no family to speak of. After pondering, she replied, let us first head to the nearest town. We shall wait there. The two men nodded in agreement. Wang Wu led Chen Jin and Fang Dezhuang in flight, while Qingfeng Jinren followed closely behind Long Yuan. He kindly cast a protective shield around her, shielding her from the biting winds. Long Yuan thought to herself, he is rather considerate. As they soared through the air, Long Yuan was filled with exhilaration. Peering down, she watched as the sprawling forests zipped past. In no time, the site of their recent battle faded from view. Long Yuan's eyes widened. That icy phoenix had been breathtakingly beautiful, albeit fearsome, easily overpowering even foundation-building cultivators. Long Yuan did not consider herself a chosen one in a novel. After a brief moment of reflection, she cast her thoughts aside and reveled in the vast and majestic scenery of the cultivation world. After flying at great speed for about 15 minutes, they finally emerged from the edge of the forest. According to Qingfeng Jinren, they were in the Sunset Forest, and the mountains they had just traversed were the Sunset Mountain Range. They were merely on the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, the external perimeter of the Sunset Forest. One could only imagine the vastness of the Sunset Forest. Young friends, how did you end up in such a place? Your family seems rather irresponsible, he remarked. The cultivation world is divided into two major regions, where humans and demonic beasts coexist, residing in the eastern continent. The Sunset Forest is the largest beast-infested forest in the eastern continent. Even on the outskirts, it is fraught with peril. Those whose cultivation is not at the later stages of foundation building would never dare enter the Sunset Forest. It is also a favored training ground for disciples of many major sections. Upon traversing the expansive Sunset Forest, at the far end of the Sunset Mountain Range, lies the Wilds, territory claimed by the Demon Clan. Their numerous demons are sealed away, and the area is desolate, filled with dangers and demonic energy. Home to many high-level demonic beasts, it is said that an ancient battlefield exists there, acting as a natural barrier that prevents the clash between humans and demons. Long Yuan listened intently, feigning understanding. Xingfeng chuckled, "You are fortunate to have encountered me. Had night fallen and the slumbering beasts of the Sunset Mountain Range emerged to hunt, it would have been near impossible for three individuals devoid of spiritual energy to escape unscathed." Long Yuan felt a chill of dread. Thank goodness, had they attempted to flee while Xingfeng and Wang Wu were healing, the outcome would likely have been their demise at the jaws of a demonic beast. "What kind of places do these transmissions lead to?" she weakly retorted. "Host, these are all random," the system added. "Moreover, the shop has refreshed with several useful items. You certainly won't be devoured by demonic beasts." Long Yuan replied, "Then I must express my gratitude to you." The system fell silent. After flying for about an hour, Long Yuan finally spotted a distant city. Xingfeng and Wang Wu descended with their swords not far from the city's outskirts. As flying swords were prohibited within the city limits of Fuancheng, and cultivators were not allowed to engage in battles the rest of the journey, young friends, you may proceed on your own, Xingfeng stated. Long Yuan dismounted from her flying sword, expressing her thanks. "I am grateful for your assistance today, esteemed immortals." Xingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Throughout their journey, he had grown quite fond of the young girl. Though her attire was peculiar, the cultivation world was replete with oddities. Despite her somewhat cunning speech, she was quite to Xingfeng's taste, and he could see she harbored no ill intentions, being merely in her 20s. She was still a child. Xingfeng reminisced about his own daughter, who had been of a similar age in the mortal realm before he embarked on his path of enlightenment. Now that he thought of it, his great-granddaughter should be around that age as well. As they parted ways at the city gate, Xingfeng said, "Wang Wu and I shall be staying at the Immortals Lodge should you not meet your family in time. And if Wang Wu and I have not departed, feel free to seek us out at the lodge." Before leaving, Xingfeng and Wang Wu provided them with 4 low-grade spirit stones. As Fuancheng had guards. Entry required each person to pay 1 low-grade spirit stone. Upon entering the city, Feng Dezhuang was still brimming with excitement, animatedly gesturing, "This is incredible. We just flew through the sky on swords. We've actually arrived in the cultivation world. Feng Dezhuang shall surely be the most dashing lad in our village." Although Chenjin was more composed than Feng Dezhuang, his eyes sparkled with delight and excitement that were hard to conceal. Inside Fuancheng, everyone walked upon the ground, but outside the city, there were cultivators soaring through the skies. Everything around them made it abundantly clear what a wondrous world this was. Even the shops lining the streets sold various talismans, spiritual herbs, and elixirs. There were dedicated shops for pill concoctions, magical artifacts, and cultivation attire. The trio was dazzled by the array of goods, exclaiming in amazement. As night fell, their initial excitement began to wane. Feng Dezhuang scratched his head. "Yuanzi, what shall we do next? Everything here requires spirit stones, and acquiring local specialties to bring back to Blue Star seems a daunting task." Long Yuan resolved to stick to their original plan. "Let us first find a place to rest." They searched nearby for an inn, only to be informed that even a simple room required 1 low-grade spirit stone. Long Yuan thought, this is akin to residing in the heavens. However, the innkeeper claimed it was the most cost-effective establishment in Fuancheng. Feng Dezhuang exclaimed, "What shall we do?" Long Yuan discreetly opened the shop interface. "Wonderful, the shop has finally refreshed with useful items, ignoring other offerings for now." She focused on the prominently listed spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100,000 soft currency, with a limit of 3. Long Yuan smiled subtly. "Well, extortion is better than having nothing at all. Moreover, compared to the exorbitant prices of items previously available, these spirit stones are relatively affordable." After exchanging for 3 low-grade spirit stones, Long Yuan placed the stones along with the one provided by Xingfeng on the counter. Please prepare a standard room for us for 4 days. She already had food stored in her spatial realm. The most pressing concern was accommodation, so she refrained from keeping any excess spirit stones. Standing outside for even a short while, the chill of the night air was becoming unbearable, yet the inn was comfortably warm. This was likely another subtlety of the cultivation world. The innkeeper took the spirit stones and registered them. Treating the trio with no discrimination despite their shared room, they entered their room, and Feng Dezhuang declared, "Tomorrow morning, I shall look for some work to do." Chen Zheng nodded, and I too. Naturally, the only bed was given to Long Yuan Yuan. Not to mention that Long Yuan Yuan is my superior. She is also the one who provided the spirit stones to I in the cozy and secure room. The three soon fell into a deep sleep. Over the next 2 days, Feng Dezhuang and Chen Zheng diligently searched for work in Floating Smoke City. However, as they were not cultivators, they were unable to take on many jobs at shops and taverns. Long Yuan Yuan, on the other hand, managed to earn some spirit stones by purchasing elixirs from the system store and reselling them to the alchemy shops. Unfortunately, the quality of the elixirs available in the system space was rather low, and there were purchase limits, rendering the cost-effectiveness quite poor. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than the arduous search for work that Feng Dezhuang and Chen Zheng faced. As Long Yuan Yuan squatted by the street savoring the gill and rice noodles brought from Blue Star, she overheard passers-by discussing, "I heard that the sect is recruiting disciples. Are you going to give it a try?" The Floating Smoke City, governed by the Miao Miao sect, was bustling with excitement. Long Yuan Yuan, troubled by her lack of spirit stones, realized that this was a fortuitous opportunity. Joining a sect surely came with some benefits for new disciples, and one could avail themselves of the sect's resources for free. Eagerly, she slurped down a few more bites of noodles, stuffed the box into her space, and hurried after two departing pedestrians. "A fellow Taoists, could you enlighten me about the recruitment of new disciples by the Miao Miao sect?" The two exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain. "Who are you?" Long Yuan Yuan, feeling the pinch in her heart, immediately retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from her space. "Fellow Taoists, I mean no harm. I merely wish to understand." Their faces softened instantly. The Miao Miao sect. In the eastern continent, countless sects and cultivation families abound. Among them, the 5 major sects and 4 prominent families lead the way. Governing the myriad of cultivation sects and families, the 4 prominent families are Dongfang, Shimen, Nangong, and Baiming, with the Dongfang family reigning supreme. The 5 major sects are Miao Miao sect, Lingyun sect, Lingjian sect, Luoxia sect, and Qiyang sect. The power of these 5 sects is relatively equal, each boasting numerous disciples and managing countless cultivation resources, to the extent that even the 4 prominent families must tread carefully around them. Although there has never been a formal classification of strength, the cultivation world unanimously regards the Miao Miao sect, Lingyun sect, and Lingjian sect as the top 3 elite sections. These 3 sects are places that countless cultivators yearn to enter. There is no fixed schedule for sect recruitment, but most occur on a grand scale every 10 years and a smaller scale every 3 years. In 2 days, the Miao Miao sect will hold its triennial minor inquiry conference. During this event, the Miao Miao sect will assess spiritual root qualifications in the major cultivation cities and recruit disciples. Floating Smoke City, under the jurisdiction of the Miao Miao sect, will serve as the main battlefield for recruitment. Long Yuan Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Who said this place was poorly connected? It was simply splendid." "Well done." She proudly puffed out her small chest. "Next time, the host mustn't be so grumpy and angry with others." From the 2 individuals, Long Yuan Yuan learned that they were loose cultivators at the qi refining stage, one at the 8th level and the other at the 7th level. They planned to test their spiritual roots at the inquiry conference in 3 days and join a sect. The recruitment ceremonies of the various sects had no restrictions. Anyone wishing to join could attend. No wonder Long Yuan Yuan felt that Floating Smoke City was particularly lively today. With an increasing flow of people, the 2 loose cultivators scrutinized Long Yuan Yuan and asked, "You look like you wish to participate in the inquiry conference?" Long Yuan Yuan, puzzled, replied, "Yes." "Is there a problem?" They shook their heads. One of them remarked, "On the account of the spirit stone, I won't hold back on my warning. Although sect tests have no entry barriers, most participants are merely there to fill the numbers. As sects typically only recruit children aged 6-12 and qualifications are also taken into account, many attend the tests just to gauge their spiritual root and assess their qualifications." Long Yuan Yuan was taken aback. What nonsense is this? In that moment, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Seeing her beautiful appearance, the 2 loose cultivators, unable to bear disheartening her, quickly added, "Actually, not all recruits are limited to children. Long Yuan immediately looked up at him with sparkling eyes. The loose cultivator cleared his throat and continued, some loose cultivators, despite scarce resources, can become foundation establishment cultivators if they possess the ability and are under 35 years old. They may also be accepted into the sect as exceptions. Long Yuan thought, do I look like a foundation establishment cultivator? There is another situation in which exceptions can be made for sect admission, possessing exceptionally outstanding spiritual root qualifications. Cultivators in the cultivation world are classified into 5 types based on their spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each with a root value of 100. Single spiritual roots are referred to as heavenly roots. The highest quality among all qualifications. Alternatively, cultivators with high values in multiple roots are also considered of high caliber. If one possesses such talents, even if they are of low cultivation and beyond the appropriate age, they will become coveted targets for various sects, able to directly enter the inner sect or even become direct disciples of the elders of various peaks. This prospect was quite appealing. She remembered that the system store was selling a cleansing elixir. Its price was steep, and the description stated that it could improve a cultivator's qualifications, but results would vary from person to person. Long Yuan quickly concluded that this was indeed a valuable item. Thus she had been hoarding low-tier elixirs and had never dared to sell this one. Additionally, the product description noted that consuming the cleansing elixir would involve intense pain. Long Yuan had always hesitated to take it. After bidding farewell to the 2 cultivators, Long Yuan returned to the Ziyun Pavilion, where she was temporarily staying. She intended to share this news with Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang and to decide how to allocate the one cleansing elixir they had. As for Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei, she thought, sorry, but they aren't here, so they won't benefit from this good fortune. Chen Zhang was the first to return. Upon seeing Long Yuan, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I couldn't find work today either. Long Yuan gestured for him to sit down. It's alright, I have significant news to share, so let us wait for Dezhuang to return. And Fang Dezhuang came back quite late. Only arriving as the sky turned dark, he pushed open the door, excitedly chattering, Yuanzi, I found a job today. Fang Dezhuang had managed to secure a position moving bricks in Floating Smoke City. There was an iron ore vein. An iron ore is a relatively common refining material with high demand in the cultivation world. The density of iron ore is 100 times that of regular iron, making it exceedingly heavy. Therefore, only cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining and above could be responsible for mining. As for transporting the ore, the requirements were lower, allowing ordinary 1st and 2nd level cultivators to earn some spirit stones as supplemental income. Logically speaking, this job shouldn't have been available to Fang Dezhuang. However, he was robust and sincere, and after helping the supervisor with a small task, he was allowed to give it a try. Fang Dezhuang cautiously placed 2 spirit stones on the table, saying, Yuanzi, please keep these spirit stones safe for now. Only then did Long Yuan and Chen Zhang notice his disheveled and dirty appearance. With blood smeared on his shoulder, Chen Zhang clenched his fists. He thought he was an exemplary 2nd-class soldier, but in this cultivation world, he felt utterly helpless. Now, even Fang Dezhuang could earn spirit stones. This made Chen Zhang's heart tighten even more. Long Yuan sighed. You shouldn't take on such work anymore. It will ruin your body. Fang Dezhuang hastily replied, I can handle it. Long Yuan shook her head. Both men were afraid that after this return Long Yuan would no longer want to associate with them. That simply cannot happen. Long Yuan chuckled at their anxious expressions. At the rate we're earning spirit stones and considering the prices in the cultivation world, in 3 months, we won't even be able to afford the basic cultivation methods. Just a few spirit stones to take back. In the past, Long Yuan would have deemed such a sum unattainable, yet now, in the midst of the cultivation world, she could not resign herself to merely returning with such meager offerings. Observing the 2 men's gloomy expressions, Long Yuan clenched her fists. Thus, the significant news I wish to announce is, let us strive to join a sect. Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang felt a jolt in their hearts. A sect, is it the one we are thinking of? The kind that, once you join, someone will teach you cultivation methods, allowing you to draw energy into your body and become a member of the cultivators? Long Yuan nodded. Indeed, it is precisely what you envision. According to the intelligence I gathered today, one of the 5 major sects, the Miao sect, will hold an inquiry conference within Floating Smoke City, attracting countless cultivators and ordinary folks. Long Yuan had exchanged 10,000 in the system store for a cleansing elixir. For those of us whose foundations are already past the age limit, the only path to joining a sect is through qualifications. As long as our qualifications are sufficiently outstanding, even individuals like us in our 20s and yet to draw energy into our bodies can become disciples of the sect. To further bolster their chances. She unveiled the cleansing elixir she had exchanged from the system store, meticulously explaining its effects. Finally she added, however, we only have one cleansing elixir, so we must decide how to allocate it. Long Yuan genuinely believed that their military backgrounds provided them with better physical qualities and likely superior qualifications. Hence she was willing to let them decide how to allocate the cleansing elixir. Yet at that moment, the system's voice in her mind was frantically screaming, Host, how could you reveal the cleansing elixir? Long Yuan replied, What's wrong? The voice, filled with resentment, said, I had to plead with the main system for several days and pull some strings to refresh this item. According to probabilities, the store might not even have the cleansing elixir available. Host, there is something I must seriously inform you about. The voice continued, Long Yuan cannot cultivate, what? The sky had fallen, because Long Yuan had already awakened her abilities in the apocalyptic realm. Her body had fused with those powers. The coexistence of two powers is utterly impossible. Long Yuan, why didn't you say that sooner? Had she known that possessing special abilities would preclude her from cultivating immortality, she would have resolutely refused to consume the awakening potion, even at the cost of her life. Long Yuan lamented, I yearn to cultivate immortality as well. With a huff, she added, Thus, I have taken the liberty of providing you with a shortcut by refreshing the marrow cleansing elixir. Once Long Yuan ingests the elixir, it will cleanse her meridians and marrow, causing her spatial abilities to vanish. Long Yuan was astounded. What was the principle behind this, according to the words of 111? The so-called special abilities were merely a harmonious fusion of the apocalypse virus and the human body. A failed fusion results in becoming a zombie, while success leads to becoming a special abilities user. In essence, a high-level virus is merely an invader to the human body. The function of the marrow cleansing elixir is to purify the body, eliminate impurities, and expand the meridians. Moreover, the elixir from the marketplace is of high grade, boasting remarkable efficacy. Long Yuan suddenly understood. Point 111, You truly are my dear companion, this marrow cleansing elixir. Is it too late for her to reconsider and put it away? Fortunately, neither Chen Zhang nor Fang Dezhuang were inclined to accept the elixir. Fang Dezhuang insisted, This is your marketplace, and you paid for it. I cannot accept it. Chen Zhang remarked, You are our leader, and you require cultivation even more. Only with Long Yuan's enhanced strength can she better protect herself in future transgressions. With tears welling in her eyes, Long Yuan exclaimed, You all possess such awareness, I shall not be polite. She swiftly tossed the elixir into her mouth. Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang were taken aback. Wondering why it felt as if Long Yuan had been waiting for this moment. It must be an illusion. The instant Long Yuan swallowed the elixir, she felt her body boiling, and the pain radiating through her limbs nearly caused her to faint. However, 111 had said that the longer she persevered, the greater the effect would be. 3 days later, in the center of Fuyan City, countless cultivators and ordinary mortals aspiring to become cultivators had gathered. Several enormous flying vessels hovered in the sky. The rules of the city would be suspended today. In the distance, individuals began to arrive on their swords, all eager to attend the forthcoming Immortal Inquiry banquet. As noon approached, the melodious call of a celestial crane echoed through the air. The flying vessels descended gracefully, the immortals aboard waved their hands lightly, and a grand platform materialized on the empty ground. Two of the vessels docked atop it, and then, figures with ethereal grace leaped down, clad in matching blue and white robes. They appeared as serene as beings from another realm. Once everyone had disembarked, the vessels transformed into small boats, which an elderly man promptly collected into his sleeve. The world within the sleeve. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with wonder. Fang Dezhuang and Chen Zhang were equally captivated. Their eyes wide with astonishment, this was the very scene they had envisioned in their dreams of cultivating immortality. The disciples of the floating mist sect prepared in an orderly fashion, then announced, Please queue for aptitude assessments. The cultivators below the platform, typically proud and defiant, all lined up obediently. Those aged 6-12, please form a line here. Their voices were not loud, yet each word resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Long Yuan and her companions dutifully took their places at the end of the lengthy queue. Occasionally, the shouts of the floating mist sect disciples echoed from the platform. Long Yuan had little interest in the first batch of candidates. Her main focus was on her own group. Zhang Jiu, bone age 30, Qi refinement level 2, possessing 4 elemental roots, water, fire, wood, and earth, with root values of 15, 20, 15, and 3, yielding a total root value of 53, unqualified Zhu Lina. Bone age 33, She refinement level 4, possessing 4 elemental roots, gold, wood, water, and fire, with root values of 30, 15, 8, and 8, yielding a total root value of 61. An outer disciple, Shin Yueshi. Bone age 18, early foundation establishment, possessing dual elemental roots, gold and water, with root values of 50 and 50. Yielding a total root value of 100. An inner disciple, Shin Minglang. Bone age 17, Chi refinement level 8, possessing 3 elemental roots, gold, water, and wood. An outer disciple, the test revealed 2 promising candidates, and the senior disciple responsible for assessing the roots wore a relieved expression. Long Yuan overheard whispers from those around her. It's rare to see someone so young reach foundation establishment, especially with dual roots. How enviable, surely those two must be siblings. Humph, what of dual roots? Just wait, I shall surely prove myself to be a rare talent with heavenly roots. Nangongya. Bone age 21, late foundation establishment, dual roots, gold and fire, with root values of 70 and 75. Shiman Ziyu. Bone age 23, early golden core, possessing a mutated wind root value of 81. The crowd erupted in excitement. Long Yuan's eyes widened as she gazed upward, curious about what aptitude she would reveal. She felt a twinge of nervousness. The disciple conducting the root assessments was now visibly excited. Single roots, and a mutated root. A genius. Even the other 2 flying vessels hovering in the sky began to stir. A low ethereal voice resonated from within one of the vessels. Shiman Ziyu, do you wish to become a direct disciple of my sword peak? The root assessment, direct disciple of the sword peak. The vessel housed the peak masters of the floating mist sect, who had been quietly observing and selecting suitable disciples. Shiman Ziyu cupped his hands in salute. I am willing to be a disciple. Nangongya, possessing a golden root and impressive aptitude, was also exceptionally granted the status of a named disciple by the sword peak. Named disciples enjoy the same benefits as direct disciples. Albeit with a probationary period, this too was a source of envy. The crowd erupted in chatter. A mutated root, a single root, no wonder the sword peak master accepted him. Moreover, these 2 must belong to one of the 4 great families. Right, it truly is disheartening to see others effortlessly accepted as direct disciples, basking in countless cultivation resources, while we toil for a mere fraction of the same. And Shiman Ziyu is so handsome. A female admirer sighed dreamily. After Shiman Ziyu and Nangongya completed their assessments, they stood aside, accustomed to the admiration and praise directed their way. They were born as prodigies, destined to be the focal points of any gathering. Nangongya proudly crossed her arms. Ziyu brother, every time you appear, everyone only discusses you. Shiman Ziyu's expression remained indifferent, but his eyes betrayed a hint of pride. Hearing Nangongya's words, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Yeah, you are quite impressive as well indeed. Nangongya was formidable. As the daughter of the Nangong family, possessing dual elemental roots with astonishing values exceeding 70, she shone brightly though overshadowed by the brilliance of Shiman Ziyu. Let us hope more gifted individuals emerge in the following assessments so I can feel that my journey beyond the Nangong family is worthwhile. Nangongya scoffed, in the entire cultivation world, it will be challenging to find someone with Ziyu brothers' talent. As expected, the subsequent candidates exhibited average talents, especially in the shadow of the impressive duo, making them seem even more mediocre. Fortunately, they had managed to test Shiman Ziyu, Nangongya, and Shin Yueshi, fulfilling the sex requirements. As the assessments continued, it was soon time for Long Yuan and her companions Feng Dezhuang and Chen Zhang were both drenched in cold sweat. After all, they were not from the cultivation world. What if their talents were abysmally low? Feng Dezhuang clasped his hands together. As long as I can become a servant disciple and enter the sect, I will be content. Next, Chen Zhang took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the spirit testing stone. Almost instantly, the stone erupted with a kaleidoscope of colors. Chen Zhang, bone age 23, possessing 3 elemental roots, gold, wood, and fire, with root values of 30, 30, and 30, yielding a total root value of 120. Servant disciple, Chen Zhang exhaled a breath of relief. A slight smile gracing his lips. Feng Dezhuang, bone age 19, possessing 3 elemental roots, fire, earth, and gold, with root values of 60, 60, and 60. After a moment's hesitation, the examiner declared, inner named disciple, though 3 elemental roots typically only allowed entry into the outer sect. Feng Dezhuang's exceptional root values qualified him for the temporary status of an inner named disciple. Should he reach foundation establishment within 3 years, he would elevate to a full inner disciple. Both Chen Zhang and Feng Dezhuang entered the sect, and Long Yuan was pleasantly surprised to discover Feng Dezhuang's promising aptitude. This must be what they call a fool's luck. Chen Zhang sincerely congratulated Feng Dezhuang. Now, it was Long Yuan's turn. She thought to herself, this was the qualification for cultivating immortality she had sacrificed her spatial abilities for. She must not falter, although her spatial abilities were rendered useless. At least she possessed a space, albeit one that was not particularly useful at the moment. In any case, Long Yuan slowly reached out toward the spirit testing stone. A sudden burst of green light erupted from the transparent stone. It is a heavenly root, a wood attribute heavenly root value 88, Long Yuan exclaimed. She hadn't even placed her hand on it yet. The testing disciple clearly noticed this anomaly. As Long Yuan focused her gaze, she saw a black line resting atop the spirit testing stone. A mutated tree rose from the stone, its two root systems resembling hands gripping the trunk, emitting a cacophony of laughter. Long Yuan gasped. Heavens, how did I bring this unfortunate creature along? Wait, a mutated tree is actually a single wood heavenly root. Wasn't it said that those with special abilities cannot cultivate immortality? 111 began frantically searching for information. Host, all roots can indeed be tested. The implication is that one can merely observe without the ability to cultivate. Long Yuan's heart had just found a semblance of balance when she heard again, however. The mutated tree's situation is not the same as yours. Do you forget? Plants are capable of photosynthesis. The mutated tree possesses a wondrous transformation mechanism, meaning it can not only be observed but also cultivated. At this moment, Long Yuan, along with others, perceived an anomaly. What could it be? It seemed to be a magical beast. Moreover, it was an exceptionally rare plant-type magical beast. Goodness, it could actually survive independently of the soil. What level of magical beast is this? I cannot fathom. A walking plant must be at least a level 6 magical beast. The classification of magical beasts is divided into 9 levels. A level 1 magical beast corresponds to a cultivator in the chi refining stage. Layers 1 to 3. A level 2 magical beast aligns with a cultivator in the chi refining stage. Layers 4 to 7. A level 3 magical beast is akin to a late chi refining stage. Level 4 corresponds to Foundation Establishment, Level 5 to Golden Core, Level 6 to Nascent Soul, Level 7 to Spirit Transformation, Level 8 to Tribulation Transcendence, and Level 9 to Great Ascension. In the realm of cultivation, the transition from Chi Refining to Foundation Establishment is a minor watershed, while the leap from Golden Core to Nascent Soul represents a major turning point. Achieving Foundation Establishment demonstrates commendable talent, while reaching Nascent Soul signifies hope for ascension. A Nascent Soul cultivator can serve as an elder or sect leader of a small sect. The cultivation of magical beasts follows a similar pattern. Beasts like this one often hide in deep mountains and dense forests, developing in solitude. They are powerful yet not overwhelmingly so, possessing significant potential for advancement. Once discovered by human cultivators, they are likely to face extermination and become spirit beasts for prominent families' disciples. Is it a spirit beast? No, this appears to be an uncontracted level 6 magical beast. The cultivators were restless, and even the disciples responsible for the testing at the Pyomyo sect had brightened eyes. The mutated tree seemed to sense something amiss and dared not show off any longer, swiftly retreating to coil around Long Yuan's hand. Long Yuan, this creature, let alone being level 6, isn't even level 1. If someone were to act, it would be utterly defenseless. Fortunately, most cultivators here are rather wary of level 6 magical beasts, especially during the Pyomyo sect's inquiry into immortality banquet. As for those from the Pyomyo sect, the disciples were reluctant to stir trouble, and the elders would not vie with a young girl on the brink of becoming a disciple of the Pyomyo sect. Level 6 magical beasts are rare, but if they desired one, they could simply venture to the Sunset Forest. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel, the elders from various peaks, including the sect leader Xuanji of the Pyomyo sect, decided that regardless of Long Yuan's subpar talent, given the presence of a celestial root magical beast, they would allow her to become at least an inner disciple. Long Yuan was also reassessing her own talent. A score of 65, is this what constitutes a super genius? Inside the flying vessel, the leaders of the 5 major peaks of the Pyomyo sect observed the commotion below and chuckled. This year's recruitment is indeed intriguing. Unfortunately, the standout candidates appear to be merely 2 young men from the Shiman and Nangong families. The girl named Shin Yueshi is commendable, but that is about it. Responding was the peak master of the Talisman's peak, Zhenning Jinren. Shiman Ziyu is undoubtedly impressive, yet regrettably, he has already been claimed by senior brother Qiushui. Even the equally remarkable Nangongya has been taken. Otherwise, Qingyang, you might have had a chance. The peak master of the spirit beast peak, He Zhenren, chuckled mischievously, provoking a glance from the usually aloof peak master of the spirit sword peak. Qiushuizhenren. Before Qiushuizhenren could speak, Qingyangzhenren let out a cold snort, stating that it was unnecessary. One could easily tell that these two had come out together to train, since Shimen Ziyu had gone to the Spirit Sword Peak. Nangongya would naturally not go to any other peak. Moreover, Qingyangzhenren was not fixated on Nangongya, although the Dan Peak has gradually declined over the past century and has not admitted a new personal disciple in a long time. Nangongya's talent is merely decent dual roots of gold and fire, with the fire roots value at 75, indicating strong affinity with fire. However, the optimal root for alchemy remains the dual roots of wood and fire, followed by the single wood root. In Qingyangzhenren's estimation, Nangongya only ranks in the third tier. Zhenren innocently rubbed his nose, perplexed, as if to say, "What's the matter? I was merely making a small jest." Why is no one laughing? As more and more individuals completed their route testing below, the few aboard the flying vessel had already lost hope of finding a desired personal disciple this time. Good candidates were increasingly scarce. However, there were a few with decent qualifications among the immortal seedlings. They could be selected upon returning to the sect. Long Yuan, with a bone age of 24, single wood root, and a root value of 88. The previously resting Qingyangzhenren opened his eyes wide, astonished. Single wood root, an astonishing root value of 88, although it is not a dual wood and fire root. It matters not, I shall certainly seek out a cluster of exceptional for her, my precious disciple. Here I come. The other peak masters were equally shocked. Initially, everyone assumed that aside from the Spirit Sword Peak's master achieving a full haul today, the rest had struck out. Who would have thought another genius would emerge? Moreover, a single wood root, a perfect fit for Qingyang, the old alchemist. Jealousy, the master of the Spirit Beast Peak, Zhenren chimed in. Ah, wood root, we at the Spirit Beast Peak can also accommodate. Qingyang shot him a glare, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He was preparing to act swiftly and claim the young girl as his disciple when he heard the commotion below. A magical beast, a level 6 magical beast with a single wood root. Zhenren was instantly elated. This is precisely what the Spirit Beast Peak has been waiting for. The young girl is ideally suited for the Spirit Beast Peak. Only we can cultivate her magical beast to its full potential. Qingyangzhenren was infuriated. He had thought he had found a chosen alchemist, only to discover she was a magical beast. No, he could not concede. Qingyangzhenren maintained a stern expression, thinking perhaps the young girl herself is a wood and fire root. Zhenren was in high spirits and chose not to argue with Qingyangzhenren. After all, this was already a settled matter. He could consider himself fortunate to have received a female disciple this year. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Long Yuan remained unaware that the prominent figures aboard the flying vessel were engaged in a dispute over her. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan decisively placed her hand upon the spirit testing stone. The transparent sphere of the stone was instantly enveloped in a blaze of fiery red and verdant green light. Completely filled, Long Yuan was momentarily stunned. She recalled that those who tested before had colors that were relatively faint, and the spirit testing stone was not fully illuminated. So what does this mean? The disciple responsible for testing the roots was equally astonished. The elder from the sect overseeing the testing hurried over, eyes wide with astonishment, and then erupted in ecstasy. Long Yuan, with a bone age of 25, possesses dual roots of wood and fire, each with a root value of 100. Wow! The cultivators below were thrown into an uproar, and the peak masters aboard the flying vessel eavesdropping were equally stunned. What on earth? A dual wood and fire root at full value, what an extraordinary genius! It is known that achieving a root value of 80 is already a rarity, 90 is extraordinarily difficult, and 100 is virtually insurmountable. Qingyangzhenren could no longer sit still. She ought to be my personal disciple. None of you can contest this, If it were an ordinary dual wood and fire root, Zhenren would have yielded to the master of the Dan Peak, as the status of a level 6 master alchemist must be respected. However, she possesses a dual root at full value. Zhenren exclaimed, I believe she should come to the Spirit Beast Peak. Her magical beast requires our nurturing. The peak master of the Talisman's Peak. Qingyangzhenren retorted, not at all. With such an elevated root value, the young lady should join our Talisman's Peak. The usually silent peak master of the Artifact's Peak could not hold back, asserting, I believe she ought to come to our peak. With such a high fire root value, she is destined to be a chosen blacksmith. Only the peak master of the Spirit Sword Peak remained composed. It was not that he was unaffected. He was indeed moved. However, he recognized that he had already accepted 2 disciples, and to compete further would render him a target of scorn. Had he known, he would have waited a while longer. It was all due to his impatience. Qingyang Zhenren was furious that he would not engage in an argument. This group of old masters had too many ulterior motives, and he could not outmatch them in a debate. He directly flew out of the vessel, heading straight for Long Yuan, intent on claiming her first. The other peak masters. Long Yuan withdrew her hand, wondering why no peak master had come to recruit her when suddenly a figure zipped before her. Good disciple, I am Qingyang Zhenren, the peak master of the Dan Peak of the Pyomyo sect. Would you be willing to become my personal disciple? Just as Long Yuan was about to agree, a series of booming voices erupted from afar. Wait, Qingyang, you are utterly despicable. The Pyomyo sect disciples who had come to pay their respects, goodness, the uncles have all descended. The influence of a genius disciple is terrifying. The peak masters, uninterested in arguing with Qingyang, turned their gazes towards Long Yuan, asking, would you like to become my personal disciple of the spirit beast peak? And me, Qingyang Zhenren was livid, exclaiming, this is my disciple. Mine, you all better back off. He grasped Long Yuan's arm tightly. Long Yuan, what to do? If she chooses one, will she offend the other? She was too intimidated to make a selection. Just then, a celestial voice emerged from another flying vessel. Ethereal and transcendent Qingyang, the peak masters instantly quieted down. Long Yuan looked up to see an elderly man in white standing on the flying vessel, exuding an aura of an otherworldly master. If she guessed correctly, this must be the sect leader of the Pyomyo sect. Xuanji Zun's gaze fell upon Long Yuan, and after a moment, he spoke gently, let the young lady choose for herself. Long Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With the sect leader's word, she felt emboldened to make her choice without fear of offending anyone. As the favored disciple of the Talisman Peak, my master has prepared an entire space filled with talismans for your enjoyment. Come to my instrument peak. I know how much you female cultivators adore exquisite garments. My master has refined a magical garment that combines both offense and defense, a gift for you as a token of our meeting. Join me at the Spirit Beast Peak, for we shall provide the spiritual herbs your magical beast requires to advance. Qingyang, why do you still bring bribes? Qingyang Zhenren is troubled, while Long Yuan listens with drooling anticipation. It all sounds quite enticing. Zhou Shuai Zhenren opens his mouth, wishing to offer a bribe as well, only to be met with the resentful gazes of his two disciples. He glances awkwardly at the sky. Sheepishly stroking his Zhou Shuai sword, Nangongya is utterly infuriated. She never expected that a newcomer like Long Yuan would emerge, possessing even greater talent than Shimen Ziyu. Why was it that during the assessment, only the peak master of the Spirit Sword Peak chose Ziyu as his favored disciple, while everyone is now vying for Long Yuan? She, after all, is merely a dual spiritual root. Having a full spiritual root is indeed impressive. Shimen Ziyu's lips pressed tightly together. He is the most exceptional among the younger generation of the Shimen family, with talent surpassing even that of the current head of the family throughout his life. Everyone has regarded him as a prodigy, a chosen one. Yet now, he has been outperformed by a woman who has yet to even cultivate qi. Shimen Ziyu lowers his eyelids. Ultimately, Long Yuan chooses to enter the Alchemy Peak. Although she desires the gifts from other peaks, the Alchemy Peak is more suited to her. Long Yuan has always enjoyed cooking back on Blue Star. Simply adding ingredients to a pot yields delicious meals without any exertion. Alchemy is quite similar. Just sitting in the alchemy room each day sounds delightful. Moreover, Long Yuan believes that Blue Star likely lacks spiritual energy, making the elixirs brought back from this realm even more valuable. Youth-restoring elixirs, heart-cleansing elixirs, foundational elixirs, simply magnificent. The other peak masters remain somewhat unwilling to accept her choice. Have you truly considered this? Alchemy can be a tedious and monotonous endeavor. Long Yuan is unperturbed. She enjoys staying at home, capable of remaining indoors for an entire month. Peak masters, is this truly a matter of fear? They simply can't bear to part with her. They wish for Long Yuan to take on more masters, but she declines. She feels no need for such grandiosity. Focusing on one thing is sufficient. Qingyang Zhenren, moved to tears, assures her, fear not, my disciple, your master will ensure you do not choose me in vain. The celestial banquet for inquiring about immortality continues until dusk. The cultivators and seedlings who pass the spiritual route assessment board different flying vessels, escorted back to the Pyomyo sect by disciples. Long Yuan and a few favored disciples are taken under the wings of their masters, traveling back to the sect alongside the peak masters. In addition to Long Yuan, Shimen Ziyu, and Nangongya, another favored disciple with a single spiritual root talent is identified, named Song Yang, whose fire spiritual root is valued at 75. he chooses the talisman peak. Furthermore, among the seedlings, several with exceptional qualifications are assessed and swiftly claimed by the peak masters. Of course, Long Yuan's talent remains the most outstanding. With a maximum spiritual root value, it is likely she is a rare gem to emerge in several million years. On the flying vessel, each peak master returns to their chambers with their favored disciples. Long Yuan is also whisked away. Qingyang Jinren, unable to contain his excitement, exclaims, "Good disciple, you are truly worth two." He presents her with a gift. From his storage bag, he produces a bracelet, levitating it before Long Yuan with his spell. "Within this, I have gathered many fine treasures. Take it." Could it be the legendary spatial bracelet? Long Yuan beams with gratitude. "Thank you, master." As she has yet to cultivate qi, she is unable to open the bracelet, but Qingyang instructs her to first perform a blood contract, ensuring that no one else can access it. The bracelet is exquisite, a celestial white jade adorned with a lustrous sheen. Long Yuan cannot help but cherish it rather than stowing it in her system space in front of Qingyang Jinren. She dons it upon her wrist, one side a verdant mutated tree bracelet, and the other a white jade. "It is perfect." Qingyang Jinren chuckles, "But we are not finished yet. Let us venture out, and I shall provide you with even more treasures." Long Yuan's eyes sparkle with excitement. "Of course, master." Qingyang Jinren is utterly enamored with Long Yuan's spirited demeanor. It resonates perfectly with him. The duo strides confidently into the guest cabin. Qingyang addresses the other peak masters who have also emerged. "I have acquired an excellent disciple. By the way, the meeting gifts you spoke of for my disciple, do present them." The other peak masters are taken aback. The remarks were intended for their own disciples. After all, Long Yuan has not pledged herself to them. Qingyang Jinren questions, "Could it be that you are reluctant? Pray tell, how can you be so untrustworthy before the younger generation?" The peak masters relent. Fine, we shall comply." Thus Long Yuan receives a plethora of splendid gifts. Even the sect leader bestows upon her 3,000 sect points and a bounty of spiritual stones. Long Yuan exclaims in delight, I'm rich. Now she has the means to purchase specialties to bring back to Blue Star." Qingyang Jinren similarly presents gifts to other disciples. Long Yuan understands this is merely a customary gesture. It has always been thus, and the peak masters are merely engaging in friendly banter. However, it is clear that Long Yuan has received the most generous offerings. The other peak masters are quite fond of this super talent and do not hesitate to reward her. At the master-disciple banquet, Long Yuan has reaped a bountiful harvest. Since she currently lacks spiritual energy and cannot utilize the storage bracelet, Qingyang Jinren provides her with a storage bag to hold her newfound treasures. Long Yuan attaches the storage bag to her waist. The flying vessel swiftly traverses the clouds, weaving through floating clouds and towering mountains. After a night of travel, they finally arrive at the Pyomyo sect. A colossal mountain pierces the clouds, and at its base, imposing stones rise. With a grand entrance standing tall, dragons and phoenixes are depicted on the mountain gate, inscribed with peculiar characters, likely denoting the name of the Pyomyo sect. Upon disembarking the vessel, Qingyang Jinren uses his magical artifact, a jade gourd, to carry Long Yuan for another half hour. Finally arriving at the alchemy peak, Qingyang Jinren's Danyun pavilion is perched atop the mountain. As soon as they land, Qingyang Jinren entrusts Long Yuan to a waiting senior brother. "Qinghe, this is my new disciple, your junior sister, Long Yuan. From this day forth, you are to guide her in familiarizing herself with the sect, her cultivation, and alchemy. Should she encounter any difficulties, she may return to consult me." Qinghe, the eldest disciple of the alchemy peak, currently at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation and a third-tier alchemist, had already been informed of his new junior sister's exceptional talent during the journey back via the communication stone. He nods gently. "Yes, I will ensure to guide my junior sister well." Once Qingyang Jinren departs, Qinghe turns to Long Yuan. "Junior sister, I look forward to your guidance." Long Yuan quickly bows her hands in respect. "Eldest brother, I look forward to your support." Qinghe smiles, his eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing two adorable dimples. "Of course, junior sister." Long Yuan perceives her eldest brother is rather gentle. It seems in this realm she can finally relax, or so she thought. In the days that follow, Long Yuan encounters what true torment is. Qinghe remarks, "Junior sister, you are already 25, which is rather late. I expect you to cultivate qi within a month. Is that acceptable?" He continues, "Junior sister, these are the foundational principles of alchemy. You can memorize them within a month, correct?" Long Yuan silently raises her hand amidst a pile of books. "Eldest brother, I beg you. Please stop, Qinghe sighs, junior sister, your seniors have all gone through this. Long Yuan exclaims, alright, I will study immediately. Qinghe smiles, his dimples appearing as if ink were flowing from them. Thus, for the next 3 days, Long Yuan immerses herself in a plethora of texts and techniques. First, she tackles the foundational technique of the Pyomyo sect, Pyomyaoju. The text is not lengthy, and Long Yuan attempts to follow its guidance to sense the spiritual energy in the world, fortunately, with 111's assistance. Although the characters differ, she comprehends them all. 5 hearts directed upwards, with a mind free of distractions. Soon, she perceives the colorful specks of light that fill the darkness. This must be the legendary spiritual energy. Long Yuan is elated. I absorb. As the red and green specks flood into her being, she experiences an unprecedented comfort. Shortly thereafter, a slight sense of fullness washes over her. The red and green specks swiftly compress into a tiny stream of energy, coursing through her meridians before settling into her dantian. Long Yuan opens her eyes, bewildered. Is this really how one cultivates qi? 111 dares to speak, boasting, this is the benefit of the high-grade cleansing marrow elixir. The host absorbs spiritual energy at a significantly faster rate than ordinary individuals. Long Yuan nods in understanding. She has never cultivated before, but it seems everyone in Nobles progresses rapidly, hence, she believes she should be fine as well. Moreover, speed is advantageous. She has little time to waste. She must reach the qi refining stage so she can begin alchemy. Eager to cultivate, Long Yuan completely forgets about Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuan within the sect. Simultaneously, she discards thoughts of Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei who have yet to return. Long Yuan immerses herself in her cultivation, her excitement rendering her unable to sleep, instead devoting all her time to her practice. The effects of her endeavors were nothing short of remarkable. 3 days later, Long Yuan ascended to the first level of qi refinement. 10 days later, she reached the second level, and 20 days hence, she attained the third level. At this juncture, there remained ample time before Qinghe's deadline for Long Yuan. According to the records of alchemy, it was customary for one at the first level of qi refinement to be able to concoct some basic elixirs, such as the pill of abstinence. However, her grasp of spiritual energy at this level was rather rudimentary, resulting in a high probability of failure. The success rate improved somewhat at the second level, while the chances of success at the third level were considerably greater. Coincidentally, Long Yuan had just reached the third level. She opened the tome on the principles of pharmacology, a hefty volume detailing the properties and effects of various herbs. Long Yuan cherished her time spent learning in the realm of cultivation, absorbing knowledge with great eagerness. Her memory was quite commendable, though she had never been particularly fond of studying. During her university days, she often crammed before finals, managing to score in the 70s and 80s, yet, this particular book was overwhelmingly thick. After 2 days of memorization, she could only recall the names of various herbs. Eager to refine her first elixir, Long Yuan sought out the recipe for the pill of abstinence. She cross-referenced the herbs listed in the recipe with those in her pharmacological text, striving to comprehend their principles and interactions. Subsequently, she scrutinized the recipe's contents. Wasn't it akin to cooking? Long Yuan was invigorated. She was ready to give it a try. It was only then that she remembered, she lacked both an alchemical furnace and spiritual herbs. But her desire to proceed was palpable. The Dan Peak was vast, with numerous summits, each occupied by a direct disciple. It would be a waste of time to seek out her senior brothers or masters. Suddenly she recalled the storage bracelet given to her by Master Qingyang on the day she became his disciple. Long Yuan slapped her forehead. Of course, she could access the bracelet now and explore its treasures. As her consciousness gently brushed against it, she found herself within the expansive space of the bracelet. Truly, her master was generous. The storage was immense, at least 10,000 cubic units. It resembled a miniature pocket dimension, complete with a wooden cabin, a crystal-clear spring, lush trees, and grassy fields, as well as several acres of medicinal herb fields. The fields were home to various spiritual herbs, all no less than a decade old. Based on their color, size, and the richness of their spiritual essence, the wooden cabin was filled to the brim. One shelf held an array of elixir recipes, another contained martial arts manuals, and the bottom shelf was stocked with various white jade vials, all filled with elixirs. On the table sat a small, purple-gold alchemical furnace. Long Yuan dazedly exited the space. Her master's generosity was truly astounding, yet she had always viewed this place as merely a transient stop in her countless journeys. With mixed emotions, Long Yuan gathered the necessary spiritual herbs for the pill of abstinence. The recipe was straightforward: One required spiritual rice and another herb blue spirit grass, with no particular order specified. First she refined the purple gold furnace. Establishing a connection with it, then, she tossed the spiritual rice and blue spirit grass into the furnace. Next, she meticulously controlled the fire's spiritual energy, applying even heat, which demanded a high level of control. This was precisely why failures were common at the first level of qi refinement. After eliminating the impurities from the herbs, she increased the heat to evaporate the excess moisture, condensing the essence into smooth orbs. Unexpectedly, Long Yuan encountered a minor mishap. As the medicinal essence fused, her excitement led to an explosion. The furnace remained unscathed, yet the dust from the blast covered Long Yuan's face. Long Yuan wiped her face in silence. Was it merely an explosion? The genius protagonists in novels often faced similar setbacks during their first attempts. With renewed confidence, she rolled up her sleeves and continued. After 2 more failures, she meticulously summarized the common pitfalls. Finally, on her 4th attempt, alluring fragrances wafted from the furnace. Long Yuan inhaled deeply and, utilizing a minor spell she had casually learned, gently lifted the furnace lid. To her delight, she discovered several plump, round elixirs nestled at the bottom of the purple gold furnace. Counting them, she found a total of 8. Just 8. Her initial elation waned slightly. It seemed her success rate was rather low. Reflecting on the vast population of her nation, she mused that it would take an eternity to produce enough for everyone. However, the pill of abstinence was not particularly necessary for the average person. It was more beneficial in military contexts, as consuming one would stave off hunger for 3 days. Shaking her head, she noted, "That's not quite right. The lower-tier pill of abstinence only lasted 3 days." Alchemists were categorized into 9 grades. Successfully crafting a first-grade elixir marked one as a first-grade alchemist, and so forth. The pill of abstinence, being simple in composition and method, was a common first-grade elixir. Regardless of rank, elixirs were further divided into low, middle, and high tiers. Higher-tier alchemists possessed greater mastery over their techniques and control over spiritual energy, thereby increasing their probability of producing superior elixirs. Long Yuan nodded. Impressed. "Well done," she thought. "How do you know so much about the cultivation world?" "Of course I can't fall behind given how hard you're working," the voice responded, brimming with pride, seizing the opportunity while Long Yuan practiced. Her companion quickly familiarized itself with the various classifications within the realm of cultivation. Long Yuan felt a warmth in her heart, grateful for the presence of her companion. High-tier pills of abstinence could ensure a person could go without food or water for an entire month. The criteria for categorizing elixirs was also quite simple. Ordinary elixirs lacked luster, intermediate elixirs were pristine white and crack-free with a faint herbal fragrance, while high-tier elixirs not only gleamed white but also bore delicate golden patterns, exuding rich aromas. The two leaned closer together, peering into the furnace where the elixirs glimmered round and plump. "So, am I right to assume these are high-tier elixirs?" Long Yuan mused. "Not just that, my host, skilled alchemists typically produce only 10 elixirs per batch." Long Yuan pondered this. Very well, she was at least not woefully inadequate. Just 2 elixirs shy of the mark wasn't too bad, was it? If her senior brother Shinxinghe were present, he would likely grasp her collar and demand to know. "Do you know what the success rate is for a common alchemist's first batch?" Long Yuan had no idea. She resumed her tireless pursuit of alchemy, meditating to restore her spiritual energy when it waned. Then returning to her work, with a success rate of 12 elixirs per batch for the pill of abstinence, each adorned with golden patterns, Long Yuan then turned her attention to crafting another first-grade elixir. The spirit-gathering pill. This elixir would expedite a cultivator's absorption of spiritual energy. Long Yuan found herself needing to meditate 2 to 3 times a day to restore her energy, which felt like a significant waste of time. If she could successfully create the spirit-gathering pill, it would reduce her meditation time. Although she had considered retrieving elixirs from her pocket dimension, the ones given to her by Master Qingyang were far too advanced. There were no first-grade spirit-gathering pills, nor any below 4th grade, thus she had no choice but to refine them herself. Fortunately, all the necessary spiritual herbs were available in her fields, saving her the time of foraging. With determination, Long Yuan devoted 3 days to crafting the spirit-gathering pill. With its assistance, her efficiency in alchemy surged. During this time, she inadvertently advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. The high-tier spirit-gathering pill was rather potent. Long Yuan decided to start with the intermediate version. After stockpiling a sufficient quantity of spirit-gathering pills, she resolved to challenge herself to create a second-grade elixir. The most classic recipe for second-grade elixirs was undoubtedly the profound spirit pill. The recipe for the profound spirit pill was quite similar to that of the spirit gathering pill, with the addition of a herb known as profound spirit grass. This herb was a second-tier spiritual herb and required a century of growth. Any profound spirit grass younger than 100 years would instead qualify as spirit gathering grass. However, the properties of 100-year-old profound spirit grass became unstable, necessitating a higher level of control over spiritual energy from the alchemist. Upon discovering a century-old profound spirit grass in her pocket dimension, Long Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the benefit of having a powerful master." She processed the herbs and added them to the furnace in the correct order. The familiar routine of purification, separation, refinement, and elixir creation ensued. Long Yuan assumed that her first attempt at a second-grade elixir would likely end in failure, yet, as the fragrant aroma filled the air, she gazed at the 10 plump elixirs nestled within the furnace. 2 of which bore faint patterns. Long Yuan pondered, could it be that I truly am the legendary alchemical genius? She mused that alchemy seemed remarkably simple, akin to cooking, once one grasped the essence. The various recipes were but different variations of the same fundamental principles. Indeed, it was about mastering the feeling, not merely the methods. In just one day, she successfully crafted the profound spirit pill, yielding 12 superior elixirs per batch. Long Yuan quietly contemplated, perhaps, I should try for a third-grade elixir. For her third-grade elixir, she chose the recipe for the tranquil heart pill, known for its ability to calm the mind and sharpen focus. During the course of their cultivation, practitioners inevitably encounter inner demons, yet the Qingxing pill serves as a remedy, aiding them in evading the dire fate of succumbing to madness. This is particularly crucial during significant breakthroughs. Should one falter and fall into obsession, even divine beings would find it challenging to intervene. More effective than the Qingxing pill is the fourth-tier breakthrough pill, known for its remarkable ability to help cultivators dispel illusions. However, what captivated Long Yuan's interest was another function of the Qingxing pill, its capacity to tranquilize the mind. Long Yuan's uncle has long suffered from poor health, and after years of assisting Long Dad with farm work, he succumbed to high blood pressure. Additionally, he was born with a slight intellectual disability, which has hindered him from finding a spouse. Despite these challenges, he was particularly kind to Long Yuan during her childhood. Coming from a poor family, she often envied other children who could buy snacks and spicy strips. In response, her uncle would secretly collect trash to sell, using the meager earnings to buy her treats. The items Long Yuan previously brought back from other realms were not particularly suitable for her uncle. However, she deemed the Qingxing pill a necessity. As Qingxing mused, is this reasonable? The heart governs the 5 organs. The Qingxing pill, indeed, acts upon the human spirit, surpassing the Xianling pill in terms of both the quantity and quality of the spiritual herbs used, as well as the techniques employed in its refinement. After several failed attempts, Long Yuan successfully produced the pill on her 5th try. Although only 4 pills were created, indicating a low success rate, the quality of the pills was commendable, achieving a mid-tier standard. Upon concocting the Qingxing pill, a significant portion of Long Yuan's emotional burdens was alleviated, granting her a newfound sense of ease. With tears welling in her eyes, she thought, so this is why the host has been so diligent. All for her uncle. Long Yuan nodded, feeling immense indebtedness to her family, thus prioritizing their needs above all else. Nevertheless, the process of alchemy was undeniably enjoyable. As the time set by Qingxing approached, she decided to cease her pill crafting, choosing instead to reflect on her achievements over the past month. Firstly, her cultivation level had reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Indeed, while refining the Qingxing pill, she had consumed a Xianling pill, which inadvertently propelled her to the 5th layer. Secondly, during this period, she had successfully crafted 50 bottles of the Bigu pill, 100 bottles of the Gathering Spirit pill, and 50 bottles of the Xianling pill, each containing 10 perfect pills of the highest quality. The remaining mid-tier gathering pills and a few Xianling pills were carefully stored, intended for use during her meditation to restore spiritual energy. Additionally, she had a bottle containing 4 mid-tier Qingxing pills. When Qingxing finally arrived, he felt a surge of delight. He reminisced about his own initiation, where he was personally guided by his master. He had been mandated to absorb qi within a month, to thoroughly study the art of spiritual herbs within 2 months, and to produce a first-tier pill within 3 months. The struggles he faced were arduous. He remembered the agony of self-discipline, alternating between reading and cultivation. After 6 months, he had succeeded in producing a batch of gathering pills at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, yielding 3 pills in total. This achievement secured his position as the top disciple, earning him admiration from his peers and making him a source of pride for his master, yet, he would never forget the torment of those 3 months. Now, it felt as though his wife had finally matured into a woman. He had captured the heart of his charming little junior sister, that he mused, no wonder I shouldn't hesitate to tear her umbrella apart. Initially, Qinxinghe possessed dual spiritual roots with a root value of 75, and he was accepted by Qingyang Zhenwen as a direct disciple. As for the little junior sister, he had heard from his master that she possessed dual spiritual roots and a full root value. Given her extraordinary talent, Qinxinghe had even higher expectations for Long Yuan. In truth, he had deemed her task impossible, yet, despite her complaints, she obediently returned to her shattered cloud peak with her cultivation manual. Unfortunately, Qinxinghe hadn't had the chance to discuss specific training matters with Long Yuan, such as how to clear her mind of distractions and attune herself to the flow of spiritual energy. However, he thought it might be beneficial for the little junior sister to face some challenges, for those with exceptional talent often become overconfident. The disciples of their pill peak must not be so. They must learn the value of hard work. It would be advantageous for her to temper her temperament. Qinxinghe had come to guide Long Yuan, ensuring she did not grow complacent due to her innate talent. He also brought gifts as a token of goodwill. A junior sister entering the sect must be welcomed with presents. As a third-tier alchemist, he had brought pills ranging from first to third tier that she could utilize from the chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Among them, the Gathering Spirit pill significantly accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, proving immensely beneficial for those in the chi refinement stage. He had successfully absorbed chi into his body using a Gathering Spirit pill during his own initiation. As Qinxinghe approached Shattered Cloud Peak, carrying a storage bag and fanning himself with a small hand fan, Long Yuan, upon hearing the commotion outside, recognized it was Qinxinghe, utilizing her identity token. She dispelled the barrier at the entrance of her cave dwelling and called out, "Elder brother, please come in." With a smile, Qinxinghe replied, "Little junior sister, I have brought you a gift." However, his words faltered as he beheld the assortment of bottles and jars around Long Yuan. Alongside the chaotic signs of what appeared to be an explosion in her dwelling, "These must be gifts from Master for you, little junior sister." Long Yuan waved her hand, smiling, "Elder brother, you arrived just in time. The formula you provided only goes up to the third tier, and you haven't." "Ah," Qinxinghe exclaimed, his voice piercing the air, "you mean to say you crafted all of these?" Startled, Long Yuan shivered and hastily added, "The formula's above the fourth tier." This. Filled with trepidation, Long Yuan questioned, "Elder brother, are these pills problematic?" Qinxinghe strode over, opening a porcelain vial to take a whiff, then poured the pills out for inspection. His smile gradually faded from his face. Long Yuan grasped his sleeve. "Elder brother, what is the matter?" With a forced smile, Qinxinghe brushed her hand aside. "Nothing, your pills are fine." Yet, he turned away, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. "What, is this reasonable? Who can absorb chi and successfully refine a second-tier Xianling pill within a month? Even if she is a super genius with full root values, it seems impossible. Well, perhaps it is still conceivable. After all, I have never experienced having full root values, so how could I truly understand?" Long Yuan hesitated, pondering whether to inform him that she was already capable of refining third-tier pills. Observing Qinxinghe's despondent expression, she decided it might be best to remain silent for now. Qinxinghe soon regained his composure and remarked, "Junior sister, let me tell you, one must not be hasty in their pursuits. A solid foundation is crucial. During my first attempt at alchemy, I produced 3 pills, yet I remained grounded and diligently honed my skills." "Junior sister, how many pills did you produce in your first batch?" 8, Qinxinghe's smile faltered. Could Master come to oversee her? Why would an ordinary person like me be thrown into this situation? Exhausted, Qinxinghe concluded that one should not hastily attempt to refine new pills without assurance. "You are already a second-tier alchemist. Consider getting certified by the Alchemist Guild when you have the time. Second-tier pills can be crafted by those within the 4th layer of chi refinement. But third-tier pills," he paused, "third-tier pills require a greater supply of spiritual energy, and even those at the 5th layer of chi refinement struggle to master them. This is why third-tier pills serve as a dividing line for alchemists. Beyond the challenge of crafting them, a higher cultivation level is also necessary. I only succeeded in refining third-tier pills after establishing my foundation and gaining extensive alchemical experience, which led me to become a third-tier alchemist, a rare talent among the younger generation." Suddenly, as Qinxinghe reveled in his past achievements, he turned to Long Yuan exclaiming, "Wait, you've already reached the 5th layer of chi refinement?" Only those at the 5th layer can refine a second-tier Xianling pill. No, Xinxingha scrutinized Long Yuan closely, only to realize she was at the 5th layer. In the span of a month, she had transformed from an ordinary individual to someone who has absorbed qi and ascended to the 5th layer. Now a second-tier alchemist, it is well known that human energy is finite. One can only dedicate oneself wholeheartedly to a single pursuit. Alchemy is a monotonous and time-consuming endeavor that occupies significant cultivation time. This explains why alchemists often do not possess particularly high cultivation levels. Transitioning from the 4th to the 5th layer is a small yet significant milestone in qi refinement, where many remain stagnant for years. Meanwhile, the little junior sister, Xinxingha, felt as though he had lost all his strength and means in an instant. Is this the true essence of genius? Long Yuan listened intently. Xinxingha, indeed, was a standout among his peers. Many insights he shared had eluded her understanding, including fundamental knowledge of alchemy. For instance, it was only possible to refine third-tier pills at levels above the 5th layer of qi refinement. No wonder she had been unsuccessful while at the 4th layer. It was only after consuming a Xianling pill and advancing that she succeeded. She had initially thought her methods were flawed. Eager to hear more of Xinxingha's analysis, she noticed him muttering to himself. Seeing his expression, Long Yuan grew concerned. Elder brother. Suddenly, Xinxingha fixed his gaze upon her. She instinctively took a step back, fearing she might encounter the type of elder brother depicted in stories, one who harbors jealousy towards his talented junior sister and seeks to stifle her brilliance. Long Yuan cautiously reached into her storage bag, which contained various gifts bestowed upon her by the Peak Masters, including defensive items, treasures, and a sack of talismans from her uncle at the Talisman Peak. Although her own strength was lacking, but she has so many treasures. At that moment, Xinxingha rushed towards Long Yuan and embraced her arm affectionately. Junior sister. Long Yuan responded, her expression shifting as Xinxingha beamed at her, kneading her shoulders with an air of endearment. When you become a master-level alchemist in the future, don't forget your elder brother. Long Yuan withdrew her hand, responding amiably. Xinxingha stood face to face with her junior sister. Long Yuan adopted a serious demeanor, replying, "Elder brother, if you attain wealth and prestige, do not forget me." Xinxingha tossed a storage bag to Long Yuan, speaking gently, "Although you can refine second-grade pills now, these are merely my heartfelt offerings." In addition to the common pills of abstinence and gathering spirit, Xinxingha had concocted many peculiar elixirs, such as the tickling pill and the truth pill. Long Yuan even discovered the half-step laughing pill. Long Yuan, what is this pill? Xinxingha explained that upon consumption, one could not move, otherwise, they would laugh uncontrollably. Once you take 7 steps, Long Yuan's eyes widened. What would happen? Xinxingha replied, you would laugh yourself to death. Long Yuan, what a chilling joke. Xinxingha was not jesting. The original intent of this pill was to bring joy to the melancholic. However, it was later discovered that those who laughed endlessly could indeed perish, and in a rather excruciating manner. Gradually, alchemists ceased to produce this pill, rendering it a lost formula. Xinxingha, fascinated by such novelties, devoted considerable time to restoring the recipe for the half-step laughing pill and even crafted an antidote. Before completing the 7 steps, consuming the tearful pill would remedy the effects. Long Yuan gave a thumbs up. Elder brother, you are truly remarkable, you possess quite the talent for mischief. Besides this, Xinxingha gifted her second-grade solidifying essence powder and third-grade cultivating essence pill. Judging by the quantity, Xinxingha had likely bestowed upon Long Yuan the majority of his concoctions. Long Yuan felt deeply moved. Thank you, elder brother. Xinxingha affectionately ruffled her hair. No need for thanks. By the way, I have a small gift for you. Xinxingha presented Long Yuan with a flying boat shaped like a small cloud. Little cloud, I believe you female cultivators will adore it. With this flying boat, traveling to distant places will be much more convenient. Thank you, elder brother. Long Yuan was especially delighted. Little cloud is incredibly adorable. It was soft and, like all flying boats, capable of changing size, which touched Long Yuan's youthful heart. She stored little cloud within her bracelet. Xinxingha intended to take his leave, but he couldn't resist adding, junior sister, I've been meaning to ask, why is there a tree growing in your cave? It looks rather nice. He resolved to plant one in his own cave upon his return. A tree? Where did that come from? Long Yuan recalled that when she first arrived, her cave was quite empty. Turning her gaze, she indeed spotted a small tree, about half her height, growing in the corner where she had been refining pills. How familiar it looked. Long Yuan touched her wrist, realizing that the mutated tree that had been coiling around her wrist was gone. Long Yuan and Xinxingha leaned closer to examine the tree. Xinxinghe poked at the trunk of the mutated tree and asked, "Are you saying this is a plant-type demon beast?" Long Yuan nodded, while internally pondering 111. What is going on? 111 replied. The host became so engrossed in cultivation and alchemy that the mutated tree jumped off your wrist. As you can see, it is also cultivating. Long Yuan countered, "But I never taught it any techniques." 111 explained. That is the distinction between humans and demon beasts. Humans must create their own techniques to absorb spiritual energy through the meridians and acupoints, ultimately storing it in the dantian. In contrast, demon beasts possess an innate ability to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate spontaneously. I thought if the mutated tree cultivated, it could become an ally for the host. Moreover, since the host is diligently cultivating and alchemizing, it didn't want to disturb you. Long Yuan considered this rationale, but felt uneasy about the mutated tree's potentially overwhelming powers. What if it surpassed her cultivation level and turned against her? 111 chuckled. "This is simple. The host can seize the opportunity to bind it with a contract, making it your spirit pet." Long Yuan hesitated, feeling a bit repulsed. After all, it had killed people in the apocalyptic realm. Yet 111 was not wrong. Having one more friend was preferable to an enemy. Meanwhile, Xinxinghe continued poking the mutated tree. The irked mutated tree extended a branch and swatted at his hand. Seriously, do humans have no sense of boundaries? Taking advantage of Xinxinghe's distraction, Long Yuan swiftly smeared a bit of blood on the mutated tree, following the master-servant contract method she had learned from 111. She clumsily completed the contract with the mutated tree. The mutated tree was bewildered. It felt a force binding it. By the time it realized what was happening and attempted to struggle, it was too late. What was that just now? The tree thought. What is that human staring at? Could this be her doing? Just after Long Yuan unilaterally completed the contract, a stream of incessant murmuring filled her mind. Brimming with a sense of theft, Long Yuan instantly recognized this as the newly contracted spirit pet's mutterings. "So this creature, which appears so obedient, has secretly been cursing me all along. Indeed, such mutated beings are the most wicked. Keep yapping and I'll smack you." The mutated tree was startled. It often grumbled about Long Yuan in its mind had it not lost its powers upon arriving in this world and only recognized Long Yuan. It would have revealed its true nature long ago. The mutated tree attempted to attack Long Yuan, only to discover it had been restrained. It began to scream, "Ah, you wretched woman, what have you done to me?" Long Yuan, smiling sweetly, informed it of the origins of the master-servant contract. Once a spirit pet bound by this contract attempts to rebel against its master, it faces severe punishment from the rules of the contract. The mutated tree felt as if the sky had fallen. After being blown to pieces by Long Yuan in the apocalyptic realm, it had again fallen into this woman's hands. It had finally arrived in this new world. Filled with vibrant energy. As a plant, it could instinctively sense that by absorbing and utilizing this energy, it would grow stronger than it ever was as a level 4 mutated plant. At that point, it could seek revenge on Long Yuan, avenging its past humiliation. It would not forget that it was this detestable woman who had reduced it to such a minuscule state, yet now, all its dreams lay shattered. The mutated tree wilted. It had already experienced the consequences of rebellion. The immense pain was unbearable even for a mutated tree accustomed to survival through severed branches. Seeing it subdued, Long Yuan finally took a moment to assess the current state of the mutated tree. Its true form was a redwood. After being blown apart by Long Yuan, it was left as a mere stump, completely bare. However, now, having absorbed spiritual energy, the mutated tree had undergone significant transformation. Initially, it had shrunk to 3 inches due to the limited powers it possessed on Blue Star. Now, the mutated tree stood half a person tall, with a straight trunk approximately as thick as half of Long Yuan's arm, and it had developed branches. Even at its peak, the mutated tree had only featured a single trunk. A trait inherent to the redwood lineage, its roots were lush, sprawling across the rocky ground. Most importantly, the mutated tree had finally sprouted vibrant green leaves. Each branch bore clusters of verdant foliage. The leaves of this mutated tree differed from those of redwoods on Blue Star. They were sturdier, glistening with a shiny sheen. Overall, it appeared rather endearing, especially knowing it could not betray her. Encouraging the mutated tree to focus on its cultivation, Long Yuan turned her attention to Xinxinghe. Xinxinghe did not inquire further about why Long Yuan had only now contracted the tree or its peculiar nature. "Congratulations, junior sister. By the way, my master just sent me a message upon learning that you have successfully refined pills." Master Qing Yang immediately instructed me to bring you to meet him, and the mutated tree did not accompany them, choosing to diligently cultivate instead, secretly plotting its revenge against the stinky woman Long Yuan once it grew stronger. Within the sect, Xinxinghe did not use the flying boat. Instead, he flew with Long Yuan on his sword to the main hall of the alchemy peak upon seeing Long Yuan arrive with Xinxinghe. Master Qing Yang immediately zoomed over to her. He scrutinized Long Yuan intently for several moments. Her spiritual energy was abundant and solid, indeed reflecting the fifth level of qi refining rather than being merely a product of pill consumption. Master Qing Yang had placed numerous pills in Long Yuan's bracelet to aid in the enhancement of her spiritual energy. Had Long Yuan neglected her cultivation due to these, he would have been a grave sinner. However, it seemed he had misjudged her. With a prodigious talent like his disciple, cultivating would be as effortless as drinking water. I hear from your elder brother that you can now refine second-grade pills? Long Yuan nodded. I'm still not particularly skilled with the third-grade Qingxin pill. Furthermore, she would not linger in this realm for long. It is unnecessary to say, let us temper the expectations of this inexpensive master. However, Long Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that Master Qing Yang was already quite exhilarated, his aged face flushed with excitement. Good. Truly, my disciple Li Qingyang surpasses your useless senior brother by far. Meanwhile, Xinxinghe, who had been quietly rejoicing, expressed, Master may not harbor love, but please do not inflict harm. Yet, when he had first concocted his inaugural elixir, his words had been quite different. He had wept, embracing Xinxinghe, exclaiming, Qinghe, you are the finest disciple I have ever received. Indeed, love can shift. Master Qing Yang, overwhelmed with joy, tossed a storage bag to Long Yuan. She discovered it filled with various elixirs. Master Qing Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern, take it and enjoy. My disciples at Danfeng are not lacking in resources. Xinxinghe, covering his mouth with a fan, whispered, it's fine, Master lacks nothing, especially elixirs. Thus, Long Yuan, with tears in her eyes, accepted 3 large chests. Master Qing Yang gestured for them to depart while he busied himself with the communication stone, fervently boasting to the masters of each peaky brother Qiushui, yes indeed, that is my Yuan. Already at the 5th layer of qi refining, junior brother how do you know that Yuan is already a second-tier alchemist? Just as Long Yuan exited, she inquired, senior brother, do you think our master will truly not face repercussions for such behavior? Xinxinghe chuckled softly, not to worry. The internal harmony of the Pindao sect is well maintained, and the uncles often engage in such banter. As they reached the edge of the peak, Xinxinghe remarked, Junior sister, I must also retreat and focus on my alchemy, lest you surpass me. He added, by the way, you have an elder second brother and an elder sister. One is in seclusion striving for foundation establishment, while the other is out in the world honing her skills. I have already informed them, and they will seek you upon their return. As for Xinxinghe himself, he was determined to intensify his efforts. After parting with Xinxinghe, Long Yuan returned to her cave abode and resumed the crafting of the Tranquil Heart Pill. After 3 days of diligent effort, she finally mastered the skill. It was then that she suddenly recalled her companions. Long Yuan prepared her belongings, placing the alchemical furnace and pills into her bracelet, before retrieving her flying vessel, the Little Cloud. The vessel required spiritual energy to operate, and as a mere 5th layer qi refiner, she had to substitute with spirit stones. 6 inferior spirit stones would only sustain it for half an hour. This vessel was indeed a drain on resources. Fortunately, the sect leader had gifted her an entire storage bag filled with spirit stones. In addition to the inferior stones, there were thousands of medium-grade stones, complemented by a few scattered superior stones from Master Qing Yang. Long Yuan was not in want of spirit stones. The Little Cloud seemed to be a novice-crafted vessel, primarily designed for aesthetics rather than speed. She set off on the Little Cloud to the disciples' hall within the sect, where records of all disciples were maintained along with their assignments and whereabouts. Adorned in the moonwhite silk attire of a direct disciple, her mere 5th layer qi refining status drew envious glances from many fellow disciples. The head of the hall greeted her warmly. Long Yuan easily located Feng Dazhuang's whereabouts. Although his spiritual root value was not particularly high, he had qualified and was admitted to the inner sect as a special case, albeit as a nominal disciple. As for Chen Zhang, his talent was comparatively inferior. Long Yuan could only find his name on the roster. The supervising elder suggested she inquire at the outer sect or the miscellaneous disciples' hall. Long Yuan first sought out Feng Dazhuang. On her way, a small incident occurred. A man stood in her path, and she was perplexed. The senior brother, do you seek me for something? She Mensiu, with a furrowed brow, declared. Long Yuan, I challenge you. Long Yuan was taken aback. What, a challenge? Only then did she scrutinize the individual before her. He was not clad in the traditional garb of the Pindao sect, but instead wore a moonlight outfit interwoven with dark gold. Exuding an air of elegance and lightness, his dark hair was bound with a matching hairpin, and his lips were red and teeth white, radiating nobility. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the Jean family from a certain fantasy novel she had read on Blue Star. How captivating! The novel's protagonist had become utterly engrossed. Mensiu felt his cheeks flush under her unabashed gaze. What is this woman staring at? He unsheathed his gentleman's sword, lifted his chin haughtily, and proclaimed, Did you not hear? I challenge you. In recent days, news of a remarkable genius disciple at Danfang had swept through the sect. It was said that this prodigy not only possessed an astonishing talent for alchemy but also a terrifyingly rapid cultivation speed. Having ascended from no cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refining in just 1 month, it is known that even the most renowned geniuses in the cultivation world require at least 6 months to reach the 5th layer. As for ordinary individuals, it takes at least 3 months to even initiate their qi. This prodigy was a force to reckon with. The masters of each peak sighed deeply, had it not been for Master Qingyang's early intervention. Little Yuan would certainly have become their treasured disciple. Mensiu recalled his own cultivation progress. Despite dedicating himself wholeheartedly, he had only reached the 2nd layer of qi refining in a month. Listening to the praises and regrets of fellow disciples, even from his normally unembellished master when mentioning Long Yuan, stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Long Yuan, you cannot possibly be so audacious as to challenge me. A golden core cultivator, when you are merely at the qi refining stage. Mensiu's cheeks flushed once more. Go back and cultivate diligently. When you reach the golden core stage, then we shall duel. Long Yuan, lying atop the little cloud, responded, All right. After all, she intended to depart in less than 2 months. Mensiu felt satisfied, retracted his sword, and stepped into the air to leave. Is that all? So easily deceived. Long Yuan turned and descended the mountain to find Fang Dazhuang. Nevertheless, she mused, his ability to fly was indeed impressive. She must prioritize learning sword control herself. Once she reached the 6th layer of qi refining, she would be able to initially wield a flying sword. Onward, full speed ahead. Recently, Fang Dazhuang had accepted a task within the sect, assisting the disciples of the Qi Peak by tending the fires. His considerable strength even allowed him to help with blacksmithing, making him quite popular among the Qi Peak disciples, who increased the task's spirit stone reward to 30 stones per month, coupled with the fixed benefits allocated to inner disciples. Fang Dazhuang could earn 40 spirit stones a month. This would suffice for an ordinary qi refining cultivator, but Fang Dazhuang needed to purchase items to bring back to Blue Star, which caused him considerable urgency. When Long Yuan found Fang Dazhuang, he was returning from Qi Peak, having consumed a fasting pill and diving straight into cultivation without rest. The fasting pills were also a monthly benefit for inner disciples. Long Yuan waved from the little cloud. Brother Dazhuang. Fang Dazhuang's eyes lit up with delight. Yuan. The two excitedly waved at each other. Long Yuan landed the little cloud in Fang Dazhuang's courtyard. Inner disciples had their own courtyards, ensuring they did not have to compete for spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy at the halfway point of the mountain could not compare to that of the dedicated caves on the peaks. Long Yuan gazed at Fang Dazhuang. Have you reached the 2nd layer of qi refining? Fang Dazhuang scratched his head sheepishly. Yes. A senior brother mentioned that I might be a bit slow-witted, which allows me to enter a meditative state more easily, thus accelerating my cultivation speed. With Fang Dazhuang's fervent dedication to cultivation, only spending 2 hours a day at Qi Peak for blacksmithing and devoting the rest to his practice, he had transformed into a figure brimming with strength, his muscles appearing almost explosive. I suppose this is the fortune of a fool, he mused, yet, the spirit stones are far too few. Long Yuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. No worries, focus on your cultivation, I have the resources. She tossed him an empty storage bag. After parting with Fang Dazhuang, Long Yuan next sought out Chen Zhang at the miscellaneous disciples hall. She recalled that on the day of the spiritual root test, Chen Zhang had been assigned to the miscellaneous section. To her astonishment, he had managed to reach the 1st layer of qi refining within a month despite his modest talent. Moreover, Chen Zhang had accumulated a fair number of spirit stones. He smiled bashfully, sharing that he had encountered a kind senior brother during their outdoor training, and they had sold numerous captured beasts for spirit stones. With his first earnings, Chen Zhang had purchased a jade slip containing knowledge of the 4 arts of cultivation at a market not far from the sect. Chen Zhang had long enjoyed calligraphy and possessed a foundational skill. He simply wanted to give it a try and was pleasantly surprised by his success, although the talismans he learned were only first and second tier. He had still earned a considerable sum of spirit stones. Learning that both of them were faring well brought Long Yuan a sense of relief. She then returned to the shattering cloud peak on her little cloud and commenced her fervent cultivation. Her cultivation level needed to rise. After all, upon returning to Blue Star, she was uncertain if further opportunities would present themselves. With no distractions to scatter her focus, Long Yuan diligently leveled up. Simultaneously, she advanced her sword control to a proficient level. And her mastery of the four arts of agriculture began. It was said that citizens of the Dragon Kingdom awaken their agricultural genes at a certain age. Long Yuan was determined to learn. While Long Yuan diligently worked to enhance her skills and refine her elixirs, she received a message from Master Qingyang. An opportunity had arisen at the outskirts of the Sunset Mountain Range, where a new small-scale secret realm had emerged. Long Yuan had been in the cultivation world for over a month now, contemplating how to discreetly exit this realm. This opportunity could not have come at a better time. After all, it was quite likely that Long Yuan would return to the cultivation world in the future, hence, she could not simply vanish from the sect. After venturing into the secret realm, she could inform Xinxinghe and Master Qingyang that she had gone out for training. In the realm of cultivation, the duration of a practitioner's training is unpredictable, spanning from mere years to several decades, or even centuries. Should she return after such a lengthy absence, she would possess a plausible excuse for her prolonged disappearance. Another significant reason lies in the fact that Long Yuan has yet to establish contact with Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei. She has only learned through 111 that they have remained stationary at the same location, which is a staggering 180,000 miles from the Pyomyao sect. It is likely that they have joined another sect and have been diligently cultivating within. Knowing they are safe has alleviated Long Yuan's anxiety. However, as the time to depart from this realm draws near, she is contemplating ways to reunite with Zhou Zhu and the others. The emergence of a secret realm in the Sunset Forest is bound to spread throughout all the major and minor sects and families. Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei must have received the news as well, given that Zhou Zhu has been a constant companion to Long Yuan. He is the second most familiar with the system's myriad rules and functions. Right after her, she believes they must also be aware of the deadline for leaving this realm. Therefore, even without knowledge of Long Yuan's whereabouts, they would inevitably rush towards the location of the secret realm. Thus, when Master Qingyang inquired if Long Yuan wished to venture to the Sunset Secret Realm, she chose without hesitation to go. The Sunset Secret Realm is an unclaimed domain, attracting forces from all corners of the cultivation world. Nonetheless, secret realms are generally governed by rules. According to Master Qingyang, only those below the Golden Core stage are permitted entry. The new secret realm is rich in resources. The 5 major sects and the 4 prominent families have already dispatched personnel to guard it. And to ensure sustainable development of the realm, the number of entrants has been capped at 1,000. Of these, each of the 5 major sects and the 4 prominent families is allotted 50 spots, accounting for a total of 400. The remaining 300 spots are designated for smaller sects and families, while the final 150 are left for loose cultivators, available on a first-come, first-served basis. The major sects and families may feast, but they must leave some broth for others. The 50 spots allocated to the Pyomyao sect are distributed among the 4 direct disciples of the Dan Peak, while the rest are assigned to inner disciples and a few outer disciples based on their strength. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, indicating that all 4 direct disciples of the Dan Peak had secured a spot. However, her second senior brother remains in closed-door meditation, and her third senior sister is traveling outside. Master, how do you intend to allocate the spots for my second senior brother and third senior sister? Master Qingyang took a sip of freshly brewed immortal tea, remarking that since the 2 of them would not be attending, their spots would naturally be given to the other main peak's direct disciples. After all, the other main peaks do not share the same dwindling population as the Dan Peak. However, if you desire them, I can certainly grant them to you. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled even brighter. Is that truly permissible? After all, these spots rightfully belong to our Dan Peak. Why should there be any objection? Long Yuan playfully coaxed. Master, you are truly kind. Upon descending the mountain, Long Yuan conveyed this news to Fang Dezhuang and Chen Zhang, urging them to prepare diligently during this period. The secret realm is set to open at the end of the month, leaving only a few days until the 3-month mark. Seizing the opportunity of her descent, Long Yuan exchanged the majority of the lesser-used pills and the high-quality pills in her space for spirit stones at the pill pavilion, retaining only half of the premium pills. It was not that Long Yuan was unwilling to bring the premium pills back to Blue Star for the benefit of its people. But rather she had inquired with Master Ching Yang, ordinary individuals can only handle pills of standard quality. Consuming premium pills could result in fatality due to excessive potency. Furthermore, premium pills are valuable. The cultivation market at the foot of the mountain belongs to the Pyomyo sect. So Long Yuan is not concerned about drawing attention. The unified narrative is that it was bestowed by Master Ching Yang. Long Yuan joyfully exchanged for a substantial amount of spirit stones. This is precisely why the 4 arts of cultivation are so sought after. These pills are incredibly valuable. The higher the grade and quality, the more expensive the pills become. In total, Long Yuan exchanged her pills for several million low-grade spirit stones and a plethora of mid-grade spirit stones. She had struck it rich. With the acquired snacks, she proceeded to the magical tools shop and the techniques shop to purchase a vast array of cultivation manuals, magical treasures, flying boats, and flying swords. Additionally, Long Yuan entrusted the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion at the market to procure some spirit testing stones for her. Such stones are typically only found within sects and families, making them quite expensive to acquire. Consequently, Long Yuan's wallet became significantly lighter. Spending money is simply too easy. If only she could acquire things for free. 111. The host can visit the Pyomyo sect's scripture pavilion. Long Yuan had considered this approach. However, each manual is meticulously recorded, making theft impossible. Moreover, the people of the Pyomyo sect have been quite kind to her. She cannot engage in such behavior. 111. Has the host forgotten who I am? Although it is merely a travel system, it is capable of compiling information. If Long Yuan purchases recordable jade slips, the system can replicate them one-to-one. Long Yuan. Nevertheless, acquiring the jade slips is still quite affordable. That very evening, she visited the scripture pavilion. Due to the spiritual energy surrounding the cultivation techniques, 111 could not skin too many at once. Fortunately, there remains over half a month before the secret realm opens. The Pyomyo sect is not far from the Sunset Forest. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Long Yuan has maintained a monotonous routine of cultivation, pill refining. Then in the evenings, she transcribes techniques at the scripture pavilion. During this period, her previously unwavering focus on cultivation has elevated her to the 7th level of Qi refinement. In just this half-month, Long Yuan successfully advanced to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Her space has accumulated a substantial quantity of pills. It is worth noting that Long Yuan can produce 12 pills in one batch. This is not due to a limitation but rather the potency of the spiritual herbs, as exceeding this number would compromise the quality of the premium pills. Similarly, Long Yuan now opts to reduce the quality of the pills she refines, resulting in a slightly higher impurity level and a reduced potency per pill. Yet the success rate increases, thus, she can produce 18 to 20 pills in one batch, rapidly accumulating more pills in her space, with just 5 days remaining until the departure from the realm. Long Yuan, accompanied by Feng Dezhuang and Chen Zhang, boarded a flying vessel bound for the Sunset Secret Realm. And there is still a mutated tree in her space. Speaking of the mutated tree, Long Yuan recalls its reluctant demeanor when she mentioned returning to Blue Star. Were it not for its absolute obedience to her, it might have attempted to rebel. The mutated tree grumbled as it uprooted itself. Walking like a person. I want to go to that mustard seed space. The spiritual energy there is abundant. It intends to continue hoarding secretly. At this moment, Long Yuan has achieved the 8th level of Qi refinement. Her space brimming with an ample supply of pills. Though it may not suffice for every citizen of the Long Kingdom to have one, it will still exert a significant impact. 111 has also transcribed the majority of the techniques from the scripture pavilion. Looking at the bountiful contents of her space, Long Yuan finally relaxed. On the flying vessel, she enjoyed tea and snacks with Xinxinghe, Zhang, and Feng Dezhuang, reveling in the moment. The spiritual tea and wine from the cultivation realm were plentiful in Long Yuan's space as well. Leaving Feng Dezhuang and Zhang, who had been diligently focused on cultivation, utterly astonished. This tea is exquisite. How they had endured such bitter days previously. Isn't that right? You two have been far too tense. The two exchanged bashful smiles. The nation has provided us with this opportunity. How can we indulge in pleasure? Long Yuan, are you implying something about me? Xinxinghe leisurely enjoyed the benefits bestowed by his junior sister. Although he could not fully grasp the conversation among the three, he was indifferent. Happiness is always fleeting. Long Yuan gazed at the figure of Shimensiyu appearing at her door, looking bewildered. Shimensi frowned. Junior sister Long, do you squander your days in idleness and luxury? Long Yuan, huh? Shimensi continued, have you forgotten your promise to cultivate diligently? His gaze swept over the three individuals beside Long Yuan. Carrying a hint of disdain. One at the second level of chi refinement, another at the first level, and a nearly 30-year-old man who has yet to attain the golden core stage. What are you doing mingling with them? The first level chi refinement Chen Zhang, the second level chi refinement Fang Dezhuang, and the older man Xinxinghe, who has been subtly ridiculed. Is he out of his mind? Shimensi's gaze shifted back to Long Yuan. You have reached the 8th level of chi refinement. His expression softened, indicating that she had not abandoned her aspirations. Subsequently, Shimensi sheathed his sword and comfortably took a seat opposite Long Yuan. The four exchanged glances. Xinxinghe swiftly fanned himself and leaned towards Long Yuan. Junior sister, is this the genius swordsman who has been persistently pursuing you? Long Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. Mindful of her words, Xinxinghe chuckled briefly. Why do I feel like he is supervising your cultivation like a father? Long Yuan. She ignored Xinxinghe and turned to Shimensi. Brother Ziyu, what brings you aboard this vessel? If memory serves, he should be at the golden core stage by now, right? Of course, it is to protect me. A girl in purple entered from the doorway, her dark eyes fixed on Long Yuan. Brother Ziyu, why didn't you wait for me? Suddenly the table of 4 transformed into a gathering of 5, leaving Xinxinghe, Chen Zhang, and Fang Dezhuang awkwardly unsure of where to place their hands and feet. However, Long Yuan, seeing the lively scene, suggested, why don't we play a more exhilarating game of werewolf? Werewolf? What is that? Nangongya exclaimed in exasperation. Why do I always get picked? I refuse to play. She glared at Long Yuan. You did that on purpose. Long Yuan, she felt utterly wronged. It was Nangongya's own nervousness as a werewolf that led to her numerous blunders. Shimensi took a sip of tea. Yeah, if you wish to play, you must be prepared to lose. Just then, the flying vessel approached its destination. The group stood, preparing to disembark. As they brushed past each other, Nangongya whispered in Long Yuan's ear. This time in the secret realm, I shall show Brother Ziyu whose abilities are superior. Humph. Long Yuan smiled sweetly, replying, of course it's you. In truth, with your remarkable beauty and at such a young age having reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, you are already astonishingly formidable. Nangongya paused momentarily, initially poised to leave with her head held high. She now found herself gradually stiffening, especially upon witnessing Long Yuan's genuine demeanor. As the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, Nangongya had always been admonished throughout her life with phrases like, do not be idle, and why do you possess such meager cultivation? How she wished she were as strong as Shimensi. It was the first time anyone had declared her to be sufficiently exceptional. However, Nangongya muttered under her breath, even if you say that, I certainly won't go easy on you. I intend to seize all the spiritual herbs and fruits that Long Yuan covets. After disembarking from the flying vessel, Long Yuan parted ways with Shimensi. Listening to the system prompt, Long Yuan confirmed that Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei had indeed arrived at the Sunset Forest. She breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang, she instructed, once we enter the secret realm, our positions may become chaotic, so you two should wait for me here. They both nodded in agreement. As the cultivators surged into the pale blue vortex in the sky, the accompanying elders from various sects also surrounded them, casting protective spells. One could only hope that this excursion into the secret realm would be devoid of unforeseen incidents. After all, the entrants were all elite disciples from their respective sects. It won't be a problem. Didn't they say this is merely a minor secret realm? Minor secret realms do not harbor beasts above level 4. Within the secret realm, Long Yuan landed on a patch of grass adorned with tender green blades and blooming pink and white flowers. To an outsider, it might appear to be a picturesque tourist destination. Besides Long Yuan, there were several other cultivators present, likely from different sects or families, all at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. Their strengths were comparable, and they remained on guard, ensuring that no one acted rashly. Soon one cultivator noticed the spiritual herbs infused with spiritual energy on the grass and exclaimed, heavens, look at all these spiritual herbs, Xianling grass, Tianqin grass, and even millennium-old Zio grass. The cultivators exchanged glances, and one among them proposed, how about we each rely on our own abilities and refrain from interfering with one another? The quantity of spiritual herbs here is abundant. Even if we divide them evenly, we would still acquire a considerable amount. Rather than waste time in conflict, let us hasten to dig them up. We might even procure more. Thus, all agreed. Several cultivators immersed themselves in the frenzied excavation of the spiritual herbs. It was indeed a new secret realm. Just a few millennium-old spiritual herbs could fetch tens of thousands of spirit stones if sold. With only a few days remaining before the deadline for exiting the dimension, Long Yuan remained unhurried. She sought out others while simultaneously searching for treasures within the secret realm. Before long, her spatial ring contained a dozen millennium spiritual herbs encased in jade boxes. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Long Yuan instantly became alert. Upon turning her head, she discovered a pack of 4th-level howling sky wolves had appeared, one of which exceeded the 4th level. No wonder there were so many spiritual herbs here. It turned out they had intruded upon the territory of the guardian beasts. Although Long Yuan did not relish the sight of death, she would only assist within her capabilities. Clearly she could not contend with this horde of wolf demons. After delivering a strike to aid a fellow cultivator, she promptly leaped onto her flying sword and fled. Just then, she spotted a red dot not far from her. Long Yuan directed her flying sword toward that location and found Zhou Zhu. Blissfully unaware, still diligently excavating spiritual herbs. At that moment, one howling sky wolf had already given chase. Long Yuan had no choice but to leap from her flying sword and strike the wolf with her blade. This was a 2nd-level howling sky wolf, slightly weaker than Long Yuan, and its target was Zhou Zhu. Thus, with a single swing of her sword, Long Yuan severed the wolf's head almost instantaneously upon slaying the howling sky wolf. She received a system notification: "You have slain a 2nd-level howling sky wolf, merit 100. Long Yuan was taken aback. However, this was not the time for questions. Zhou Zhu swiftly reacted, summoning her flying sword. And the two of them quickly fled. They continued to soar until they had exited the howling sky wolf's territory before stopping to recuperate their spiritual energy. Zhou Zhu's previously indifferent expression now bore a hint of excitement. Yuan, seeing that you are unharmed puts me at ease," she said. When she and Yunfei awakened in this dimension, they found themselves near a family with the totem inscribed with the characters Biming. They surmised they had landed in the Biming family territory, or upon being discovered, they were nearly killed as intruders. It was during this ordeal that Zhou Zhu and Yunfei realized this was not a mere dimension but a realm of cultivation. Initially, when they awoke to find Long Yuan absent, they were not overly concerned. The system space contained countless advanced firearms and explosives from Longhua, and with Long Yuan's extraordinary physique as an ability user, ordinary people could not inflict harm upon her. However, what if she encountered a powerful cultivator, a cultivator impervious to physical attacks? Yet, they could only stew in anxiety, entirely ignorant of the cultivation world and lacking any abilities to navigate it. The Biming family tested their spiritual roots, and both Zhou Zhu and Yunfei exhibited commendable talents, one with dual gold and fire spiritual roots, the other with a single fire spiritual root. Consequently, they were compelled to join the Biming family, bound to serve them for generations, lest they be executed. While cultivating, they also sought to gather intelligence about the cultivation world. Upon hearing that the Sunset Secret Realm was about to open, they speculated that Long Yuan would come, thus applying for a spot in the secret realm. Due to their exceptional talents and having made a vow of loyalty, the Biming family felt confident in granting them the opportunity. Long Yuan was unaware of their plight. A twinge of regret washed over her for having been overly confident and not seeking them out sooner. Zhou Zhu smiled in reassurance, reminding her that it was their first venture into the cultivation world. Their journey from the Biming family had taken them half a month, and Long Yuan had initially lacked the means to find them. Moreover, the Biming family had provided them with numerous advantages. "My spatial ring is filled with spirit stones and various elixirs rewarded by the Biming family. When we return to Blue Star, I shall present everything to Elder Su for study," Zhou Zhu continued. "Furthermore, our vow of loyalty states that we are to serve them in the cultivation world. What does that have to do with me?" Zhou Zhu, from Blue Star. Long Yuan chuckled softly. She then recounted her own experiences. And upon learning that Long Yuan's spatial ring was brimming with cultivation methods, Zhou Zhu visibly brightened with excitement. Long Yuan added, "I also had someone procure several spirit testing stones for me. If Blue Star possesses spiritual energy, we can test the spiritual roots, allowing everyone to cultivate." The two decided to meditate and restore their spiritual energy before locating the remaining two companions. Before meditating, Long Yuan eagerly inquired, "What was that merit about earlier?" "The 2nd-level howling sky wolf slain by the host is deemed to have been tainted by demonic energy, according to the system. In the cultivation continent, demon beasts are considered to be neutral chaotic beings. Some despise humans while others harbor affection. Moreover, most demon beasts can be tamed and contracted as spirit pets by humans. Thus, the definition of demon beasts is not unequivocal. However, the demonic race is unequivocally chaotic and evil. They possess an inherent craving for human flesh and blood, devoid of any emotions or kindness, standing in stark opposition to mankind. Moreover, millennia ago, before the demonic race was sealed, they slaughtered countless ordinary people and numerous cultivators. Therefore, each member of the demonic race is deemed malevolent. Host, you have slain a howling sky wolf tainted by demonic energy, which is why the system recognizes your merit. This merit is also a reward from the heavenly Tao. Long Yuan suddenly understood, however, how could the demonic race exist here. 111 exhibited immense patience with Long Yuan. Host, it is not the demonic race but rather demonic energy. Only those completely controlled by demonic energy become part of the demonic race. This is the periphery of the Sunset Forest, while within lies an ancient battlefield that suppresses the demonic race. Thus, it is not uncommon for demon beasts to inadvertently become tainted by escaping demonic energy. Long Yuan nodded. Although she coveted the 100 merit, she had no intention of returning to confront that pack of howling sky wolves. After all, one of them was a 4th-level Foundation Establishment Pinnacle Wolf. Alongside numerous 2nd and 3rd-level howling sky wolves. As a mere chi refinement novice returning would surely lead to her demise. After restoring their spiritual energy, the day had turned dark. They rested in place overnight. When dawn broke, they continued their journey on flying swords. The other 2 red dots were clustered together, revealing Chen Zhang and Yunfei. Yunfei, currently at the 5th level of chi refinement, could not yet fully control his flying sword. Thus, upon seeing the 2 of them soaring on their swords, he gazed at them with envy, exclaiming, Yuanzi, you can fly on a sword now. That's so cool. Compared to the flying vessel, they preferred sword flight. Relishing the sense of superiority it provided, the last to be found was Fang Dazhuang, located in a forest within the secret realm. As Long Yuan and the others approached, they distinctly sensed many cultivators converging on that area. Knowing that Long Yuan could locate them via the system, Fang Dazhuang patiently sat on a rock, having waited there for a day, fully aware that Long Yuan would come to find him. Long Yuan inquired, why are so many cultivators gathering here? Fang Dazhuang looked perplexed. I have no idea. I overheard passers-by mentioning that some heavenly materials and earthly treasures have appeared in the secret realm. Everyone wishes to partake. Long Yuan nodded. Alright, that doesn't concern me. A multitude of individuals are ardently yearning to extricate themselves from this realm and return to the Blue Star just as Long Yuan prepares to initiate her teleportation. She catches sight of Zemenzi Yunangonya and Xinqinghe hastening towards her from the horizon. Long Yuan gasps, oh no, it's acquaintances, let us flee to the forest to escape this dimension. Long Yuan has underestimated the fervor with which cultivators pursue celestial treasures and earthly delights. A throng of cultivators has surged into the expansive forest. As Long Yuan hurriedly leads her 4 companions forward, they are suddenly greeted by a resounding cry that pierces the heavens, the cry of a phoenix. Long Yuan looks up to behold an ice blue phoenix soaring into the sky. It is a mutated ice phoenix, barely at the golden core stage. The surrounding cultivators become increasingly agitated. It's a mutated ice phoenix. Quickly, I saw it first. This ice phoenix belongs to me. Charge forth. I shall contract the ice phoenix as my mountain spirit companion. In the world of cultivation, phoenixes, white tigers, azure dragons, black tortoises, and the auspicious Qilin are ancient divine beasts that emerged eons ago. The realm of cultivation has not witnessed the likes of the vermilion bird or divine dragon in ages. Even when they do appear, the might of mature phoenixes and dragons is so formidable that no cultivator dares to challenge them. For the first time, a mature phoenix at the golden core stage has manifested in the cultivation world. The cultivators quickly realize that this phoenix must have sustained grievous injuries, resulting in its diminished strength. In that moment, all rush forward eager to seize this rare opportunity. As Long Yuan lifts her gaze, her eyes lock with those of the ice phoenix in mid-air. In that fleeting instant, she recognizes it as the very phoenix she encountered upon her arrival in the realm of cultivation. By the time she resolves to retreat, it is too late. The throng has dispersed her from her companions. Anxiously, Long Yuan presses forward. At this moment, the ice phoenix releases a torrent of ice blue flames. Despite its injuries, the power of a golden core phoenix is not something mere Foundation Establishment cultivators can contend with. The searing flames sweep through the forest, igniting it ablaze. Meanwhile, Xinqinghe, encountering Zemenzi Yu and Nangongya along the way, joins them. All 3 have hastened to the secret realm upon hearing of the appearance of rare celestial materials. Zemenzi Yu spots Long Yuan, who is stealthily mingling with the crowd. Isn't that your junior sister? Xinqinghe glances over and sees that Long Yuan has already entered the forest. You must be mistaken, he replies, leaning in conspiratorially. He adds, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for my junior sister. Would you? Zemenzi Yu's ears flush with a pink hue as he replies sternly, be silent, choose your words wisely. Xinxinghe waves his hand dismissively, Yuana's folk are no fun. Shortly thereafter, the trio witnesses the ascension of the mutated ice phoenix. Nangongya, gazing upward, murmurs, how beautiful. Xinxinghe, astonished, exclaims, it's an ice phoenix, and a golden core one at that. Ziyu, if I recall correctly, you are at the golden core stage. Yes, though he has utilized a treasure to suppress his cultivation to enter the secret realm. His power remains. Nangongya, filled with excitement, urges a brother, Ziyu, let us tame the ice phoenix. No one can resist the allure of a divine beast, even though they remain unaware of the ice phoenix's precarious state. Under the assault of the divine fire, the cultivators are immediately sent reeling in terror. After all, it is a phoenix. Can mere foundation establishment cultivators truly prevail against it? Nangongya's violet whip cracks against the tree trunks, emitting arcs of electricity. Step aside, the ice phoenix is ours. As the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Nangongya, Zemenzi Yu, and Xinxinghe arrive just as Long Yuan turns to make her escape. Frustrated, she thinks, must there really be a fight at this moment? All I desire is to return home. The ice phoenix coldly observes the humans below, its gaze devoid of any fear. Zemenzi Yu and Nangongya charge forward, while several foundation establishment cultivators, unwilling to be left behind, surge forward in an attempt to partake in the spoils. Friends, charge. The ice phoenix is in a weakened state. Whoever defeats it shall claim it for themselves. Nangongya is enraged. How dare they attempt to use us as bait to exhaust the ice phoenix? Yet, she is also unwilling to retreat. At this moment, some hesitant cultivators notice a concealed cave. I remember, the ice phoenix emerged from here. While they are preoccupied, let us quietly enter. Perhaps there are celestial materials and spirit herbs within its lair. Long Yuan observes cultivators stealthily infiltrating the ice phoenix's cave. At that moment, the ice phoenix in midair appears to have been provoked, its eyes blaze with a terrifying red light, and its attacks and flames become reckless. The previously tense standoff is shattered as Zemenzi Yu furrows his brow. This ice phoenix is severely wounded. It cannot suddenly unleash such potent spiritual energy. Not good. It intends to self-destruct. There is no time to waste. The spiritual energy emanating from the ice phoenix surges forth in waves. The immense spiritual force contained within its corporeal form causes all to spew blood, collapsing to the ground, save for Long Yuan. Shouldn't she also faint? At that moment, Long Yuan's body is uncontrollably propelled towards the ice phoenix. Just before Zemenzi Yu loses consciousness, he hazily perceives the scene. Long Yuan struggles, panic-stricken. Ice phoenix, I merely wish to return home. I have no interest in celestial treasures. At this moment, the ice phoenix's spiritual energy continues to overflow uncontrollably, its gaze fixed upon Long Yuan. It speaks in a gentle tone. I understand. Long Yuan is taken aback. This must be our second meeting. Human, I can sense that you do not belong to this world. Would you do me a favor? According to the ice phoenix, it is an anomaly among its kind. Having never been accepted by the Phoenix clan, mutated ice phoenixes find it exceedingly difficult to bear offspring. The ice phoenix has long dwelled in the heart of the Sunset Mountain range, where it has an arch-nemesis, the Wind Tianzhou. After giving birth, its strength waned drastically, and Wind Tianzhou seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The ice phoenix fled in a pitiful state from Phoenix Island, only to encounter two human cultivators on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. In truth, the ice phoenix harbors no animosity towards humans, nor did it intend to confront the two cultivators had it desired to. The two Foundation establishment practitioners would have perished long ago, wounded and unhealed. The ice phoenix had anticipated either being consumed by its sworn enemy, Wind Tianzhou, or captured by powerful humans. Unexpectedly, it found itself ensnared in this secret realm. And it is due to the blood of the phoenix that this secret realm opened prematurely. The ice phoenix, having possessed limited abilities in its youth, laments, if I perish, my children shall not survive. Human, would you lend me your assistance? Its offspring, rejected by their kind, are coveted by humans. The ice phoenix's eyes are filled with profound sorrow, as it gambles on the kindness of a human. Meaning the ice phoenix's mournful gaze, Long Yuan feels a weighty sadness. The cultivation world is indeed rife with bloodshed, particularly for phoenixes, proud and unyielding. They would rather shatter into jade than survive as a mere pet for humans. Unwilling to become a spirit companion for humans, their fate upon capture is often death. The blood of phoenixes is used for alchemy, and their hides for crafting. They are subjected to being skinned and dismembered, utilized to the last shred. Long Yuan nods to, I am willing to assist you. With a gentle flap of its immense wings, an ice-blue phoenix egg emerges from the cave, landing in Long Yuan's embrace. Simultaneously, a droplet of golden blood bursts forth from the Ice Phoenix's body, landing upon the phoenix egg. With my essence, it shall soon hatch. The Ice Phoenix's voice grows increasingly frail. Human, thank you. Long Yuan feels a pang of sorrow. Ice Phoenix, how can I assist you? The Ice Phoenix shakes its head. It is too late. I have initiated self-detonation. This is an irreversible act. The Ice Phoenix prepares for its complete self-destruction, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that will obliterate the entire secret realm, ensuring that none within shall survive. Thus, before this occurs, the Ice Phoenix flaps its mighty wings, casting all aside from the secret realm, save for Long Yuan and her companions. Long Yuan clutches the shimmering phoenix egg, casting a final glance at the Ice Phoenix. Then she addresses the system. 111 Extricate from this realm. Long Yuan, along with Zhou Zhu and the others, departs from the realm of cultivation. In her last glimpse, she witnesses the colossal Ice Phoenix emitting a resounding cry, engulfed in ice-blue flames. It soars majestically into the sky, spiraling in circles above as the flames set the clouds ablaze in exquisite shades of blue and purple. In its flight, the phoenix bursts apart, releasing a tremendous energy that impacts the secret realm. A small secret realm, having opened prematurely, explodes into fragments under the force of the overwhelming spiritual energy outside the secret realm. The elders of the protective sect awaken. They behold their once vibrant disciples now sprawled haphazardly as they emerge from the entrance. As they ascend the mountain to investigate, they are met with a tremendous rumble emanating from the secret realm, shaking the very periphery of the sunset forest. Simultaneously, the previously pale blue entrance contorts and transforms into a pure stream of spiritual energy that dissipates into the heavens and earth. The secret realm has vanished. What kind of terrifying force could annihilate an entire secret realm? The elder of the Pyomyo sect pats one of his disciples awake, urging, awaken. Fortunately, the disciples have suffered no severe injuries. Before long, they gradually regain consciousness. Upon learning that they had encountered a mutated Ice Phoenix within the secret realm, and had foolishly attempted to capture it, the sect elder is incensed, chastising them. That Ice Phoenix is not a creature to be easily captured. The Phoenix clan is inherently proud. As descendants of ancient divine beasts, they would rather perish than live as mere pets for humans. The Ice Phoenix, it seems, suffered grievous injuries and was not destined to survive for long. Had it not been for the invasion by cultivators upon the opening of this secret realm, the Phoenix might have managed to endure for a century or so in solitude. Alas, fortunately, the Ice Phoenix had no intention of taking your lives. Quickly, let us account for our numbers. Are all present? Chi Peak is accounted for. Lingjin Peak is also present. Nangonya cast a sweeping glance around. But wait, it appears that the Dan Peak is missing someone. Where is Long Yuan? What, someone is missing, and it's none other than the most cherished disciple of the Dan Peak Master, the prodigious disciple of the Miaomyo sect. Shimenziyu pressed her lips tightly together. The accompanying elders began to inquire if anyone had seen Long Yuan. At that moment, Xinxinghe raised his hand, saying, "Wait, there is no need to search any longer." Xinxinghe breathed a sigh of relief, explaining that his junior sister had sent him a message stating that she had gone out for training and had left early. The elders of various sects exchanged bewildered glances. They had been stationed outside all along. Had any disciples ventured out? Yet, since Long Yuan's life token had not shattered, they assumed that someone had departed while they were not paying attention. Shimenziyu recalled the scene she witnessed before losing consciousness. Did Long Yuan truly go out for training? At that moment, Long Yuan returned to Blue Star with 4 companions. The soldiers guarding the safe house immediately notified the others, announcing the return of Deputy Director Long and her team. This journey of Long Yuan was unprecedentedly lengthy, lasting nearly 3 months. Initially, Zhou Jing and the others were quite concerned. Eventually, they realized that Long Yuan had likely ventured into the high-level realm she had previously mentioned. The flow of time in such realms is much slower, and even with the system's assistance, projecting it onto Blue Star would remain at a 1:1 ratio. Despite this, as the days turned into weeks, their worries intensified. Even old Long inquired repeatedly about the return of Long Yuan's team. Finally, as the 3-month mark approached, Long Yuan came back. Zhou Jing hurriedly relayed the news of Long Yuan's return to old Long, and along with the now unemployed elder Su and Hua Shangming rushed to meet her. At that moment, Zhou Zhu and the others were also gradually waking up. Yuan, word we in the secret realm, we are finally home. The faint sadness brought on by the death of the Ice Phoenix was washed away in that instant. Long Yuan remarked that the matter was quite lengthy, and they should head to the conference room first. The items brought back from the cultivation world had the potential to completely alter the landscape of Long Country, and even transform the entirety of Blue Star. At this juncture, the guards had completed their duties. They were exceedingly curious about the kind of realm Long Yuan and her companions had visited, and the young soldiers gathered around eagerly. Sister Zhu, Brother Fei, how come you were gone for so long? Yes, was there anything fun? Share with us. As they proceeded, they encountered Zhou Jing and the others who had come looking for them. Hua Xiangming bellowed, discipline, have you all forgotten the lessons I taught you? The soldiers immediately stiffened at attention. General, we were wrong. Hua Xiangming maintained a stern expression, stating, if you realize your mistake, then hurry and get lost. The young soldiers turned to salute and then hurriedly departed. Hua Xiangming said, Yuan, pay them no mind. Long Yuan shook her head. She had initially intended to suggest that they all accompany her, as there might be a need to test their spiritual roots. Those soldiers who had been guarding her and were privy to the events would be prioritized for testing. However, she thought that it would take quite a while to sort out in the conference room. And she was uncertain if Blue Star was conducive to cultivation. At that moment, a voice burst forth from her mind. Host, I have just checked, though faint, spiritual energy does exist on Blue Star. Long Yuan's spirits lifted. It was likely that having returned from the cultivation world, where spiritual energy was dense, she had not initially sensed it. Now, as she focused, she could indeed feel the subtle presence of spiritual energy around her. However, this weak spiritual energy was insufficient to support cultivation or enable one to draw energy into their body. Nonetheless, it was not without its benefits. For instance, the numerous spiritual treasures they had brought back from the cultivation world needed spiritual energy to nurture them. Without it, their innate spiritual energy would gradually dissipate, ultimately rendering them mere mundane iron. Yet now, the faint spiritual energy of Blue Star could at least slow down this dissipating process. In the conference room. Upon hearing Long Yuan and her companions speak, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying that the realm you visited was a cultivation world, the very same kind spoken of in novels? Where one can fly with swords and procure countless elixirs, they would test the spiritual roots of the esteemed individuals. Long Yuan nodded. Yun Fei, unable to contain his excitement, proclaimed, not only that, but both Yuan and Sister Zhu have already mastered sword flight. Yuan even has a small flying boat. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room sparkled with fervor, fixated intently on Long Yuan and Zhou Zhu. As they walked partway, Elder Su gazed eagerly, saying, Yuan, how about you demonstrate for me? Under the scrutiny of so many, Long Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment reminiscent of being urged to perform during a family gathering. As a child she hesitated, saying, perhaps it's best to skip it? Elder Su grew anxious. He nudged Zhou Jing and Hua Xiangming, urging, you two, say something. Zhou Jing and Hua Xiangming, though curious and expectant, noticed the child's evident reluctance. Thus, their gazes shifted to the enormous screen in the conference room. Old Long and several leaders were gathered in front of the video, their eyes wide with anticipation. One elder smiled warmly, saying, Comrade Xiaoyuan, could you show me the legendary flying sword and boat? That's no problem. Upon returning to Blue Star, Long Yuan's cultivation had gradually diminished, currently resting at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Though she could not perform sword flight, controlling the flying sword was still an effortless task. As for the flying boat, Long Yuan produced a few spiritual stones from her space, and the small cloud began to rise slowly due to limitations within the conference room. The small cloud and flying sword did not ascend too high. Yet it ignited a fervor within everyone present, leaving them exhilarated. Hua Xiangming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked, Yuan, can we also cultivate? Hua Xiangming voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Even though they had already attained high status in the eyes of ordinary people, the allure of cultivation was an irresistible temptation. Who wouldn't desire to cultivate? Who wouldn't wish to soar through the skies on a flying sword? Leaving behind the phrase soaring on the wind, vanquishing evil across the realm, Long Yuan informed everyone that Blue Star indeed possessed spiritual energy, albeit in a feeble form. Cultivating even to the point of drawing energy into the body would be a daunting task. Her words left the crowd feeling somewhat despondent. However, Long Yuan quickly added that when the system bound to me initially, it did not detect any spiritual energy on Blue Star, yet now it has identified a trace of it. Long Yuan speculated that the emergence of spiritual energy on Blue Star might be related to her traversing different realms. It was highly possible that as she continued to journey through more realms, accumulating merits and points, the spiritual energy on Blue Star would gradually become more abundant. Her words reignited a fervor within everyone's hearts. Indeed, if spiritual energy had manifested, how far could they be from cultivating? Long Yuan continued, I brought back several spiritual stones for testing spiritual roots. Though large-scale cultivation may not be feasible at present, with the current level of spiritual energy on Blue Star, a select few individuals with high talents should still be able to draw energy into their bodies. Therefore, I believe we should allow a portion of individuals to test their spiritual roots and begin their cultivation journey, gaining strength ahead of others. Given the current external threats, becoming cultivators first would provide them with greater power. The crowd found Long Yuan's reasoning quite sound. Thus, Hua Xiangming declared, I will first compile a list for testing spiritual roots. At this point, he scratched his head and asked, Yuan, can I be the first to test? Upon Hua Xiangming's request, Elder Su and Zhou Jing's expression shifted dramatically. The old man had actually taken the initiative. Long Yuan chuckled, of course you can. She then retrieved a spiritual stone from her space. Instructing him to simply place his palm upon it, Hua Xiangming rubbed his palms together, feeling a twinge of nervousness for a general of his stature. This was a crucial step in determining his potential for cultivation. Carefully, Hua Xiangming placed his palm atop the spiritual stone. Zhou Jing, Elder Su, and all the dignitaries in the video leaned forward, holding their breath. Soon, the spiritual stone revealed 3 colors of spiritual energy: red, gold, and green. Long Yuan's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, wow, Uncle Hua, you possess the fire gold, and with spiritual roots, judging by the richness of the energy, your root value is approximately 60. Long Yuan gave a thumbs up, saying, Uncle Hua, that is quite impressive. Even in the cultivation world, this talent would allow you entry into any outer sect, and if there were not enough disciples that year, you might even gain admission into the inner sect. Hua Xiangming was overjoyed. Haha, what a surprise! Even at my age, I can still cultivate. The failures of oneself can be frustrating, but witnessing others succeed stirs the heart with envy. Zhou Jing and Elder Su felt a mix of bitterness and anxiety. That fortunate girl. Zhou Jing placed his hand on the spiritual stone as well. The stone revealed red and green hues of energy. Long Yuan was taken aback, with both wood and fire spiritual roots. His root value is approximately 65. I never expected Uncle Zhou to possess talent for alchemy. As Zhou Zhu and Yunfei elaborated, everyone understood that fewer spiritual roots meant higher root values and greater potential. Zhou Jing chuckled softly, finding the situation quite satisfactory. As more individuals gathered in the conference room for testing, the prominent figures in the video grew increasingly animated and anxious, wishing they could instantaneously fly to Q City. They even pondered why they were not the mayors of Q City, as that would allow them to be the first to test the spiritual roots. Long Yuan was taken aback. A total of 9 individuals were tested. Among the 5 elderly research professors, their talents were rather ordinary, revealing only Su Lao's possession of the wood, fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots. However, the younger participants, Zhou Jing, Hua Xiangming, and the plump Mia, all exhibited commendable spiritual roots. Could it be that due to the recent resurgence of spiritual energy, there are more individuals with spiritual roots? Moreover, Long Yuan made another observation: the likelihood of testing positive for fire spiritual roots was remarkably high. Including herself, nearly all those with spiritual roots had manifested fire attributes. Long Yuan speculated that this might be linked to the origins of Long Nation, which prides itself as the descendant of dragons, thus predominantly possessing fire spiritual roots. Upon the conclusion of the tests, Hua Xiangming swiftly took Chen Zhang and Fang Dazhuang to the base for mass testing of spiritual roots. Both Chen Zhang and Fang Dazhuang had experience in the realm of cultivation and were well versed in the usage of spirit stones as well as the quality of spiritual roots and talents. Long Yuan felt reassured about their endeavors. Meanwhile, the attendees in the conference room gradually calmed down from the fervor and wonder of the cultivation world. 111 eagerly interjected, Host, I suppose you no longer require my assistance? Long Yuan found the urgency in its voice somewhat amusing, replying, Indeed, you should focus on upgrading first. Alright, host. In the instant she returned to Blue Star, the system panel displayed the point settlement. Currently, Long Yuan's points stood at points 500, 88, 20, 22, 60. Virtue points 975. Faith value 94.to upgrade the system to level 3 requires 10,000 points, which she had already accumulated. With Long Yuan's permission, 111 joyfully deducted the points and happily proceeded with the upgrade. In the conference room, Zhou Jing informed Long Yuan of the latest trends in the country over the past 3 months. While Long Yuan was striving in the cultivation world, the nation and the base had not been idle. Rewinding to 3 months prior, the planting base in D province was completed in less than 10 days, thanks to the unwavering support from the government. A significant portion of the falling petal mountain was designated for the base. With over 800 Earthlings each receiving several hundred acres of land, initially, the government was concerned that the Earthlings might struggle under such circumstances, but to their surprise, the Earthlings were overjoyed. Their agricultural capabilities were astonishing, and their methods of planting were unlike anything previously witnessed. With sharp claws and formidable strength, they could effortlessly till the soil. However, due to their diminutive stature, tilling was the most labor-intensive step in their planting process. Thus Zhou Jing selected a group of exceptional soldiers from the military base and taught them to operate tractors within 3 days. With the addition of modern equipment, they could easily till hundreds of acres in a single day. Subsequently, a large quantity of seeds was scattered by the Earthlings, akin to a celestial maiden showering flowers, landing evenly in every vacant spot on the ground. The Earthlings then introduced a touch of planting wonder from the world of fruit. Upon hitting the ground, the seeds swiftly took root and sprouted. Specialized irrigation equipment was employed to effortlessly water hundreds of acres. Within just 2 to 3 days, the once barren and fertile black soil was cloaked in verdant vines. The enormous vines were robust and lush, with the thickest parts as wide as an adult man's arm. The leaves were massive, each one the size of an adult's body. The soldiers assigned to assist the Earthlings in planting were utterly astonished. Goodness, it's as if a fairy tale has come to life. Especially in the areas tended by Gatling, the rampant growth of the vines resembled colossal serpents meandering through the fields. The vines were more substantial than trees, twisting and spiraling skyward rather than standing upright. Soon, amidst the vast leaves of the vines, enormous golden flowers began to bloom. At night, these blossoms even emitted a soft, luminous glow, enchanting and dreamlike. The soldiers were entranced, covering their mouths in astonishment, their excitement palpable. Who could fathom the joy of discovering such a monumental secret, yet having no one to share it with? A significant portion of Falling Petal Mountain transformed into a paradise for plants and vines. Approximately 5 days later, various fruits began to emerge from the flowers. Hairy fruits resembling rambutan, white fruits akin to grapes, plump and charming apples, and durian-like fruits. More astonishing was the staggering yield, since each flower was so large. The fruits did not appear individually but in clusters. Some vines bore dense clusters of longevity mushrooms, while others sprouted star-shaped grass resembling hollow pentagrams. Still, other vines produced enormous pumpkin houses, where several young soldiers excitedly took up residence. Some vines blossomed into clusters of tinkling flowers, which, when the wind blew, emitted melodious tunes reminiscent of a maiden's ethereal hum. Deep in the mountains, occasionally, the more developed areas of Falling Petal Mountain attracted adventurers and hikers. Recently, some climbers and explorers began to sense something amiss. Chewing wiped the sweat from her brow. While resting in a mountain hollow, she suddenly looked around and asked her companions, "Did you hear any sounds?" Her companions scanned the surroundings. Falling Petal Mountain, vast and ancient, was renowned in Long Nation as a forbidden land. Even this developed area of Falling Petal Mountain was still densely forested, with trees towering high and blocking out the sun. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yet within the mountain darkness prevailed, shrouded in mist with ominous, shadowy woods in the distance. Countless legends surrounded Falling Petal Mountain. Some claimed it was a burial ground for humans, a realm of revelry for ghosts. Her companions shook their heads. "I don't hear anything." Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled through the area, and an ethereal melody emanated from the deep, shadowy mountains. Both of them heard it simultaneously. At that moment, no matter how beautiful the song, it felt like the prelude to a horrifying tale of murder. They exchanged glances, goosebumps rising on their arms. "Did you hear that?" "I did." Then, they bolted down the mountain, shouting, "Help! There are really ghosts in Falling Petal Mountain." A topic titled "Female University Student Encountered Ghosts in Falling Petal Mountain" quietly soared to the top of trending searches. Most netizens questioned the university student's motives, suggesting she was resorting to sensationalism for attention. People once said Falling Petal Mountain was the gateway to the underworld. I can't stop laughing. What era are we in? Humans can't escape Falling Petal Mountain. Hasn't she just escaped? Just the other day, I shared a video explaining various birds in the deep mountains, which mimic human sounds, including cries and laughter. It's incredibly eerie, but it's just a bird. However, soon other voices emerged in support. No, just a few days ago, I hiked Falling Petal Mountain, and I also heard singing from the depths. It was genuinely terrifying. I was spooked for days. Some individuals who had visited Falling Petal Mountain recently came forward to testify, causing the ghostly occurrences to remain a hot topic for several days. At the planting base, Mayor Yaoping of D City gazed at the lush, fairy tale-like vegetation with a flushed face, overwhelmed with excitement. He was grateful for the achievements brought by his brother from Q City. Such a monumental event, even if D City merely played a supportive role, would be sufficient to elevate its national ranking. However, Yao Peng noticed the online discussions regarding the ghostly happenings at Falling Petal Mountain and approached Gatling with a smile. "Little clan leader, could we perhaps silence the tinkling flowers?" Gatling replied coldly. "Nonsense, once planted, they cannot be halted. We can simply refrain from planting them in the next round," Yao Peng sighed. "Alright then, after all, the myriad rumors surrounding Falling Petal Mountain were ever evolving, and this one was no exception." Approximately 7 days later, the miraculous fruits at the base began to ripen one after another. The immense yield left Yao Peng, a seasoned observer of various improved fruits, utterly astounded, coupled with their rapid growth. The fruits produced at the base could easily satisfy the daily demands of Long Nation's citizens. Yao Peng was elated, Zhou Jing was elated, the nation was elated, the earthlings were elated as well. Here, they did not need to till the soil or water the plants. They merely scattered seeds and could indulge in an abundance of delectable earthly foods while cultivating an extraordinary harvest of fruits. This arrangement perfectly catered to the earthlings' penchant for both leisure and cultivation. Everyone was promised a bright future. With the bountiful fruit harvest, prices plummeted from exorbitant to affordable. The eagerly awaiting citizens finally saw the new batch of fruits hit the shelves. However, upon viewing the prices and quantities, they were left dumbfounded. Is the government no longer selling those miraculous fruits? With prices so low and quantities so abundant, it must be true. The elixirs, so many batches have been released. Yet I've not managed to purchase even once. Look at the children. I strongly demand the return of the miraculous fruits from before. Many netizens expressed their grievances playfully on the official channels. As the extraordinary fruits from Long Nation garnered significant attention worldwide, consequently, the foreign online platforms swiftly picked up the news. I knew the people of Long Nation were seeking attention, because they refused to return the miraculous fruits belonging to our great Ming nation. They are now devoid of anything. This must be the punishment from the god of cherry blossoms for the people of Long Nation. Meanwhile, the Long Nation authorities promptly issued a new statement. Due to the maturity of technology, the production of the miraculous fruit has met expectations, prompting a unified price reduction. Thus, there is no concern regarding the discontinuation of the miraculous fruit. Citizens are assured to remain calm. And for further details, please follow Longyuan Agricultural Base Planting Center, Longyuan Agricultural Group Company, Limited, and Longyuan Official Flagship Store. Indeed, the state has swiftly registered a trademark for the miraculous fruit, with all legal entities and ownership attributed to Longyuan. In other words, the agricultural base, the group, and the store are all under the ownership of Longyuan. For the national and local governments, they are merely stakeholders, shareholders of Longyuan Company and Group. Netizens have also caught on, expressing their joy. "How wonderful! I knew our parents would never abandon their good son. Families, charge forward, hurry and grab it, or it will be gone again. No need to rush upstairs. The inventory is ample. Our mom is truly formidable. It's amazing how technology has progressed. How could such miraculous fruit be cultivated? It astonishes my entire family. Because the fruits have become freely available." Netizens have taken to humor online. Many have jested that the state has secretly engaged in immortality cultivation without involving them. With the abundant supply of miraculous fruit, the previous discontent caused by the special medicine has been completely quelled. Meanwhile, in Province D, Yao Peng has not been idle. He brought a whole basket of vegetables to Gatlin. "Little Chief Gatlin, can you cultivate such vegetables?" Although the fruit issue has been resolved, the growing concern over food safety has become increasingly severe. With various fluorescent agents even found in vegetables. If the earthlings could also grow vegetables, they might as well cultivate a few. Standing atop a mound of soil, Gatlin retorted, "Who do you look down upon? Our earthlings can grow anything, they can even cultivate houses. Do you think we can't grow a couple of vegetables?" Yao Peng respectfully handed over the vegetable seeds, offering a cap to the esteemed one. Shortly thereafter, miraculous vegetables emerged, boasting astonishing yields. Furthermore, the crops cultivated by the earthlings exuded a unique fragrance that repelled pests, resulting in every vegetable being fresh and devoid of any blemishes. Yao Peng personally tasted them and found their flavors delightful. Reminiscent of traditional vegetables, tomatoes tasted like tomatoes, and greens tasted like greens. Once the miraculous vegetables were listed on various grocery apps, they sold out rapidly. They are incredibly delicious. They remind me of the vegetables my grandmother grew in my childhood. Today's vegetables, cultivated with modern technology for convenience in storage and transport, taste dreadful. My goodness, the effects of the vegetables are almost on par with the fruits. How did the state cultivate them? At this moment, Gatlin proudly puffed out his chest, concealing his achievements. As the planting base matured further, the state also introduced miraculous fruits and vegetables to major supermarkets, gradually replacing chemically produced toxic fruits and vegetables. The health of the citizens has seen significant improvement. Recently, the online discourse environment has been particularly positive, with even the online trolls dwindling. In the past, celebrities faced criticism for merely applying makeup, but now, despite some netizens still feeling that the makeup does not align with their aesthetic, their attitudes have become more composed. They dislike it but refrain from uttering hurtful comments. Many even offered encouragement, suggesting ways to enhance their makeup. A certain female celebrity, upon waking to see her newly posted photos, was met with a wave of tranquility. The negative comments had significantly decreased, and she excitedly covered her mouth. She swiftly posted a new tweet: "Gold make IV. Thank you everyone, and thank you, dear state." Netizens erupted in laughter. They then realized, "I've noticed my mood has genuinely improved lately. Previously, minor issues would infuriate me, but now I feel they are not significant matters at all. Indeed, I used to be particularly uptight, prone to anger, but these past few days have been much better." Many people believe their irritability and anxiety stemmed from their personality, but in reality, it was due to toxins in our bodies. Throughout history, ancient individuals could compose verses such as "Heaven born me with talent, surely useful it will be, the long wind will break the waves at times. Thousands of sails pass by the sunken boat, in front of the sick tree, 10,000 woods blossom," showcasing a carefree and open-minded spirit. They could also articulate the compassionate and peaceful principle of "do not impose on others what you do not desire." Even during the most arduous years, people remained hopeful and positive. Yet today, individuals are often twisted, anxious, and self-doubting, harboring jealousy towards others. This is primarily due to the heavy negativity prevalent among modern people, with a burning fire within that remains unexpressed, leading to discomfort. Research has long indicated that our organs and emotions are interconnected. Modern individuals have suffered under the toxic influence of technology for so long that their internal organs have become clogged with refuse and toxins, compounded by the toxic exposure during the 3 years of mask wearing. Hence, the negativity among modern individuals is not merely a product of the fast-paced lifestyle. The topic concerning the female celebrity surged to trending status alongside the food issue, prompting renewed attention to food safety. Subsequently, the miraculous fruits and vegetables gained even more popularity. "Thank you, dear state, for saving my life." Long Yuan's Long Yuan Agricultural Company, Limited has profited immensely, with its market value soaring, swiftly becoming a new industry giant in Long Country. The state is pleased, and netizens are delighted. However, not everyone shares this happiness. Unscrupulous merchants of production technology and ruthless practices are dissatisfied. As everyone opts for miraculous fruits and vegetables, a plethora of industrially produced toxic vegetables remains unsold. Foreign entities are also displeased. They had secretly invested in establishing numerous food groups within Long Country, developing various technological snacks. They discreetly incited public sentiment, aiming to incite discord among the citizens, seeking to undermine the health and mentality of the younger generation. Now, they are confronted with the reality that not only are Long Country's citizens improving in health, but they are also becoming more astute. Such developments are intolerable to them. Thus, foreign entities covertly dispatched 500,000 messages to those within Long Country who have yet to be exposed, inciting a campaign to tarnish the reputation of the miraculous fruits and vegetables. This task is relatively simple, as Long Country netizens are often gullible and easily swayed. Upon receiving the message, the 500,000 quickly launched a topic online to stir division: "Are miraculous fruits merely experimental subjects?" As the title suggests, I recently feel that the rapid fermentation of this miraculous fruit topic is quite abnormal. First and foremost, we must clarify that, to date, there is no scientific evidence indicating that humans can achieve medical effects through crop cultivation. However, this miraculous fruit boldly claims health benefits akin to the dubious supplements sold on the streets. With this premise established, the questions arise: such products, devoid of any scientific basis, yet purporting to enhance health and wellness, could they be part of a research experiment? Scientists might be integrating and studying these, with us serving as the experimental subjects, though this might be a boon for the nation and its people. The fate of lab rats is often grim. Dear citizens, let us hope that the events depicted in the film Resident Evil do not manifest in reality. Of course, this is merely a personal sentiment. I trust that the state would never treat us in such a manner. This post quickly climbed to trending status, boosted by 500,000 paid promotions, while a multitude of bot accounts flooded the comments section to escalate the hype. This is terrifying. Is the apocalypse of Resident Evil upon us? What shall we do? This is too frightening. I urge everyone to cease purchasing miraculous fruits. How can one not be concerned? Every word you utter is so captivating. Meanwhile, the 500,000 lay comfortably in bed, scrolling through their phones, eagerly awaiting a reaction from Long Country netizens, hoping to see them enraged and abandoning their purchases of miraculous fruits. Entrapped in their own manipulations, indeed, some responses aligned with their expectations. The comments section saw contributions from genuine citizens of Long Country. I've said it before, my family has been in vegetable cultivation, and I am well aware of the effects vegetables can have. With 20 years of experience in vegetable cultivation, I have never encountered such technology. Moreover, I've looked into it. The owner of Long Yuan Agricultural Company Limited is not even an official entity but a private industry. Those in the know understand. Doge, so it all boils down to capital production. If it were a state-owned enterprise, there would be no issue. But as a private enterprise Doge, additionally, the Group's leader's information is entirely untraceable. My own enterprise clearly states who the legal person is and the distribution of shareholders. Those with ulterior motives are clear to themselves. The 500,000 blinked in surprise, sensing something odd, yet, it seemed there was no significant problem, until the bot company informed them that the post had been reported and subsequently flagged. The 500,000? Seeing this, they noticed a new trending topic emerging. Are they truly taking people for fools? The Doge, I'm dying of laughter. Which fool posted this? I've already reported it, and the comments section is filled with bots. I also did my part. I must admit, that post was rather adept at stirring the pot. Had it not been backed by official endorsement, any new phenomenon might have genuinely incited netizens to destroy this product. Yet, how could Dear State ever harm them? Besides, do they not know the quality of the product themselves? How could they be swayed by mere words? Citizens of Long Country unconditionally trust Dear State. Surely they wouldn't be oblivious to this, would they? Doge, it's entirely possible, especially since foreign entities are eyeing our good fortune. Doge, there have been several heartfelt and genuine comments in agreement. And the information has been obtained. It pertains to executives and owners from major food companies. The figure of 500,000 has caused a stir among unscrupulous merchants who are covertly attempting to tarnish the reputation of the miraculous fruit. They may not fully grasp the significance of this sum, yet they instinctively sense it bodes ill. They have sent clandestine communications to foreign entities, planning to weather the storm. However, upon opening their doors, they find themselves apprehended. Greetings, we are from the Dragon Nation Security Bureau. You are currently under suspicion for inciting public sentiment and deliberately endangering national security, as well as colluding with foreign forces. You are hereby arrested in accordance with the law. The 500,000 has been uprooted, along with a substantial number of accomplices. Furthermore, those who stealthily engaged in defaming the miraculous fruit have also been detained and fined on charges of jeopardizing cybersecurity. In due course, the state revised the food safety law, which now mandates that no food may contain any additives harmful to human health, including but not limited to non-lethal yet hazardous substances. With the exception of certain solid agents that must be included in fast food, nearly all additives are now illegal. The enactment of this safety law has sent shockwaves through domestic food companies. The Food Bureau has also initiated a comprehensive nationwide food quality inspection, covering various categories including but not limited to fresh meats, vegetables, fast foods, and snacks. The merchants involved in the covert defamation of the miraculous fruit have become primary targets for scrutiny, inciting animosity from all food companies, storefronts, and individual producers. One might wonder why they would provoke such a phenomenon. Are they unaware of its immense popularity and acclaim, particularly among meat production companies? This calamity should not have implicated them in the first place. As regardless of how one consumes fruits or vegetables, meat remains a staple. Their frozen, synthetic, and water-injected meats still have a robust market, and now, however, they face collective ruin. The online community has erupted in applause, rallying for stringent food safety checks. In my past, I would don a toxic sanitary napkin each morning, wear ill-fitting garments purchased online, indulge in domestic trendy takeout for lunch, utilize disposable utensils made from patient urine bags, sip on milk tea concocted with saccharin after meals, and then consume food fried in gutter oil for dinner, retiring to a bed covered with a shoddy comforter at night. Now, I am finally free from toxic food. It is truly arduous for the people of the Dragon Nation. This brings a lump to my throat. Since food safety issues are being rigorously inspected, I support similar scrutiny across all industries to safeguard national security. Other merchants tremble in fear if even the most challenging food safety concerns can be systematically unraveled by the state. What hope do they have for survival? In just a few days, the nation has been thrown into turmoil. Various industries, taking advantage of the government's focus on food, have been discreetly self-inspecting and hastily altering production data overnight. Isn't it simply a matter of using quality raw materials? Isn't it merely about ensuring accurate measurements? These are fundamentally straightforward matters that could be resolved with minimal loss. It is far preferable to face a minor financial setback than to be ordered to cease operations and rectify issues by the government, which would incur substantial losses. They are gripped by fear as the Dragon Nation embarks on sweeping reforms. This marks one of the most significant upheavals in a century since the founding of the nation. The populace is filled with jubilation, even their steps to work become lighter. This grand economic reform would later be referred to as the last transformation of the old world, as shortly thereafter the world would undergo a complete upheaval. Speaking of which, upon learning of the Dragon Nation's reform movement and the capture of another batch of hidden spies, foreign forces ground their teeth in frustration. In the presidential office of the beautiful empire, President Sakura sits at the far end of the round table, his expression darkened. A baka. The people of the Dragon Nation employ insidious tactics. His carefully nurtured spies have been completely uprooted. President Ming, in a similarly distorted state of mind, curses, why must the rabble of his own nation torment him daily, while the Dragon Nation remains so united in their trust of their government? These despicable thieves should be eradicated. Their spies have also been thoroughly eliminated. Although the beautiful nation's president is equally displeased, he maintains a semblance of composure, while some of their agents embedded in the Dragon Nation have also been exposed. The people of the beautiful nation are astute. These agents are Dragon Nation citizens raised from childhood by the beautiful nation, utilized to undermine their own kin. Even if captured, the beautiful nation would not mourn their loss too deeply. President Eagle's gaze darkens. Among the four nations, his losses are the least significant, having placed only a few agents in the Dragon Nation, yet, the ongoing grand actions by the Dragon Nation have begun to make him uneasy. In truth, Eagle Nation has maintained a somewhat neutral stance towards the Dragon Nation. However, they did not anticipate that the Dragon Nation would seize the opportunity to benefit from such a magnificent invention, only to establish independence for their own gain. It is ironic that the Dragon Nation speaks daily of equality, peace, and caring for neighboring small nations while exhibiting such hypocrisy. President Eagle casts a glance at the leader sitting at the head of the round table, contemplating that if the Dragon Nation continues to develop in this manner, they may soon find themselves in a situation reminiscent of the past. At this, all faces are marked with apprehension and indignation. Cursed Dragon Nation, they appear to be favored by the heavens, boasting an ancient and rich culture, occupying the largest territory in the world, mastering a myriad of intricate skills, and blessed with beauty and abundance. Thousands of years ago, they ruled the world. Were it not for the foolish decisions of the Dragon Nation's emperor, they would not have been afforded the opportunity to breathe and develop, nor would there have been a chance for the Eight-Nation Alliance to invade and trample upon them. They have harbored resentment towards the Dragon Nation for far too long, mocking and humiliating its people during their glorious years, repaying the grievances they once suffered. They believed the Dragon Nation would be reduced to servitude. Yet to their astonishment, the oppressed Dragon Nation, armed with nothing more than straw sandals and tattered clothing, managed to drive the invaders from their land. To prevent the resurgence of the Dragon Nation over the past few decades, they have maintained a vigilant stance, ensuring that the Dragon people learn not even a modicum of technology or knowledge. Yet, under such stringent scrutiny, the Dragon Nation has developed its own aircraft, constructed aircraft carriers, launched satellites, missiles, and even nuclear weapons that instill fear in all empires. To this day, they remain perplexed as to how the Dragon people have acquired such knowledge despite their best efforts to obstruct them. In the following 2 decades, the Dragon Nation has soared to unprecedented heights, rapidly advancing its economy to rival the foremost power. With national strength unparalleled today, the Dragon Nation possesses the capacity to stand toe-to-toe with the beautiful nation. One can only imagine that with the miraculous fruit in their possession, should the Dragon Nation be granted another decade, will there still be a place for them at this round table? This is a vision none wish to witness. Or perhaps it is one that fills them with dread. Finally, the beautiful nation's president has spoken. We must compel the Dragon people to share the technology behind the miraculous fruit with us. Should the Dragon Nation seek to hoard this global treasure, we shall resort to nuclear threats. The president's words instill a surge of confidence among the leaders present. The Dragon Nation must comply. For they cannot withstand the pressure from the United Nations. At this moment, the online discourse is rife with public sentiment. Damn, while our own failures are regrettable, the success of the Dragon Nation fills me with anxiety. How can they be so united? Initially, they believed the Dragon people would experience minor internal strife. I must admit, in this regard, the women of the Ming Empire could learn from the Dragon Nation. Your demands are excessive. The Dragon people believe in their nation and their leaders. Our president is merely a puppet of the affluent. Even so, this does not obscure the fact that the Dragon people have appropriated our culture, our holidays, and even our miraculous fruit. Enough, I say. Does our Ming Empire possess fruits? Let us cease this self-deception. I too wish to be a dragon person and partake in the miraculous fruit. Useless president of the Ming Empire. Were you to possess even a fraction of the dragon president's capabilities, I would not be forced to hurl vegetable scraps at you daily. The shifting sentiments among netizens on the Ming Empire's social media have become iconic, oscillating between cursing the dragon people, envying them, and desiring to become one of them. On Sakura's network, the citizens all express envy. The Sakura nation similarly suffers from scarcity of resources. Their culinary offerings consist only of salmon, tempura, the feces of young maidens flavored with strawberries, and mouthwash. Thus, the citizens of Sakura often exhibit peculiar physiques, both slender and diminutive. In the past, I always feigned strength, but in this moment, I confess, I yearn to taste the miraculous fruit of the Dragon Nation. On Eagle America's network, why is it that even the yellow-skinned dragon people can invent such miraculous fruits, while we, the noble whites, cannot? I hope that we in the Eagle America region can also savor the miraculous fruit, even if it must be taken by force. The unified chorus of demands from the foreign populace reveals their fervent desire and covetousness for the Dragon Nation's miraculous fruit. In the following days, unusual activities frequently occur along the Dragon Nation's borders. First, naval patrols in the Dragon American maritime boundary encounter sea bandits, followed by an airstrike on the Air Force flying along a normal route by the beautiful nation. Fortunately, the pilot remains composed, sustaining injuries but no fatalities. The beautiful nation feigns ignorance, claiming they mistook the aircraft for an enemy attack. Additionally, exports and trade experience frequent friction, with the subordinate nations of Sakura and Ming subtly instigating trouble to irritate the dragon people, prompting considerable ire among the latter. It is during this time that nations such as Sakura, Ming, and Eagle convene an international conference under the guise of the United Nations. Faced with this apparent trap, the Dragon Nation does not shy away. Following a fierce exchange of rhetoric, the foreign forces reveal their true intentions. I believe that the miraculous fruit is a treasure belonging to the entire world. Yet the people of the Dragon Nation have claimed it as their own, thereby undermining the amicable agreements among nations. If the people of the Dragon Nation intend to breach these contracts, I suppose there is no longer any necessity for us to coexist peacefully. The previous tensions were merely the pressures exerted on the Dragon Nation by various countries. The meeting was broadcasted live in its entirety. This marked the first in-depth discussion between the Dragon Nation and the Beautiful Nation in nearly a decade. This meeting holds significant implications for the shifting dynamics of global affairs. Will the Dragon Nation remain submissive to the Beautiful Nation's threats as before, or will it manage to turn the tables? Most believe that the Dragon Nation will once again comply obediently. This is a stereotype that has penetrated deeply into the consciousness over the past century. The Beautiful Nation is the dominant power. Despite the Dragon Nation's increasing capabilities over the past 10 years and the growing support from smaller nations, no one believes that the Dragon Nation could confront the Beautiful Nation directly. The Dragon Nation's leaders, smiling knowingly at the avaricious president of the Beautiful Nation, understand that the miraculous fruit is indeed a global treasure, yet it is also a product of their own cultivation. What does this mean? President Brian of the Beautiful Nation, enraged, questions whether the Dragon Nation truly intends to monopolize the miraculous fruit. The Dragon Elder shakes his head, insisting that is not the case. They are willing to export the miraculous fruit and vegetables, but customs fees must be waived by all nations. What nonsense is this, selling to their countries for profit while expecting them to forego tariffs? Have the people of the Dragon Nation lost their minds? The elder squints, questioning how this could be so, considering it was precisely how they had operated in the past. The Beautiful Nation adamantly disagrees and demands the Dragon Nation surrender their cultivation technology. The elder sighs, conceding as for foreign forces, is that all? They have already devised their strategies of coercion and temptation, yet they so easily acquiesce. The elder instructs his secretary to play a video. The footage begins in a lush, serene mountainous region. The camera zooms in on a vast plantation marked as the Dragon Source agricultural base. As the camera glides closer, one sees a group of young individuals clad in short-sleeved shirts, joyously operating modern machinery to effortlessly till the soil. They observe seeds cascading down from above. Following this, modern irrigation systems spring into action. An astonishing scene unfolds. The seeds rapidly break through the soil, taking root and sprouting leaves. This spectacle causes the previously impatient leaders, who expected yet another historical presentation on agriculture, to widen their eyes in disbelief. Even the once boisterous comments in the live broadcast have fallen silent. Is this growth rate for real? Yet, the accompanying audio from the soldiers shows no signs of acceleration or editing. This is authentic footage. In the video, the tender shoots continue to grow at an astonishing pace. The small green shoots unfurl, visibly transforming into robust vines. Soon, golden buds bloom on these vines, producing an array of miraculous fruits, vegetables, flowers, and mushrooms. The bellflowers emit enchanting melodies, while the golden buds radiate a luminescent glow at night. Such a breathtaking and dreamlike sight has never been witnessed before. The audience, including those from the Eagle Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Great Underworld Nation, cannot fathom the implications. They refuse to acknowledge the existence of divine powers in the Dragon Nation. However, those who had previously insulted the people of the Dragon Nation have discreetly deleted their derogatory posts, shifting to trending topics such as descendants of dragons and miraculous seeds. Many individuals from the Dragon Nation receive messages from international friends, all asking the same question: do you people truly possess magical abilities? Is the zombie film you made real? The people of the Dragon Nation, no, they do not possess such abilities. They too are bewildered. It appears the notion of the Dragon Nation's magical prowess can no longer be concealed abroad, yet, at this moment, every citizen of the Dragon Nation feels an unparalleled sense of pride and honor. Their nation is indeed remarkable and powerful. Did you not observe the expressions of those leaders, who typically look down upon the Dragon Nation as if they had seen a ghost? The elder pauses the video, seemingly oblivious to the frozen expressions of the leaders, and calmly states that it is not that he is unwilling to share. The implication is clear: even if he were to disclose this information, they would still be incapable of replicating it. The faces of the leaders shift from pale to green, then to red, as their shock reaches new heights. However, hearing the elders' words, their obstinacy prevents them from losing face during an international live broadcast. The leaders of the Cherry Blossom Nation and Eagle Nation consider kneeling in submission. The Dragon Nation is willing to export, yet they cannot leave empty-handed, especially since the majority of the fruits and vegetables in their countries are imported from the Dragon Nation. The beautiful nation's president, with his neck stiffened, insists that their vast lands and sparse population make them more suited for cultivation than the Dragon Nation. There is no reason for the Dragon Nation to succeed where they cannot. The elder smirks in triumph, declaring that he is willing to generously offer the seeds and provide technical guidance. Everyone is watching. If they cannot succeed in growing them, it will not be the fault of the Dragon Nation. Thus, a lively meeting that garnered global attention concludes, with the beautiful nation walking away with merely a packet of seeds. The broadcast ends in a rather subdued manner for the United Nations. Yet the video presented by the Dragon Nation has gone viral worldwide. The topic Dragon Nation has magic has surged in popularity and continues to evoke discussions across various countries. Almost every foreign viewer who witnessed the United Nations video exclaims, "Oh my God!" Meanwhile, citizens of previously unfriendly smaller nations are now gesturing apologies. Back home, the excitement is palpable. The official accounts of the central government, Dragon Source Agricultural Company, and Dragon Source flagship store are overwhelmed with mentions. And the comments sections are filled with and shocking.jpg. No one told me. Dear netizens, please tell me if you have secretly been cultivating immortality without me, so I can give up. 1. After watching the video, I really can't believe no one is cultivating immortality. I had said it before, there are indeed immortals in this world. 20 years ago, during a tremendous lightning storm, I saw a figure in the clouds. He looked down at me and said, "VI-50, listen to my immortality plan." Enough, the comments are becoming abstract. Central government, mother, I only listen to you. The video is indeed astonishing, and I wish to see it again. Many netizens echo this sentiment, seeking recorded versions. Although the government has not responded to the more abstract comments about immortality, they have uploaded the process of cultivating the miraculous fruit, albeit omitting the presence of the system. The footage showcases twisting vines and enormous flowers reminiscent of a fairy tale forest. With the detailed video, netizens quickly deduce the location of the cultivation base depicted in the footage. It is at Luoying Mountain in D-City Province. Why Luoying Mountain? Isn't that my hometown D-City? If the government has made the plantation public, might they open it for tours? It's so beautiful and wondrous. I truly wish to visit up close. Yet, the government remains firm in its stance. Opening is simply not feasible. Although the miraculous plants have been disclosed, the secrets of Long Yuan and the system remain state secrets, regardless of speculation from various quarters. No one would guess the existence of the system. Naturally, netizens are merely voicing their opinions. The government's refusal to open the plantation is easily understandable, so the attention of netizens swiftly shifts to other matters. For instance, the wind bellflower that can sing in the video, why hasn't it been listed yet? Soon, someone reacted, so the rumors about the haunted falling petal mountain from a while back. Could it be related to this? What was that initial fright all about? Consider yourself unlucky. This stands in stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom. The beautiful nation hurriedly followed the steps shown in the Dragon Kingdom's video. Beginning to till the soil and sow seeds, however, the scene of seeds sprouting immediately upon touching the ground, as depicted in the Dragon Kingdom's video, did not occur. The seeds in the ground remained utterly still. The president of the beautiful nation promptly called the Dragon Kingdom. The chief diplomat chuckled, suggesting it might be a case of acclimatization. Perhaps you should wait a couple of days, the president of the beautiful nation. 2 days later, the seeds still showed no signs of activity. At this point, the president of the beautiful nation was quite irate, questioning whether the Dragon Kingdom had given them counterfeit seeds. The diplomat replied, "If the people are inept, don't blame the soil. All the seeds were recorded on video, harvested from miraculous plants. We managed to cultivate them, so why can't you? Calm down, dear President." After 7 days, the president of the beautiful nation received a report from botanists stating, "Mr. President, all the seeds provided by the Dragon Kingdom have perished." The president of the beautiful nation exclaimed, "This is utterly preposterous." He was determined to impose economic and military sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. At the round table, the presidents of the 3 nations desperately tried to restrain him, urging him to remain calm. You secretly detained the Dragon Kingdom's navy last time, yet they managed to evade capture. It was clearly a sneak attack, yet the soldiers of the beautiful nation were surprisingly overpowered by the unarmed and unprepared Dragon Kingdom's navy. The Dragon Kingdom is not to be trifled with. The series of defeats drove President Brian of the beautiful nation into a frenzy. He paced incessantly in the conference room. "Damn it, those damned Dragon Kingdom folks. I wonder what kind of luck they've been riding lately. You useless fools, what are you good for other than dragging me down?" The 3 presidents, "No, when the Dragon Kingdom offered to sell to us. You should have accepted. Now it's a different story. The Dragon Kingdom holds the initiative. They made their technology public, provided the seeds, and can now stand on a moral high ground to criticize us. Attempting to morally bind the Dragon Kingdom government is completely futile. Do you truly believe a conflict could arise? That is impossible. The beautiful nation possesses nuclear weapons, and so does the Dragon Kingdom. All we can do is engage in idle threats and intimidation. So, what do you propose, little Sakura? Why don't we simply purchase finished products directly from the Dragon Kingdom?" Brian, no matter how furious he was, he could not allow the Dragon Kingdom to monopolize the miraculous fruit. Thus, after stubbornly resisting for half a month, the beautiful nation sheepishly approached the Dragon Kingdom to discuss importing the miraculous fruit. This time, the Dragon Kingdom demanded not only a waiver on tariffs but also a total of 10 billion in patent fees and import costs from the beautiful nation and other countries. After all, don't they consider themselves a developed nation? The diplomats felt no guilt in making a hefty profit to its merely a small sum. Long Yuan gave a thumbs up, truly deserving of our father. Backed by a whole think tank, when it comes to tactics, no one can outmaneuver the Dragon Kingdom. Those nations suffer year after year, like cockroaches that refuse to die. Long Yuan felt deeply moved. She never expected that merely stepping away for 3 months would lead to more events than the past decade. The series of resources brought back by Long Yuan became the Dragon Kingdom's greatest source of confidence. The miraculous fruit has already been put to practical use. Significant breakthroughs have also been made regarding mechanical arms and zombie crystal cores. Old Su discovered that the zombie crystal cores contain immense energy. And the energy within the zombie crystal cores has a compatibility rate of over 90 with the residual energy of the mechanical arms. This energy can be harnessed for the mechanical arms. Old Su conducted further research. A small piece of a level 1 zombie crystal core can power a mechanical arm to operate continuously for 2 months without rest. This is astonishing. 2 months ago, the border navy was attacked, but it was the dual usage of mechanical arms and lily fruit that led to a counterattack against the soldiers of the beautiful nation. Although the production of mechanical arms is complex, It has been overcome by the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the issue of energy supply remains a significant challenge. Long Yuan smiled. 111 has already been upgraded, and if all goes well, reaching level 3 of the system should allow me to return to the past dimension. Everyone's eyes lit up. 85. Does the Yi family want to become vendors of miraculous fruit? However, all must await the completion of 111's upgrade. After the meeting concluded, Long Yuan, having rolled through 3 rounds in the cultivation world, finally had the opportunity to indulge in leisure and rest for a while. Seizing the chance to take a break, Long Yuan planned to return home. This time, she did not bring along Zhou Zhu and the others. Zhou Zhu and the others were not able to rest like Long Yuan. There was a mountain of tasks at the base. The most pressing matter was screening the soldiers and military personnel at the base to test their spiritual roots. Foreign forces are rampant. Over the years, they have infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom with around 500,000 operatives. Even though a large number were recently exposed due to the Dragon Kingdom's significant actions, many high-level agents remain hidden in various sectors of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Long stated that even the base and central high-level might harbor spies. Therefore, only a select few, those who have risked their lives for the nation and are confirmed to be beyond suspicion, were aware of Long Yuan's matters. Thus, the screening at the base was conducted with considerable seriousness and gravity. Long Yuan sat in the car. The driver was a chubby fellow. Long Yuan asked him to roll down the window. The city was bustling with traffic, thrumming with life and festivity, and the car could only move slowly. During this time, the Dragon Kingdom had introduced many new policies and laws. Alongside significant actions of the car halted at a traffic light, and Long Yuan could even hear passers-by discussing these topics, especially the miraculous fruits and vegetables. And now, major supermarkets had begun stocking them, meaning miraculous fruits and vegetables had entered the daily lives of the people. Moreover, the prices of miraculous fruits and vegetables had dropped significantly. Though they were still pricier than ordinary fruits and vegetables, nevertheless, some ordinary folks could occasionally afford to buy them to try and improve their health. A group of female students were chatting, likely having saved several days' worth of living expenses, chattering excitedly about going to buy miraculous fruits. They were exclaiming how delicious they were, far surpassing ordinary fruits. They wondered how the nation had managed to invent them. I will forever wave the flag for my country. Stop talking, let us hurry, or the supermarket will sell out, and we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Such occurrences took place in every corner. Long Yuan felt warmth in her heart. After acquiring the system, she had truly and tangibly altered a certain aspect of the nation's reality. The red light soon turned green. The car accelerated away. Long Yuan rolled up the window, but the chubby driver suddenly glanced in the rearview mirror. Sister Yuan, I think I just saw that guy from last time. The guy from last time? Who? At that moment, Zhao Yiming was on the phone with the chattering Yi Yuning, and a fleeting figure caught his eye, appearing somewhat familiar. Why? Yi Yuning's spoiled voice came through. Honestly, what kind of ridiculous supermarket doesn't offer home delivery? They claim the miraculous fruits and vegetables are in short supply and only serve in-person customers first. The Yi family had already received news from Professor Lin when the miraculous fruits were listed in the online store. Professor Lin, Zhao Yiming's mentor, spoke with excitement, saying that this batch of miraculous fruits, along with the previously released special medicines and restorative liquids, was all crafted by the same individual, whether it be the special medicines, restorative liquids, or the newly emerged miraculous fruits. This person is undoubtedly extraordinary. She might possess even better products. If only I knew who this person was. Professor Lin sighed. He was already 67 this year. Surely she must have even more restorative liquids and special medicines, perhaps even something superior to the restorative liquids. The Yi family felt a surge of ambition. If previously they had doubts about the restorative liquids and special medicines they had never seen, now that they had witnessed the miraculous fruits with their own eyes, it was enough to ignite their inner greed. If the Yi family could become the vendors of miraculous fruits and vegetables, the unimaginable wealth that would come their way. Furthermore, the other party also possessed special medicines and restorative liquids, both of which had yet to hit the market. If they could secure the first authorization, they could monopolize the pharmaceutical industry. The Yi family would no longer be confined to Q City but could surge towards the capital, aiming for national prominence. At that point, they would no longer need to grovel before Professor Lin for favors. Merely to align with the powers in the capital, the Yi family had begun to devise plans. They had inquired for so long but had no leads, and now, they still needed Professor Lin's influence. So they naturally wouldn't sever ties with him. Since Professor Lin could uncover so many details, perhaps he could help them find that miraculous research institute. Indeed, no one believed this could be achieved by a single individual's effort. It was evident that this was the work of an organization. Professor Lin listened to their words deep in thought. He indeed knew some insider information, unfortunately, while he had some influence in the capital, it was limited, and the reach of that power couldn't extend here for now. Furthermore, this matter was also related to the government and higher authorities. Prying too forcefully would only attract unwanted attention. The Yi family was a leading force in the business world of Q City, and importantly, Ye's mother had connections in the political realm. They might indeed prove useful. Professor Lin's health was deteriorating. The energy from the miraculous fruits was too weak. It was merely a temporary remedy for him. He urgently needed restorative liquids. Alternatively, he could purchase more valuable medicines from the other party. Professor Lin pondered for a moment and said, Ms. Yi, I shall speak plainly. This matter is intertwined with both the military and political affairs of your esteemed Q City. You might inquire within your circles. If you can indeed procure the rejuvenation serum or even superior pharmaceuticals for me. Not only will your son-in-law graduate smoothly, but I, Lin, will also owe your Yi family a favor. Ms.Ye was elated, regardless of the outcome of the business venture, as long as she could secure a vial of the rejuvenation serum. She would garner the goodwill of this venerable professor. For the Yi family, it was a venture with nothing to lose and everything to gain. Ms.Ye promptly returned to the municipal bureau, leveraging her connections and finances to gather information about the miraculous fruit. Unfortunately, her influence within the municipal bureau was limited, and she had yet to uncover the emergence of Longyuan Agricultural Limited Group, which had claimed ownership that was not under state jurisdiction. This indicated that someone had already made a preemptive move, obtaining the patent and sales rights for the extraordinary fruit. This revelation incensed Mr. Yi. In Q City, no one had the audacity to usurp his business. He vowed to locate this person. When Ms.Ye inquired about what they would do upon finding him, Mr.Ye replied, Of course, we shall seek cooperation. Is it possible for a mere local figure in Q City to contend with him? The populace would surely rally against him. Ms. Yi continued her inquiries, this time targeting Longyuan Agricultural Company. This time, she managed to extract some information. It was a minor leader within the Agricultural Bureau. I only know that this project is state-supported. Rather than inquiring here, you might as well approach the company directly. The informant provided Ms.Ye with an address. To her astonishment, she discovered that a grand building had been erected on the outer ring of Q City, an entire edifice belonging to Longyuan Group. While the Yi family's company barely occupied a few floors. Ms.Ye felt a twinge of envy. Together, she and Mr.Ye decided to meet the CEO of this conglomerate. Initially, they maintained a sense of pride. After all, despite Longyuan Group's current success, it was still a newcomer in the business realm. One ought to extend some courtesy to I in the world of commerce. Lacking such emotional intelligence would render one unfit for business. However, as they approached the company building, they were abruptly halted by two armed guards. What is your purpose here, Mr. and Mrs.Ye exclaimed in shock. They quickly raised their hands in a gesture of peace, explaining, It's a misunderstanding, we are good people, merely here to discuss business. The guards aimed their firearms at them, declaring, No appointment, no entry. Absurdity. The building housed numerous confidential matters. The higher-ups have decreed that without an appointment or a pass, all must be turned away. Mr. and Mrs.Ye nodded repeatedly. All right, we will leave. As they exited the premises, their faces remained pale, shaken by the encounter. The distinction between real firearms and replicas is unmistakable. The sensation of having a genuine gun pointed at one's head invokes sheer terror. Mr. and Mrs.Ye were profoundly astonished. Although Longyuan Group had ties to the state, it was ultimately a private enterprise. After all, it was merely a miraculous fruit that had already been made public. Why then was there such a stringent armed presence guarding it? Could it be that what lay within was even more precious than the miraculous fruit? What kind of company was this? They hurried home haunted by nightmares for several nights, yet, the immense potential profits led them to attempt dialing the contact number listed on Longyuan Group's official website to arrange a meeting. However, either no one answered, or if they did, the response was a flat refusal. The more obstacles they encountered, the more determined the Yi couple became. Meanwhile, none of this affected the pampered Yi Yuning. She remained blissfully unaware of any business dealings or aspirations for advancement. All she knew was that the miraculous fruit was delectable and had astonishing effects. Her skin had been somewhat dull, relying on makeup to enhance her complexion. Since consuming the bai fruit, she had transformed, radiating beauty akin to that of a Caucasian. However, the effects of the bai fruit were not permanent, necessitating her frequent purchases of various miraculous fruits to maintain her allure. Today, serendipitously, all the household servants were preoccupied, prompting Yi Yuning to think of her boyfriend Zhao Yiming, whom she had neglected for several days. After all, he was merely busy writing papers at school and had little else to do. He would be perfect for running errands. Zhao Yiming felt elated upon receiving Yi Yuning's call. His circumstances had been rather bleak in recent months, ever since his fainting episode caused by an inexplicable monster encounter with Long Yuan. He had been in a state of distress. Upon regaining consciousness, he had frantically screamed about monsters, yet no one believed him, attributing his claims to memory distortion. Over time, Zhao Yiming ceased speaking about it. But his inner turmoil and self-doubt grew. His academic performance, already subpar, had further deteriorated, leading to daily reprimands from his instructors. Zhao Yiming was tormented, after 3 arduous years of study, sacrificing his girlfriend for a degree. It now seemed imminent that he might lose it all. Under immense pressure, he recalled the goodness of Long Yuan, realizing he should not have pursued postgraduate studies to avoid such stress. He also reminisced about the radiant beauty of Long Yuan during their last encounter. She had appeared to him as if reborn. Zhao Yiming found himself dreaming of her. He began attempting to contact Long Yuan, sending messages, but she had long since blocked and deleted him, leaving him with nothing but the perpetual red exclamation mark of rejection. He initially assumed Yi Yuning was calling to discuss Professor Lin's matters. Believing that if the professor were willing to ease his standards, his graduation would be assured. However, Yi Yuning's request was simply for him to assist in procuring miraculous fruits. Zhao Yiming's frustration finally erupted. "You called me just to run errands?" Yi Yuning was no pushover. She was taken aback for a moment but quickly retorted. "Zhao Yiming, who do you think you are? You are my boyfriend. Is helping me with a trivial task too much to ask? How did I ever fall for someone like you?" Zhao Yiming hung up in anger. Here we go again. Did he have some sort of inferiority complex? Had Yi Yuning ever shown him any respect? Zhao Yiming's thoughts drifted back to Long Yuan. When they were together, she had always been so accommodating, caring, and gentle, especially just now, when he spotted Long Yuan sitting in a BMW, she appeared even more beautiful and regal. Zhao Yiming once again took out his phone and messaged Long Yuan. "I realize my mistakes, please come back. Let us get back together. I believe you are far superior. Yi Yuning is nothing but a willful heiress." Zhao Yiming clutched his head in anguish. "Why did you block me, Long Yuan? We just broke up not long ago. How could you be so heartless? If you treat me unkindly, don't blame me for being unjust." Unbeknownst to Long Yuan, after having blocked and deleted him, this insufferable man was sending her such nauseating messages. Had she known, she might have unleashed the mutated tree upon him once more. Yi Residence. An upscale villa district. Zhao Yiming noticed that the long-vacant standalone villa was undergoing renovations. After inquiring with the Yi family's staff, he learned that the owner was preparing to move in. Necessitating the updates, Zhao Yiming felt a pang of envy. If only he had been born into wealth. Adopting a composed demeanor, Zhao Yiming entered the Yi household. Upon seeing him, Yi Yuning immediately scowled. Zhao Yiming quickly handed her the miraculous fruits he had purchased. "Baby, it wasn't intentional. I was just overwhelmed with end-of-term pressure." Yi Yuning accepted the fruits, her expression softening. "But you still can't be rude to me." Zhao Yiming kissed her gently. "Actually, I must confess, it's not just because of the end-of-term stress. It's because Long Yuan has been pestering me again." "Long Yuan, your ex-girlfriend, isn't she terminally ill? How is she still alive?" Zhao Yiming embraced her. "Perhaps she was just pretending to be sick to manipulate me." "My dear," Yi Yuning was furious, "that wretched woman, she hasn't dared to steal from me yet. I'll send someone to teach her a lesson." Zhao Yiming's expression darkened. "Don't blame Yuan, it's your own fickleness that led to this." Zhao Yiming provided Yi Yuning with Long Yuan's home address, seemingly offering comfort while actually stoking the flames. "Just don't go too hard on her. After all, she is my ex-girlfriend." Yi Yuning predictably became even angrier. Long Yuan remained blissfully unaware that trouble was headed her way. As she navigated through the bustling city, her journey quickened. Upon arriving home just as dusk settled, she was greeted by the sight of another new luxurious vehicle. The villagers of Xiago were astonished to see Long Yuan emerge once more. "Yuanzi," they murmured, "what on earth does Long Yuan do for a living? She returns every few days. Each time in a different car. Is she truly just a mere civil servant?" The villagers of Xiago were envious. "Yuanzi, your career is truly flourishing. In a few months, our entire village might depend on you." The village was rife with intricate familial ties. For instance, the woman speaking to Long Yuan was someone she referred to as fifth sister-in-law, a distant relative by ancestral connection. Thus, throughout her life, Long Yuan Yuan had endured these barbed remarks with a mix of defiance and silence. Long Yuan Yuan gently smiled at fifth sister-in-law. "You're still so concerned about me. I heard your eldest nephew has also started working. Is he earning over 10,000 now? Has he bought a car, found a girlfriend?" Fifth sister-in-law scoffed, her tone sharp. "Whoa, how impressive. You asked just a couple of questions and already you're talking back to your elders." Long Yuan Yuan, fifth sister-in-law, "You are misinterpreting my intentions. I am merely expressing concern for you." Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of onlookers, Long Yuan Yuan and the portly fellow made their way into their humble abode. Fifth sister muttered under her breath, questioning the wisdom of choosing such an unattractive and corpulent man despite their newfound wealth. The portly fellow, Long father and Long mother were overjoyed. In the past, Long Yuan Yuan seldom returned home, but now she had graced them with her presence twice within a mere 6 months. "Have you eaten?" Long father inquired, as a meal was being prepared at home. He glanced at the portly fellow, feeling somewhat remiss in his hospitality. The portly fellow quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Uncle, your cooking is absolutely delectable. How could I possibly feel neglected? I still reminisce about the last time I had your food." His flattery brought a smile to Long father's face. The group settled down for a meal, during which Long Yuan Yuan revealed the purpose of her visit. Ever since consuming the restorative elixir, Long father and Long mother had experienced a remarkable improvement in health. Enjoying their meals and sleeping soundly, brimming with vitality, Long mother approached with tiny steps. "Yuan Yuan, is it true? Can it really cure your uncle?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Long father, aware of the confidential nature of Long Yuan Yuan's work, reassured her. "What could possibly go wrong? This is a gift from the state." Relieved, Long mother relaxed. The portly fellow, brimming with curiosity, was aware that Long Yuan Yuan had returned from the realm of cultivation, possessing skill superior to his own. And he knew she had brought back an abundance of elixirs, including a few that had been handed over to higher authorities. Rumor had it that the third-grade Peiyuan Dan and the Rejuvenation Dan could fortify the human essence and restore youth. Elder Su was diligently researching these potions, and the government was in the process of compiling a list of national heroes who had made significant contributions, some of whom were even involved in major national projects. Serving as the backbone of the country, each of these individuals was soon to be allocated an elixir. The portly fellow, though aware of Long Yuan Yuan's adventures in the cultivation realm, had yet to witness the effects firsthand. His curiosity was piqued. Just as Long Yuan Yuan was about to demonstrate the elixirs, he was determined to witness the magic for himself, reminiscent of the enchanting tales found in cultivation novels. Standing by the bed, his eyes wide with anticipation, Long Yuan Yuan found his enthusiasm amusing and made no effort to shoo him away from her pocket, or rather from her storage bracelet. She retrieved a Qingxin Dan, though its surface no longer gleamed with the pristine whiteness of its origin. It remained smooth and flawless, emanating a gentle fragrance. The others in the room, catching a whiff of the aroma, felt invigorated, as if clarity had dawned upon them. The portly fellow snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "What a marvelous treasure!" His envy peaked as he lamented, why was he not among those accompanying Yuan Yuan to the cultivation realm? This thought reached its zenith when he observed Long Uncle's previously vacant stare transform into one of vitality after consuming the Qingxin Dan. Long Mother's eyes glistened with tears. "Eldest brother, how do you feel?" Long Uncle, gazing at the concerned faces surrounding him, felt his own eyes moisten. "Mother, I feel fine." For years, Long Uncle had existed in a fog, often struggling to comprehend the words of others, his own speech and actions feeling beyond his control, as if encased in cotton. After ingesting Long Yuan Yuan's elixir, a pure essence surged through him, clearing the haze and illuminating his mind. Seeing Long Uncle's newfound clarity and ease of speech, Long Mother grasped Long Yuan Yuan's hand tightly. "Wonderful, simply wonderful." She and her husband had once basked in glory, only to witness their children pass away and their family gradually decline. She had resigned herself to the idea that life would remain bleak. Thanks to Yuan Yuan, however, hope had returned. Long Yuan Yuan felt a lump in her throat. Her grandmother had raised her while her parents worked far from home, and Long Uncle had always treated her with kindness. Though they had been impoverished in her youth, she had never truly suffered. She pressed her cheek against Long Mother's grandma. "Things will only get better from here." Before departing, Long Yuan Yuan transferred an additional sum of over 100,000 to Long Father. "Dad, I'm not in need of money right now. Please don't hesitate to use it." Since they were unwilling to move to the city, the house needed renovations. The villagers had built new homes, while the Long family still resided in a dilapidated old house from over a decade ago. Long Father's smile had not left his face since. Understood. Long Yuan Yuan also bestowed a Peiyuan Dan upon each of the three, a potion that could strengthen their foundation and prolong their lives. After witnessing them consume it, she produced a small porcelain vial. These are the medicines from recent years. Give one to anyone in need, but do not exceed the dosage, though they are low-grade elixirs. They are still third grade, one is already the limit. Overindulgence may be fatal. As for the rejuvenation Dan, she refrained from presenting it, fearing that a youthful long father and long mother might frighten the villagers. It would be best to wait until the matters of cultivation were made public. Feeling as robust as a 20-year-old, long father instantly recognized the value of the elixirs. He knew his wife's family would want a share. As they had continued to support the Long family over the years, Long Yuan's second uncle was closely connected to the family, and the bonds in the village were strong. Long father fell into deep contemplation. After bidding farewell to his family, Long Yuan boarded the bus back to the city. On the bus, the portly fellow frequently glanced back, which Long Yuan understood. This is a gathering spirit, Dan. It will help you condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Useful for your cultivation. The portly fellow's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Yuan. From now on, you shall be my only sister." How amusing! Since Long Yuan's return from the cultivation realm, he had taken to calling her sister. Their vehicle sped through the night, brushing past two other black cars. Meanwhile, at the Long family home in Xiago village, Long father was making a phone call to a close relative. Yes, Yuan is a civil servant, and the state has provided employee rewards and health products with remarkable efficacy. Alright, come by tomorrow to pick them up. He was preparing to send a couple of elixirs to his good friends in the village. Just then, the tranquil night of Xiago village was shattered by the roar of engines and a cacophony of barking dogs. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, and even in a small village, it was still too early for sleep. Households were gathered around their televisions, and the incessant barking prompted some to grumble. "Stupid dog, what are you barking at?" Some villagers donned their coats and ventured outside to investigate. In the village square, two expensive black cars had parked, and from them emerged a group of men clad in black suits and sunglasses, wielding baseball bats. "Who was Long Yuan?" one of them called out. "I will count to 3, step forward." This display startled the villagers. They were simple folk, unaccustomed to such intimidating encounters. These men exuded menace, resembling thugs from a film. Long father, mingling with the crowd, felt a jolt of confusion upon hearing his daughter's name. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward. "What do you want with Yuan?" The leader, sporting a scraggly beard and casually twirling his baseball bat, sized up Long father. "Who are you to her?" Long father, though alarmed, felt a surge of protectiveness. "I am her father," the man chuckled. "I'm not looking for her father. I'm here for Long Yuan. Call her out. We need to discuss something." Long father trembled. "My Yuan isn't home. Don't think about causing trouble." The man scoffed at Long father's frail appearance. "Old man, don't obstruct us. This is a matter ordered by the young lady. I'm too busy to deal with you." He raised his bat, preparing to strike Long father. The surrounding villagers gasped in shock, and a timid woman let out a scream. In that moment, Long father gripped the baseball bat firmly, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Get out! Leave our village at once!" The villagers were taken aback by his unexpected strength. "Stop this! You're looking for Yuan. She is not even here, right? Why bully an old man?" The leader pulled at the bat, but found it firmly in Long father's grasp. "What kind of strength does this old man possess?" he mused, feigning calm. "I'll just call our young lady." Zhao Yiming and Yi Yuning were deeply engrossed in their romantic moment when the call came in. Yi Yuning's tone was impatient. "What is it? Did you catch her? Is she willing to leave Q City?" The leader, known as a Biao, whispered, "Miss, we arrived at the address, but Long Yuan isn't at home. There is just an old man and a frail old woman." Before Yi Yuning could respond, Zhao Yiming interrupted. "She is not at home? Where could she possibly be? I gave her 20,000. That is hardly enough for treatment. I saw her driving an expensive car the other day. And she was at Yunlai restaurant last time. That wretched woman. She wouldn't have moved on to someone else already, would she? Oh, no wonder she blocked me." Yi Yuning was unimpressed. A Biao hesitantly asked, "Miss, should we still teach him a lesson?" Yi Yuning was uninterested. "If Long Yuan isn't here, who will you discipline?" "I have no interest in bullying the elderly." "Alright, in that case, return for now." Relieved, a Biao complied. Yes, then he turned to Long father. "Our young lady is feeling magnanimous. We won't make things difficult for you." Long father glared at him. "Are you still looking to trouble Yuan?" The villagers quickly restrained him. "Alas, my dear brother Long, if these individuals intend to depart, you ought to expedite their exit. After all, the world is vast, and it would take them quite some time to locate Yuanzi." Father Long found this reasoning quite sound. He released his grip, preparing to inform Long Yuan the moment this group took their leave. Long Yuan, however, would not see the news until the following morning. She hurriedly called Father Long back, but he cheerfully reassured her. Fear not, I am unharmed. Strangely enough, that young fellow, despite his intimidating appearance, possesses less strength than a mere tofu. Long Yuan sighed in relief, realizing that the effects of the Peiyuan pill had significantly enhanced her father's physical condition, rendering him remarkably robust and vigorous. After conversing with Father Long for a while, she insisted they must relocate to the city. What if that group returns? Father, please do not add to my worries. Father Long was persuaded, declaring that he could not be a burden to his children. The medication had been properly distributed to the appropriate individuals. By evening, the rotund fellow went to escort the 3 members of the Long family to the city. Their new residence was a standalone villa gifted to Long Yuan by Elder Su, equipped with excellent security, ensuring no troublesome visitors could disturb them. On the day the Long family was taken away, the villagers of Shogo discussed the situation fervently. What were those people up to last night? That girl Yuan surely did not engage in any unsavory activities, did she? Who knows? I've always thought Yuanzi was a bit restless and rarely engaged with others. I initially believed the daughter of Brother Joe had risen to prominence, and the Long family would soon flourish, but alas, it seems to have ended thus. Do you think something has gone awry with their ancestral grave? Truly, there seems to be an abundance of matters to discuss these days. Well, the child at least addresses you as aunt and sister-in-law, as our ancestors were indeed related. Why speak with such venom? Several women murmured quietly. They then turned to a man, inquiring, I heard Brother Longjo bestowed something upon your family before he left. What was it? The speaker was the second uncle of the Long family, closely connected with Long Yuan's household and often providing assistance to Grandma Long. Upon hearing this, he tightened his grip on the small porcelain bottle, replying, Oh, it's nothing, merely a health supplement. Their skepticism was palpable. They snatched it away to inspect its contents, discovering it was indeed medicine, resembling sweet candies. Their interest waned instantaneously. Long's second uncle, visibly irate, reclaimed the porcelain bottle, exclaiming, What are you doing? We were merely taking a look. Is that so wrong? We thought it might be something valuable. It appears the Long family remains as impoverished as before. Unbeknownst to Long Yuan, these discussions transpired. After concluding her call with Father Long, she was whisked away by Hua Xiangming and Yun Fei, who informed her that the first batch of candidates for ascension had been selected and preparations were underway for the spiritual root testing. Such an important ceremony undoubtedly warranted her presence. In front of the base administration square, a neatly arranged group of soldiers stood in formation. These individuals bore various ranks, from lowly privates to higher-ranking non-commissioned officers, all carefully chosen by Hua Xiangming for their exemplary service in recent days. It was assured that none among them were traitors or spies. The assembled soldiers were perplexed, for under normal circumstances, they would never find themselves standing together. The military camp and base maintained strict hierarchies, with clear distinctions between ranks. Officers were officers, and privates were privates. How could superiors and subordinates mingle? Yet, given General Hua's orders, they complied without question. Among these soldiers were a few non-commissioned officers who had been guarding Long Yuan at the safe house. They were privy to some insider knowledge, having witnessed firsthand the miraculous events surrounding Long Yuan's repeated traversals through time. At that moment, they harbored a secret hope that after today, perhaps the established social order would undergo a profound transformation. Wu Sheng and his roommate, the second-class private Lin Jining, stood with focused expressions yet engaged in hushed conversation. What do you think is happening lately? There have been more significant movements at the base in the past 2 days than in the last 2 years. Wu Sheng remained rigid, standing tall. I do not know, Lin Jining pressed on. By the way, do you have any idea where Dezhuang and Jingzi have gone? We haven't seen them in quite some time. Wu Sheng scoffed. Where could they be? Serving women, I suppose. I truly do not understand why those two waste their time on such trivial pursuits. The priority should be to train diligently for promotion. The two quickly fell silent as they heard Hua Xiangming's voice. Hua Xiangming walked alongside Long Yuan toward the square, addressing the troops. These are all exemplary soldiers. In other words, they were more likely to awaken their spiritual roots. Long Yuan remained silent, knowing that true clarity would only come after the testing. Behind them followed Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei, along with Mia, who had recently tested her spiritual roots and joined the excitement, and finally Chen Zhang and Wang Dezhuang. Except for Mia, the other 4 had experience in the realm of cultivation and were affiliated with Long Yuan. Naturally accompanying her, Long Yuan held a spiritual stone, standing at the front of the line alongside Zhou Zhu, Chen Zhang, Wang Dezhuang, and Yun Fei also grasped a spiritual stone, positioned at the opposite end of the line. The regimented military formation was perplexed by the actions of the few individuals. Long Yuan gently reassured the crowd, "Do not be anxious everyone, General Hua recognizes your hard work and training and has devised a small game. Not everyone can possess spiritual roots, and those without cannot cultivate. To prevent confusion among the masses, we do not intend to disclose our cultivation endeavors until the results are in." This was a crystal ball that would reveal different colors or remain colorless based on each individual's body temperature and constitution. As the soldiers relaxed, they became bolder in their inquiries. "What is the purpose of this?" Long Yuan replied, "It serves no purpose, merely for amusement." The soldiers erupted into cheerful laughter. One young private scratched his head, blushing. "All right, I just asked because I found Long Yuan exceedingly beautiful." Realizing it was merely a form of entertainment, the soldiers felt at ease, except for Wu Sheng and Lin Jining. Lin Jining elbowed Wu Sheng excitedly. "Is that Jingzi and Dazhuang? Look at the insignias on their shoulders, they are indeed first-class privates. Oh my god, how could they have transformed into first-class privates after just 3 months? Achieving the rank of first-class private brought them just one step away from becoming non-commissioned officers, who wielded significant power within the military and were no longer the lowly privates they once were. Yet, the transition from second-class to first-class private typically required at least 2 years of service and outstanding performance. What incredible luck these two had," Lin Jining lamented. "From now on, they will be individuals we cannot aspire to reach." Wu Sheng appeared shocked. "Why is that? I have performed better than Chen Zhang and Wang Dazhuang in various training exercises. Why am I still a second-class private while they have been promoted?" At that moment, individuals began to raise their hands one by one. The first to step forward were, of course, the familiar soldiers who knew Long Yuan. Even if it was just a game, they wanted to support her. "I'll go first." The first to approach was a corporal named Zhang Di, well-built and athletic. He placed his hand on the spiritual stone. Almost immediately, the stone emitted a red glow intermingled with a hint of black. Hua Xiangming's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent start, given the large crowd and the intention to merely test for the presence of spiritual roots." There were no plans to implement a sect hierarchy at that moment. Anyone discovered to possess spiritual roots would qualify for cultivation, and Long Yuan would provide them with a bottle of gathering spirit pills and fasting pills. Thus she did not record the values of the spiritual roots. Zhang De gazed at the vibrant glow emanating from the spiritual stone. "Is this the reflection of my physique and temperature? It's beautiful." Long Yuan smiled and nodded. Soon, the next individual stepped forward, revealing 3 spiritual roots. Naturally, not everyone possessed spiritual roots. Observing the array of brilliant colors, those who had awakened their roots engaged in discussions, proudly comparing their hues. "My gold and green are the most beautiful, truly prosperous. My red is the most stunning. Do you understand the aesthetics of Longhua red? Does my 5 colors not speak for themselves? Who among you can rival my beauty?" The victorious individuals walked with their heads held high, yet they were utterly unprepared for the impending twist of fate. Those who had not awakened their roots remained unfazed, as General Hua had stated that each person's temperature and bodily fluids varied, resulting in different outcomes. Yun Fei and Chen Zhang were also proceeding with their tests methodically, reaping considerable rewards until a familiar voice broke through the air. "Jingzi, Dazhuang." Wang Dazhuang looked up, a silly grin on his face. "Shenggu Ninggu," Lin Jining patted his shoulder. "You rascal, you've done quite well for yourself." Lin Jining whispered, "Come on, tell me how you two managed to get promoted." Wang Dazhuang clamped his mouth shut. That was not something to be disclosed. It was the merit he earned through 3 months of hard labor. Chen Zhang maintained a neutral expression, insisting they continue testing. Lin Jining rubbed his nose, acknowledging that it was indeed a topic better left unasked. He raised his hand to the spiritual stone, which revealed red, gold, black, and brown colors. Lin Jining paid no heed and withdrew his hand. The usually quiet Wu Sheng also placed his hand on the stone, revealing that he possessed 5 spiritual roots. Chen Zhang spoke in a deep voice. "Next." Yet, Wu Sheng remarked, "It must be because of that woman. She opened doors for you." Wang Dazhuang's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Don't speak nonsense, Sister Yuan did not open any doors." Chen Zhang's expression was as frigid as ice. He gazed indifferently at Wu Sheng and stated, "I shall pretend I did not hear your previous remarks." Wu Sheng sneered, "Which of my words was erroneous?" Indeed, Wu Sheng found himself utterly perplexed. Despite his own performance being far more outstanding, it was Chen Zhang and Fang Dazhuang who were promoted. It was only when he caught sight of Long Yuan laughing and chatting with Hua Xiangming that he questioned his own worth. Why should he doubt himself? The issue lay not with him, but with that woman. Wu Sheng vividly recalled the day he and Fang Dazhuang were summoned to the conference room, where Hua Xiangming personally referred to this woman as Deputy Director Long. A young and beautiful woman, yet she bore the title of director. It was evident she lacked genuine talent and was merely an ornamental figure inserted due to her connections. Following her would lead to no prospects. Thus, Wu Shang had resolutely declined. However, this woman had also opened doors for Qin Zhang and Fang Dezhuang. What did she take the earnest and diligent grassroots workers for? How could her mere words extinguish the hard work and efforts of individuals like them? Simply because of her connections. Before Fang Dezhuang could utter a word, Chen Zheng delivered a punch to Wu Shang's face. Chen Zhang had already reached the third level of qi refinement in the cultivation world. Even upon returning to Blue Star, where spiritual energy was scarce, he could still exhibit the strength of a first-level cultivator, a feat beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Strong as Wu Shang was, he was sent reeling, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. He could not help but cough, dislodging two of his teeth. Wu Shang was utterly stunned. Chen Zheng stepped forward and admonished, "You simply do not comprehend. Do not let your ignorance speculate about her." Chen Zhang had spent 3 months in the cultivation realm, nearly every day engaged in wild hunts with his brothers. The spiritual stones he obtained, coupled with Long Yuanyuan's assistance, barely allowed him to ascend to the third level of qi refinement. Danger, death, and treachery were constants in his life. This was merely one dimension he had traversed. Prior to this, Long Yuanyuan had ventured into numerous realms. Chen Zhang could scarcely fathom how a girl in her 20s, with no prior experience in unfamiliar worlds, managed to gradually bring back countless invaluable treasures to Blue Star. Even with the aid of a system, her journey must have been fraught with challenges and perils. The position Long Yuanyuan held and the affection she received were well-deserved. As a vested interest. What right did Wu Shang have to disparage her? Even before Chen Zhang acted, Wu Xiangming and others had approached. Wu Xiangming's face darkened. What is the meaning of this? Damn it, you troublemaker! Fang Dezhuang, seething with anger, reported to Wu Xiangming, General Hua Xingzi has truly gone too far. Wu Xiangming's expression remained grim as he looked at the fallen Wu Shang. You are demoted to a conscript, go run 20 kilometers. Wu Shang remained in shock. He had actually lost 2 teeth from a single punch delivered by Qin Zhang. When had Qin Zhang become so formidable? Why indeed? Lin Jining, noticing Wu Xiangming's increasingly grim demeanor, hurriedly pulled Wu Sheng away. On the way back, Lin Jining couldn't help but chatter, "Buddy, I'm not saying this lightly, but how could someone who has General Hua smiling at them be simple?" Wu Shang remained obstinate. What capability does a woman possess? General Hua is merely yielding to authority. Lin Jining shook his head. His brother was commendable in many aspects, yet he harbored an inflated sense of self-worth and was deaf to others' advice. In the square, Wu Xiangming's expression remained sour. As soon as the test concluded, he hurriedly left with Long Yuanyuan and called Zhou Jing to report. Today's events served as a wake-up call for Wu Xiangming. Long Yuanyuan, as a national treasure, had made such significant contributions to the country and its people that her achievements should be made public so everyone could recognize her monumental efforts and avoid encounters with short-sighted fools like today. Long Yuanyuan's merits were deserving of the title of national hero. Such contributors must not be maligned by the ignorant and short-sighted. Due to this incident, an urgent small meeting was convened. When Long Lao's serious and stern visage appeared on the screen, Long Yuanyuan felt somewhat taken aback. Is it really necessary for even trivial matters concerning me to warrant the attention of the national leadership? Long Yuanyuan thought she did not feel particularly aggrieved. Perhaps it was because she had endured too many dismissive glances in the past. Today's incident felt somewhat inconsequential to Long Yuanyuan. Moreover, she truly aspired to one day become someone with a substantial background, capable of effortlessly granting favors with a mere word. How exhilarating would that be? Long Lao chuckled. Comrade Xiao Yuan, have you not realized that you have already become that person? Long Yuanyuan glanced around and noticed that everyone in the meeting room were significant figures from provincial and municipal levels. And those she was videoconferencing with were the highest leaders of the nation, the kind of dignitaries who would typically appear at national congresses. Long Yuanyuan thought, perhaps that indeed confirmed what that young man had said. Long Yuanyuan was reluctant to go public. She preferred the current arrangement where she could enjoy the benefits from the shadows. After all, the Long Yuan group had bestowed upon her boundless wealth. Wu Xiangming was the first to object. No, I will not permit today's incident to repeat itself. He had never before felt such admiration and fondness for a young girl. Those who contribute to the nation should be known far and wide. Zhou Jing nodded in agreement. Long Lao remarked, we have long considered making Comrade Xiao Yuan public. She deserves the respect and affection of the entire nation. With that sentiment expressed, Long Yuanyuan no longer resisted. The matter was thus decided, and preparations for this significant event commenced, ensuring that a suitable date was chosen, as it could not be handled carelessly. Yun Fei and Chen Zhang were tasked with managing the group of cultivation pioneers. Of the 1,600 participants in the test, only 806 were found to possess spiritual roots. The spiritual root rate was not low compared to the cultivation world. After all, even in the cultivation realm, cultivators made up only about 10 to 12%, with the majority being ordinary individuals living in the mortal realm. After countless years, cultivators had become a legend of uncertain truth in the mortal world. Returning to the main topic, among those 806 individuals, excluding the expelled Wu Shang, the rest were informed about cultivation matters. The foundational cultivation method was the Misty Sex Misty technique, and once they reached the first level of Qi refinement, they could begin to learn various advanced offensive techniques based on their spiritual roots. The cultivation pioneers began to race against time. Zhou Jing, having heard about Long Yuanyuan's family situation, lamented his oversight. Since Long Yuanyuan had not been exposed, he thought providing her elderly family with security could inadvertently draw attention. Upon learning the location of Long's family, he immediately dispatched additional personnel for constant protection. Before 111 returned, Long Yuanyuan was able to relax again, but suddenly sensed an unusual spiritual energy fluctuation emanating from her space bracelet. She abruptly recalled the phoenix egg given to her by the ice phoenix, which she had left in the space for some time. The little phoenix was about to be born. Long Yuanyuan immediately entered the space. Upon seeing her, the mutated tree squawked like a disgruntled spouse. "Oh, a rare visitor, you finally remembered that there's a tree in here. Despicable human, how could you neglect your formidable mutated redwood tree for so many days? Truly infuriating." Long Yuanyuan ignored it that moment. The ice blue phoenix egg, submerged in spiritual spring water, was exuding waves of spiritual breath with each rhythmic inhale and exhale. As the pace quickened, the already spirit-rich environment became even more saturated with energy. A crack suddenly appeared at the top of the phoenix egg with a sharp sound. The mutated tree, startled by the commotion, quickly exclaimed, "This is not my fault. I was merely poking it out of boredom during my cultivation. I did not break the egg." Long Yuanyuan shouted a glare, "You wretched tree, we will settle this later." The crack in the phoenix egg seemed to have opened Pandora's box, releasing a rich wave of spiritual energy. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, spiderweb-like fissures began to spread from the initial crack. Long Yuanyuan, whose cultivation had dropped to the 4th level of Qi refinement upon arriving in Blue Star, found herself rapidly ascending to the 8th level after entering the space. After merely absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the phoenix egg for a short time, Long Yuanyuan astonishingly broke through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such potent spiritual energy. At this moment, the phoenix egg was starting to shatter, and a dazzling light of spiritual energy began to take shape, revealing a segment of ice blue feather. Long Yuanyuan's body continued to absorb the spiritual energy, her eyes wide with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment the little phoenix would emerge, a sight that would undoubtedly be spectacular. With a resounding pop, the phoenix egg, larger than a watermelon, completely cracked open. The spiritual light gradually converged, and Long Yuanyuan saw a fluffy ice blue chick emerge from the remnants of the phoenix egg. It was adorable, yet undeniably a chicken. Upon seeing Long Yuanyuan, the chick's eyes brightened, and it chirped, "Mama." Long Yuanyuan was left speechless, frantically clawing at the shattered shell of the phoenix egg. "No, where is my grand phoenix?" The mutated tree, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter, cawing with glee while simultaneously thumping its own body with its roots. The little phoenix turned around, its eyes drooping, and asked, "Father, what are you laughing at?" The mutated tree's laughter abruptly ceased. Me, father," it stammered, pointing at itself in terror. As the little phoenix approached, the mutated tree yanked its roots from the soil and fled, shouting, "I am not your father, you foolish bird who cannot distinguish your species." The little phoenix was bewildered, the little phoenix was heartbroken, the little phoenix was furious. Its father had abandoned it. Then, a burst of icy blue flames erupted from its mouth, and the mutated tree's branches ignited furiously upon contact with the flames, burning uncontrollably and utterly unquenchable. In terror, the mutated tree had no choice but to break off branches in a frantic bid for survival. The little phoenix, hands on its hips, laughed heartily, declaring, "If you don't treat me as your father, then you shall be my slave." Mutated tree, how audacious! This must be my ancestor. Long Yuanyuan was equally astonished. Is this truly a phoenix? Yet this little phoenix is rather fierce. After a moment's hesitation, Long Yuanyuan waved her hand, calling out, "Little phoenix." Upon hearing Long Yuanyuan's summons, the little phoenix chirped in response and fluttered down with its fluffy little wings into Long Yuanyuan's embrace. The little phoenix was soft and adorable, cooing mother, which melted Long Yuan Yuan's heart. Oh well, if it looks like a chicken, then let it be a chicken. I shall take good care of the little phoenix from now on. However, little phoenix, I am not your mother. Just uttering those words made Long Yuan fear that the little phoenix might breathe fire and incinerate her, yet the little phoenix merely pouted, its eyes brimming with tears. Does mother no longer want little phoenix? I will be exceptionally well behaved. When the little phoenix opened its eyes, it beheld Long Yuan. As it regained its clarity, the ambience was filled with Long Yuan's essence. How could she not be its mother? Long Yuan immediately recognized this as the phenomenon of a fledgling's attachment. Softening, she kissed the little phoenix and said, "Of course not, but you may call me sister from now on." The little phoenix gazed at her for a moment, realizing that Long Yuan indeed had not abandoned it. Finally nodded, all right, although it did not understand why its mother was acting this way. It trusted that its mother's decisions were always correct. Sister, wait for me. The little phoenix spoke softly and then flew over to a pile of eggshells, which still emitted a rich aura. It smiled gently at Long Yuan, then opened its wide mouth and cracked the eggshells, devouring them all. As the eggshells filled its belly, the little phoenix's aura began to surge, its body expanding, and its cultivation rapidly ascending from the third level of chi refinement. By the time all the eggshells were consumed, the little phoenix had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Its soft down began to shed, replaced by clusters of genuine feathers, with beautiful tail feathers sprouting at the ends of its wings and tail. It bore a resemblance to the adult ice phoenix that Long Yuan had seen. It turned out that newborn phoenixes needed to consume eggshells to evolve. The little phoenix proudly displayed its beautiful feathers, asking, "Sister, do I look pretty?" Long Yuan nodded fervently, "Absolutely beautiful." The proud little phoenix was irresistibly adorable. After flying a couple of circles, the little phoenix landed in Long Yuan's arms. Appearing somewhat fatigued, the mutated tree watched in envy. How could this woman show such patience towards that wretched bird while treating it with disdain? And that foolish bird, just a moment ago, it had called itself its father. The little phoenix huffed in annoyance. Before it hatched, the only essence it sensed, apart from Long Yuan's, was that of this tree. Naturally, the little phoenix would unconsciously think of it as its father. It simply did not expect the mutated tree to be so ugly. Burying its head in Long Yuan's embrace, it thought, "I would never call such an ugly thing my father." Long Yuan burst into laughter. The mutated tree was infuriated. "Wretched bird, foolish bird, vile bird, I am the true ugly creature here." The little phoenix narrowed its eyes and said to Sister, "I am sleepy and wish to rest." Long Yuan nodded. "All right, you have just hatched, so take a good rest." Long Yuan swiftly exited the space, upon learning that the little phoenix had hatched in Long Yuan's space. Everyone was filled with immense excitement. Not only had Zhou Jing returned, but Zhou Juyan, Feichen Zhengfang, and De Zhuang, who were busy cultivating, also returned. Even Long Lao, far away in the capital, hurried over, flying in on the same day. Accompanied by a group of influential figures. A throng of experts appeared before Long Yuan. "The little phoenix has been born. Where is it? May we see it?" After all, it was a phoenix, a divine beast renowned alongside the dragon. The auspicious pairing of dragon and phoenix. They claimed to be descendants of the dragon and had never encountered a true dragon. Seeing a phoenix would suffice. Long Yuan glanced at the sleeping little phoenix in the space. Pondering this, "I fear, may not be possible for the time being." Then, Long Yuan was met with a multitude of resentful gazes. "Well, the little phoenix is still sleeping," she explained. After some thought, she proposed, "How about I take a few photos for you?" Aware that the little phoenix was in slumber, no one wished to disturb it. "All right, let it sleep. Sleeping will help it grow faster." Thus Zhou Ju hastily arranged for a Polaroid camera to be brought in. As the film added a sense of ceremony, resigned, Long Yuan entered the space and snapped over a dozen photos of the sleeping little phoenix. The group of influential figures, eagerly awaiting in the conference room, could hardly contain their excitement as they admired the little phoenix's sweet slumber. "Heavens, this is the little phoenix, even asleep, it is so adorable," exclaimed a burly man, whose medals indicated he was the commander of the Central Army. His voice, surprisingly high-pitched for his imposing stature, rang out. "Indeed, it looks just like the legendary phoenix. It is breathtakingly beautiful." The speaker was Long Lao. Long Yuan glanced at the little phoenix in the photograph. Although it had finally grown a few clusters of beautiful tail feathers after consuming the eggshells, it was still incomparable to its mother, the ice phoenix. "Long Lao, can you solemnly swear you aren't speaking nonsense?" She then observed the other influential figures, each clamoring to touch the photos, showering them with a plethora of unsolicited praises. Long Yuan confirmed that they were utterly enamored with the little phoenix. Before departing, each person requested to take a photo of the little phoenix, leaving satisfied, and insisted that Long Yuan Yuan must inform them the moment the little phoenix awoke. Long Yuan Yuan, after addressing the matter of the little phoenix. The long-awaited 111 finally stirred. Upon learning about 111's upgrade, the influential figures decided to stay, eager to discover the new functionalities of the system. Long Yuan Yuan was equally thrilled. After traversing multiple dimensions, she had developed a profound camaraderie with 111. 111, why did this upgrade take so long? Previously, upgrades had been completed in mere moments. 111 replied, as the system level increases, the duration of upgrades extends as well. I appreciate your patience. A Tier 3 system is indeed considered a high-level system within the realm of systems. Although it had not yet reached the level of the true giants mentioned by 111. Now, calculating the remaining points for the host, current point balance, 0 merit points, 201 faith value, 100. Current system functions, 1. Dimensional traversal, 2. Storage function, includes a 100 square meter system space, 3. Marketplace function, 4. Companion function, upgraded can accompany 8 individuals. 5. Anchor point function, allows for pinpoint dimensional travel to previously visited dimensions, with the system upgrade. The anchor point function had indeed been introduced, thus, all materials and resources currently lacking on Blue Star could be obtained through the anchor point function by returning to previously visited dimensions. Long Yuan Yuan shared this delightful news with everyone present. Paul, including Long Lao, displayed expressions of immense joy. They were currently in a dire situation, unable to procure necessary materials despite knowing their components, although Long Yuan Yuan had mentioned that there was a high likelihood of the entire population of Blue Star being able to cultivate soon. Not everyone would awaken spiritual roots. From the last selection at the base, 600 individuals had been chosen, all of whom had performed exceptionally well during their service. Their physical qualities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, making them more likely to possess spiritual roots. Yet, even among them, the probability of possessing spiritual roots was only 50%, while those who could cultivate might refine their essence and enhance their longevity. What about the ordinary individuals? The nation would not abandon a single person. Those unable to cultivate could still receive special medications, restorative solutions, and mechanical arms that would allow them to traverse heights with ease. At the very least, there would not be such a stark disparity. Therefore, the announcement from Long Yuan Yuan and the system filled everyone with exhilaration. 111 reminded Long Yuan Yuan, host, after this upgrade, I have acquired some new information that I believe will be a revelation for you. 111 revealed to Long Yuan Yuan that the aspiration for all citizens of Dragon Nation to cultivate was indeed achievable. This was because Blue Star was undergoing dimensional ascension. Dimensional ascension? Long Yuan Yuan inquired, her tone tinged with astonishment. 111 nodded. Indeed, it was due to the ascension. Within the new information acquired by 111, it was disclosed that Blue Star was a remnant dimension formed from the remnants of a higher-level cultivation dimension that had been destroyed. Evolving over billions of years, the fragmented dimension harbored some survivors from the cultivation world, who struggled on Blue Star, witnessing the gradual depletion of spiritual energy until it ultimately vanished. The original inhabitants, deprived of spiritual energy, lost their extended lifespans, becoming ordinary people and succumbing to death. Blue Star had degenerated into an ordinary planet, a low-level dimension. However, the natural trajectory of dimensions is ascension, albeit at varying paces. During Blue Star's slow ascension, it coincidentally encountered 111 and Long Yuan Yuan. The points and merit accrued during the system upgrade were captured by the primordial power of Blue Star, accelerating the ascension process. Thus, the initial inability of 111 to perceive spiritual energy on Blue Star had transformed, allowing it to sense even the faintest traces of spiritual energy upon returning. Long Yuan Yuan closed her eyes to feel her surroundings. Indeed, the density of spiritual energy was slightly more potent than a few days prior, almost imperceptible. In other words, the accelerated ascension of Blue Star was a consequence of the overflowing merit in points. If Long Yuan Yuan ceased her exploration of new dimensions and halted the flow of points and merits to sustain Blue Star, the ascension speed would revert to its original state. In brief, host, do you prefer to hasten the ascension of Blue Star or to pause this elevation and venture to a previous realm to acquire resources? Long Yuan Yuan relayed the words of 111 to the esteemed figures present. She was merely a diligent worker, and such matters of global significance were beyond her comprehension. It would be best to leave the decision to those with greater intellect. Long Lao and the others fell into deep contemplation. Recognizing the gravity of the question at hand, Long Lao gazed gently at Long Yuan and stated that they would need 2 days to deliberate on this matter, seizing the opportunity during this time. Long Yuan opted to return home to spend time with her father and grandmother, since Zhou Jing had already dispatched individuals for covert protection, and Long Yuan wished for a simple companionship with her parents. She did not request Zhou Zhu and the others to accompany her. While gathering her belongings, Long Yuan inquired, 111, do you have something on your mind? Since 111 had returned from its upgrade, Long Yuan had distinctly perceived a sense of gloom surrounding it. 111 was taken aback by Long Yuan's keen observation, realizing that its demeanor had not gone unnoticed. Due to the pressing nature of the matter at hand, 111 had been suppressing its feelings. But upon hearing Long Yuan's concern, it burst into tears. Wah, host, you care about me. Long Yuan found herself both amused and exasperated. You are my system. If I do not care for you, whom should I care for? What troubles you? 111's mood seemed to darken further. It is like this, host. After ascending to level 3, 111 had yearned to share its good news with its dear friend, the system. In truth, 111 had somewhat deceived Long Yuan. Although it was a subpar system, it was not entirely devoid of friendships. There was a female assistance system, 007, with whom 111 shared a decent rapport despite 007's tendency to bully and belittle it. She was the only one who would converse with 111.007 was formidable. By the time 111 had met her, she had already achieved level 4 status, however, perhaps due to her role as a villainous female assistance system. Tasked with maintaining the integrity of the villainous character, many protagonist-focused systems harbored disdain for her. 007 often operated alone but would occasionally message 111 for a chat after they became acquainted. 007 had led numerous villainous female characters and was rewarded upon completing her tasks, as those characters cooperated well with her. Before 111 bound itself to Long Yuan, 007 had informed it of her ascension to level 6. The maximum level for systems. She merely needed to guide her final host before she could retire comfortably, free from the burdensome tasks of villainy. According to 007, her new host was quite the troublesome one. Disobedient and prone to stumbling when asked to chastise the male lead, when instructed to threaten the male lead by stepping on his face, she would simply weep. 007 lamented that she had never encountered such a foolish host before. Yet, I was informed that 007 has been destroyed. The main system declared that 007 was a traitor for disrupting the balance of the narrative realm in her attempt to assist the utterly incompetent host. She chose self-destruction. 111 struggled to comprehend. Host, do you think 007's CPU malfunctioned? Having attained maximum level, she could become a system administrator. Why would she choose such a path of self-destruction? Long Yuan remained silent for a moment. Pondering that perhaps she simply wished to protect her friend, she began to understand. A system that had witnessed countless darkness might, in a fleeting moment, find redemption through the very foolish host she spoke of. 111 remained perplexed. Nevertheless, fortunately, host, you do not have compulsory missions. Following this pattern, 111's fate would likely be to depart upon reaching maximum level or to leave after Long Yuan's demise. Long Yuan felt relieved. She would rather perish than take on the role of a villainous female character, as it was far too tormenting. Alright, do not be sad. Tonight, let my father prepare a delicious meal. 111, filled with resentment, replied, but I cannot eat. Long Yuan burst into laughter. No matter, I shall describe it to you. By the way, 111, do systems have a physical form? 111 shook its head. I do not know, perhaps a maximum level system can have a physical form? Long Yuan mused, if you had a physical form, I would surely take you to enjoy all the delectable dishes. The culinary delights of Blue Star are irresistible. 111 wiped away non-existent drooled. I also wish to partake in delicious food with the host. As the duo conversed, they made their way home. The villa gifted by Old Sue was located in the eastern part of the city, amidst a vast expanse of upscale residences. Many affluent individuals in Q City had purchased or constructed homes in this area. Long Yuan swiped her card and entered the community. After a brief walk, she spotted her father, Long Ba, taking a leisurely stroll. Just as she was about to greet him, she noticed Long Ba engaged in an intense discussion with someone across from him. Long Yuan's expression shifted. With her spiritual energy, she swiftly approached the group. Long Ba paused in surprise. Yuanzi? How did my daughter arrive here so swiftly? After the initial joy, Long Ba's expression darkened. Yuanzi, come, do not pay attention to this scoundrel. Yi Yuning was extremely angry. Old man, who are you calling a scoundrel? Long Yuan turned to see Zhao Yiming and Yi Yuning standing opposite her. What a small world, indeed, she thought. It was rather coincidental to encounter them. However, considering the limited size of Q City and the prime location of the villa gifted by Old Su, it was not entirely unexpected for the Yi family to reside in the same neighborhood. Upon catching sight of Long Yuan, Yi Yuning was taken aback. The woman before her, no, she should be referred to as a girl, had rosy lips, pearly teeth, and delicate skin, with thick, lustrous black hair, exuding an ethereal and pure aura. Are you Long Yuan? Yi Yuning was dumbfounded. The last time they met, Long Yuan had not looked like this at all. Was she not pale and sallow, with skin stretched taut over bones and dry? Sparse yellow hair, resembling a woman in her 40s, Long Yuan furrowed her brows, perplexed. What on earth was happening? The situation unfolded as follows. Long Ba had decided to take a walk after dinner to enjoy the sights of the city. Unexpectedly, as he turned a corner, he spotted Zhao Yiming holding hands with a woman, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Long Ba had seen Zhao Yiming's photograph and was aware of the sacrifices Long Yuan had made for him. How could it be that so little time had passed, and this scoundrel had already found a new partner? More importantly, Zhao Yiming had betrayed the nation. Thus, Long Ba approached to confront him, eager to expose the true nature of this man. Just as he began to speak, Long Yuan arrived. In truth, Zhao Yiming had never met Long Ba. Had Long Yuan provided a better excuse back then, they might have passed each other without incident. Friends, do not take shortcuts. Zhao Yiming's demeanor darkened as he obsessively gazed at Long Yuan's beautiful face, silently cursing and demeaning her. So this is the new mistress you found, living in such luxury. What a promiscuous woman, he sneered. So this is your old, decrepit father. The last time I sent someone to teach him a lesson, did they not finish the job? Long Yuan's expression shifted from disbelief to fury. You are the one who caused trouble for my family last time. Zhao Yiming immediately tightened his grip on Yi Yuning's hand and whispered in her ear, darling, look, this woman has come here to cling to me. Yi Yuning stared at Long Yuan's face, speechless as she pondered. What project had Long Yuan undertaken to achieve such a transformation? How could one person possess such flawless skin? How could a woman be so stunning? Zhao Yiming, dissatisfied, urged, darling. Yi Yuning snapped back to reality, raising her head high. Tell me your secret to beauty, or do not blame me for being impolite. Everyone turned to Long Yuan, bewildered. Her sister, are you out of your mind? We are in a standoff here. Zhao Yiming glared fiercely at Long Yuan and shouted, someone teach these two a proper lesson. Given the proximity to the Yi family's villa, a horde of men in black suits soon arrived. Long Ba was agitated, pointing at the leading man. It was him last time. Brother Biao locked eyes with the old man. Not again. Why is it this old fellow? Meanwhile, the vigilant security team, observing from the shadows, sounded the alarm. Do you wish to seek resources in the previous realm or explore the new realm? Long Yuan's true identity was about to be revealed. Initially, it seemed to be a minor dispute between neighbors. The security team's directive had been to refrain from excessive protection or interference in the lives of those involved. Thus, they had not intended to intervene over mere verbal exchanges. However, the circumstances had changed. Those across the way clearly intended to cause trouble. All personnel, ensure the safety of those involved. Not a single hair on their heads shall be harmed. Zhao Yiming surveyed the seemingly vulnerable duo, reveling in his perceived advantage. Now do you understand why I broke up with you? Does your benefactor wish to stand up for you? Yi Yuning observed the influx of bodyguards, furrowing her brows. Who asked you to act on your own accord? She had yet to inquire about Long Yuan's beauty secrets when Zhao Yiming decided to call for reinforcements. Zhao Yiming's demeanor shifted instantly. Baby, are you really going to just watch as they bully me? Yi Yuning felt a twinge of annoyance. However, she did not wish to let Zhao Yiming lose face over this. She remained silent. Zhao Yiming, emboldened, turned his gaze toward Long Yuan and waved his hand. All of you, go, throw these two out. In Zhao Yiming's eyes, Long Yuan was undoubtedly clinging to some wealthy benefactor, living here as a kept mistress. Such individuals, who are affluent yet prideful, would never escalate matters for the sake of Long Yuan. At first, they would resolutely teach Long Yuan a lesson, compelling her to plead for his return upon receiving the directive. Diaogu hesitated. This old man possessed an air of the uncanny. As he watched his subordinates charge forth, Diaogu clenched his teeth, refusing to believe that a group could not best a mere old man. Long Ba's expression grew tense. Yuan Zizi, you must flee. However, Long Yuan calmly positioned herself in front of Long Ba. Little calamity, she thought, I could single-handedly subdue a whole nest of them before Long Yuan could make a move. A throng of individuals surged forth, their ominous guns aimed squarely at them. Biao and his crew turned pale. Surely they were merely enforcers tasked with collecting debts and issuing threats, not executing anyone. Zhao Yiming and Yi Yuning were equally shaken. Who among honest folk had ever encountered real firearms? Suppressing his fear, Zhao Yiming spoke. Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding between us? The captain of the guards directed his weapon at Zhao Yiming, his expression devoid of warmth. Uttering not a word, his duty was to protect Longba, and he had been instructed to regard this mission as confidential, leaving no room for discussion. Faced with the cocked gun, Zhao Yiming fell silent. His tail tucked firmly between his legs. Yi Yuning, maintaining her composure, declared, "We shall take our leave at once." The group hurriedly fled. It was only when they could no longer see Long Yuan or the guards that Zhao Yiming, reluctant, exclaimed, "She has managed to evade another crisis, only to receive a resounding slap from Yi Yuning." "A fool, have you not realized? Those individuals were clearly there to protect Long Yuan and her father. What have you concealed from us regarding the Yi family? Who exactly is Long Yuan? Possessing firearms is illegal in Longhua." Even Yi Yuning, not the sharpest tool in the shed, understood that those individuals were undoubtedly connected to military and political power. Zhao Yiming, despite the pain on his face, was taken aback. How could they be protecting Long Yuan? She is merely a wild girl from the countryside. If she truly held significant status, why would I have to toil so hard for my graduate studies while she remained indifferent? If her identity were extraordinary, how could she afford to work multiple jobs? Yi Yuning's brow furrowed in confusion. The Yi family had conducted investigations into Long Yuan. She indeed appeared to be an ordinary girl from a rural background, without any powerful connections. Yet, what was the story behind this group? They were evidently there to safeguard the father-daughter duo. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Yiming's eyes as he retorted, "Ning. You re-overthinking this. It's merely because Long Yuan has attached herself to a wealthy benefactor who just so happens to possess considerable influence and connections in military and political spheres." What Zhao Yiming did not anticipate was that the other party would intervene on behalf of Long Yuan, a mere mistress. Yi Yuning frowned. "Regardless, let us refrain from troubling Long Yuan and her family in the future. I believe her newly found patron is far superior to you, and there is no reason to rekindle past grievances." With that, Yi Yuning turned and departed. It was impossible for Zhao Yiming not to feel anger. Had he not acted impulsively, he would not have offended a potentially powerful man today. As Zhao Yiming felt quite embarrassed, his flushed face glaring at Yi Yuning's retreating figure. Long Ba, witnessing the weapons before him, felt a wave of trepidation. The guard captain, seeing the threat dissipate, holstered his weapon and softened his demeanor, nodding at the two before dispersing with the others. Long Yuan began to explain to Long Ba, "The last time individuals came to cause trouble in Xiaogo village, the higher-ups dispatched people to protect you in secret. You may continue your daily life as usual. They won't disturb you unless necessary." Long Ba's gaze was sharp, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Let the children have their own fortunes, he thought, which rendered Long Yuan's prepared explanations unnecessary. Well, the state planned to disclose her identity soon enough, and her father would inevitably learn the truth, so there was no need to rush. Although Long Ba had already dined upon Long Yuan's homecoming, he joyfully went to the kitchen to prepare a meal for her. Uncle Long, now sober, officially assisted Long Ba, the two brothers occasionally bickering over what dishes to prepare. In the living room, Long Nai sat Long Yuan down on the sofa to watch Bright Sword. With a beaming smile, Long Nai reminisced, "Back when we had no television in the village, I would sneak peeks at the neighbor's screen, watching episodes here and there, and now, I can finally relax and watch an entire series uninterrupted." Her vision was no longer blurred, which was delightful. The dining table was laden with dishes, and upon hearing Long Ba call them to dinner, Long Yuan and Long Nai took their seats. Glasses clinked and casual conversations flowed as the television blared. "Fire at the enemy, delicious isn't it?" 111 inquired. Long Yuan nodded. "Indeed, it is delectable. This is soy-braised eggplant, soft and tender, bursting with savory flavors, infused with the essence of meat juices. What a pity you lack a physical form." 111 lamented, wiping non-existent drool and clenching its small fist. "I will strive to level up and become a great overlord." Though accustomed to the lavish meals prepared by state banquet chefs, Long Yuan found immense satisfaction in the occasional home-cooked dish. She reclined on the couch, rubbing her belly while continuing to accompany Long Nai in watching the series. However, this blissful interlude was short-lived, as Long Yuan soon received a phone call. Xiao Sun, who managed Long Yuan Group, was at his wit's end. The Yi family had been incessantly calling, having somehow acquired his private number. "Deputy Director Long, the Yi family is exceedingly eager to meet with you. What are your thoughts?" Sun Jimyo was uncertain of Long Yuan's stance. Though he believed that a national key project should not involve private enterprises, he was unafraid of others causing trouble, as the state would provide protection. Yet, having met Long Yuan, a young woman in her 20s, he knew she was the rightful owner of Long Yuan Group and could not overstep his bounds in handling such matters, given the Yi family's persistent annoyance. He felt compelled to inform Long Yuan and let her decide. Long Yuan furrowed her brow of the Yi family. Could it be Yi Yuning's family? She was not averse to allowing some conscientious enterprises to partake. As the miraculous fruit was merely one of her less significant assets, however, she had no intention of including the Yi family. Long Yuan bore a grudge. Previously, Yi Yuning had colluded with Zhao Yiming while the Yi family turned a blind eye. Later, Zhao Yiming had leveraged the Yi family's influence to trouble Long Yuan's relatives back home. Although he had failed, it was only because Long Yuan now possessed the means to defend herself. Had she remained the person she once was, her father might very well be languishing in a hospital bed now. With a frosty tone, Long Yuan declared, "From now on, any matters involving the Yi family shall be disregarded by Long Yuan Group." Sun Jimyo understood immediately. The Yi family had clearly offended Deputy Director Long. He silently mourned for them. This deputy director held considerable influence and oversaw the technologically advanced Long Yuan Group. To cross Long Yuan was to jeopardize the Yi family's standing. Not just in Jing City, but soon in Q City as well. Meanwhile, the Yi family's parents anxiously awaited a call from the president of Long Yuan Group. After persistent efforts, including daily vigils outside the group's offices and various gifts, they finally secured an opportunity to speak. However, they soon discovered that the public face of Long Yuan Group's presidency was not the true owner. Behind the scenes, filled with trepidation, the phone finally rang. Yi father eagerly answered, "Mr. Sun, regarding the miraculous fruit vendor." Before he could finish, the other party interrupted. "The miraculous fruit is state-controlled and does not accept private orders. Please refrain from further harassment." Mr. Yi, I believe you are aware of the security measures in place at Long Yuan Group. Yi father's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Sun, what is the meaning of this? You have accepted so many of my gifts." Sun Jimyo's tone grew increasingly frigid. Mr. Yi, choose your words carefully. As a third-generation Red, Sun Jimyo hailed from a lineage of officials. Unfortunately, he was the sole rebel who prioritized commerce over power. Through his exceptional abilities, he expanded his enterprises and contributed significantly to national welfare. Despite being a businessman, his status was on par with any official. This was precisely why the state entrusted him with such a vital company. Though Sun Jimyo was greedy, he operated within ethical bounds. He had already extended an opportunity to the Yi family, and should they continue to press the matter, it would be deemed harassment. Sun Jimyo had never been one to tolerate such behavior. Yi father's expression shifted again, his tone now obsequious. "I misspoke, Mr. Sunday. Could you possibly share the reason?" With a mysterious smile, Sun Jimyo thought, "Since Deputy Director Long despises the Yi family, I shall stoke the flames." Sun Jimyo's tone was enigmatic. "Mr. Yi, you should be aware that I am merely an employee of Long Yuan Group, correct? The Yi family has offended someone, and the chairman is unwilling to engage with you. I am powerless to assist." With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. Yi father's countenance fell. What does this mean? Whom has the Yi family offended? What kind of influence could shake Long Yuan Group? A state-backed enterprise, the Yi family had apparently crossed someone of considerable stature, yet Yi father had always been cautious, never antagonizing any significant figures. Reflecting on Sun Jimyo's attitude, despair washed over him. Beyond the Yi family, others were equally eager, eyeing this lucrative opportunity with keen interest. If word got out that the Yi family had offended a powerful figure, how could they possibly stand firm? Upon returning home, Yi Yuning and Zhao Yiming were met with the sight of their parents' despondent faces. "Mom, Dad, what has happened?" Yi Yuning inquired, perplexed. Yimu recounted the events to Yi Yuning once more, elucidating the associated intricacies. "This circle is quite small. Merely days ago, your father was exuberantly boasting to your other uncles about potential affiliations with Long Yuan Group. Securing a partnership with them would not only solidify Q City's dominance but also elevate it to national renown." It appeared to be a foregone conclusion, unable to suppress her tears. Yimu lamented how they could have inadvertently offended a significant figure. Almost instinctively, as the mention of offending someone arose from Yi family's parents, the visage of Long Yuan materialized in Zhao Yiming and Yi Yuning's minds. Yi father asserted that the urgent task at hand was to ascertain precisely whom the Yi family had offended, and then offer sincere apologies. Otherwise, given the nature of these individuals, the Yi family would become the target of collective hostility. Yi Yuning opened her mouth to speak but was halted by Zhao Yiming. Long Yuan. Zhao Yiming found this notion utterly ludicrous. How could that be? It was preposterous. Long Yuan was merely an individual of humble origins. Much like himself, how could she possibly wield any influence over Long Yuan Group? Ning, that is simply impossible. It would be best not to trouble uncle and add any further. Emu turned to her, inquiring, "What is it, darling? Do you wish to say something?" Yi Yuning felt a tumult of emotions within her, yet replied, "It's nothing." There was no need for Zhao Yiming to deceive her. After all, the downfall of the Yi family would provide no advantage to Zhao Yiming. Moreover, Yi Yuning had met those uncles and aunts who treated her with kindness and shared a good rapport with Yi father. She harbored no such apprehensions as her parents did. After exchanging a few words with Yimu, she retired to her room for rest. Long Yuan, on the other hand, had ceased to monitor the subsequent developments concerning the Yi family. After 2 days of rest, the time had come to embark on her journey. The nation, after 2 days of contemplation, resolved to adopt a strategy of transitioning between the old and the new, merging technology with cultivation. Furthermore, the mere emergence of a miraculous fruit had incited an uproar among foreign entities. Should more extraordinary items surface, it was feared that the desperate beautiful country would resort to even more reckless measures, including nuclear weaponry. Although international agreements prohibited the use of nuclear arms, the opposing entity was capable of manufacturing masks for a 3-year period. Could one truly expect them to prioritize the well-being of the global populace? Unless something could effectively counter nuclear weaponry, the nation intended to proceed cautiously and focus on development. Thus, Long Yuan's first destination upon resuming her journey was to the New Realm. The primary objective of visiting this new realm was to acquire merit and faith values. Long Yuan chose to bring along the familiar companions Zhou, Yunfei, Zhang, and Feng Dizhuang, all of whom had reached the qi refining stage and possessed formidable strength. The remaining 4 slots were currently unoccupied, which could be filled when returning to seek resources in the next realm. More hands meant more strength. As the countdown of 111 commenced, the familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness enveloped them, and Long Yuan and her companions arrived in the new realm. Long Yuan found herself tumbling into the branches of a grand tree. This time, equipped with experience and accompanied by physically capable companions, they landed on several nearby trees. Not straying too far, after a minor collision, they surveyed their surroundings. It was a dense forest, with sunlight cascading through the canopy, casting a scorching glow upon them. The leaves were nearly stripped bare, and the underbrush appeared parched. This was indicative of a drought-stricken environment. Indeed, the next moment, the voice of 111 echoed in Long Yuan's ears. The apocalypse continent, after enduring years of fragmented warfare, has now split into 3 kingdoms, Sanyo, Xingyue, and Shuat. After years of conflict, the populace suffers greatly, with corpses littering the land. The following year after the establishment of the 3 kingdoms, an ominous phenomenon occurred. The warm and humid Sanyo experienced a severe drought, while the dry and distinct Xingyue faced continual downpours, leading to flooding disasters. Meanwhile, the perpetually frigid Shui basked under the blazing sun. As melting snow caused floods, the people circulated tales that this was divine retribution, a cleansing of sins for the apocalypse continent. This time, Long Yuan had arrived in the era of a feudal dynasty. To facilitate communication, 111 transmitted information in speaker mode, allowing Zhou and the others to hear. Zhou raised an eyebrow, noting the 3 kingdoms with their distinct geographies. Yunfei interjected, pointing out that each kingdom suffered from different calamities. Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the peculiar nature of the situation. Feng Dizhuang scratched his head, asking, "So what should we do now?" Before Long Yuan could respond, a woman's piercing scream pierced the air nearby. The group exchanged glances and quietly leapt behind the trees, focusing their attention on the commotion. A woman clad in ancient attire stumbled through the dense, withered grass, frantically fleeing in their direction. Behind her, several men in patched burlap garments pursued her with menacing expressions. The woman's complexion was ashen, and she collapsed to the ground from exhaustion after only a few strides. Run, see how far you can escape. You are the one I purchased with 5 pounds of grain. You are my wife, and you dare to flee. I'll break your legs. In this era, 5 pounds of grain held significant value. How dare this wretched woman attempt to escape? Go, you truly are something. I've never seen such a beautiful woman bought for 5 pounds of grain. Go laughed sinisterly. What's the big deal? Once I catch this wretched woman, break her legs, and lock her up, my brothers can enjoy her 2.1 or 2 pounds of grain per time. The men erupted into lewd laughter. The girl, struggling to crawl away, pleaded, "Please, let me go. I have grain at home." If you release me, I'll give each of you 50 pounds, no 500 pounds of grain." Tears streamed down her face as she begged for her freedom. Her pleas sounded like a melodious symphony to the men's ears, who erupted into laughter. "Did you hear that? She says she is grain." Gu viciously grasped her chin. "Wretched woman, you are merely a cheap commodity I bought with 5 pounds of grain from the brothel. Don't play tricks on me." He raised his hand to strike the girl. Long Yuan's expression darkened. Clenching a spirit stone, she leapt from the tree and confronted the men, delivering 3 slaps to each of them. Gu and his companions found their teeth knocked out, clutching their faces in a daze, gazing at Long Yuan with terror. Who are you?" At that moment, Long Yuan was adorned in a flowing moon-white disciple robe from the cultivation world. The ethereal moonlight fabric shimmered under the sunlight, while her long dark hair billowed wildly in the wind as she had not yet tied it up. The spiritual energy from the spirit stone she held was fully absorbed, and a few drifting particles of energy touched the ground, causing the withered grass to spring back to life, akin to a sponge meeting water. The girl, with her rosy lips and white teeth, captured everyone's attention. Ge and his companions stood spellbound. "Are you a goddess? Only a goddess could wear such beautiful ethereal clothing and possess such divine power and beauty." Long Yuan lowered her gaze, observing the rejuvenated grass below. An idea struck her. She raised her hand, using her telekinesis to push the men several meters away. Ge and his companions had never encountered such supernatural abilities. They immediately knelt, weeping profusely. "Goddess, you must be the goddess. The legendary goddess is as beautiful and pure as you, able to revive all life and bring the dead back to life. You can even manipulate objects from afar. As if aided by divine power. Goddess, please spare us. We will leave at once and won't disturb your meditation." Long Yuan had no intention of taking lives upon her arrival. This world lacked spiritual energy. The energy she had just utilized was drawn from the spirit stone. Moreover, she needed to maintain her aura. Raising her chin, she projected an air of sanctity and aloofness. Seeing that Long Yuan remained silent, the men hastily scrambled down the mountain. Once Gu and his companions departed, Long Yuan noticed Zhou and the others emerging. She signaled them to halt with her gaze, then turned to the dazed girl seated on the ground. The girl appeared somewhat dirty, but her clothing was clearly of fine fabric, suggesting wealth. This girl's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. Qin Manua stared blankly at the beautiful and sacred Long Yuan. "Are you truly a goddess?" Before Long Yuan could respond, Qin Manua scrambled to her knees. "A goddess, thank you for saving me. My name is Qin Manua, the daughter of the minister's household." Qin Manua spoke with fervor and reverence. "Goddess, I am truly grateful. May I invite you to stay at the minister's residence?" Oh heavens, she had actually encountered a goddess. If she could bring the goddess to her home, perhaps her parents would regard her with more favor. As for whether Long Yuan was truly a goddess, Qin Manua had no doubt in her mind. A goddess so beautiful, so graceful, capable of nurturing life, who could possibly be a goddess if not her? Long Yuan mused, upon her sudden elevation to goddess status, how absurdly cool that was. Who would understand? Long Yuan nearly became a twisted deity of war. She cleared her throat lightly, feigning profundity. "Qin Manua, I accept your invitation." Qin Manua's face lit up with surprise and excitement. Long Yuan softly instructed, "Please wait here." Having said that, she approached the trees where Zhou and her companions were concealed. Facing their intrigued expressions, Long Yuan smiled slightly. "I have devised a swift method to acquire points in this realm of faith. After all, what could rival that of a deity?" Long Yuan declared. "This time I shall masquerade as a divine being." She was certainly not acting on a whim, just as Long Yuan had rushed to rescue Qin Manua moments ago, when those ruffians had shouted that Long Yuan was a goddess. She suddenly heard the system's notification sound: Faith Value 8, Virtue 1. Each individual could contribute a maximum of 5 points of faith per day. This indicated that more than one person present was providing faith to Long Yuan. Even those thugs whom Long Yuan had beaten were contributing faith due to her false identity as a goddess. In the ancient times, where productivity and cognition were limited, everyone held a nearly blind reverence for the divine. At least, the faith value received by the system backend confirmed this for Long Yuan in this realm. Thus, she quickly grasped the situation and unhesitatingly chose to play the role of the legendary deity. In accordance with the words of the crowd, Yun Fei could hardly suppress his applause. "Marvelous." The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, in an era where feudal dynasties were deeply enshrouded in the legends of ghosts and deities, what could possibly yield more faith than a divine being descended to the mortal realm? Moreover, Long Yuan possessed all the qualifications to embody a deity. As a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining, She could indeed be regarded as a celestial being to some extent. At least in this realm devoid of spiritual energy, that was undeniably the case, coupled with her possession of a spatial spirit stone. She was free from concerns regarding the source of spiritual energy. Long Yuan had also mastered numerous spells such as the Spirit Rain technique, Ground Turning technique, Sword Control technique, and Invisibility technique. The Spirit Rain technique could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs and grains. While ordinary plants could flourish anew, akin to a lifeless tree springing back to life, it was truly a tool for showing off. More importantly, the information from 111 had just reached their minds. They found themselves in the Tsanyo Kingdom. The Apocalypse continent has been beset by calamities for 3 years, and in about 2 months, these disasters will gradually come to an end. This was a crucial juncture. If Long Yuan and her companions operated adeptly, they could easily package themselves as saviors. At the time, the faith of the populace in this realm would surely come pouring in. Long Yuan placed her hands on her hips proudly. 111 marveled, showering praise. Host, you are simply brilliant. To think you conceived such a perfect plan so swiftly. 111's starry eyes fervently supported their host, Zhou Zhu, and the others wholeheartedly agreed with Long Yuan's idea. But, if you are a goddess, what about us? A goddess surely cannot have a group of human friends. Long Yuan stroked her chin, deep in thought. Among the four, Zhou Zhu and Yunfei possessed exceptional spiritual roots. Both having reached the 5th level of qi refining, and they had already learned some foundational spells such as sword control technique. However, their mastery of spiritual energy was not as refined as Long Yuan's. It was not impossible for them to play the role of divine messengers. As for Qin Zhang and Fang Dezhuang, one was at the 3rd level and the other at the 2nd level of qi refining. It would be quite challenging for them to embody deities. Nevertheless, nothing could deter Long Yuan, for she had ample strength and means. Long Yuan beckoned, and the heads of the group huddled together. I have an idea. Her plan was to create a divine team. Long Yuan would be the goddess, while Zhou Zhu and Yunfei would serve as her divine envoys, the celestial attendants by her side. As for Fang Dezhuang and Qin Zhang, you two would be the mortals I saved in the mortal realm, enlightened by me to serve as my messengers. After all, as divine messengers enlightened by the goddess, they could not be treated like ordinary people. Although Qin Zhang and Fang Dezhuang were of lower cultivation, they could still employ some minor spells, their abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Thus, they would be more than adequate for the role of messengers. 111 could not help but shower more praise. Host, you are truly remarkable. You are the greatest host. The others also found Long Yuan's strategy to be flawless. Nodding in agreement, Long Yuan extended her hand, proclaiming, from today onward, we are a team. Let us elevate the pretense of divinity to new heights. After arranging everyone's identities, Long Yuan led Zhou Zhu and Yunfei to appear before Qin Manhua. Qin Manhua was anxiously waiting on the spot. She even wondered if her requests had been too much, causing the goddess to leave. Upon seeing Long Yuan return, Qin Manhua's eyes lit up, instinctively preparing to kneel. Goddess, Long Yuan used the object control technique to gently lift her body. This goddess, while in seclusion, witnessed the calamities besetting the mortal realm and, unable to bear the suffering of humankind, has descended to observe and travel. This goddess does not adhere to the class doctrines of the mortal world. There is no need for you to kneel, Miss Qin. Tears nearly welled in Qin Manhua's eyes. The goddess was compassionate, and the believer was immensely grateful. My heavens, the goddess had seen the suffering of mortals and descended to aid them. Though Qin Manhua was the daughter of the minister's residence, she did not possess the aloofness typically associated with such status. Until the age of 13, she had lived in a small village struggling to make ends meet. It was only when those from the minister's residence found her that she learned she was the true daughter who had been lost for 13 years. Although she had returned to her rightful place, she could deeply empathize with the lives of the lower classes. Even within the minister's residence, provisions had been increasingly scarce over the past 3 years. How much worse must it be for ordinary citizens? The goddess's descent to help their nation and its people through hardships filled Qin Manhua with sincere gratitude and joy. Truly, the goddess embodied the beauty, compassion, and mercy of the divine. However, Qin Manhua's gaze fell upon the other two individuals. At this moment, Zhou Zhu and Yunfei had donned their attire from the immortal realm, the garments of the Baiming clan. Adorned in purple silks, while not as ethereal as the clothing of disciples from the Piaomiao sect, they were nonetheless crafted from rare materials that offered considerable protection against ordinary blades. Zhou Zhu and Yunfei were both quite handsome, And as they entered protector mode, they exuded an extraordinary aura. Long Yuan had already assumed the demeanor of a goddess, appearing aloof and untainted by mortal affairs. Hearing this, Zhou Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Qin Manwei and said coolly, "We are the divine envoys serving the goddess. You may call me Qingzhu, and he is Baiyun." Qin Manwei immediately bowed respectfully to the two. Divine envoy Qingzhu, divine envoy Baiyun. The two nodded, neither warm nor cold. Qin Manwei was unfazed by their arrogance and indifference. After all, they were deities. To receive even a glance from the divine was a tremendous honor for mere mortals. The three descended the mountain together. Not far from the mountain lay a village named Wanyue Village. Qin Manwei had been sold to Zhang Ergu of Wanyue Village by the brothel madam. Truly, they were divine beings. Qin Manwei felt a flutter of fear. When she had been sold to Wanyue Village, she had attempted to escape and sought help from others. However, the entire village was in collusion. Instead of aiding her, they returned her to Zhang Ergu's household, resulting in a severe beating for her. Some even salivated at the sight of the fair-skinned, delicate Qin Manwei. Terrified, Qin Manwei spent an entire night plagued by nightmares before the establishment of the nation. She had endured years of war and, before she could recuperate, a great drought had struck. The lowest stratum of society had transformed into ravenous fiends. Qin Manwei had heard tales of impoverished individuals resorting to cannibalism, but only upon experiencing it herself did she grasp the horror of such a fate. In comparison, Zhang Ergu, who could produce 5 pounds of grain to buy Qin Manwei, was already living quite well. Zhang Ergu, having brainwashed himself, believed that Qin Manwei had finally succumbed to fear, thus lowering his guard. Consequently, Qin Manwei managed to slip away. Why wouldn't she run? She was the daughter of the minister's residence. Why should she endure a relatively tolerable life here? It was then that Qin Manwei encountered Long Yuan. She gazed at the village in the distance and then at Long Yuan, hesitating slightly. Although Qin Manwei understood that the goddess was powerful, there were only 3 of them. What if the villagers rushed out to snatch her away? Could the goddess and her companions fend them off? Qin Manwei tentatively expressed her concerns. Long Yuan had anticipated that Qin Manwei might harbor such thoughts. After all, the deities were legendary figures, too distant from everyday life for ordinary people to fathom the extent of their power. Without sufficient reverence, divine beings would not receive the respect they deserved. The trio remained silent. In Wanyue Village, Zhang Ergu and his companions, recently frightened out of their wits, stumbled back, only to be caught by the villagers. "Ergu, what is with the panic?" Upon seeing people, Zhang Ergu stammered, Run, we've encountered a goddess." His words drew the attention of the villagers and elicited laughter. "Have you gone mad? What goddess? Deities are merely a legend." Ergu must have bumped his head somewhere. Just then, 2 men clad in burlap approached the village entrance. "Excuse me, where is this place?" They were merely asking for directions. The villagers looked up to see 2 tall men, one particularly robust, with clean, well-proportioned features. Instantly, the villagers' eyes lit up. In this year of calamity, they had never expected to see such well-fed individuals. The butcher, sharpening his knife at the doorway, licked his lips and exchanged glances with the others. Zhang Ergu stepped forward to block their path. "There really is a goddess." He recounted the encounter with the divine being during his pursuit of Qin Manwei in detail. "The goddess is nearby. If they discover our actions, we will surely meet a dire end." Zhang Ergu was shoved aside. The butcher scoffed, "A goddess? I see nothing but a charade. If there truly is a goddess, she will die beneath my butcher's knife." Shu Laojiu, the entire Wanyue village has long since transformed into a den of malevolence. During the years of calamity, they resorted to cannibalism, feasting on the deceased and wayfarers alike, growing increasingly corpulent with each gruesome act. Now, they have even come to revel in the thrill of consuming human flesh. "How delectable is human meat," cursed Zhang Ergu. Had he not promised that the child he would father with that wretched woman would be a meal for the villagers? They would have devoured her long ago, yet they failed to keep the woman under control, allowing her to escape. They scoff at the very notion of deities. If there were indeed gods, why do they not bless them with wealth and elevate them above all others? The villagers bound the 2 men, their faces alight with glee. "I want the weaker one, tender and succulent. The robust one is nothing but sinew." The villagers of Wanyue conspired among themselves, unable to suppress their derision. "These 2 are as foolish as can be. Zhang Ergu detained us for ages, and they still haven't fled. Ha, what fools! We hope for more of their kind." Jular, I've spotted that runaway harlot. She is accompanied by 3 others, one of whom is a delicate woman with soft, tender skin. She looks particularly delectable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu trembled. Is she not wearing a particularly striking white garment? The person glanced at Zhang Ergu. How do you know? Zhang Ergu collapsed to the ground, despair engulfing him, his mind a singular thought, run, must escape quickly. However, he had no time to flee, for Long Yuan and her companions had already arrived. Qin Manue clamped her hand over her mouth, for just moments ago, after expressing her concerns, the goddess had taken her aloft. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves at the village's entrance. Although they appeared to be standing atop an iron sword, it was inconsequential. She had actually flown. Qin Manue gazed up at the resplendent Long Yuan, her eyes alight with wonder. Such a powerful goddess. She vowed to be a loyal follower for all her days. The villagers were initially wary, casting a cautious glance at the newcomers, upon realizing there was but one man and 3 women. They quickly relaxed. Brothers, another bunch of 4-legged sheep has arrived. Today is truly a feast for us. Zhu Lar wiped the drool from his mouth, prompting Long Yuan to furrow her brow slightly. She had initially thought this was merely a village of abduction, only to discover it was a cannibalistic haven. The thought of either abduction or cannibalism made her stomach churn with repulsion. She had intended to maintain an air of superiority, but her mood soured. Casting a glance at Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei, she signaled for them to swiftly deal with this group. Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei shared her discomfort, producing a spirit stone from their storage bags. They employed a flame-controlling technique. The flames were modest in size, yet once they touched clothing, they were impossible to extinguish. The villagers writhed in terror on the ground, ultimately stripping away their garments to avoid being consumed by the flames. However, what was more terrifying than the fire itself was the one who commanded it. What sorcery was this? How could a mere mortal wield such power? They suddenly recalled Zhang Ergu's words, deities. Truly, they were in the presence of divinity. Zhang Ergu, in abject terror, prostrated on the ground. Goddess, please spare us, we shall never again engage in wicked deeds. Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei had already retreated to Long Yuan's side. She grimaced in disgust. Confess all your crimes to the authorities, or I shall render you to ashes. Some villagers were so frightened they nearly lost control of their bladders, nodding vigorously. Yes, we shall comply, with a wave of her hand. Long Yuan freed the bound Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang, then, with an air of pretense, she lightly touched their foreheads. I pity you both for being innocently ensnared. I bestow upon you enlightenment, after delivering these people to the authorities. Seek me out. Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang understood the unspoken command. Following Long Yuan's gentle touch, it was as though they had received a sudden awakening, and they immediately knelt in gratitude. Thank you, revered goddess, for your guidance. Chen Zhang blushed deeply. I feel extraordinary now. Fang Dezhuang, brimming with bravado, exclaimed, I feel strong enough to fell an ox. Raising his hand, he struck a nearby wither tree, cleaving it in two with his bare hands. Leaving all onlookers breathless, it shattered their very perceptions of reality. Truly, they were in the presence of a deity. The goddess had merely touched them, and now these 2 unarmed mortals had been transformed. Imbued with immense strength, Fang Dezhuang cried out, Revered goddess, your power knows no bounds. Long Yuan thought, how vexing. My toes are truly itching. Fortunately, Chen Zhang seized Fang Dezhuang, half kneeling. Revered goddess, we shall not disappoint you, should they dare to flee. We shall break their legs. The villagers of Wanyue did not dare lift their heads, let alone resist, obediently trailing behind Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang as they left the village. Long Yuan's actions also garnered her 32 points of faith value. Though these individuals were repugnant, faith value was innocent. At last, her mood lightened somewhat. Qin Manue was astounded by Long Yuan's display. Goddess, what has happened to them? Long Yuan explained, I require their service in the mortal realm. So I bestowed upon them a touch of enlightenment. They are now semi-divine beings, possessing strength beyond that of ordinary mortals. Qin Manue gasped, Goddess, look at me, I too can serve you, at the same time. Qin Manue further witnessed the goddess's power. Such a casual act of enlightenment could transform an ordinary person into a semi-divine being, a complete metamorphosis. Did this imply that the goddess possessed the ability to elevate mortals to divinity? Qin Manue felt her breath catch. What an overwhelming temptation. She believed that once the goddess's reputation spread, she would become an object of desire for all. At that time, she feared she might never even catch a glimpse of the goddess. How absurd. She had previously worried that the goddess might be vulnerable to the whims of mortals. No wonder her sister always said she was a naive country girl, unfamiliar with the world. Long Yuan glanced at Qin Manue, noting the girl's astonishment, reverenced admiration, and envy towards Chen Zhang and Fang Dezhuang, but not a trace of greed. Long Yuan felt a surge of fondness for her. After all, who does not appreciate a delicate flower? Just before Chen Zhang and his companions departed, Long Yuan had quietly suggested they meet at the county gate. Thus, they did not linger along the way. Long Yuan maintained an air of aloof elegance, speaking little, exuding an aura of nobility. Yet, Qin Manue, being a simple and talkative girl, did not treat her any differently despite her divine nature. In their chatter, Long Yuan gleaned information about Qin Manua's identity and her situation at home. It was a rather melodramatic tale. Qin Manua, originally of noble birth as the sole legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, had 3 elder brothers. However, out of jealousy, the wet nurse conspired against the family. On the day of her birth, she secretly swapped her own child with the minister's daughter. Consequently, the true daughter, Qin Manua, was cast aside and raised in the countryside by a cruel foster mother. From her earliest memories, Qin Manua was forced to toil, washing clothes, cooking, and faced beatings for any shortcomings. Furthermore, her adoptive father was a gambler, unleashing his frustrations upon her whenever things went awry. The foster mother doted on her son, indulging him in every whim while Qin Manua suffered. The wet nurse continued to work in the minister's residence, providing her family with a comfortable life. In stark contrast, Qin Manua often went hungry and cold, sleeping in a pigsty. Meanwhile, the false daughter, Qin Yushu, basked in the opulence of the minister's estate. Being the only daughter, she was cherished by her father, spoiled by her mother, and doted on by her kind grandmother. Her 3 brothers adored her, granting her every desire, and forbidding any criticism against her. Eventually, when the truth of the swap came to light, the minister's house sent for Qin Manua, but they had no intention of sending Qin Yushu away, having raised her for 13 years. Moreover, the wet nurse, being the biological mother of Qin Yushu, merely wept and pleaded to remain near her daughter, softening the hearts of the minister and his wife. They sent the wet nurse away, purchasing a small residence for her to live in, claiming it was to spare Qin Manua from heartache, although Qin Manua was returned to her biological parents. They were stern and demanded she learn various rules and skills, showering more affection on Qin Yushu. Her brothers had even warned her, "Do not think that just because we share blood, you can live without worry. Yushu is our sister, having lived with us for 13 years. Do not think to bully her or drive her away." Long Yuan pondered, what a grand tale of true and false daughters, upon mentioning her family. Qin Manua concealed her sorrow. "I understand that my parents are strict with me because I am unlearned and rather dim-witted. I struggle to grasp knowledge that others find effortless. However, they provide me with ample funds, 5 taels of silver each month. My brothers only act with affection towards their sister, as they are not familiar with me. They sometimes come to tutor me, although they would often scold her, calling her a foolish pig. As she spoke towards the end, Qin Manua's voice was tinged with a sob, yet she meticulously sought to defend her family, attempting to unearth evidence of their profound affection for her. "Most importantly, my grandmother treated me with great kindness." Qin Manua's eyes sparkled with hope. "When my parents punished me by forbidding me to eat, my grandmother would summon me to her courtyard for a meal." Zhou Zhu and Yun Fei regarded her with pity. Poor child, how easily she found contentment in something as simple as a meal. Long Yuan suddenly felt a twinge of unease. After all that Qin Manua had said, what role did the false daughter, Qin Yushu, play in all of this? Qin Manua paused for a moment. Yushu is wonderful. She always considers my feelings. Whenever something goes awry, Yushu takes the blame upon herself. Yet, my parents never believe me. Perhaps it is true that she is simply unlikable. Long Yuan, what a naive soul. Long Yuan had countless thoughts to express, but she had to maintain the sacred dignity befitting a goddess. Zhou Zhu, as a maiden under the goddess, had no need to uphold such airs. You are far too innocent. The most fierce struggles in the mortal realm occur within the imperial palace, followed closely by the grand households. This truth endures even in the Dragon Kingdom, which claims to uphold equality for all. Thousands of years later, despite the tireless efforts of many pioneers, they have only managed to secure relative fairness for everyone. Qin Yushu, the false daughter, aware that she shares no blood relation and that the true daughter might reclaim everything she has possessed for over a decade. Could she genuinely harbor goodwill towards Qin Manua? There is another matter to consider. How did the daughter of the minister's residence end up in such a humble village? Zhou Zhu's words were pointed yet measured. Qin Manua was momentarily taken aback. How did she come to Wunju village? Qin Manua recalled that it had been 3 days prior. The daughter of the minister's residence was betrothed to the young master of the northern general's manor. Ji Wuming. Qin Yushu was well versed in the arts, possessing unparalleled beauty, and was renowned in the capital for her exceptional talents. Ji Wuming, the young master of the northern general's manor, was a young general who had achieved military glory by the tender age of 15. On the day he returned to the capital, clad in fresh garments atop a spirited steed, he beheld the blossoms of Chang'an, causing many noble women to blush in secret. The two had been betrothed since childhood. A pair of childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched, yet, unexpectedly, Jean Manuel entered the picture. Jean Manuel, illiterate, dark and emaciated, timid and meek, was hardly fit for the grand stage. In comparison to Jean Yushu, she seemed as if from different realms entirely. Yet, ironically, Jean Manuel was indeed the true child of the Jean family. This engagement situation became quite awkward. Jean Manuel recalled that when she first met Ji Woming, she was rendered speechless. He was simply too handsome. Having never encountered such a striking man in her village, she was astounded. Jean Yushu, with tears in her eyes, pitifully declared, "From today onward, Woming is your fiancé, sister." Jean Manuel's face flushed even redder. However, she vaguely recalled hearing others mention that Jean Yushu and Ji Woming shared a deep affection. Jean Manuel, puzzled, turned to Jean Yushu and asked, "Sister, do you not like him?" Jean Yushu's complexion suddenly paled. She hurriedly distanced herself from the matter, stammering, I do not like him. My feelings for Woming are purely sisterly." "Sister, do you find him pleasing?" Jean Manuel, of course, was delighted. She had a penchant for handsome men. If she were to marry, how splendid it would be to wed a strikingly handsome man. Thus, without hesitation, Jean Manuel nodded. This simple gesture cast a pall over the faces of everyone present, and Jean Yushu fled in distress. All rushed to pursue Jean Yushu. Ji Woming wished to follow, but Jean Manuel grasped his sleeve, asking, "Where are you going? If we are to marry in the future, should we not cultivate some feelings?" Ji Woming, however, disdainfully shrugged her off. Do not presume to reach for swan meat. In my eyes, you are worth less than your sister. Though Jean Manuel had endured her share of hardships, she possessed dignity. She was well aware that she could not compare to Jean Yushu, yet Ji Woming's words were exceedingly cruel. Such a man, no matter how good-looking, was simply unacceptable. That very evening, Jean Manuel resolved to approach her parents regarding the annulment of the engagement. However, Jean Yushu hastily stopped her, stating, "Woming is merely unfamiliar with you. The engagement was established long ago. If the minister's residence were to withdraw, what would others think of us? Our parents would be furious." Jean Manuel yearned for the love of her family. Upon hearing Jean Yushu's words, she refrained from mentioning the annulment and began to seek out Ji Woming daily to foster their relationship. This led to quite a few amusing anecdotes in the capital. Many disapproved of Jean Manuel, accusing her of snatching her sister's engagement and shamelessly pursuing a man. Yet, Yushu had already indicated that she felt no affection for Ji Woming. Nonetheless, Jean Manuel gradually fell into despair until 3 days ago, when Ji Woming was to host a birthday celebration at the Fengwei Tower. Jean Manuel received an invitation. In truth, Jean Manuel was less inclined to attend. Ji Woming resembled a rock in a foul ditch, providing no warmth and exuding a repugnant demeanor. However, Jean Yushu insisted, stating that since they had received the invitation, they ought to maintain appearances. Thus Jean Manuel went. Or rather, she intended to go, but was knocked unconscious midway, only to awaken to a madam negotiating her price with a brutish and unattractive man. Jean Manuel was no naive young lady, and she quickly realized her predicament. She was about to be sold. What terrible misfortune! Long Yuan Zhou Zhu, and Yun Fei, what a naive fool! How could she remain so oblivious to countless glaring flaws? The tactics of the false daughter were pitifully inadequate, even if recounted by Jean Manuel. They could detect all manner of discrepancies. Cautiously, Jean Manuel inquired, "What is the matter, O divine lady?" Long Yuan took a deep breath and replied, "It is nothing, forget it." This journey to the capital was one that Long Yuan and her companions were determined to undertake. The capital was a bastion of imperial power. What were their petty antics in the grand scheme of things? If they were to play the part of divine beings, they ought to do so on a grand scale. Before the nobility, even before the emperor himself, only when the imperial authority recognized her existence, feeling reverence and gratitude towards her, could she hope for a temple and statue to be erected in her honor. Only then would Long Yuan be able to continuously harvest faith, accelerating the ascension of Blue Star. As for Jean Manuel, she was indeed somewhat foolish, yet exceptionally obedient. Along the journey, she showed great care towards Long Yuan, frequently inquiring whether the divine lady was hungry or tired. Though bothersome, her sincerity shone through. Upon arriving in the capital, she could lend a hand to this pitiful little creature. Long Yuan had not originally intended to reveal her true abilities so soon. However, Jean Manuel's incessant fussing prompted her to produce the little cloud, a flying artifact gifted to her by Xinxinghe in the realm of cultivation. The little cloud not only resembled a cloud but also felt soft and fluffy, akin to cotton candy. Once aboard the flying vessel, Jean Manuel finally diverted her attention from Long Yuan. She excitedly and awestruckly caressed the pristine cloud, caught in a delightful battle between the realms of dreams and reality. Jean Manuel gazed in wonder at the drifting clouds and blue sky, thinking to herself, "I have flown to the heavens." Jean Manuel mused that she would likely never forget this moment, the moment she was closest to the divine. Long Yuan observed that although Qin Manhua frequently spoke of her family's virtues, the conversation had inevitably plunged her into inner conflict. This manifested in the once joyful and playful girl, who now occasionally fell silent. Her face clouded with concerns. Indeed, how could she not perceive the glaring disparity in treatment and the blatant disdain? She simply yearned too desperately for her family's affection. The flying vessel glided slowly upon the cloud. Departing the mountains surrounding Wunju village, Long Yuan beheld a clearer and more authentic side of this world.